Bear Grylls isn't good at fighting, so it's normal he can't judge. In comparison, I trust Lu Wenwen more. Wenwen's judgment is extraordinary. I trust her too. The audience discussed. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue, after a rest, started to get busy. By the way, Shen Huangxue, where are fish traps? Chu Zhe suddenly remembered he had apparently made 2 fish traps, which initially caught fish but now seemed to have no activity. Fish traps? They were washed away by the storm. Shen Huangxue said irritably. Chapter 162. Suyu vindicates himself. You're right, I must be out of my mind, Chu Zhe said, knocking his head. He couldn't believe he was being so muddle-headed. Maybe you didn't get enough sleep last night? He wondered, feeling a bit drowsy himself. He wasn't sure what time he had left the campsite to look for the black bear, but based on his estimation, it was around 10 o'clock. He returned about an hour later, finally lying down to rest around midnight, and was up again by 6 in the morning. For Chu Zhe, 6 hours just wasn't enough. However, Chu Zhe had no intention of wasting the precious daylight by sleeping. After a brief rest, he got up and walked over to the pile of bamboo. Let's get started, he muttered, grabbing the shovel and swinging it down onto the bamboo. In no time, he had evenly split a bamboo into 8 pieces. Then he turned his attention to the remaining dozen or so bamboos. Yes, these would all need to be split as well. While Chu Zhe was busy, Shen Huangxue wasn't idle either. She ventured into the forest to gather a large amount of vines. By the time she returned, Chu Zhe had just finished splitting the bamboos. We'll keep some of these as spares, he said to himself. Seeing Shen Huangxue return with the vines, Chu Zhe smiled and picked up a bamboo tube, tilting it slightly. Shen Huangxue saw dozens of plump bamboo worms inside. I found these while splitting the bamboo earlier. Not bad, huh? Chu Zhe said with a grin. We can have them for dinner, Shen Huangxue said, feeling a bit hungry at the thought. The taste of grilled bamboo worms was surprisingly good, and she wouldn't mind having them again. Are you making a bamboo cage, Chu Zhe? Shen Huangxue asked, recognizing the familiar technique. We dismantled the wooden cage earlier, Chu Zhe explained. We can't exactly skip bathing, and bamboo cages are much lighter and more convenient. Speaking of bamboo products, Shen Huangxue chimed in, knowing a thing or two about them. That morning, she had noticed they were missing something important for survival. While not essential, it would be a helpful addition. Without delay, Shen Huangxue dragged a bamboo over and started cutting it with the shovel. Having 2 shovels really makes a difference, she said, looking at the one in her hand with satisfaction. With just one, they would have wasted a lot of time. Shen Huangxue, are you making a bamboo basket? Chu Zhe asked, glancing up from his work on the bamboo cage. He saw her cutting the bamboo into thin, evenly sized strips and laying them out neatly on the ground. You always figure things out quickly, Shen Huangxue said with a smile. She had often carried bamboo baskets with her grandfather when they went to the mountains, and her grandmother had taught her how to weave them. The skill had stayed with her. You're so skilled, I couldn't do that, Chu Zhe praised. Making baskets required technique and practice, which he hadn't mastered yet. Fortunately, Shen Huangxue was good at it. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on the backpacks provided by the program. At first, those backpacks were sufficient, but now they couldn't even fit all the bamboo shoots they dug up. Having a bamboo basket was becoming a necessity. Chu Zhe had thought about it while building the bamboo house, but at the time, all the bamboo was used for construction, leaving no time or material for weaving. Now, however, the timing was perfect. So, while Chu Zhe worked on the bamboo cage, Shen Huangxue wove the basket, and the 2 of them worked diligently. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in another part of the forest, a palm civet was happily munching on freshly picked wild fruits under a tree. It hadn't noticed a person watching it from nearby. The person was covered in leaves, his face smeared with mud, lying on the ground as if blending in with the earth. This is a good catch. I can't let it go, Suyu thought, holding his breath and staying perfectly still. Earlier that morning, after realizing Wang Jun was missing, Suyu hadn't bothered to look for him. Instead, he calmly went out in search of food. Without Wang Jun slowing him down, Suyu felt completely free, and luck was on his side. He quickly found a fruit tree a few kilometers away, laden with sweet, delicious fruits. Most people would have happily climbed the tree to eat, but Suyu noticed some details. The tree bark and branches had scratch marks, and the ground below was littered with animal droppings. He approached and saw that each pile of droppings contained several fruit pits. That's when it clicked. Some animals were feeding on this tree, and judging by the dryness of the droppings, they had been there a few hours ago. The presence of fruit pits likely pointed to a palm civet, a common animal in the tropical rainforest. As soon as Suyu figured this out, he decided to wait and ambush the civet. So, he smeared mud on himself and covered himself with branches, lying in wait. After several hours of patient waiting, his efforts paid off. A palm civet finally appeared in his sight. Suyu's spirits lifted, and he slowly moved his right hand toward the shovel lying beside him. The civet climbed the tree to eat for a while, then dropped a few fruits and continued eating on the ground. This gave Suyu the perfect opportunity. Now, Suyu thought, seizing the moment as the civet turned to leave after finishing its meal. With a flash of determination, he grabbed the shovel and threw it with precision. The next moment, a cry rang out as the shovel hit the civet, knocking it to the ground. Suyu immediately got up and rushed toward the civet, just in case the throw hadn't hit and the civet might escape. Not bad, pretty plump, Suyu said, examining the civet he had caught. We can have a good meal tonight. His mood was elated. Without Wang Jun's interference, Suyu had easily caught the civet, finally proving his worth. On his way back, Suyu glanced at the drone nearby. He knew his recent performance had been terrible, and many people must have been disappointed in him. But that was about to change. This impressive capture of the civet would surely silence all the doubters. As expected, the live stream wouldn't miss such a thrilling moment. Damn, that throw was spot on. Well, it was only a few meters away. Anyone could have hit it, someone retorted. But it's strange. When Wang Jun was around, they couldn't catch anything. As soon as Wang Jun left, Suyu got a civet right away. Are you saying he was holding back? No way, Suyu was starving too. It looked really tough. The audience buzzed with discussions. Chapter 163. The Dream Shattered. The appearance of Wang Jun. Roasted civet cat. Absolutely delicious. Suyu carried the civet cat through the forest. I can easily split it into 2 meals for myself. Suyu chuckled. This was the advantage of being alone. Even splitting a meal into 2 could still fill his stomach. I wonder how that guy Wang Jun is doing? Suyu thought of his teammate again. It's been over 10 hours since he disappeared in the middle of the night. Without the shelter, I doubt he could have survived for long. The more Suyu thought about it, the happier he became, and even his footsteps lightened. However, Suyu suddenly noticed something. Given Wang Jun's severely ill state, he wouldn't have gone far. If he had been eliminated or died, I would definitely have heard the sound of a helicopter. But so far, there's been no such sound. Could it be that Wang Jun is still holding on? At this thought, Suyu gasped. If that were true, Wang Jun's willpower would be truly terrifying. After all, Wang Jun's illness had worsened significantly yesterday. At dinner, he had eaten like chewing wax, barely consuming anything, and his consciousness had been hazy and unclear. Even if he's still holding on, so what? Suyu shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. What was he even worried about? In this forest, there were few plants he recognized that could treat fever and headaches, so how could Wang Jun know? Moreover, even if he accidentally ate one, it wouldn't help with his worsening condition. Soon, Suyu arrived at the stream. After handling the civet cat, he returned to the campsite. Preparing food for himself, Suyu worked unusually fast. In a few quick moves, he skewered the civet cat and placed it over the fire to roast. While waiting, Suyu opened his backpack, which was filled with wild fruits he had picked from a tree earlier. He had already washed them at the stream. Suyu picked up a fruit and took a big bite. Crunch! Not bad. Suyu smiled in satisfaction. This was the happiest moment he had experienced on this island. Life will only get better from here. At that moment, Suyu smelled the aroma of the meat, and his stomach growled in response. It should be cooked by now. Suyu tore off a few pieces of meat to taste. It was tender and juicy, and except for being a bit bland, it was a feast worthy of a king. Suyu then pulled off a leg and began to devour it heartily. I'll have to find some spices when I have the time. Always grilling like this is making my mouth taste like bird, Suyu complained. Just then, a strange smile and said, "Isn't this a pleasant surprise?" More than a surprise, it's like seeing a ghost, Suyu thought to himself. But on the surface, he glanced at the drone. With the drone present, he had to at least say some polite words. After all, he was a public figure, and he didn't want to be despised by thousands because of Wang Jun. Wang Jun, where did you go last night? I looked for you all morning and couldn't find you. I was really worried, Suyu said with a fake smile. Last night, I went to the toilet, but I got dizzy and lost my way. I had to lean against a tree for the night. Look, I got bitten by a lot of mosquitoes. As he spoke, Wang Jun extended his hands, revealing dozens of red spots on his hands that were quite alarming. By the way, how's your illness? Suyu pretended to show concern. Let me tell you, without finding any herbs, it's impossible to recover on your own. Wang Jun, take my advice. While your body hasn't completely collapsed, withdraw from the competition. Suyu sighed, his face showing a hint of reluctance, as if he were genuinely regretful. Heh, want me to withdraw? Not a chance. Wang Jun thought coldly. He decided to give Suyu an even bigger surprise. About my illness, well, actually, Wang Jun hesitated, his tone hesitant, as if the situation wasn't very optimistic. Suyu initially thought the same, but the detail-oriented Suyu had felt something odd from the moment he saw Wang Jun. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange, and it lingered in his mind, making him uneasy. Now, hearing Wang Jun's stammering tone, it suddenly dawned on him. Coughing. Suyu was shocked. Yesterday, Wang Jun's coughing had been incessant, and at its worst, Suyu had even suspected that Wang Jun might cough up a lung. But now, despite his pale face and lack of energy, there wasn't a single cough to be heard. Could it be that this guy's illness is cured? Suyu's heart sank. What kind of luck was this? To recover like this was simply unbelievable. My illness should be cured. Seeing Suyu's uncertain expression, Wang Jun's lips curled into a faint smile. He had bet correctly. Last night, he had eaten grass all night. Although his stomach was uncomfortable, it had at least worked. In the morning, after eating some ants, Wang Jun had slept. When he woke up, it was already noon. Upon waking, Wang Jun found that he wasn't coughing anymore, his head didn't hurt, his fever had subsided, and the weakness in his body had disappeared. His overall condition was improving. This filled Wang Jun with both surprise and joy. The unpleasantness of eating ants was completely forgotten. After checking the position of the sun, Wang Jun quickly times he had fallen. Once, he almost stepped on a snake's tail, which scared him badly, and he rushed back to the camp as fast as he could. Although Suyu didn't seem to like him, Wang Jun had to admit that Suyu was strong. The snakes that terrified him were like toys in Suyu's hands. Lucky, I guess. I saw a civet cat while looking for you this morning and caught it by the way, Suyu said indifferently, as if talking about something trivial. By the way? Wang Jun smirked. During his time here, there had been no meat at all. The best they had were bird eggs. How could it be so coincidental that there was civet cat meat when he wasn't around? Wang Jun thought Suyu must have secretly caught it and kept it somewhere, waiting for the day to enjoy it alone. Nice idea, but unfortunately, I caught you again, Wang Jun sneered. Then, without hesitation, he tore off a large piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious! Wang Jun's eyes lit up as he chewed frantically. His pale face even gained some color. Damn it, this pisses me off. So, what other options do I have? Suyu pondered. Smack, smack. The sound of Wang Jun eating meat caught Suyu's attention. Now's not the time to think about this. Suyu silently approached, tore off a front leg, and started gnawing on it, unwilling to be left behind. Seeing this, Wang Jun raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He wasn't unreasonable. Since he was eating the easy way, he wouldn't stop Suyu from eating too. Although he had Suyu's secret, he couldn't push it too far. Even a cornered dog would bite, let alone Suyu, who was experienced in the jungle. If he pushed Suyu too hard, Wang Jun wasn't sure how he would end up. Finally, something in my stomach. After eating a hind leg and a large chunk of tenderloin, Wang Jun felt warm in his stomach, very comfortable. I'm alive again. Wang Jun suddenly shouted, startling the birds in the surrounding trees into a chaotic flight. What's wrong with this guy? Suyu looked at him as if he were an idiot. By the way, Wang Jun, I have a question that's been bothering me, Suyu asked while eating. Curious about how I recovered? Wang Jun naturally knew what Suyu was thinking. This question, not just Suyu, but the audience was also curious about. I can't understand it. This morning, Wang Jun looked like he was on the verge of death, and now he's full of energy. Could he have brought some banlanjin, a traditional Chinese medicine, with him? How is that possible? Do you think the production team is stupid? They must have searched everyone thoroughly before entering the island. Speaking of which, did Wang Jun really recover? Or is this just a temporary revival before his death? The audience was very confused. That morning, they had witnessed the willpower of a contestant named Wang Jun, who had refused treatment from the production team when his life was in danger. To their surprise, just a few hours later, after a nap, Wang Jun seemed to have fully recovered. What's going on, Bear Grylls? He Xiang's gaze shifted to Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls shook his head, equally puzzled. His wilderness survival always involved carrying a medical kit, able to treat and cure various illnesses promptly. But Wang Jun had gone out for a night and returned cured. It was as if absurdity had opened the door for more absurdity. The human body is full of mysteries, and the immune system is a very complex subject. Maybe Wang Jun accidentally ate some herbs, or perhaps his body spontaneously attacked the viruses and bacteria, leading to an accidental recovery. Bear Grylls thought for a moment and offered two possibilities. In the scene, Wang Jun slowly threw away the bones in his hand, wiped his mouth with a leaf, and then explained, the method is simple. I ate weeds all night, so it's not strange that I recovered, right? Wang Jun thought about it and looked a bit pained. Last night had been incredibly difficult. The weeds were bitter and cut his mouth, requiring repeated chewing before swallowing. As a result, Wang Jun became very thirsty, but to continue eating the weeds, he eventually chose to drink his own urine. What a tough guy. I admit defeat. The thought of eating grass is unimaginable to me. If it were cabbage or spinach, that would be one thing, but how could he eat weeds? The audience was in awe. Suyu was stunned. So his stomach was full of grass? Now, thinking about it, I don't feel so bad. Suyu imagined Wang Jun suffering and couldn't help but smile. Brother Su, will there be meat for dinner too? Wang Jun, seeing Suyu's mocking expression, felt a bit angry and quickly changed the subject. What are you talking about? How easy do you think it is to catch animals? Suyu said helplessly. Wang Jun was simply delusional, thinking too simply. But letting him freeload wasn't a long-term solution. Suyu narrowed his eyes and had an idea. There is a way to catch animals, but it requires your effort, Suyu deliberately said. Me putting in effort? Wang Jun was about to refuse, but immediately agreed. No problem. As long as there's meat, I'll follow your instructions. Wang Jun tore off another piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Compared to labor, the allure of meat was obviously stronger. All right, let's get moving after we finish eating, Suyu smirked inwardly and nodded. Although the civet cat wasn't large, it was enough to feed one person for 2 meals at half full. But Wang Jun was so hungry that Suyu didn't want all the civet meat to be eaten by him. Soon, the two finished the entire civet cat. Let's go. Wang Jun remembered to bring the shovel, Suyu said, standing up and walking ahead. Okay. Knowing there would be meat for dinner, Wang Jun felt motivated. He picked up the shovel and followed. Having replenished some protein and regained some strength, he walked more steadily. After a while, Suyu stopped, carefully examined the ground, pointed at his feet, and looked at Wang Jun. Start digging. Your task is to dig a pit. Chapter 165. Digging a pit. Unexpected events. Asterisk asterisk. Are you messing with me? Wang Jun stared in disbelief at Su Yu's feet. There was a flat patch of ground. Yet Su Yu was asking him to dig a hole. Wang Jun wasn't stupid. He knew that digging a pit was for setting traps to catch prey. To achieve this, at the very least, they needed to dig a hole with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of over 2 meters. Even in normal conditions, digging such a hole would be strenuous for Wang Jun, let alone in his current state. How am I supposed to dig that? Suga, are you just teasing me? Wang Jun's face darkened. He felt that Su Yu was deliberately making things difficult for him. Earlier, he thought he was just helping out with some minor tasks, but never expected Su Yu to make such an unreasonable request. Wang Jun, I have no intention of teasing you. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and pointed to the ground beside him, continuing, take a closer look. What do you see? Wang Jun hesitated for a moment before squatting down to observe. There's nothing here. After a while, Wang Jun still couldn't figure out what Su Yu was referring to. Idiot. Su Yu's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. This area is shaded by trees. Look more carefully. Su Yu said. Wang Jun then focused his attention on the shaded area again. A few minutes later, Wang Jun finally noticed a few barely visible footprints hidden in the shadows. Animal tracks? What kind of animal is this? Wang Jun was overjoyed. Just from the size of the footprints, it was clear that the animal was larger than the palm civet they had eaten at noon. A fox. Su Yu replied. Then he walked over to a clump of grass, reached out, and plucked off some attached fur. Judging by this reddish-brown fur, it's most likely a red fox. I don't care what kind of fox it is, as long as it's edible and we can catch it. Wang Jun didn't care much. Desperate for food, he would eat anything, even rats. Foxes aren't like burrowing animals like moles. Digging a pit and setting a trap is the most reliable method to catch one. Su Yu explained. Fortunately, the average length of an adult red fox is about 70 centimeters. That means you only need to dig a pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of half a meter. A diameter of 1 meter and a depth of half a meter, that's more manageable. Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed doable. Wait. Wang Jun felt something was off. Foxes are canids, and they have incredible jumping abilities. A pit half a meter deep wouldn't stop them, right? Wang Jun questioned. You don't need to worry about that. Su Yu waved his hand confidently. I have a plan. All right. Wang Jun gripped the entrenching tool, eager to start. After resting, he plunged the shovel into the soil with a single motion. The soil in the rainforest was relatively soft due to constant rain and the presence of many earthworms, so digging wasn't too strenuous. Hey, Sugu. I'm digging the pit, but what about you? After a few digs, Wang Jun looked up at Su Yu. To his surprise, the latter was staring blankly at a nearby tree. Seeing this, Wang Jun felt a surge of anger. Here he was doing hard labor, and the guy was slacking off. You don't know anything? Su Yu frowned and scolded. I'm thinking about how to set up the trap. If you're not happy, you can set the trap, and I'll dig the pit. That's easy for you to say. I don't know how to set traps. Wang Jun muttered. Though dissatisfied, he continued digging. Since he couldn't do Su Yu's job, he had no choice but to dig the pit. Like this? Like this? Su Yu nodded as he pondered. Although he seemed to be standing still, lost in thought, he had already planned everything in his mind. This way, once the fox steps in, we'll definitely catch it. After going over the entire trap setup process, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Wang Jun, keep digging. I'm going back to the camp. With that, Su Yu turned and left. Damn it, probably going back to the shelter to sleep. Wang Jun cursed under his breath, feeling extremely annoyed. But for the sake of meat, he had to endure. To survive in this harsh rainforest, he still needed Su Yu. While Wang Jun was sweating and digging on the other side. Finally done. It wasn't easy. Chu Zai's face was filled with a faint smile. Looking at the bamboo cage in front of him, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. After cutting the bamboo into 8 pieces, Chu Zai tied them together with ropes made from tree bark. Normally, this would be considered complete. But after weighing the bamboo cage, Chu Zhe wasn't entirely satisfied. Then he climbed inside and used the entrenching tool to shave the inner sides of each bamboo piece. He only shaved the thicker pieces, as the thinner ones didn't need additional work. After some time, the bamboo cage was finally finished. Shen Huangxue, come and give it a try. Chu Zhe called out to Shen Huangxue, who was still diligently weaving a bamboo basket. Upon hearing him, she looked up, her eyes slightly dazed. Weaving a bamboo basket was an extremely exhausting task, both physically and mentally. Not only were her hands cut by the bamboo pieces, but her eyes were also bloodshot. The bamboo cage. Shen Huangxue was immediately drawn to the cage beside her. She immediately put down the bamboo basket she was working on and stood up. However, after sitting for too long, she felt dizzy and her body swayed uncontrollably. Be careful. Chu Zhe instantly noticed that Shen Huangxue's condition seemed off. In a flash, he rushed over. Chu Zhe had been making the bamboo cage on the open ground of the camp, while Shen Huangxue was sitting on a stone by the bamboo hut, weaving the basket. Although they seemed far apart, Chu Zhe's speed was incredible. A blur of movement passed by. In the next moment, a warm, strong hand grasped her soft, delicate waist. So soft. Even though this wasn't the first time, Chu Zhe still felt a bit of enjoyment. Are you okay, Shen Huangxue? Chu Zhe quickly wrapped his arm around Shen Huangxue to steady her and prevent her from falling. It's important to note that the entire camp is built on an exposed rocky area. A fall isn't something to take lightly. Scrapes and bruises are minor, and even a fracture could be tolerated. But if one's head hits the rock, that would almost certainly mean elimination from the competition. At that point, Chu Zhe would surely regret it deeply. I'm fine. Shen Huangxue clung tightly to Chu Zhe's chest, feeling the warm breath from his nose, and a blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Damn it, Chu Zhe, you beast. Under the clear sky and bright daylight, Chu Zhe actually publicly made such an intimate move towards the moon fairy right in front of the eyes of the global audience. Oh heavens, oh earth, please punish Chu Zhe. My heart is shattered into pieces. I declare that I am now a hater. Chu Zhe will forever be the most despicable person to me. The viewers were so furious they could barely contain themselves, itching to throw a punch at him. Their beloved Shen Huangxue, the white moonlight of their hearts, was actively jealous, speaking with a sour tone. However, no one paid any attention to his words. After all, it was clear to everyone that Chu Zhe was genuinely trying to save Shen Huangxue. Seeing Shen Huangxue's condition, it also warns us not to stay in a squatting position for too long, or else the brain may not get enough blood flow and cause fainting. Bear Grylls had no envious thoughts, but was rather glad that Shen Huangxue was unharmed. He was very curious about this disciple of traditional Chinese medicine from China. After all, her fame had even spread to the West. What level of medical skill had she reached? This was what Bear wanted to know. Moreover, although Bear was a Westerner, he was not averse to traditional Chinese medicine. In his younger years, he had been bitten by a venomous snake, whose poison was extremely potent, a type of neurotoxin. Even with a medical kit, there was a risk of death. Fortunately, a Chinese person in his team was skilled in acupuncture. He took out a set of silver needles and trapped the venom, ultimately saving Bear's life. Bear was very grateful to that Chinese man and still kept in touch with him to this day. Bear is right. He Xiang agreed. But the audience wasn't listening, still fiercely criticizing Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe, let go of that girl and let me do it. Damn, isn't this just the classic hero saving the beauty scene? Won't the moon fairy be captivated? My moon fairy is going to be taken by a pig? I can't accept this. Don't stop me. I'm going to jump into the river. My white moonlight is shattered in my heart. The audience was howling, and some fanatics were completely losing it. If they knew that Chu Zhe had already held Shen Huangxue before, he might have been scolded on the spot. Unfortunately, in the video from the stormy night, the thermal imaging view couldn't clearly show Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue's actions. So they thought this was the first time. I'm fine, Chu Zhe. In the footage, Shen Huangxue blushed and lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Oh, that's good. I was scared for a moment. You can't get hurt. Chuze nodded, speaking cheerfully. Be more careful in the future. The ground here is full of stones. If I weren't here, you'd really be in danger. Chuze reminded her. I know, thank you. Shen Huangshue spoke softly, her face turning even redder. Chuze. As Chuze responded, he took a deep breath, catching a peculiar scent. Could this be the scent of night jasmine that Shen Huangshue mentioned earlier? Chuze thought to himself. Aren't you supposed to let go of me? Shen Huangshue said softly, her tone revealing a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I was afraid you'd fall. Chuze blushed, realizing he was still holding Shen Huangshue, who was pressed against his chest. Their position was quite intimate. Viewers, I didn't mean it. You understand, right? After letting go, Chuze quickly addressed the drone. Yeah, right, old man. I'd rather believe a pig than believe Chuze. Look at your expression of enjoyment earlier. That's not what you were thinking then. The audience naturally didn't believe Chuze's explanation. Fortunately, the two had separated now, and the viewers gradually calmed down. The atmosphere at the camp was a bit awkward. Chuze and Shen Huangshue were only 2 meters apart, but both seemed distracted. Night jasmine is much better than geranium. Chuze closed his eyes, recalling the scent of night jasmine. After being tormented by mosquitoes for so long, Chuze was extremely envious. That guy Chuze just now? Shen Huangshue blushed, covering her cheeks, which felt unusually hot. Since both drones were filming from the front, they didn't capture the back of the two. So they didn't know that Chuze had accidentally touched her but while holding her. However, Chuze quickly reacted, lifting his hand to touch her waist. This is getting awkward. Shen Huangshue felt the tension and cleared her throat, speaking up. Chuze, what are the plans for the afternoon? Night jasmine. Chuze blurted out. Chuze. Shen Huangshue immediately understood and turned her head, letting out a soft hum. I was just thinking about how to get some night jasmine. Chuze was a bit puzzled. Why was this girl reacting so strongly? Oh, I see. Shen Huangshue patted her chest, realizing she had overreacted. Otherwise, Chuze asked back. This? Shen Huangshue's blush returned, as she couldn't voice her thoughts. But Shen Huangshue never lied, so she quickly changed the subject. Chuze, if there's nothing else in the afternoon, let's go pick some bay leaves. We're almost out of the last batch. When it came to practical matters, Shen Huangshue was very serious. Sure. Chuze agreed. Bay leaves were the only spice they had found so far. They used a significant amount of bay leaves in every meal, which resulted in the dried leaves becoming increasingly scarce. Shen Huangshue, who was responsible for managing supplies, had noticed this issue. Let's finish weaving the bamboo basket first. We'll be able to pick a lot then. Chuze looked at the unfinished bamboo basket, estimating it was about 1/5 left. Almost there, almost there. Shen Huangshue quickly sat down, picking up the bamboo strips to continue weaving. As mentioned before, Shen Huangshue had learned how to weave bamboo baskets from her grandmother when she was a child. But it had been over a decade since then, and she had only occasionally woven a few times in between. This made her a bit clumsy at first, with slow progress. However, as she continued weaving, Shen Huangshue grew more and more skilled, and her speed increased. Soon, Shen Huangshue finished weaving. A lightweight bamboo basket appeared in front of the audience. No wonder she's the moon fairy, so talented and skillful. Mom, I'm going to marry this woman for the rest of my life. Mom, stop dreaming, kid. You're destined to be single. The audience praised her. Chapter 167. The next target. Takeda's disgust. ***. It's been a long time since we've been to that place. Chuze, carrying a bamboo basket and holding a shovel, said leisurely. Yes, we've been moving around the bamboo forest recently, Shen Huangshue nodded. The area near the laurel tree was where they initially explored, and they had a good understanding of the resources there. Additionally, they had discovered the footprints of jackals, so after harvesting the Kylan fruit, they hadn't returned to that area. Based on our previous speculation, That area should have been the territory of the Jackal King, but it's been dead for over 2 days now. Maybe a new owner has taken over the territory, Chuzhe said. I wonder whose territory it has become now, Shen Huangshue said worriedly. Don't worry, no matter what animal it is, its final fate will only be one, to end up in our stomachs, Chuzhe said confidently. I believe in you. Shen Huangshue nodded gently, a faint smile on her lips. By the way, are we running low on salt? Chuzhe scratched his head and asked. Shen Huangshue let out a soft sound, feeling a bit embarrassed. The salt jar is almost empty. I've been thinking about laurel leaves and forgot about the salt. That's perfect. We don't have anything important to do this afternoon. We can make more salt, enough for a long time, Chuzhe said, not minding. He had been thinking about their plans for the afternoon. In the morning, they had gone to the site where they encountered the black bear last night, reached a conclusion, and on their way back, they had carefully observed the ground. The blood trail disappeared about a kilometer away from their camp. Both of them were puzzled by this. After all, if someone wanted to target them, they would have led the blood trail to the camp, not leave it a kilometer short. Did the blood run out? Or was it just an accident by the production team? Besides, Shen Huangshue thought of another possibility. Chuzhe found it reasonable. Last night, a contestant was killed by a wild animal, and the body was severely damaged. During the production team's recovery process, blood fell from the air, creating the current situation. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became. After all, they had no grudge with the production team and wouldn't be targeted at the risk of ruining their own show. We should go around that area every day for the next few days, Chuzhe thought. Blood trails easily attract wild animals, which was undeniable. Although this territory belonged to the black bear, the 3 different animal footprints they found this morning showed that other carnivores had invaded the area, attracted by the smell of blood. Therefore, the black bear was injured, but Chuzhe still couldn't relax. Going for a walk every day to check for new footprints, hair, or droppings would allow them to prepare in advance. After all, it was only a 2-kilometer round trip, which could be considered morning exercise. As for defenses and traps, let's do that tomorrow, Chuzhe thought. The black bear's injury wouldn't heal so quickly, so they didn't need to rush into setting up defenses. Shen Huangshue, do you remember that roe deer? Chuzhe then said. I remember it vividly. When it came to the roe deer, Shen Huangshue couldn't help but feel angry. Even after so many days, she still vividly remembered that afternoon. She had spotted a roe deer near the camp and chased after it. After several chases, she managed to catch up, but just as she was about to get close, she fell into a deep pit. If it weren't for Chuzhe's meticulous reasoning skills, she might have been eliminated. Our venison can last for a while, but there will come a day when it runs out, Chuzhe said, flexing his fingers with a mischievous smile. I think that roe deer would be a good target for our next meal. But since that day, we haven't encountered it again. Just finding it would be quite difficult, Shen Huangshue frowned and said. Moreover, with such a strong smell of blood around here, the roe deer isn't stupid. It definitely won't come near. We had some time today to search for the blood trail separately, Chuzhe smiled. That's right, Shen Huangshue nodded. It's quite coincidental that I found what seemed to be roe deer droppings near some bushes, and there was also a puddle of urine not far away, Chuzhe continued. What does that mean? Shen Huangshue asked. Roe deer also have territorial awareness, especially males. They mark their territory with urine and droppings. So that area is the territory of a male roe deer? Shen Huangshue's mouth slightly opened, feeling excited. Both of them were searching for the blood trail, but while she found nothing, Chuzhe discovered many details. This made Shen Huangshue feel a bit embarrassed. Normally, that would be the case, Chuzhe confirmed. Roe deer are naturally timid and highly vigilant. We should first carefully find its habitat and then make plans, Chuzhe said. Understood, Shen Huangshue responded. Soon, the two arrived at the laurel tree. After a few days, the tree was still lush with leaves. The amount they had harvested last time, although substantial, was negligible compared to the vast laurel tree. Let's get to work. The two exchanged smiles and started picking laurel leaves. Fortunately, the laurel tree had branches hanging down, so they didn't need to climb the tree to harvest. Their speed was fast, and the bamboo basket, which was empty at first, quickly filled up to half. That's enough, Chuzhe. Let's go to the salt mine, Shen Huangshue quickly said, looking at the basket. All right, Chuzhe hoisted the basket onto his back, and the two headed towards the salt mine. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Japanese contestants Nichikawa Hikasaka and Takeda Shinji were having lunch. It was already afternoon, and they had just finished preparing their meal. This wasn't surprising, as they had spent the entire morning searching for food, only to end up with very little. Delicious. Nichikawa Hikasaka savored the rat in his hand. They had spotted a wild rabbit in the morning, but the rabbit was too cunning, and after a whole morning of trying, they failed to catch it. So they had to settle for catching a few rats to eat. Strange, why do I always smell something like, well, you know, when I eat? Takeda Shinji looked at Nichikawa Hikasaka with disgust. The guy was getting smellier and smellier. It was unbearable, and the worst part was that he didn't seem to notice it at all. Nichikawa, you need to take a bath, Takeda Shinji couldn't help but say. Takeda, I just took a bath the day before yesterday, Nichikawa Hikasaka said with some displeasure. What did Takeda mean by that? Did he think he smelled bad? I suggest you smell yourself. Takeda Shinji took a deep breath, and the stench almost made him vomit the rat he had just eaten. Takeda, I'll go take a bath after lunch. Nichikawa Hikasaka didn't refuse. For the sake of team harmony, he had to go take a bath. Chapter 168. Takeda Shinji poisoned? They had only caught 3 mice in total. However, in the rainforest, food was abundant, and each mouse was quite plump. Each of them ate 1.5 mice, which wasn't enough to make them full, but at least it kept them from being hungry. I should wash up too. Takeda Shinji sniffed his armpit and was immediately hit with a pungent, sour smell. Ugh. He almost vomited. Come to think of it, I haven't bathed since arriving on this island. It was only now that Takeda Shinji realized this. Hikawa Kuban had at least bathed yesterday, even if his pants were yellow, but he hadn't. Could it be that the smell I smelled earlier was actually from myself? Takeda Shinji's mouth twitched, and he looked somewhat embarrassed. However, he sneakily glanced at Hikawa Kuban, who was gnawing on the last mouse head, and didn't seem to notice his expression. I'm done eating. Takeda-kun, let's go bathe. Hikawa Kuban casually wiped the grease from his mouth and stood up. Yeah, you go ahead. I'll follow soon. Takeda Shinji coughed lightly and said, Takeda-kun, you're acting strange. Hikawa Kuban felt that Takeda Shinji was acting a bit off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. He decided to take the shovel and head out first. With him leading the way, even if Takeda Shinji didn't have a weapon, he wouldn't encounter much danger. Less than a minute after Hikawa Kuban left, Takeda Shinji also headed towards the creek. He had separated from Hikawa Kuban to avoid him smelling the stench on his body. In reality, Takeda Shinji was overthinking. Since Hikawa Kuban's global incident, his nose had been tortured overnight and had become immune to odors. This was why Hikawa Kuban hadn't noticed the smell on Takeda Shinji. If Takeda Shinji had been more observant, he could have picked up on this from Hikawa Kuban's process of washing his pants yesterday. The pants were still yellow and smelled strongly, but Hikawa Kuban thought they were clean and had dried them. This morning, he had put them on directly. Soon, Takeda Shinji arrived at the creek. Hikawa Kuban was humming a tune and washing up quite happily. Takeda Shinji had once again forgotten that the drone was overhead, filming. While Hikawa Kuban's drone was off, Takeda Shinji's was still broadcasting the scene. That's hard to watch. I'm getting pink eye. This Hikawa Kuban is quite the character. Look at the filth still clinging to his butt. Ah, if only the Moon Fairy could learn a thing or two from Hikawa Kuban's behavior. Hey, you want some peaches? How much did you drink to get this drunk? It's all that damn Chuzhe's fault. He had to make those wooden and bamboo cages. So annoying. Exactly. Chuzhe, I'll never support him. The audience was happily discussing. As Takeda Shinji entered the water, the drone's footage was officially cut off. The viewers quickly moved to other live streams. Even if the footage hadn't been cut, few people would be interested in the naked bodies of two men. This dirt can be rolled into mud. After soaking for a while, Takeda Shinji casually rubbed his arm and a large clump of dirt came off. No wonder the number of mosquito bites has decreased lately. Takeda Shinji suddenly realized. It wasn't that mosquitoes disliked him. It was that the dirt on his body was too thick, leaving no room for mosquitoes to bite. Should I keep washing? Takeda Shinji seemed hesitant. Not being bitten by mosquitoes was nice, but the smell on his body was unbearable, even to himself. I might as well wash, but I have to be careful not to scrub off all the dirt. Takeda Shinji decided to wash partially. However, he scrubbed vigorously in areas like his armpits. After all, those areas were covered by clothes, so mosquitoes couldn't bite them. The smell there was the strongest. If he didn't clean them properly, it would be better not to wash at all. Takeda Shinji suddenly felt a pain in his ankle. He crouched down and touched his ankle. Bleeding? Seeing the blood stains on his hand, Takeda Shinji frowned. No good, leeches. Takeda Shinji didn't want those leeches to enter his body, so he immediately prepared to get out of the water. However, the pain struck again. Damn it! What kind of creature is it? Takeda Shinji was furious. He quickly reached out and felt a soft touch on his other ankle. He pulled it up, and the creature in his hand surfaced. What the hell is this? Takeda Shinji's eyes widened. A small green snake was wriggling in his hand. A water snake? Why is it green? Takeda Shinji had never seen this creature before. Hikawa-kun, do you know what kind of snake this is? A snake? Hikawa-kuban, who was scrubbing happily, turned his head upon hearing the question. Seeing the small snake in Takeda Shinji's hand, he shook his head. I don't know. It's probably a type of water snake. It's poisonous, so be careful. Poisonous? Hearing this, Takeda Shinji's face turned pale. He had just been bitten twice, and the venom might have already entered his bloodstream. Takeda-kun? Hikawa-kuban noticed that Takeda Shinji's condition was off and immediately asked, Did you get bitten? Takeda Shinji was extremely fearful. Seeing the wriggling snake, he was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the snake by the neck, ran ashore, and with a swift motion, used his shovel to decapitate it. The snake's head fell off, and its body gradually stopped moving, becoming stiff. We'll eat this tonight. Takeda Shinji's heart was filled with fear. Even so, he might not live until tonight. Don't wash anymore, Hikawa-kun. I've been bitten. Helpless, Takeda Shinji had to seek help from Hikawa-kuban. Although Hikawa-kuban was foolish, he might have a solution. What? Takeda-kun, wait. I'll save you. Hikawa-kuban was startled. Takeda Shinji was much more intelligent than him. To survive, he couldn't do without him. Takeda Shinji absolutely couldn't have an accident. Hikawa-kuban sprinted over at top speed and tore a strip of cloth from the underwear made from his backpack. Luckily, only one foot is bleeding. Hikawa-kuban looked at Takeda Shinji's foot and said with relief, It's up to you, Hikawa-kun. Takeda Shinji's heart was icy cold, filled with despair. He was only in his 30s. Was he going to die young? Please be at ease, Takeda-kun. You won't die. Hikawa-kuban tightly tied the cloth above the bitten ankle and began sucking the wound with his mouth. After a while, he spat out the tainted blood. Shinji, is there any life-threatening danger? Hiseong asked. If any other animal had appeared on the screen, he would have shouted for Bear Grylls first. But the snake-like creature that just appeared was clearly within Hopkins' domain. Poisonous snake? Hopkins chuckled and then shook his head. That contestant Takeda Shinji is wrong. This is not a poisonous snake. Not a poisonous snake? Lu Wenwen was also puzzled. Judging from the color in the picture, she also thought it was a poisonous snake. Snake King, is this a type of water snake? Hiseong voiced his own doubts. And most water snakes are venomous, and the water snake that bit contestant Takeda Shinji has a greenish skin, which indeed looks venomous. Host you're wrong. Hopkins said indifferently. First of all, this is not a water snake. Could it be a land snake? Xiang guessed. No, it's a rare snake in the world. Hopkins explained slowly. It only exists in the tropics, a type of anaconda in the snake family. What's an anaconda? Never heard of it? Speaking of anacondas, it reminds me of those giant pythons that are dozens of meters long. I've heard of the green anaconda, but what's a water anaconda? Most of the audience had never heard of it and expressed great confusion. Water anacondas are similar to water pythons. They are one of the largest types of snakes. Adult water anacondas can reach a length of 10 meters and weigh up to 220 kilograms. Hopkins explained. And the water anaconda that Takada Shinji encountered is not an ordinary water anaconda, but a rare species, the green water anaconda. Green water anaconda? Xiang and Lu Wanwen looked at each other. Even Bear Grylls raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of the green water anaconda. He was familiar with the anacondas. There's no natural enemy in nature. It's terrifying. I suspect it doesn't actively attack humans because humans aren't even enough to fill its teeth. Right? Something like a few meter-long crocodile or a few hundred-pound tiger. That's what a green water anaconda needs to fill its stomach, right? The audience was incredibly shocked. In today's rapidly changing world, where most of the planet has been explored, there still exists such a terrifying creature. A 12-meter green water anaconda could probably destroy an entire village. Looks like I can't go to the tropical rainforest anymore. Bear Grylls was inwardly shocked. He had been to the tropical rainforest for survival many times, even fought with crocodiles, but he had never encountered a green water anaconda. Now thinking about it, he was lucky to be alive. This is not good. Bear Grylls looked at the screen and his face changed. What's wrong, Bear? Xiang noticed Bear Grylls' change in expression and immediately asked, Did you notice? Bear Grylls frowned tightly. Takada Shinji killed that small green water anaconda. What? Everyone was stunned. Only Hopkins had an expressionless face, inwardly amused. This means... Xiang's voice also trembled slightly. The green water anaconda doesn't attack humans under normal circumstances. That's true. Bear Grylls said in a deep voice. But if its child dies, then... Bear Grylls didn't continue. Everyone also understood the meaning behind Bear Grylls' words. Takada Shinji is doomed. Quick, forfeit. Takada Shinji. Although you're Japanese, your death is not a pity, but I don't want you to scare the kids in China. While the Chinese audience was shocked, they also discussed. Hopkins' explanation was only known to the Chinese audience. In Japan, the guests believed that Takada Shinji had indeed been bitten by a water snake. As for what kind, they couldn't tell. There are nearly 100 kinds of water snakes in the world, and they weren't snake kings, so how could they recognize them? The Japanese audience, seeing the performance of Hikawa Gozaburo, were all in tears. Hikawa-kun is truly a samurai. Although Takada-kun always disdains Hikawa Gozaburo, Hikawa-kun still made such a dangerous choice. No wonder he's Japanese, Hikawa-kun. I will learn from you from now on. Hikawa-kun's virtue is so noble, it's admirable. The Japanese audience was very excited. Hikawa-kun, stop sucking, you'll get poisoned too. Takada Shinji sighed and said reluctantly, if Hikawa Gozaburo died of poisoning because of him, he would feel guilty. Don't worry, Takada-kun, you won't die. Hikawa Gozaburo's expression was firm, and he sucked on the wound again. Although Hikawa Gozaburo's actions were commendable, the two of them didn't know that Takada Shinji hadn't been poisoned at all. It was all just their imagination. That being said, Hopkins sneered. Even if you don't know if the snake is poisonous or not, you can tell from the wound. After being bitten by a venomous snake, the wound will turn purple and black, and even swell and fester. Now the wound in the picture just bled a little. There's no other change at all. I've also learned about this. Xiang nodded. Although Hikawa Gozaburo's spirit was moving, in front of the world audience, it seemed like they were watching a joke. After all, there was no poison to begin with. Yet the two of them acted as if they were parting forever. Those who didn't know might think they were doing something strange. Takada Shinji, do you feel anything? After sucking for a while, Hikawa Gozaburo asked in a hurry. It feels like my heart is beating a bit fast. A bit painful. Takada Shinji was on edge, clutching his chest and said, "No way, Takada-kun, you can't die." Hikawa Gozaburo was very worried. If Takada Shinji died, he wouldn't survive for a few more days. Chapter 170. A misunderstanding. It seems my time is running out, Okawa-kun. Takeda Shinji moved his injured leg and found no signs of numbness, so he stood up. While I still have breath left, let me teach you something. Takeda-kun. Okawa Gozaburo quickly supported the latter's body, afraid he might fall. Give up, let the production team come over. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. No way. Takeda Shinji immediately refused. He still owed a mountain of debts and was counting on earning some prize money from the show. If he gave up and was rescued by the production team, even if he survived, what then? Without any money, he would have to re-enter society in Sakura country and work for 100 years to pay off that massive debt. Therefore, upon realizing he had been bitten by a venomous snake, Takeda Shinji had already made up his mind. It was better to die than to return to society. The production team would provide a substantial sum of compensation to the families of deceased contestants. This way, not only would his debts be cleared due to his death, but his wife and children could also live well with the compensation. Takeda-kun, I know you're a man of responsibility. But as long as there's life, anything is possible. If you lose your life, won't your wife and children be left at the mercy of others? Okawa Gozaburo couldn't bear to watch his teammate die from the poison, so he used words to provoke him. Wife. Takeda Shinji thought of his wife's face and, hearing Okawa Gozaburo's words, his expression immediately darkened. His neighbor was a filthy old lecher who spent his days sitting on the street corner, ogling every passing young girl with his lecherous gaze. Moreover, every time his wife went out to shop, the old man would shamelessly stare at her from head to toe. However, due to his own strength, the old man hadn't dared to do anything excessive. But if he were to die now, what would happen to his wife? Damn it, Kame. Takeda Shinji spat out a name with great vehemence. Takeda-kun, who is Kame? It seems you have a grudge against him? Okawa Gozaburo glanced at the drone and whispered. Although he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal his teammates' secrets. After all, this was a global broadcast, and every word they said was heard by viewers from all over the world. It's nothing, none of your business. Takeda Shinji's heart instantly ignited with hope. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't just give up either. Wait. Takeda Shinji slapped his forehead. A flash of inspiration hitting him. If he really had been poisoned, his leg would at least have some sensation. The pain in his heart was probably just psychological. The snake's head. Takeda Shinji pushed away Okawa Gozaburo, who was supporting him, and quickly returned to his previous position. I remember the difference between venomous and non-venomous snakes is whether they have venom glands in their mouths. As he spoke, Takeda Shinji picked up the head of the small snake he had cut off. With a forceful twist, he split the head in half. Okawa-kun, did you notice? Takeda Shinji had no experience and could only observe carefully. What is it? Okawa Gozaburo squinted and walked over. He had some experience, having occasionally caught small venomous snakes as a child. Fantastic! Takeda-kun. After examining it for a while, Okawa Gozaburo excitedly jumped up. You're not poisoned. Takeda-kun. Really, Okawa-kun? Takeda Shinji's face lit up with joy. It turned out that everything he had felt before was just psychological. Venomous snakes have one or several pairs of curved fangs on their upper jaw, with venom glands beneath them. Okawa Gozaburo confidently pointed at the snake's head in Takeda Shinji's hand and began to explain. This snake has small, fine teeth, no fangs, and certainly no venom glands. Thank goodness I didn't give up. Takeda Shinji let out a sigh of relief. What? Takeda-kun isn't poisoned? What are these two doing? They're embarrassing our country. Can't even tell the difference between venomous and non-venomous snakes. What are they doing on the show? Get out now. The viewers in Sakura country, instead of being happy, began to curse. The incident of Takeda Shinji being poisoned was a misunderstanding, and Okawa Gozaburo's actions of sucking out the venom were just a joke for the world's audience. Snake King, the bite marks from venomous and non-venomous snakes are different, right? Hiseong asked doubtfully. Since there are fangs and no fangs, the bite marks should be distinguishable. That's right, Hops confirmed. Non-venomous snakes, lacking fangs, leave 1 to 2 rows of even and fine bite marks, while venomous snakes are completely different. In addition to fine bite marks, they leave 1 or more deep fang marks. At this point, Hops spread his hands helplessly. I didn't mention it before because I thought everyone would know this. Who would have thought these 2 contestants didn't? That Snake King guy, he's pointing fingers. Lu Wenwen's mouth twitched a few times. He was criticizing the 2 contestants from Sakura Country, but in reality, he was also saying it about everyone, including the audience. It's just a matter of expertise. The guy's been studying snakes for decades. It's normal for him to know. What's there to be proud of? Lu Wenwen felt a bit annoyed. Hiseong also had an unnatural expression. However, considering the audience in the live broadcast, he couldn't say anything. 1-1, we have to teach him a lesson. Hiseong could only place his hopes on Lu Wenwen. However, Lu Wenwen couldn't compete with Hops in the field of snakes for the time being, so he silently kept it in mind, planning to give him a hard time next time. At this moment, knowing he wasn't poisoned, Takeda Shinji carried the body of the green anaconda and returned to the camp with Okawa Gozaburo. Even a small mosquito is meat, and this would be their dinner. Not long after they left, the calm surface of the stream suddenly rippled with large waves. A massive black shadow suddenly appeared, heading straight for the grass on the shore. Su. The shadow stopped, flicking its tongue and looking at the ground. There were 2 halves of a snake's head, now crawling with ants and countless unknown insects. After a while, the shadow slapped the water with its tail, causing waves to splash up to 3 meters high. Then it twisted its body and dove into the stream. Soon, the shadow disappeared, and the water surface returned to calm. On the other side, Okawa Gozaburo and Takeda Shinji were happily eating the green anaconda. Takeda Shinji felt a sense of survival after a calamity. Okawa-kun, let's work together from now on. Stay for the full 400 days and win all the prize money. Takeda-kun, I'm counting on you. You handle the brains, I handle the brawn. Okawa Gozaburo flexed his small muscle on his arm. The relationship between the 2 improved, and they chatted happily, unaware of an unprecedented danger approaching. Chapter 171. Shang Jun is angry. Chuzhe, this pot is dried up again. By the campfire, Shun Huangxue noticed the white crystals forming in the steel pot and called out. All right. Chuzhe put down the bamboo in his hand and walked over to the steel pot. This way, we can start filtering. Looking at the bamboo tube beside him, it was filled with various sizes of white crystals. As he spoke, Chuzhe picked up a larger bamboo tube, which was filled with pre-boiled water. After dissolving all the crystals into the water, he used a piece of cloth they had used before to cover the mouth of the bamboo tube and placed it above the steel pot. The salt solution dripped through the cloth onto the steel pot, and soon, it had accumulated to half a pot. After a whole afternoon of work, we finally got it done. Chuzhe let out a sigh of relief. After picking the laurel leaves, they rushed to the salt mine without stopping. With the addition of a military shovel, the 2 quickly knocked down a lot of rock salt and filled their backpacks. Then they hurried back to the camp to start boiling the salt. Shin Huangxue, meanwhile, washed the laurel leaves by the creek and started drying them. During her free time, she didn't idle either. She peeled bark to make ropes. In the wild, ropes were versatile, and no matter how many you had, they were never enough. These days, whenever Chuzhe and Shun Huangxue had some spare time, they would weave ropes. Boiling the salt will take about an hour. Let's use this time to clean up. Chuzhe's gaze fell on the bamboo cage they had made at noon. That would be perfect. No girl doesn't love cleanliness, and Shun Huangxue certainly wouldn't object. This was a rare, leisurely moment in the wild survival. If it were someone else, most would choose to sleep rather than do something that had no help in survival. Meanwhile, inside a tree hollow, That's so comfortable. Shang Jun yawned and stretched his body. He felt the change in temperature and was slightly surprised as he looked outside, his expression changing immediately. Wang Yi, stop sleeping, it's almost dark. Shang Jun shook the sleeping Wang Yi and called out. What? Is there food? Wang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead, and said in surprise. There's no food, you idiot. Shang Jun's mouth twitched a few times. Wang Yi was truly a waste, always thinking about food. But speaking of food, Shang Jun touched his flat stomach, his face contorting in pain. He was also very hungry. If there was a cow in front of him right now, he was sure he could eat it all. No food, then I'll just keep sleeping. With that, Wang Yi closed his eyes and prepared to lie down again. Are you crazy? Shang Jun was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Wang Yi, have you forgotten the hunting plan? His voice raised a few degrees, and he kicked Wang Yi. What's the hunting plan? Is it edible? Wang Yi seemed to be so hungry that his mind was full of thoughts of food. Badger, yes, we were going to catch a badger. His brain finally gave Wang Yi a hint, and he instantly woke up. After setting up the traps in the morning, they had a little food at noon to fill their stomachs before going to sleep. Last night, the two of them had diarrhea for half the night, and with little rest and empty stomachs, they wouldn't have the strength to move in the evening if they didn't nap in the afternoon. Don't sleep anymore. I'll go check the traps first. Seeing that Wang Yi remembered the badger, Shang Jun quickly instructed before hurrying off. They had encountered badgers 3 times in the evening. Although they hadn't caught one, they at least knew where their dens were. Today, they directly set a trap at the entrance of the den, and Shang Jun was quite confident they could catch one. Still no movement. Shang Jun quickly arrived at the location of the trap, immediately lying down in the grass, staring straight at the entrance of the den. I heard badger meat is tender. I wonder if it's true. As a southerner, Shang Jun had eaten quite a bit of wild game. He had heard about the taste of badger meat from others, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. Stop, stop, if the badger runs away, how are we going to fill our stomachs? Shang Jun was getting anxious, beads of sweat dripping down to the ground, wetting the grass. Damn, why are there so many mosquitoes here? As dusk approached, it was time for the mosquitoes to swarm, and Shang Jun had only been lying there for a while when over a dozen mosquitoes had already landed on his nose. Since he was close to the den, Shang Jun didn't dare to slap the mosquitoes hard, so he just waved his hand to try to drive them away. Why hasn't it shown up yet? Shang Jun endured the itching and annoying buzzing for a while longer, but there was still no movement at the den. Could it be that it's not coming out to forage today? Shang Jun frowned, his expression turning grim. The badger was their planned dinner, and without the meat, they would definitely go to bed hungry tonight. Ouch! Suddenly, Shang Jun felt a sharp pain in his left hand and looked down. It turned out that where his hand had landed was blocking the path of an army of ants, and a larger ant had climbed onto his hand and bitten him hard. What the hell? It hurts like crazy. Shang Jun quickly shook his hand to get rid of the ant. I think the time is about right. It's time to switch with Wang Yi. Shang Jun rubbed the spot where the ant had bitten him, which felt like a needle prick. However, after waiting a while longer, there was still no sign of Wang Yi. That guy isn't asleep, is he? Shang Jun was getting angry. This was about whether they could fill their stomachs. But Wang Yi didn't seem to care. If I leave now to look for Wang Yi, what if the badger comes out to forage? Shang Jun, who had been about to rush back to the camp, hesitated. Forget it. I'll wait a bit longer. Can't let the badger get away just because Wang Yi isn't here. Shang Jun decided to keep lying down. After waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of the badger. Shang Jun was now irritable, wanting to give Wang Yi a good beating. The badger hadn't shown up, and Wang Yi hadn't come as they had agreed. Wang Yi, when I get back, I'll kill you. Shang Jun clenched his fists. At that moment, a hand patted his back. Shang Jun jumped up like a spring, throwing a punch behind him. Are you blind? Shang Jun. Wang Yi whispered. So it's you, you jerk. Shang Jun's fist stopped just in front of Wang Yi's nose. At first, Shang Jun thought it was some other animal attacking him, which was why he reacted so strongly, but it turned out to be Wang Yi. But seeing Wang Yi's face made Shang Jun even angrier, but seeing the drone behind him, he had to suppress his urge to punch him. Where the hell did you go? Shang Jun lowered his voice and shouted. At the same time, he pointed to his face, which was now full of bites. Shang Jun, why are you so excited? Wang Yi looked at Shang Jun strangely. I came as agreed. Hearing this, Shang Jun almost choked with anger. You came as agreed, my ass. Hashtag chapter 172. Accident. Killing intent. You're at least half an hour late. How can you say you came according to the agreement? Shang Jun was on the verge of jumping up and cursing. Is there a problem? Wang Yi asked slowly and deliberately. Our agreement was that each of us would take half an hour. Yes, but I've been waiting for a long time, over an hour. Shang Jun said with a dark expression. Shang Jun, first of all, you need to understand that we don't have watches or phones. Who knows how long half an hour is? Can't be counting 1,800 seconds in our heads all the time, can we? Wang Yi explained calmly. Of course not. Since we can't, how can you be sure whether I arrived in half an hour or an hour? Can't it just be based on feeling? Wang Yi's words made perfect sense. Shang Jun was speechless. Wang Yi's reasoning was so sound that he couldn't refute it. Regardless, you were definitely late. After thinking for a while, Shang Jun had no choice but to repeat himself. He was certain his feeling was correct. Wang Yi was definitely half an hour late. What's the point of arguing about who's late now? Wang Yi clicked his tongue lightly and pointed to the cave not far away. If our argument disturbs the badger, won't all our efforts be in vain? True. You keep watch, I'm heading back. Shang Jun felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. He had no way to express his grievances. But for the sake of their hunting plan, he swallowed his pride. Nian Yin is a gambler but has no brains at all. How laughable. After Shang Jun left, Wang Yi lay on the ground, watching the cave while secretly feeling smug. Shang Jun was right. He had indeed arrived late. This was intentional on Wang Yi's part. As previously mentioned, even if Shang Jun noticed, he couldn't prove it. Wang Yi took advantage to make Shang Jun wait longer. Badger, come out and get into my stomach. Wang Yi was also extremely hungry, praying inwardly. This place was infested with weeds and insects, much worse than the shelter. In just a few minutes, Wang Yi was on the verge of breaking down. How did Shang Jun endure this for so long? Wang Yi flicked a spider that had just crawled onto his hand. Chirp. Finally, their efforts paid off, and a faint sound came from ahead. Wang Yi suddenly looked up to see a badger with black and white stripes poking its head out of the cave. Badger! It's finally here. Wang Yi was so excited that he wanted to shout out loud to express his joy. He struggled to hold back, trembling while keeping his eyes fixed on the badger. The badger was highly alert. Just a few centimeters in front of the cave entrance was a pile of earthworms, the badger's favorite food. The badger wasn't stupid. It turned its head back and forth, sniffing the air to check if the environment was safe. Seeing this, Wang Yi lay lower, barely able to peek through a few small gaps at the cave entrance. After some observation, the badger finally began to move. Wang Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, Wang Yi's peripheral vision caught sight of an animal. His face turned pale instantly. Scorpion. Wang Yi tilted his head slightly. A scorpion with its tail raised was crawling on the ground, its stinger clearly visible. Most importantly, it was dangerously close to him. Why would there be a scorpion here? Since landing on the island, this was the first time Wang Yi had seen a scorpion in 8 days of living in the jungle. Wang Yi was just an ordinary person. Since childhood, he had known that scorpions were venomous. A sting could result in mild injuries such as sores and paralysis, or even be life-threatening. Damn it, I don't want to get poisoned. Wang Yi trembled and immediately got up, turning to run. The strange noise in the grass was also noticed by the badger. Naturally alert, the badger quickly retreated into the cave and disappeared. About 15 more minutes. I wonder if the badger has come out? Back at the camp, Shang Jun was relaxed. He kept drinking water to stave off hunger. Drinking too much water gave a feeling of fullness, but it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, doing no good for his body. Tap, tap, tap. A hurried sound came from a distance. Is that footsteps? Sheng Jun's eyes lit up. Did Wang Yi catch the badger? That's perfect. I'll go to the creek to process it and get some meat sooner. Sheng Jun rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Sheng Jun. Wang Yi ran over from behind a tree, drenched in sweat. Wang Yi, you're back. Sheng Jun smiled, his eyes scanning Wang Yi's body. Huh. Sheng Jun's pupils shrank. Wang Yi's hands were empty, not a single hair, let alone the badger. Wang Yi, where's the badger? Why are you back? Sheng Jun immediately questioned sharply. Well? Wang Yi paused, his expression uneasy. Speak up. Seeing his expression, Sheng Jun's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. The badger hasn't come out yet, but there was a scorpion. On his way back, Wang Yi had already thought of an excuse. He naturally wouldn't tell the truth. As long as the badger wasn't seen, being scared off by a scorpion wasn't a big deal. He didn't believe Sheng Jun would be unafraid of scorpions. You idiot! Sheng Jun exploded in anger, trembling all over. They were using vines as ropes, which wouldn't hold up against the badger's sharp claws. If Wang Yi wasn't there to watch, the badger could destroy the trap and feast. Then they'd go hungry for another day. Useless. Sheng Jun ignored the scorpion, his heart filled with rage. He immediately left with a sharp remark, running toward the cave. I'm here for the money, not to risk my life. Wang Yi didn't care, understanding his own actions perfectly. Even if it happened again, he would do the same. I might as well go check it out. Wang Yi picked up a shovel, feeling much safer, and followed Sheng Jun's trail. If I had the shovel at the time, what would a scorpion matter? Wang Yi muttered as he ran. At that moment, his only option was to step on it. But he didn't do that because he was afraid the stinger would pierce through his shoe and into his foot. Then he'd be poisoned. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to retreat. Soon, the two arrived back at the cave. Sheng Jun cautiously approached and looked inside. In the next moment, his veins bulged, and his fists clenched tightly. Wang Yi, what good are you? In that instant, Sheng Jun had a murderous impulse. The earthworms at the cave entrance were gone. The vine rope in front was broken. Clearly, during Wang Yi's absence, a badger had torn through the rope, eaten the earthworms, and escaped. Chapter 173. Stark Contrast. You useless waste. Can't do anything right? Sheng Jun was seething with anger. No, it shouldn't be like this. Wang Yi was also shocked. He vaguely remembered seeing not only a scorpion, but also the head of a badger when he first discovered the scorpion. That's why Wang Yi deliberately made large movements and noises to scare away the badger. However, to his surprise, the badger didn't seem to be frightened at all and had even swept away all the earthworms. I knew you couldn't be trusted. I should have stayed here guarding it myself. Sheng Jun was not only angry but also feeling a bit regretful. Judging from Wang Yi's performance this afternoon, his condition seemed worse than his own. This was partly due to Wang Yi's drug use. Sheng Jun understood that Wang Yi was prone to drowsiness, as he himself enjoyed sleeping. But Wang Yi still didn't take the most important matters seriously, which made Sheng Jun want to kill him. Well, now our dinner is gone, Sheng Jun said calmly, his tone seemingly composed. But everyone knew that beneath the calm surface was a storm of fury. Yes, I do have some responsibility. I shouldn't have left this place voluntarily. Wang Yi readily admitted his mistake. But wasn't the vine you chose for the noose the biggest mistake? Huh. Sheng Jun's eyes widened in surprise. What was Wang Yi thinking? Anyone could see that the problem was Wang Yi. Yet now, Wang Yi was trying to shift the blame, which was laughable. We'll make traps again tomorrow. However, Sheng Jun didn't want to argue with him. With his empty stomach, he had no energy to fight. Let's find some food quickly, or we won't be able to sleep tonight. Sheng Jun's suggestion was met with agreement from Wang Yi. There's still some time before nightfall. Let's dig up some earthworms. Wang Yi said. Earthworms. Sheng Jun's face turned pale. They had been eating earthworms every day when they were hungry, to the point of feeling nauseous. But after thinking it over, it seemed like the only option. Wang Yi, since it was your mistake, you should make up for it. Shang Jun wasn't going to let go of any chance to make Wang Yi work. Don't worry, when it comes to digging earthworms, I'm quite skilled. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Yi patted his chest and picked up a shovel, heading towards the camp. Shang Jun followed behind. Upon reaching the camp, Wang Yi didn't stop but continued walking. Shang Jun didn't pay attention. He simply crawled into the tree hole and closed his eyes. Today, he had really suffered a big loss. After a whole day of hard work and anticipation, he ended up with nothing. Even now, the mosquito bites on Shang Jun's face still hurt faintly. What a terrible teammate. Shang Jun couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What a pair of useless teammates. Meanwhile, Su Wudi and Li Yong were lying motionless in the grass. Although their posture looked similar to Shang Jun and Wang Yi, the difference was vast. Su Wudi and Li Yong's bodies were completely still, appearing lifeless from the outside. At this moment, their eyes were sharp, fully focused on the front. Even if ants crawled on their hands or mosquitoes bit their faces, they didn't care. Seeing this, the audience was filled with admiration. No comparison. No harm. The two in the tree hole, like the mythical figures Wolong and Feng Chu, are as restless as if they have ADHD, while Su Sun and Li Yong, if you don't look closely, seem like statues. Isn't that the truth? Watching the tree hole group can be infuriating, but Su Sun is a delight to watch. He does things with precision and efficiency, truly highlighting how stark the differences are between individuals. Ha ha ha, Wang Yi was scared off by a scorpion, while Su Sun Zuotian High College eater scorpions to eat. Su Yu also roasted scorpions. Scorpions are a great source of nutrition. It's laughable that Wang Yi acted like he had encountered a plague and ran away. The audience discussed. The tree hole group had garnered significant attention, and their trap-setting activities in the morning had spread throughout the entire country within a few hours. Many viewers specifically went to the tree hole group's live stream to watch. Today was the 8th day of survival, and there were only a few groups that hadn't caught any prey, with the tree hole group being one of them. They had been surviving on wild fruits and mushrooms, and when extremely hungry, they ate earthworms. This repeated cycle had lasted until today. As for the wild chicken they picked up yesterday, which caused them to have diarrhea at night, the audience didn't know about it. The audience found it strange that the two appeared more exhausted than the previous day, but since the program team did not provide an explanation, they did not pay much attention to it. Thus, evening quickly arrived, and the audience eagerly watched. Unexpectedly, after more than an hour of waiting, Wang Yi, upon seeing a badger, was scared off by a scorpion. This was unacceptable to the audience. Scorpions were not unfamiliar to them. Many had encountered or even eaten them during childhood. They were very surprised by Wang Yi's behavior, recalling Su Yu's excitement when he encountered a scorpion. A hopeless case. Better come to Su Shan to cleanse your eyes. Millions of fans of Ye Shanzi are left without a place to watch. Damn Chu Zhe. He closed the camera again, while he's there doing naughty things with Moon Fairy. When Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue were bathing, the screen naturally went black. The audience could only grumble while switching to other live streams. As the second most popular group in China, a large number of viewers flooded into Su Sun's live stream. Su Shan, do you think it will come? While staring intently at the front, Li Yong whispered, "It's hard to say. We'll just have to wait." Su Wudi shook his head. This afternoon, while they were out chopping wood, they suddenly discovered animal droppings nearby. However, neither of them was a professional survival expert or zoologist, so they couldn't determine the type of animal from the droppings. But judging from the freshness of the droppings, they knew the animal had left less than half an hour ago. They began to search the area carefully and indeed found animal tracks on some moist soil. Originally, they thought they could identify the animal from the footprints, but to their surprise, these were footprints they had never seen before. They looked like a mix of horse and deer tracks, making it impossible to tell. One thing was certain. From the distance between the footprints, They could tell the animal was at least 1 meter in size. They also found that many leaves in the area had been nibbled on, indicating that this was a regular feeding spot for the animal. Su Wuti and Li Yong then hid themselves, preparing to capture this large herbivore. Time quickly passed, and dusk fell. Li Yong was getting anxious. With nightfall approaching, if their target didn't show up, wouldn't all their waiting be in vain? Li Yong wasn't anxious about food. The wild boar they caught last time could still last them for over a week. What worried him was the time. Chapter 174. Warmth in the Law of the Jungle. If we spend the entire afternoon cutting wood today, we should at least be able to gather quite a bit of it to bring back, Li Yong thought as he lay motionless in the grass. They had been building the wooden house for several days now, but the progress was extremely slow. The main reason was that they only had one shovel and no other tools. Cutting would cause significant wear and tear on the shovel, and every night they would sharpen it, which reduced its thickness, but they had no other choice. Without bamboo, they couldn't stay in the most basic shelter forever, so they had to resort to the most rudimentary method of cutting wood to build the house. Tap, tap, tap. Huh. Li Yong's ears twitched, and his brow furrowed as he thought he heard something. Su Shun? Sure. Su Wuti's expression was serious. He had heard it too. What could be coming? Su Wuti narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensed, and his right hand gripped the wooden spear as he stared straight ahead. Swish, swish, swish. With a rustle of the grass, an animal about 30 centimeters long leaped out. Its front paws landed precisely and nimbly on the ground before it started running. Is that a deer? But Su Wuti and Li Yong's eyes widened. The little deer had bloody wounds on its hindquarters and side, exposing the red flesh, and blood sprayed everywhere as it ran. What's going on here? Su Wuti and Li Yong exchanged glances, completely baffled. The deer was running towards their lower left, still a distance away, so they didn't need to rush. Huh. Suddenly, the grass where the deer had jumped out from rustled again. The next moment, a yellow animal darted out, chasing after the deer with lightning speed. So it's a weasel. Li Yong realized, then felt a surge of anger. When he was a child, the weasels from the mountain would often raid the chickens, ducks, and geese his family raised, causing significant losses. From then on, Li Yong would kill any weasel he saw. Want to run? Not a chance. Su Wuti grabbed the wooden spear and threw it. Swish. A yellow streak flashed. The fleeing weasel was instantly pierced by the spear and pinned to the ground. The deer lay motionless, trembling all over, its intense fear even making it forget the pain in its body. It couldn't understand how the weasel that had almost killed it was instantly killed by the two creatures in front of it. Su Shun, tonight we can change the menu. Li Yong chuckled, swallowing his saliva as he grabbed the shovel and walked toward the deer. Li Yong. Su Wuti looked at the deer and felt there was something unusual about it. He had seen many types of deer before, but this one was unfamiliar to him. Let it go. Su Wuti said firmly. Judging from its 30-centimeter body length, it's just a few months old, and there isn't much meat on it. Even if we kill it, we won't get much meat. It's better to let it go and catch it when it grows up. Su Wuti explained. All right. Li Yong frowned, thinking for a moment, and eventually didn't object. Although the deer was small and had little meat, its fur was a good material, perfect for making clothes or shoes. However, since they had already caught a larger weasel, letting this little deer go wasn't unacceptable. Li Yong, do we still have the hemostatic grass we picked last time? Su Wuti asked after glancing at the deer's bleeding wounds. Su Shun, could it be that you want to? Li Yong was a bit surprised. Such precious hemostatic grass, and Su Shun wanted to use it on an animal. Although animals have strong self-healing abilities, it's seriously injured now. If we don't do anything, it will definitely die. Su Wuti said, taking the hemostatic grass from Li Yong and walking toward the deer. The deer seemed a bit scared, but with blood flowing nonstop and its body becoming weak, it couldn't escape. It could only watch as a human approached. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Su Wuti gave a slight smile and spoke gently. Perhaps it was Su Wuti's words, or maybe it was the absence of malice from him, but the deer's body gradually stopped trembling. However, once the fear disappeared, the intense pain hit, and the deer started to whimper. "We need to treat it quickly." Su Wudi's expression turned serious as he moved to the deer's rear. Immediately, Su Wudi's brows furrowed. The deer's hindquarters had a piece of flesh torn off, with several deep scratches that revealed the bone, and there were over a dozen wounds of varying sizes on its left side and both flanks. It was a horrific sight. That weasel! Su Wudi immediately understood. The weasel had been toying with the deer. How could the weasel not be able to catch a seriously injured deer? "Bear with it, it's going to hurt a bit." Su Wudi first took out his wooden cup filled with water and carefully poured it over the wounds to clean them. The deer clearly felt the pain intensify and couldn't help but cry out. But it didn't try to escape, trembling and staying in place. Su Wudi quickly sped up, trying to minimize the time the deer spent in pain. After cleaning the wounds, Su Wudi took the hemostatic grass, crushed it, and applied it to all the wounds. "This won't do." Su Wudi shook his head. Then he tore off a few centimeters of non-woven fabric from his sleeve. "This is better." Su Wudi placed the fabric over the most severe wound and tied it with a rope. "All right." After finishing this, Su Wudi let out a sigh of relief. This way, the deer should survive. The deer seemed to sense the strong goodwill and help from Su Wudi, turning its head to lick Su Wudi's blood-stained hands with its tongue. "So touching." "Su Shun, why are you so gentle? If you're not one of the top 10 most moving figures in China, I won't watch." Seeing this touching scene, the audience was deeply moved. In this jungle where the strong prey on the weak, no one would have said anything if Su Wudi had eaten the deer. But he didn't. Instead, he treated it. In that moment, the compassionate virtue of the Chinese people was vividly portrayed. Chapter 175. An accident caused by a mouse. Su Shen's actions were immediately noticed by the live broadcast team in the Chinese studio. From the previous conversation, it's not hard to tell that Su Shen used up all the hemostatic herbs they had. Xiang spoke with admiration. In the jungle, any medicinal herb with healing properties is extremely precious. Su Shen used them all to treat the fawn, which is truly admirable and worthy of respect. If it were me, I might not have been able to do the same. Lu Wenwen agreed wholeheartedly. If it were her, she would surely be hungry and wouldn't have the spare. Lu Wenwen finally understood. It wasn't that Su Shen and Li Yong lacked knowledge. It was simply that muntjac were too rare. Muntjac fur is a valuable commodity, and Su Wudi missed out on it. "That's a shame," Hopkins commented. "Snake King, among furs, only the adult red muntjac has the best quality. You must know that, right?" Bear asked deliberately. "Of course, I know that," Hopkins snorted, immediately responding. However, anyone could tell that his confidence was a bit shaky. Like others, Hopkins had never seen a muntjac before, but he had seen a few large muntjac furs at friends' houses. The quality and feel were exceptional, making Hopkins quite envious. According to them, wild muntjac were becoming increasingly rare, and the quality of artificially bred ones was far inferior to wild ones. The price of wild fur on the market was rising steadily. But despite his envy, Hopkins had no intention of spending money to buy one. First, he had no interest in the fur of herbivores. Second, he didn't have a collecting hobby. Although there were some furs at home, they were mostly from snakes or carnivorous animals. "Switch the broadcast to another screen," Xiang said with a hint of excitement. Soon, the screen switched away from Su Shen's group. "Is this Su Yu's team? I remember Wang Jun digging a pit at noon. Could they have made a catch?" The audience recognized the broadcast number immediately. Shortly after, the screen switched successfully. Su Yu was sitting on a tree, staring intently at the ground below. Wang Jun was hiding behind the tree, enduring the bites of mosquitoes. "Su Yu, the guy, went up to rest while leaving me here to suffer," Wang Jun muttered angrily. He had just recovered from an illness and hadn't regained much strength when Su Yu ordered him to dig pits for hours. During that time, Wang Jun had felt dizzy and weak multiple times, even fainting, but he persisted. The only reason was his strong desire for meat, which kept him going. He had seen Su-Yu's setup. Su-Yu had taken some firewood from the camp, tightly bound it into a rectangular wooden board. Then, he tied 2 vines to the board, hanging it over the pit. The other ends of the vines were tied to the tree trunk with slipknots. Su-Yu added another vine to the slipknot, with the other end now in his hand. Wang Jun's pit was well dug, deep and wide. Once a fox fell in, Su-Yu would pull the vine, then let go, causing the board to instantly fall from the air and cover the pit. This way, the fox would be trapped. The sun is almost setting, and there's still no sign of the fox. Did I misjudge the situation? Su-Yu thought to himself. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, a faint sound caught his attention. A mouse? Su-Yu was momentarily stunned, looking down. Beside the bushes, 2 fat mice were running nimbly and fearfully, as if something was chasing them. Realizing this, Su-Yu looked behind the mice. Sure enough, 2 seconds after the mice appeared, a fox leaped out of the bushes, landing and immediately chasing after the mice. The fox's fur glowed fiery red under the setting sun, like flames. A red fox? Su-Yu's eyes lit up, and he gripped the vine tightly. As soon as the fox stepped into the trap, he would pull it. No. Su-Yu's face changed dramatically. Things weren't going as smoothly as he had imagined. The 2 mice, panicked and unsure of their path, began to separate as the fox got closer. One of them was heading straight toward their pit. This is bad. Su-Yu's face darkened. They had only covered the top of the pit with a few vines and broad leaves. Given the leaves' strength, the mouse would surely fall in if it stepped on them. Red Fox, put in some effort and catch it. Su-Yu had no other choice but to pray that the fox would catch the mouse before it reached the pit. But the mouse's will to survive was strong. The closer the fox got, the faster the mouse ran. In the blink of an eye, the mouse stepped on the leaves under the watchful eyes of Wang Jun and Su-Yu. In the next moment, the leaves sank, and the mouse fell in. We're doomed. Su-Yu and Wang Jun were dumbfounded, their hearts sinking. The red fox, having lost its target, was puzzled. However, it still remembered the path of the other mouse. It turned its head and went in another direction. This? Su-Yu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The fox had been just a few centimeters away from the trap, yet it hadn't stepped in and had instead escaped. This made Su-Yu feel like he wanted to vomit blood. Sugo, what should we do? Seeing the fox disappear, Wang Jun came out from behind the tree and called out. Don't worry, the trap can still be used. If it doesn't work this time, it will next time. Su-Yu quickly accepted reality. Today, catching a mouse is not bad at all, especially since this one is quite fat. As he spoke, Su-Yu climbed down from the tree and jumped into the pit to catch the mouse. Chapter 176. The Shadow Approaches. The Death of Shinji Takeda. ***. Can this rat even be eaten? On the way, Wang Jun looked at the rat in Su-Yu's hand with some disgust. Wang Jun, this is a good thing, Su-Yu said disdainfully, looking at him. If it were a rat from the city, absolutely not. But the rats here seemed much cleaner. Not to mention the number of bacteria and pathogens they carried. From a food perspective, these rats usually ate plants or animal carcasses, and sometimes even dared to eat scorpions. In contrast, city rats fed on garbage and rotten, spoiled food. Given the choice, everyone would pick the former. Rats raised in the jungle. If you don't want to eat it, I'll enjoy it myself, Su-Yu said, too lazy to explain further. You think pretty highly of yourself, Wang Jun thought to himself but said aloud. I'll eat it, of course. I just got over my illness, and if I don't eat something, I might get sick again. Besides, even if there's something wrong with the rat, we've both eaten it, so I have nothing to worry about. This guy. Su-Yu was speechless. Something about that statement didn't sound quite right. Did he really hope there was something wrong with the rat meat? Whatever, Su-Yu said dismissively, taking his shovel and heading to the stream. Wang Jun stayed behind at the campsite to rest and wait for dinner. It was currently dinner time for most of the contestants. Each contestant's meal varied greatly. Some, like Chu Zhe and Su Shun, enjoyed delicious meat. Others, like Su Yu and Gamba Hikawa, ate small animals. There were also those like the treehole group, who were destitute, surviving on earthworms and wild fruits. Some groups were so desperate they dug up tree roots and bark to eat, which was truly shocking. At this moment, the two contestants from Japan, Gamba Hikawa and Shinji Takeda, each carried a frog as they walked. Shinji-san, that little snake we had at noon tasted really good, Gamba Hikawa said, his eyes narrowing as if relishing the memory. Yes, but unfortunately it was too small. We split it, and it wasn't even enough to fill a tooth, Shinji Takeda replied, also reminiscing. In Japan, he had eaten some snake meat before, but none of it tasted as good as the little snake they caught at noon. Shinji-san, we still need to rely on you, Gamba Hikawa said proudly, lifting the frog he was carrying. Just a moment ago, Shinji Takeda had caught 2 frogs and generously given one to Gamba Hikawa. This further solidified Gamba Hikawa's determination to protect Shinji Takeda. It's nothing. You provide the strength, and I'll provide the brains. Together, we can definitely last until the end and bring glory to the great Japanese empire, Shinji Takeda said nonchalantly, waving his hand. We're at the stream. Let's hurry up and process these. It's getting dark, and it's honestly a bit dangerous, Shinji Takeda said, glancing at the sky and jogging to the stream. Gamba Hikawa followed and crouched by the stream, starting to clean the frog. Shinji-san, shouldn't we upgrade our shelter? Gamba Hikawa asked, thinking of something as he worked. You're right, Shinji Takeda said, frowning. He was still traumatized by the heavy rain from 2 days ago. Even though they hadn't ventured too deep into the jungle and were in their shelter, their flimsy shelter probably wouldn't have lasted long. The issue is, Shinji Takeda shrugged, speaking with a sense of helplessness, we're starving one day and full the next. Where would we find the strength to build a better shelter? But staying there isn't a solution either, is it? Gamba Hikawa, though not very smart, understood the importance of a shelter. Then we'll have to look for a natural cave, Shinji Takeda suggested. Shinji-san, this area is all forest. There aren't even any decent rocks, let alone a cave, Gamba Hikawa replied. Then we'll have to go on a long hike, though it's a bit dangerous, Shinji Takeda sighed. At that moment, a massive black shadow flashed in the water of the stream, more than 100 meters away. But the two of them were too engrossed in their conversation to notice the shadow, concealed by the dusk, slowly approaching them. Shinji-san, I'm done cleaning the frog. Let me handle yours, Gamba Hikawa said, his speed impressive. Shinji Takeda had just finished dissecting his foot. No. Shinji Takeda's eyes widened. On the calm surface of the stream, he saw large ripples spreading outward. Clearly, something had surfaced just now. We need to get out of here, Gamba. Shinji Takeda felt uneasy and immediately shouted. At that moment, splash! The water exploded, sending a massive black shadow soaring out. It opened its blood-red mouth and, with lightning speed, bit down on Shinji Takeda, swallowing him whole. What is this monster? Gamba Hikawa trembled violently, his voice shaking, and his pants instantly soaked with an unknown liquid. Just moments ago, he had watched his teammate, Shinji Takeda, get swallowed whole without even having time to scream. Shinji-san, I'm sorry. I'll take care of your wife and children, Gamba Hikawa said, terrified, dropping the frog and fleeing the scene without even grabbing the shovel on the nearby rock. Damn it! What monster ate Shinji-san? How can there be such a monster on this island? Is the production team crazy? Even if it's a 10-meter-long python, even the Americans would die. The Japanese audience was stunned, their hearts unable to calm down. The scene, even through the screen, had deeply shocked them. For the first time, they felt fear towards the show. Chapter 177. Reactions. Prehistoric giant python appears on the show. Japanese contestant dies in the jaws of a python. A third victim has emerged. How many more will die on the show? With the death of Shinji Takeda, a massive wave of public opinion swept across the globe. Many viewers began to question the very purpose of the show. While encountering black bears or tigers on the island could be tolerated, as there were some contestants capable of fighting them, the creature that just appeared was something else entirely. Although the drone's angle prevented a full view of the creature, The sheer size of the body filling the screen was suffocating. The length of the creature was impossible to estimate, but it was certainly over 10 meters long. Compared to an average adult male's height of about 1.8 meters, humans seemed incredibly small. The question arose, how could such a dangerous creature have gone unnoticed during the show's island survey? The answer was clear. It couldn't have. A 10-meter-long python would be impossible to miss. This led viewers to suspect the show's producers of ulterior motives. In response to the public's concerns, the show's producers calmly dispatched their powerful PR team to address the issue. In the Chinese live stream, "Bear Grylls, you were right," He-seong said, visibly unsettled by the sight. The image of Shinji Takeda being swallowed whole was still fresh in his mind. If it had been him, the outcome would have been the same. Humans are inherently fearful of the unknown. This green anaconda has clearly been alive for decades, Bear Grylls said, unflustered. Having faced numerous dangers, he was mentally resilient. After pondering, he continued, "It's highly aggressive and poses a significant threat. Any team encountering it would face the same fate." "What do you think, Snake King?" He-seong asked. Hops was known for his questionable character, but his expertise in snakes was unparalleled. "Did you notice something?" Hops asked, his usual casual demeanor replaced by a rare seriousness. "Snake King, what did you find?" He-seong asked, curious. Bear Grylls raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of understanding. Hops squinted at the screen. Although Gankawa Nitoben had escaped, Takeda's drone remained in place. He pointed to the top right corner of the screen and said, "What do you think this is?" He-seong and Lu Wonwon immediately looked. At the spot Hops pointed to, there were scratches and 2 clear mud trails leading from the stream to the grass. Could these be the tracks of the green anaconda coming ashore? He-seong speculated. Exactly, Hops nodded. At noon, Takeda killed a young green anaconda near that grass. After Takeda and Nitoben left, the anaconda returned to the area, which led to Takeda's death. Hops shook his head. If they had noticed the tracks in the mud by the stream earlier, they might have avoided this life-or-death situation. Even if it missed its first strike, the anaconda would continue to attack them unless they left the island. It wouldn't give up so easily. "So does that mean Nitoben is safe?" He-seong asked, thinking again. "No, he's definitely being targeted by the anaconda," Hops said with interest. But when Nitoben escaped earlier, the anaconda didn't seem to move. "What's going on?" He-seong said. If the anaconda had wanted to kill Nitoben, that would have been the perfect opportunity. Yet, it let him go, which was puzzling. Green anacondas are a type of boa, but their habits are similar to pythons, Hops explained with a smile. Pythons, as you know, become immobile after swallowing large prey, almost like they've turned to stone. This is because they need to digest the food with their stomach acids. If the prey is too large, moving becomes extremely difficult, so they stay in place to digest. Hops pointed at the shadow on the screen. This green anaconda is the same. After swallowing Takeda, it remained motionless. It really seems that way. Got it. Next time I go into the mountains, I'll definitely bring someone along. Bringing someone along? More like using them as bait if you meet a python. I can't imagine what it would be like if a creature like the green anaconda appeared in the city. It would be a nightmare. Tokusatsu really isn't lying to us. The audience commented and discussed among themselves. "Don't worry, everyone," Bear Grylls said, seeing the audience's comments. He decided to calm them down. First, green anacondas are only found in the most primitive rainforests. Second, they spend most of their time in rivers. For a green anaconda, losing body water is extremely dangerous. So if you encounter one in the wild, stay away from large rivers and stick to smaller streams with shallower water. And don't do what Takeda did by killing small snakes. It's easy to get targeted by them. Bear Grylls' explanation reassured the audience somewhat. The stream where the Japanese team was located seemed narrow, but it was deep enough to hide the anaconda and allow it to move. If it suddenly attacked, no one would be able to react in time. By the way, why hasn't the show taken action yet? Yeah, shouldn't they be killing the anaconda and retrieving Takeda's body? Exactly. This creature is too terrifying. It's better to kill it sooner. Some viewers were puzzled. However, the show's producers remained unmoved. As long as the contestants didn't call for help and their wristbands showed no issues, they wouldn't send a helicopter for rescue. For contestants like Takeda who died on the spot, they were even less concerned. If someone died, they would just pay the compensation. The show had plenty of money. What they were more interested in was the 10-plus-meter-long green anaconda. This was a rare treasure, extremely scarce in the world. Who would have thought it would appear on this island? The show's starting. A man sitting in a dimly lit office on the satellite island murmured, looking out the window. If anyone saw him, they would be surprised. This was none other than the show's high-ranking producer who disliked turning on lights after dark. Saving electricity was quite the effort. Chapter 178. The Terrified Rakugawa Okasaki. Takeda-kun is dead. Takeda-kun is dead? Rakugawa Okasaki walked aimlessly through the forest, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes vacant and lifeless, his mind a blank void. Even now, he couldn't believe that Takeda Shinji was gone. In all of Sakura country, such a creature capable of swallowing a living person whole had never been seen before. The shock to Okasaki's psyche was immense, and he found it impossible to calm down. His pants, soaked earlier by the stream, had gradually dried in the wind and under the sun, but the pungent smell they emitted continued to drive away squirrels, birds, and other animals. Okasaki himself could smell the foul odor, but he had no time to care about it. Takeda Shinji's death had thrown all his plans into disarray. At this moment, he had no idea what to do. He even felt as though there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. What's that sound? Okasaki suddenly heard a faint noise, which reminded him of the question Takeda Shinji had asked him just before his death. Rakugawa-kun, did you hear something? At the thought, Okasaki shivered and became highly alert, his eyes scanning the source of the sound. He didn't want to end up like Takeda Shinji, hearing some strange noise and then meeting his demise. A rustling sound came from the bushes. The next moment, a brown rabbit hopped out. It's just a rabbit, Okasaki sighed in relief, thinking it was another monster. The rabbit was equally surprised to see Okasaki, wondering why there was a strange ape-like creature here. Okasaki and the rabbit stared at each other. Then the rabbit jumped a few times and disappeared back into the bushes. The rabbit is gone, Okasaki muttered, his nerves frayed. He didn't care about the rabbit's departure and continued walking. Soon, his stomach began to ache. Wait, Okasaki realized he was starving. What were Takeda-kun and I supposed to do by the stream? He started to search his memory. Oh, right, Takeda-kun caught 2 frogs. At this thought, Okasaki sighed. The man is gone, the frogs are lost, and even the entrenching tool is left behind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet, he didn't dare return to the stream. If the monster was still there, he'd be doomed. Rabbit. Okasaki slapped himself a few times. The rabbit had been right in front of him, but he hadn't tried to catch it. He was an idiot. No, even if I had caught the rabbit, without the entrenching tool, how would I process it? Okasaki's face darkened. This meant he wouldn't have any meat to eat until he retrieved the tool. It's getting dark. I'll just have to endure it for now. Okasaki noticed the approaching night and slowly made his way to the campsite. Tomorrow, I need to find a new water source. That place is off limits from now on. After starting a fire, Okasaki sat beside it, deep in thought. However, the most crucial tool, the entrenching tool, was still left there. Okasaki mentally noted it, but he knew he couldn't go back for it anytime soon. He'd have to wait for a while. Looking at the firewood by his shelter, Okasaki felt a bit more at ease. There was still some left, and if he used it sparingly, it should last until he could retrieve the entrenching tool. Takeda-kun, rest in peace, Okasaki muttered, suppressing his hunger as he crawled into the shelter. He planned to save energy by sleeping, which would also help alleviate his hunger. But as he lay down, despite the fire's light and warmth, Okasaki still felt cold and fearful. The moment he closed his eyes, the shadow seemed to transform into a nightmare, invading his mind and jolting him awake. Animals fear fire, and so does that monster. Okasaki realized realized he couldn't continue like this. He quickly got up and moved the fire to the entrance of the shelter. That's much safer. Okasaki proudly admired his work. It was a stroke of genius. With the fire blocking the entrance, no animal could attack him. He wouldn't need to stay awake to guard, allowing him to sleep peacefully. Indeed, with the fire at the door, Okasaki's sense of security greatly increased, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at Chuzei's side, he and Shun Huangshue had finished dinner and entered the bamboo house. Unlike usual, they didn't go to sleep fully clothed but sat solemnly by the fire. Chuzei began making bamboo lanterns, then lit two and hung them at the entrance of the bamboo house to deter most wild animals. Shun Huangshue, go to sleep. I'll handle things here, Chuzei said with a smile, watching Shun Huangshue make rope by the fire. Chuzei, you always do this. You underestimate me. Shun Huangshue pouted, looking quite cute. She wasn't angry but felt Chuzei shouldn't let her avoid situations like this, shouldering everything himself. We're a team. We should share everything, Chuzei. Stop fighting alone. When she mentioned fighting, Shun Huangshue recalled Chuzei's battle with the Jackal King and how he had single-handedly repelled the black bear the previous night. Although she hadn't seen the full extent of those fights, and Chuzei had downplayed the dangers, a quick thought revealed just how perilous they had been. Chuzei had essentially been walking a tightrope. A misstep could have led to severe injury or even death. But this is just a night watch. If you don't rest, how will we switch shifts? Chuzei had a way to get Shun Huangshue to sleep. Tonight, they were worried about the black bear or other beasts attacking. Even with the bamboo house's protection, they wouldn't be safe. So, while resting by the fire, Chuzei carefully listened for any sounds outside. The entrenching tool was close by. If anything stirred, he'd be ready to fight. With his current strength, Chuzei was confident in single combat, even against a pack of beasts. Still, he didn't want to engage in unnecessary fights. Animals had incredible regenerative abilities, while humans were fragile. Even if he won, a bite from an animal could lead to rabies, for which there was no cure. If rabies set in, Chuzei's chances of survival were zero. This was one of the most terrifying dangers humans faced in the wild, and it applied to all contestants. Rabies. Chapter 179. The Wind Rises. Sitting by the bonfire, Chuzei did not hear the wild, savage sound he had imagined. Rustle. Before he realized it, the sound outside the bamboo hut grew louder, with branches swaying and dust flying. The wind is picking up. Chuzei noticed a strong gust of wind howling through the air vent, making a sound like wailing. He immediately stood up, grabbed a bamboo tube he had previously made, and stuffed it into the vent to block the wind. Then, he pulled out a few pieces of firewood to reduce the intensity of the bonfire, which was consuming too much oxygen. After doing this, Chuzei opened the bamboo door. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind hit him head-on, forcing him to take half a step back despite his preparation. The wind tonight is even stronger than that of the storm night. It seems tonight will be safe. Chuzei gazed at the pitch-black forest outside and murmured. Although animals are accustomed to all kinds of harsh weather due to constant exposure, they share a common understanding. They do not venture out during bad weather. The jackal that appeared on the stormy night was, as Chuzei knew, an exception. Such weather makes it difficult for any animal to move, and the jackal wouldn't have risked attacking humans in such conditions unless it was starving. Time to go back to sleep. Chuzei took down the two bamboo lanterns glowing with firelight at the door. Pushed by the wind, they burned fiercely. Normally, bamboo lanterns would burn for a long time and wouldn't catch fire themselves, but with the wind, things were different. Chuzei didn't want a minor oversight to result in the bamboo hut catching fire from the lanterns. If that happened, all their efforts and sweat over the past 8 days would be reduced to nothing. Snap! Chuzei closed the bamboo door and placed 2 wooden boards across it. Originally, when building the bamboo hut, the door only had 1 slot. But with the appearance of the black bear and other carnivores, Chuzei felt 1 board wasn't enough. So tonight, he added a second slot. With 2 boards, 1 above and 1 below, guarding the door, even a black bear wouldn't be able to break it down easily. Of course, if the black bear really decided to ram the door, even 3 or 4 boards wouldn't hold up. After all, it's just a bamboo door, not a wooden one. The bamboo door is lightweight, but also fragile. It can't withstand strong impacts. A wooden door, on the other hand, is heavier but sturdier. Given enough time, Chu Zhe could even build an unshakable fortress. Thinking about that now is still too early. Chu Zhe placed his hand on the bamboo door. Even though he had filled the gaps between the bamboo, he could still feel the strong wind seeping through. It's hard to sleep peacefully. Chu Zhe sat by the bonfire and sighed. Even so, there was no trace of worry on his face. Just a little longer, then it's time to rest. Once people relax, they tend to feel sleepy, and Chu Zhe was no exception. He yawned and his eyelids drooped. Tonight, the island was not calm. The sudden strong wind blew away the shelters of many groups, forcing them to hastily repair their shelters by the flickering firelight, or else they might not get any sleep tonight. At this moment, in a forest, there was a clearing. 2 shelters were sitting in the clearing. One shelter looked sturdy and durable, while the other appeared simpler, with sticks and grass tied rather haphazardly. What was surprising was that in front of the more sturdy shelter, a bonfire was burning fiercely. As the wind intensified, the flames tilted towards the shelter. The wood above the shelter also showed black scorch marks from the occasional touch of the flames. Onegi Donbori. Sushi. They're all mine. No one can take them. Inside the shelter, Hikawa Gozaburo slept soundly, and from his sleep-talking, it was easy to deduce that he was having a feast in his dreams, occasionally drooling. Soon, Hikawa Gozaburo suddenly grabbed some grass beside him and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing unconsciously. Meanwhile, the wind outside grew even stronger, causing the flames to stretch and directly burn the wood above. Soon, the wood began to smoke, and the smoke, driven by the wind, drifted into the shelter. Cough cough, chef, can you even cook? The onegi is burnt. Not knowing what he had dreamed of, Hikawa Gozaburo started cursing. The wood, scorched by the flames, soon caught fire, spreading to other pieces of wood. Pushed by the wind, the flames burned unusually quickly, piercing through the surface in an instant and lighting up the interior. All this time, Hikawa Gozaburo remained unaware, still immersed in his dream. But the flames wouldn't stop to wait for Hikawa Gozaburo's dream to end. The flames spread to the ground, quickly igniting the grass laid out on the floor. The grass burned faster than the wood, instantly rising into huge flames and heading towards Hikawa Gozaburo's feet. Ah! The flames bit mercilessly at his toes. Hikawa Gozaburo's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he opened his eyes in pain. What greeted him was not the warm, comforting glow of fire, but the scene of himself about to be engulfed by flames from all sides. How did this happen? What's going on? Hikawa Gozaburo instantly woke up, not knowing why his shelter had turned into this, but driven by strong survival instincts, he bent down and rushed out. No good. The flames have caught onto my clothes. Seeing the fire on his body, Hikawa Gozaburo felt something was wrong and quickly lay down, rolling frantically on the ground. Fortunately, it had rained heavily the day before, and the soil was still moist. After a series of friction with the ground, Hikawa Gozaburo finally extinguished all the flames. I'm alive. Hikawa Gozaburo lay on the ground, staring at the stars, his eyes vacant. Just waking up to such a crisis, he needed some time to recover and think about his next steps. My shelter is gone. Hikawa Gozaburo's heart was numb. After losing Shinji Takada, his shelter was gone too. So, where would he go from here? Hikawa Gozaburo's mind was in complete chaos. Right. Hikawa Gozaburo remembered that the previous night, Shinji Takada had built a small shelter to sleep separately from him. It's not over yet. My path to survival has just begun. Hikawa Gozaburo endured the deep burning pain in his body and got up from the ground. I remember the location of the shelter. Hikawa Gozaburo's gaze drifted from the burning shelter to the grass a few dozen meters away. Sure enough, there was a small shelter there. Although it was small, it was enough for Hikawa Gozaburo to sleep alone. Great. Hikawa Gozaburo was excited and was about to go over. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. In the next moment, Hikawa Gozaburo froze. He remained rooted to the spot, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 180. The extremely unlucky Hikawa Okasaki. Rustle, rustle. A steady stream of wind swept in from all directions. It's worth mentioning that the clearing where Hikawa Okasaki was located had been cleared of debris. Especially around the campfire and the shelter, there were no weeds. This was the most basic fire prevention measure they had learned from books. Therefore, when the shelter caught fire, Hikawa Okasaki didn't panic too much after escaping, as it wouldn't spread to the nearby forest. Hikawa Okasaki was preparing to head toward the shelter built by Takeda Shinji, but then he felt a strong gust of wind hit him. In the next moment, the small shelter began to sway precariously, creaking and groaning. Finally, right before his eyes, the vines snapped. Boom! The shelter collapsed. What? Hikawa Okasaki was dumbfounded and utterly disheartened. Now, where would he sleep tonight? He couldn't possibly sleep outdoors, could he? What kind of joke is this? Hikawa Okasaki's face turned grim as he looked down at his body, his expression growing even more distressed. Under the firelight, it was clearly visible that his once intact Chongfeng Yi was now riddled with dozens of holes. It was then that Hikawa Okasaki realized why the wind had been able to penetrate his clothes so easily just now. I've really hit rock bottom today. Hikawa Okasaki was on the verge of madness. Today had been the unluckiest day of his life, with one misfortune after another. I'll have to rebuild it in the dark. After pondering for a while, Hikawa Okasaki decided to use the materials from the small shelter to rebuild it. Damn it, what pricked me? While moving the wood, Hikawa Okasaki suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Hikawa Okasaki quickly sat down and examined his foot. Hikawa Okasaki knelt down, his facial muscles twitching, the firelight reflecting on his face, making him look extremely distorted. He thought back to everything that had happened today, and his mind became a chaotic mess. From Takeda Shinji's death in the afternoon, to losing the shovel by the creek, and then the shelter catching fire at night. He had originally planned to stay in Takeda Shinji's shelter for the night. Who would have thought that a gust of wind would blow through, causing the small shelter to collapse, and now he found out that his most precious pair of Chongfeng boots had also been burned. Thinking about all the misfortunes that had befallen him today, Hikawa Okasaki's blood pressure spiked, his vision blurred, and he blacked out, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, the Korean team was also being tormented by the wind. Creak, creak. A shelter covered with branches swayed in the wind. Inside, Park Master and Choi Bienim were wide awake, their hands tightly gripping the branches above them. After giving away their shovel earlier today, Park Master had spent the entire day without managing to make a decent bone knife. Choi Bienim was getting desperate. He had lowered his standards for the bone knife to the minimum, from chopping wood to cutting branches, and then slicing meat. The bone knife remained fragile. They were simply lacking a proper tool. This was why, when they were awakened by the wind in the shelter, they immediately grabbed onto the branches above them, hearing them creak and sway as if they were about to be blown away. They held on tightly, knowing that without tools, they wouldn't be able to cut any more branches if they were blown away. Could they possibly chop them down with their bare hands? Park Master, I'm so sleepy. Choi Bienem's vision blurred as he spoke.
Smack.
Without a word, Park Master slapped him across the face. Park Master, what are you doing? Choi Bienem instantly woke up, furious. Why did you hit me? Choi, don't you feel much more awake now? No more drowsiness, huh? Park Master said calmly. Huh. Choi Bienem realized. Indeed, as Park Master said, he had been feeling drowsy just a moment ago, but now he was wide awake. But Choi Bienem felt the burning pain on his right cheek, and resentment began to grow in his heart. He had already been dissatisfied with Park Master's actions today. Now, being slapped, even if it was to wake him up, the force of the slap showed that Park Master hadn't held back at all. Park Master, are we just going to sit here all night? Choi Bienem frowned and asked. What else can we do? Park Master had no idea. Earlier, to save firewood, they had extinguished the campfire before resting. Now, in the pitch-black darkness, Park Master couldn't possibly go out to find vines or other materials to reinforce the shelter. Moreover, even if they did reinforce it, it wouldn't be safe given the current wind. They could only rely on their own strength to resist the wind, unless they wanted to sleep in the shelter without any cover. This Park Master is really unreliable at critical moments. Choi Bien-im was utterly speechless. He had thought he could latch onto a strong leader. Now it seemed he was just a half-baked amateur. Who knows how he got his master title in Korea? He was practically useless. Maybe just a tiny bit better than him. Park Master, what if the wind lasts all night? Or even all day? Choi Bien-im asked again. We'll worry about getting through the night first, Park Master said sternly. He had thought about this problem too. If the wind is still this strong by daylight, we'll have to look for a natural cave. Park Master, not to mention whether we can find one. Even if we do, there might be dangerous creatures inside. Choi Bien-im, despite being a fitness coach, was extremely timid. Korea is known for its horror films, and he had never dared to watch even a single one, not even a scene. Why are you panicking? Park Master thought. Since bragging doesn't cost anything, he confidently said, no matter what creatures appear, they will become our food. Park Master's voice was extremely firm, instantly inspiring confidence in Choi Bien-im. Park Master, I didn't know you were so resourceful. Choi Bien-im believed him and immediately flattered him with a smile. However, he had forgotten how obsequious Park Master had been when facing Johnson earlier today. Chapter 181. The Morning Drama. The sea breeze mercilessly ravaged the island for a full night. The island was filled with broken branches and leaves, and many contestants couldn't sleep at all, struggling to find rest. Damn it! Is this weather ever going to end? Inside a tree hollow, Shang Jun, with heavy black circles under his eyes, cursed loudly. Although the strong wind from the night before didn't pose much of a threat to their tree hollow, the eerie, howling sounds continued to echo in their ears without pause. Even after stuffing his ears with rolled-up leaves, Shang Jun found no relief, which left him unable to sleep and repeatedly cursing. Shang Jun, what's the point of cursing at the heavens? It's not like you can curse the wind away. I suggest you save your energy, Wang Yi said, his eyes bloodshot and his face sallow, looking utterly exhausted. He, too, wanted to join Shang Jun in cursing the heavens. Last night, the wind had tormented him as well. If it were measured, the noise level would have been at least 70 decibels. That was terrifying. Long-term exposure to 70 decibels could damage auditory nerve cells. Wang Yi felt his ears ringing and his head heavy, suffering immensely. You're right. I should save my energy, Shang Jun agreed, surprisingly. Then his stomach growled loudly. Last night, they each ate some boiled worms to stave off hunger, and today their goal was still that badger. They had planned to rest at night, but now they felt even worse than yesterday. Wang Yi, get up and make some food. I need to think about how to improve the trap, Shang Jun said, turning his eyes and speaking seriously. What? Wang Yi, who had just dozed off, woke up instantly at these words. Damn it, I was the one who dug up the worms last night, and now you want me to handle breakfast too? Wang Yi cursed with full vigor. Dream on. I support Wang Yi. Shang Jun is going too far. Wang Yi's condition isn't good either, and he already spent a lot of energy digging worms last night. Shang Jun should do something too. Fair distribution based on effort will prevent conflicts between them. Don't you all remember? Yesterday, it was Wang Yi's fault that the badger escaped. If it were me, Wang Yi would have to take care of all the meals for the next day. The audience discussed heatedly. Wang Yi, I don't have the energy to argue with you, Shang Jun said, his face turning sour after being scolded. We had an agreement to fend for ourselves. I'm leaving first. Even if Shang Jun wanted to argue, Wang Yi had no interest in engaging. After leaving a sentence, he pushed open the wooden board at the entrance of the tree hollow and walked out. Meat. I want to eat meat. Shang Jun, too, wanted to go out and find food himself. He wasn't someone who was missing limbs. The problem was that whatever he found was either wild fruits or mushrooms, and he was so tired of eating them that he felt nauseous just looking at them. This made Shang Jun completely uninterested in finding food himself, with no motivation whatsoever. Today, we must catch that badger. Shang Jun licked his lips, his eyes showing determination. Both of their conditions were poor, as evidenced by the unsteady way Wang Yi walked. If they didn't get some protein today, they might not make it to tomorrow. Realizing this, Shang Jun dragged his weak body out of the tree hollow and headed in another direction. Since their fight, the two often searched for food alone. Thus, both Wang Yi and Shang Jun had hidden spots where they stored food, essentially their own little stashes. At the same time, Chu Zhe woke up. That was so comfortable. Chu Zhe patted his face, trying to wake himself up. Then, feeling the stale air inside the bamboo house, he immediately opened the vent above. Instantly, a gust of wind rushed in, making a sharp noise. Chu Zhe, what are you doing? Shen Huangxue, who had been lightly sleeping, opened her eyes. Last night, she had woken up to keep watch for a while, which slightly affected her mental state. The air inside isn't great. I wanted to freshen it up, Chu Zhe said, turning his head and smiling slightly. Sorry to disturb your sleep. It's fine. It's already late morning. Sleeping in isn't a good habit. Shen Huangxue yawned, stood up, and stretched lazily. The vent isn't very effective, Chu Zhe said, dissatisfied with the airflow inside. He then walked to the bamboo door, removed 2 crossbars, and pulled the door open. In the next moment, a strong wind blew in. However, Chu Zhe closed his eyes, enjoying it fully. Shen Huangxue, later. Chu Zhe turned back, intending to discuss today's plans. But what he saw next made his eyes go wide. As Shen Huangxue stretched, the wind mercilessly blew past her. Her long parka was blown up slightly. Although it was only for a brief moment, Chu Zhe still saw a glimpse of her snow-white abdomen, smooth and free of any fat, which stirred some thoughts in him. Chu Zhe, did you see that? Feeling the wind on her abdomen, Shen Huangxue immediately sensed it. In that instant, she had already lowered her arms and tightly pulled down the bottom of her Chongfeng Yi. But when she saw Chu Zhe's somewhat dazed look, the intelligent Shen Huangxue immediately understood. This scoundrel Chu Zhe must have seen it. Saw what? Chu Zhe paused, pretending to be confused. Just now, when you turned around, what did you see? Shen Huangxue wasn't satisfied with his answer and pressed on. Nothing. I just saw your clothes get blown up a bit, Chu Zhe said, scratching his head and speaking seriously. You. Shen Huangxue's cheeks flushed red, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment. Why are you so worked up? Chu Zhe was puzzled, then muttered under his breath. I've seen it before, even on a rainy day. Although Chu Zhe's mutter was soft, Shen Huangxue's sharp hearing caught it. Her face turned even redder as she pointed at Chu Zhe, stammering. Chu Zhe, you scoundrel. With that, Shen Huangxue grabbed a pot and hurried out of the bamboo house. What's wrong with this girl now? Chu Zhe hadn't expected Shen Huangxue to hear his words, as he had spoken very softly. Damn, Chu Zhe, you beast. I'm so mad. What exactly did Chu Zhe see? Damn the drones. Why can't they film from below? Damn it, I'm so jealous. Every time there's a benefit, Chu Zhe gets it all to himself. The audience was frustrated, envious, and wished they could be Chu Zhe, enjoying all the perks. Chapter 182. The Land of Silence. Baga. What happened to Hichikawa? Why is Hichikawa lying on the ground? I saw Hichikawa jumping around yesterday evening, and now he looks like a dead man. Can anyone tell us what happened to Hichikawa? Look, there's a large black mark behind Hichikawa. It seems like something was burned. Wait, where's Hichikawa's shelter? Could it be that his shelter was burned down, forcing him to sleep in the wilderness? The audience from Sakura Country was very puzzled. Those who opened the live stream in the morning were startled. Hichikawa lay motionless on the ground with his eyes closed. If not for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he was already dead. Hichikawa's heart rate is 50 beats per minute, and his blood pressure is low, but there's no immediate danger to his life. On Satellite Island, Staff members kept a close eye on the physical data of all contestants. Ichikawa's various data had dropped significantly overnight, drawing widespread attention from them. Fortunately, the data hadn't dropped further, or Ichikawa would have been in serious danger. If that had happened, even if the production team sent a helicopter for rescue, they might have only retrieved a cold corpse. Let's wait a bit longer. If he still doesn't wake up, we'll go and rescue him then, the person in charge said after watching Ichikawa's sleeping figure on the screen for a while. Yes, the staff member responded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a group of contestants from the United States were walking through the desert. Yes, it wasn't a mistake. In addition to the rainforest, the island also had desert areas. The two contestants were named Billy and Tom. Both were over 6 feet tall and built like tanks. As they walked through the desert, they occasionally grabbed some scorpions from the soil or ate cactus fruits. Haven't we reached the coast yet? Tom wiped the sweat from his brow, looked at the red sun overhead, and felt parched. Judging from where we landed, it shouldn't be far, Billy said, gazing at the endless desert. Billy, you've said that 3 times already. Tom frowned, clearly displeased. It was Billy's suggestion that had led them on this long journey to find the sea. There were hardly any edible things around, and if they didn't find a way to survive, they wouldn't last long. Fortunately, due to heavy rainfall, the desert wasn't short of water. Every so often, they would come across a small oasis to rest. Otherwise, they would have likely died of thirst before reaching the coast. However, while water was no longer an issue, food had become the most pressing concern. After much discussion, they decided to head to the coast. There, they were sure to find countless marine resources and an abundance of food. Thus, the two left the oasis and ventured deep into the desert. Since yesterday, they had been walking for a full day. Although the actual walking time, excluding sleep and rest, was probably less than 8 hours, they still couldn't see the end. Tom was directionally challenged, so he kept asking Billy for updates. But Billy kept giving the same response, which frustrated him. Tom, you know I used to work as a ranger in Yellowstone Park for a while. I have excellent sense of direction. The path I've chosen is definitely correct. Trust me. Billy didn't get angry, but patiently explained. All right, Billy. We're running out of energy. I hope we can reach the coast today. Tom sighed deeply and looked at the blue sky. For a moment, he seemed to see the ocean. The two continued walking for a while. I can't go on anymore. Whatever happens, happens. Tom, upon seeing the sand dune ahead, felt a surge of despair and decided to throw in the towel. Tom, if you rest here, your skin will only get drier, and you'll lose more water. It's better to rest on the other side of that sand dune, Billy said, glancing at the position of the sun. All right, Billy, I'll listen to you. Tom stood up and, after some effort, climbed the sand dune. The sight that greeted them left them stunned. In front of them was a vast expanse of light blue ocean, with white waves constantly crashing against the shore. From a distance, the sky seemed to merge with the sea. Billy, we did it. Tom was overjoyed and jumped up. After more than a day of effort, they had finally seen the ocean. This place is a bit strange, Billy said, looking ahead. The distance from the sand dune to the ocean was about 1 kilometer. The land in between was completely desert, with no vegetation whatsoever, making it even more desolate than the desert they had walked through earlier. What's the big deal? So close to the coast, the plants probably couldn't handle the high salt concentration and died, Tom said nonchalantly. I just feel something's off, Billy frowned, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange in a short time. Never mind, let's eat first. The thought of the fish and shrimp in the sea made Billy's mouth water. The cactus fruits, though tasty, couldn't fill their stomachs. As strong men, they needed more energy. Starving for 8 days, they were like 2 hungry wolves rushing toward the ocean. Only when they stepped into the desert did they notice the eerie atmosphere throughout the kilometer-long stretch. Tom, don't you think this is weird? Billy felt increasingly uneasy as they walked. Billy, I've noticed it too, Tom said, panic in his eyes as he looked around. There was nothing but sand. This is a dead land. Billy bent down, grabbed a handful of sand. Despite the sun's intense heat, The sand was very hot, but Billy ignored it and brought the sand to his nose to smell. There's no smell at all. Billy felt a sense of foreboding and quickened his pace. Why is there not only no animals, but also no plants? Tom looked around in disbelief. The desert was eerily silent, making him feel deeply uneasy. No matter what, we just need to get to the coast quickly, Billy urged. Like Tom, he was also uneasy. No one would have thought that an island would have such a strange place. This reminded him of the Bermuda Triangle. No, this is even more terrifying than that, Billy thought to himself. A kilometer wasn't too far or too close. For two contestants who were already exhausted, it was a long way, but the eerie atmosphere of the desert pushed them to reach the beach in just 20 minutes. My God, this strong sea smell is amazing. Billy spread his arms and enjoyed the moment. Tom also smiled beside him. All their efforts of the day had not been in vain. They were finally going to have a feast. Without wasting any time, the two immediately split up and began searching for food in opposite directions. If nothing unexpected happened, a sumptuous seafood feast was about to unfold. Chapter 183, Threats in the Shallow Sea. Impossible. How can there be no reefs at all? Tom was extremely shocked on the beach. The beach was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. Tom had originally thought there would be plenty of reefs, which would mean he wouldn't have to risk going into the sea. However, to his utter surprise, there were no reefs on either side, neither where he was nor where Billy was. Strictly speaking, not a single reef was to be found. Tom noticed that the beach was unusually clean, with nothing but sand. This is strange. Looking around, if not for the sea right in front of him, he would have thought he was in the middle of a desert. On a normal beach, there would usually be traces of kelp, seaweed, or other marine plants. He had never seen such a sight. Looks like I have to go into the sea. Tom gritted his teeth, took off his hiking boots, and walked into the water barefoot. An undeveloped shallow sea area was typically fraught with many dangers. There were toxic jellyfish, venomous sea snakes, sharks lurking beneath the surface, and various marine creatures with hard shells. Human soles were soft, and in the sea, they could easily be cut. Once bleeding, not only would it attract sharks, but the wound would also be prone to infection. Moreover, the shallow sea might also have terrifying undercurrents that could swallow a person and carry them deep into the ocean. Tom was well aware of all these dangers and moved cautiously with every step. Meanwhile, Billy on the other side frowned. Like Tom, he hadn't found any reefs. However, unlike Tom, he didn't immediately take off his shoes and go into the sea. Instead, he sat down on the sand and fell into deep thought. The reason was simple. He was a landlubber and couldn't swim at all. This cursed beach, this cursed weather. Billy cursed under his breath. The wind here was strong, and sand was constantly being blown onto Billy. If I don't eat something soon. Billy knew that his physical strength had reached its limit. His previous determination to reach the shore had kept him going. Now that the determination was gone, he felt like a deflated balloon, unable to move any further. No, there must be something to eat on this vast beach. Battling both mental and physical exhaustion, Billy struggled to his feet and walked forward. Soon, he suddenly noticed a sand pit not far away. Immediately, he perked up and walked over quickly. What is this? Standing in front of the sand pit, Billy's face changed dramatically. Then, he quickly glanced at the position of the drone. It's not visible. The drone was still hovering about 10 meters behind him. From its current angle, it definitely hadn't captured the inside of the sandpit. However, the drone had clearly noticed the sandpit and was slowly flying towards it. Without hesitation, Billy turned around and walked over to turn off the drone's camera. Then, he returned to the sandpit, his face showing rare hesitation. What should I do? Billy faced a moral dilemma. Even after thinking for about 7 or 8 minutes, he still couldn't make up his mind. Time is running out. Saying this, Billy began to scoop up sand with both hands and throw it into the sandpit. What is this stuff? Billy noticed some wet marks on the inner edge of the sandpit. When he touched them, they felt sticky, like some kind of mucus. After carefully examining it for a long time without figuring it out, Billy finally couldn't help but rub his hands on the sand to clean off the mucus. That's disgusting, Billy cursed. There were countless creatures in nature that produced mucus. Not only could he not identify it, but even a biologist would probably be stumped. A few minutes later, Billy completely covered the contents of the sand pit with sand, leaving no trace. Then, he turned the camera back on, holding his stomach and looking pained. He knew he had turned off the camera for too long and had to come up with a plausible excuse. As expected, both the production team and the audience saw his behavior and didn't suspect anything, only showing concern. Having a stomachache in the wild was a huge challenge for the contestants. Seeing how exhausted the two members of the tree hole group were every day was proof enough. After some time, the two met up. Tom, did you find anything? Although he saw that Tom's hands were empty, Billy still asked with a glimmer of hope. There are fish in the sea, but my foot got cut, and I can't go in anymore. Tom lifted his right foot. Tom lifted his right foot, his expression sullen. Some blood was clearly visible on the sole, and the wound looked deep. I can't swim. So what do we do now? Billy's veins bulged. Billy, you can see that the beach is all sand, not even a single sand crab in sight. Let's go back. Tom sighed heavily. I knew something was off. This cursed place has no seabirds. Billy looked up at the sky and around. The vast beach and sky were completely devoid of any birds, as if this place had become a forbidden zone. It's impossible for us to go back in our current state. Billy stated a harsh reality. Just a day ago, they were still full of energy. However, after a day of traveling, their strength was almost completely drained. They had planned to come to the shore to have a good meal and rest, but not only did they find nothing to eat, they couldn't even go into the sea. Then we'll just be eliminated. Tom felt deeply frustrated. Eliminated? Absolutely not. Billy clenched his fists. We still have that. We won't starve. Billy's face showed a sinister smile, making Tom feel uneasy. Billy, what are you talking about? Tom asked in a low voice. You'll know tonight. Billy whispered in his ear, then raised his voice. Let's go to the shade under the dune. It's too hot here. And he won't even bring out anything to eat. I really don't get it. Tom muttered, then followed without saying anything more. Chapter 184. A Sudden Black Panther. Here comes the mushroom and bamboo shoot soup. Shen Huangxue opened the pot lid and called out with a smile. Chu Zhe, who was stretching his body, felt quite helpless. It's this again. Chu Zhe, you're getting tired of it. Shen Huangxue couldn't help but find it amusing. Although I don't know much about the current situation of other contestants, there aren't many groups like ours who can have 3 meals a day and eat until we're full, right? Chu Zhe is such a show-off. Ha ha ha, actually, at the moment, only Su Shun's group can compare with you. That's right, many groups are almost starving to death. It's so tragic. Did you see the group from the United States in the desert? I laughed so hard. They reached the coast with nothing and are now worried. The audience was amused by Chu Zhe's behavior of showing off. But he certainly had the right to say such things. Every Chinese viewer has been following Chu Zhe closely. If they were to rate the performance of the contestants, Chu Zhe would undoubtedly be the undisputed first place. At this moment, the hosts and guests in the Chinese live broadcast room also laughed. Only Hopkins had a dark expression, feeling very annoyed. I don't deny Chu Zhe's performance, but Johnson is about to take action. Just wait and see. Hopkins snorted coldly. Hearing this, Lu Wanwan was unhappy. This guy only knows how to belittle Chu Zhe with words every day. It's hard to understand why Chu Zhe offended Hopkins. Johnson is homeless, eating and sleeping in the open. It's extremely difficult for him to catch up with Chu Zhe's current situation. What Lu Wanwan said was indeed correct. Sleeping outdoors is a huge test for both the body and mind. It also has a significant impact on physical recovery. At this moment, He Xiang's expression turned serious, and the screen switched. Johnson, lying on the grass, appeared in the frame. His face was smeared with mud and grass juice, which provided excellent camouflage in the jungle. 34, 35, 36. Johnson muttered to himself, his gaze fixed straight ahead. A wild bull was happily eating juicy roots in front of him. Once I kill it, with some time to process it, it'll be enough for me to eat for a month. While counting, Johnson couldn't help but salivate. Previously, he had eaten a lot of bat meat, which was dry and had a terrible texture. This made Johnson very uncomfortable and eager for a big meal to satisfy his cravings. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to make good use of it. Facing a robust adult male wild bull, how would Johnson fight it? They believed that not only were they curious, but viewers around the world were as well. In an instant, a large number of viewers flooded into Johnson's live broadcast room, all eagerly anticipating him to showcase the strongest side of humanity. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. Just as Johnson charged out, a pitch-black animal emerged from the grass on the other side of the wild bull, its fierce eyes fixed on both the bull and Johnson. Johnson froze, standing still, at a loss. Bear. What kind of animal is that? He-seong's breath hitched. Seeing the fierce gaze in the frame, He-seong felt a chill down his back. It felt as if the next moment it would pounce on him and snap his neck. A black panther. Bear Grylls' expression turned serious. A critically endangered species, there are fewer than 100 wild black panthers left in the world. I never expected there to be one on this island. The black panther is so cool, Lu Wenwen praised. Under the sunlight, the black panther's body, with its faint spots, gleamed, and its bright eyes made it look extremely majestic. Its aura was no less than that of a tiger. However, black panthers usually hunt at night. It's the first time I've seen one hunting during the day. Hopkins was puzzled. The black panther's natural camouflage makes it virtually undetectable at night, and its hunting success rate is quite high. But during the day, the black color becomes more conspicuous, which has a reverse effect on hunting. Bear. I remember that panthers don't usually hunt animals like wild bulls. After all, wild bulls are too large, and panthers can't compete with them. The answers to both of your questions are quite simple. After carefully observing, Bear Grylls exclaimed in surprise. Generally, the length of a black panther is between 70 to 95 centimeters, but this one seems to be over a meter long. It's clearly a black panther with extremely strong combat power. With such a size, hunting a wild bull doesn't seem like a difficult task for it. With its strong combat power, it can easily capture prey both day and night, so its hunting time is determined by physiological needs and not restricted by time. This is interesting. Bear Grylls showed an interested expression. Judging from the situation, both the Black Panther and Johnson had their sights set on the adult wild bull. And the wild bull was right in the middle, ready to fight back. The impact of a wild bull is very powerful. If it directly hits a human, it can cause immediate fractures or even death. Even with Johnson's strong physique, he wouldn't dare to withstand it. Damn panther, showing up at this time. Johnson stood still, his body tense, his brain racing to think of a solution. If the Black Panther hadn't come out, he would have already gone up and hit the wild bull's head with a shovel. With his strength, the wild bull would have fainted and would be at his mercy. Who would have thought that a Black Panther would suddenly appear? This disrupted Johnson's original plan. He could still follow the original plan and knock the wild bull unconscious, but then he would be completely exhausted and would definitely be ambushed by the Black Panther. At that point, he would be unable to avoid injury. Therefore, to avoid injury, Johnson stopped in his tracks and began to think of a new plan. Moo. The wild bull also noticed the two enemies eyeing it and started breathing heavily from its nose, making noises. At the same time, its powerful front hooves kept trampling the ground, as if preparing for the upcoming counterattack. Chapter 185. Success? The Black Panther's Escape. This Black Panther is not ordinary. Although Johnson had never seen a Black Panther before, the aura emanating from it was enough to tell him that it posed a significant threat, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What should I do now? Johnson pondered. Should I take out the Black Panther first? Truthfully, although the Black Panther was strong, Johnson wasn't afraid of it and still had confidence in his ability to kill it. However, compared to the meat of the Black Panther, Johnson was more interested in the wild beef. Moreover, killing a Black Panther would require a lot of energy and stamina. By then, the wild bull might take advantage of the chaos and escape. Killing the wild bull first seems like a good option, Johnson thought to himself. However, accomplishing this was extremely difficult, as the Black Panther was lurking nearby, forcing him to remain vigilant at all times. He knew that a panther's burst speed was unmatched among all creatures. If it found an opportunity, Johnson could be snapped by its neck and die regretfully. Roar! The Black Panther's face was contorted with ferocity, revealing its sharp and menacing teeth, while it continuously emitted low, guttural growls. The Black Panther didn't fully understand the current situation, but it knew that the human's target was also the wild bull. Having lived for a long time, this Black Panther had fought for food with countless beasts and had encountered similar situations more than once. Slowly, the Black Panther cautiously advanced with its front legs, inching closer to the wild bull. Feeling the threat behind it, the wild bull became restless and agitated. Its horns, strong and powerful, turned to face the Black Panther as its body shifted. How dare this Black Panther? Johnson was puzzled. Originally, the wild bull and the Black Panther were far apart, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now, as their distance shortened, Johnson realized that the Black Panther's body length was less than half that of the wild bull. From a human perspective, it was like an adult fighting a 6- or 7-year-old child. Even if the child had a blade, it couldn't defeat an adult, could it? Johnson thought so. Moo! The wild bull looked at the Black Panther and then at Johnson. Johnson immediately revealed his cold, cruel gaze, which landed heavily on the wild bull. During his time as a Special Forces soldier in the United States, Johnson had taken countless lives, and the intense aura of Sai he radiated immediately put the wild bull on guard. Seeing that Johnson was not to be trifled with, the wild bull charged toward the Black Panther without hesitation, lowering its head to expose its horns, facing the Black Panther. The Black Panther was momentarily stunned. Facing such a fierce charge from the wild bull, not even a tiger would dare to stand its ground. However, the Black Panther's advantage lay in its agility. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it leaped onto a tree trunk. Its front legs moved rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Panther was standing proudly on a branch above. Indeed, it has some skills. Johnson narrowed his eyes and began to calculate. Earlier, he had known that the wild bull intended to escape and had immediately unleashed his killing intent. As expected, the wild bull, after comparing him with the Black Panther, chose the Black Panther as its breakthrough target. Now, it seemed like a wise move. The Black Panther could instantly climb a tree to avoid the wild bull's attack. Johnson, however, couldn't do that. He could only dodge at the moment of the wild bull's attack, which was still very dangerous despite his confidence in his ability to evade. Johnson didn't think for long before his attention quickly returned to the wild bull. He knew the Black Panther would make a move, and he might be able to take advantage of the situation, like a mantis stalking a cicada while an oriole lurks behind. After the Black Panther jumped onto the tree, the wild bull was overjoyed. Its charge was fast, and it had no intention of killing the Black Panther, only wanting to drive it back to ensure its own safe escape. The wild bull, panting heavily, passed beneath the tree where the Black Panther was perched, charging into the depths of the forest. However, the Black Panther on the branch glanced at Johnson in the distance and didn't hesitate to leap. In the next moment, it landed precisely on the wild bull's thick back, sinking its sharp teeth into its flesh. Moo! Feeling the intense pain in its back, the wild bull let out low moans while speeding up its run. Not good. Seeing this, Johnson quickly followed. At this rate, the Black Panther might kill the wild bull. If he didn't catch up quickly and lost track, all his efforts would be in vain. The Black Panther is too fierce. Xiang was stunned. Isn't the wild bull's only natural predator the tiger? It seems this Black Panther can handle it on its own. Under normal circumstances, that shouldn't be possible. Not to mention whether it can kill the wild bull. it would at least have to struggle with it for a long time. Bear Grylls explained. The situation is different now. Johnson displayed an overwhelming aura of Sai, and the wild bull, sensing danger, had no time to engage with the Black Panther and was solely focused on fleeing. This gave the Black Panther the perfect opportunity to jump onto the wild bull's back. Bear is right, Hops enthusiastically added. However, with the wild bull's strength and stamina, it should be able to shake off the Black Panther. But the wild bull continues to charge forward without paying attention to the Black Panther, which is puzzling. Hops felt something was off. Bear also pondered, as he had noticed it too. However, Johnson, who was in the thick of it, didn't have time to think about this. His goal was the wild bull, nothing more. Whatever animal tried to steal it would pay with its life. The Black Panther tore off a chunk of flesh, its sharp claws mercilessly piercing the wild bull's skin and flesh. No matter how fast or bumpy the wild bull ran, the Black Panther remained unmoving. Blood splattered, and even a few drops landed on Johnson's clothes as he chased closely behind. Soon, the wild bull's speed began to slow. Johnson was overjoyed, as this indicated that the wild bull's stamina was nearly depleted, further increasing his chances of hunting it. At that moment, Johnson suddenly saw the Black Panther stop biting and twitch its ears. In the next moment, it leaped lightly, jumping directly from the wild bull's back onto a branch, without hesitation, and ran off. What? Johnson's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing with joy. He hadn't expected the Black Panther to choose to run away at this moment. This isn't right. Johnson recalled the Black Panther's ears twitching and felt something was amiss. Panthers have much keener hearing than humans, so Johnson concluded that the Black Panther must have heard something that made it decide to flee. What kind of sound could it be? Looking at the slowing wild bull, Johnson quickly crouched down and pressed his ear tightly to the ground, listening. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying sounds came from the ground. Johnson had heard similar sounds before in the bullfighting country, and his face instantly changed. A herd of wild bulls. Chapter 186. The Bison's Reinforcement. No good. This male actually has companions. Johnson exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, his usually calm face showed a hint of panic. He glanced around the trees, quickly chose one, and rushed over, climbing it as fast as he could. What bad luck! The cooked duck just flew away. Johnson was furious. If it weren't for that Black Panther, he would have succeeded by now. How could the bison have had the chance to call for reinforcements? No, I can't let this grudge go unavenged. Johnson deeply etched the image of the Black Panther into his mind. Next time he encounters it, he will surely kill it, eat its flesh, and drink its blood. Johnson waited in the tree. He had deliberately chosen a tall and thick tree. After all, a bison herd's charge is no joke. Not even a black bear could withstand it, let alone him. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sound he had heard earlier echoed again. The ground seemed to tremble. Johnson even had the illusion of falling, which made him grip the tree trunk tightly. Moo. Soon, the figures of more than 10 bison appeared, galloping wildly from a distance, with dust flying everywhere. Even Johnson, seeing this scene, turned pale and felt a deep sense of apprehension. He knew that if he fell, he would be instantly trampled into a pancake. Every year, bullfighting countries see numerous bullfighters killed by bull trampling, and the strength of wild bison far surpasses that of bulls. No matter who you are, facing a bison herd leaves only one choice: to flee for your life. This was also why the Black Panther, despite the tempting meal within reach, chose to leave in pain. The appearance of the bison herd also caused the audience to exclaim. Even through the screen, they could feel the indomitable and unstoppable momentum of the bison herd. They didn't ridicule Johnson's retreat. Without firearms, how insignificant humans are. Johnson's luck was just bad. There's nothing we can do. Hops lamented. Xiang, however, had a lingering question. Bear, what did Johnson mean earlier? Do male bison not have companions? That's right. Bear nodded. Generally, a bison herd is composed of females, calves, and subadults, with the strongest female as the leader. Once males reach adulthood, they leave the herd and live alone. That's strange. Xiang pointed at the screen. But why does this adult male have a bison herd? Host He, let me explain slowly. Bear smiled and continued. Adult males spend most of the year living alone, but there are exceptions. Could it be? Lu Wenwen seemed to think of something, her expression slightly changing. Wenwen, share your thoughts. Bear noticed her expression and smiled. Regardless of the animal, there are physiological needs. Lu Wenwen spoke openly, without any embarrassment. During the mating season, males will integrate into the bison herd, and after the mating period ends, they will leave again. Wenwen, very good, you're absolutely right. Herd passed below. Johnson held his breath and looked down. Soon, he spotted a male bison with blood flowing from its back, surrounded by the herd. TSK, 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 surrounded by females, this male is quite enviable. Although Johnson was still angry, he couldn't help but compare his situation to that of the male bison, feeling a bit envious. In this godforsaken place, his mouth was so bland he could taste birds, and his physiological needs were completely unmet. And this bison? Not only was there an abundance of food it loved, but it also had so many mates. If I had known it was this kind of place, I might as well have fought the organization. Johnson cursed inwardly. He didn't dare say this out loud. Who knows if the organization would hear and harm his family. Once I get out of this place, I'll party for 7 days and 7 nights. Johnson fantasized. The United States has a world-famous gambling city where, with money, you can have everything. Johnson had stayed there for a while during a covert assassination mission and was captivated by the decadent lifestyle. But at the time, he was still serving in the military, so he had to forget about the city and return to his unit. Now that he had left the military, as long as he survives here and gets the hundreds of millions in prize money, he could live a luxurious life in the gambling city. Clop, clop, clop. While Johnson was daydreaming, the bison herd gradually moved further away and eventually disappeared. Only then did Johnson come to his senses and curse a few more times. I'm a bit hungry. Need to find something to eat? Johnson looked around. There were only trees and weeds, nothing edible. F*******. Johnson slammed his fist against the tree and climbed down. The next moment, he was attracted by something near the tree. Look what I found? Johnson squinted and stared at the grass. There were a few grasshoppers motionless, seemingly resting. This is a good find. Johnson was overjoyed, quickly stepping forward to grab one. He then tore off the grasshopper's head, wings, and legs, and bit directly into its abdomen. Holy crap, what a savage. Can you eat grasshoppers? Don't you know? Fried grasshoppers are delicious. Fried is fine, but Johnson is eating it raw. Seeing this, the audience was stunned. Many insects are rich in protein and have long been a delicacy humans enjoy. But when it comes to eating insects raw, the audience had never seen it. After all, like other animals, insects carry bacteria and viruses. Eating them raw without high-temperature sterilization is... Just thinking about it made the audience feel utterly horrified. Chapter 187. The rain approaches. Truly delicious. Johnston bit into the abdomen of the insect again, chewed a few times, and swallowed it down, a look of enjoyment on his face. After catching and eating 5 or 6 of them, Johnston felt warmth in his stomach and a surge of strength in his body. As long as I have this jungle, I won't starve to death. Johnston smacked his lips, spat out a clump of residue, and walked away. A single failure meant nothing to him. He still had full confidence in himself. Since arriving on the island, everyone would be his prey. Meanwhile, Su Wudi and Li Yong, having finished their breakfast, hurried through the jungle. Su Shen, do you think that little deer from yesterday is still alive? Li Yong swatted away a mosquito, sucking blood from his hand, and asked. I'm not sure, but it should be fine. Su Wudi thought for a moment and smiled. The deer was injured in its hindquarters, but its legs were unharmed. As long as it doesn't run around, it should survive. That's true. Li Yong nodded. What's this? Su Wudi's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the ground. Li Yong, take a look at this. Su Wudi pointed to the ground ahead. These are wild boar tracks. Li Yong walked over and quickly identified them. Correct. Su Wudi held a tuft of bristles, confirming it. He had just plucked it from a nearby plant. The bristles were hard and dark brown, clearly belonging to a wild boar. Su Shun, these tracks are wide and deep, indicating an adult boar. Li Yong's expression grew serious. Without firearms, even an experienced hunter would be wary of facing an adult boar. Of course, that was assuming no traps were set. Could it be here for revenge? Li Yong speculated. Very likely. Su Wudi thought of the young boar. If we set up the traps near the camp today, that adult boar won't be leaving. Su Wudi said with a confident smile. The nervousness in Li Yong's expression subsided. Behind his calm exterior, he silently scolded himself. Su Shan isn't panicking, yet I, a former soldier, am acting like a fool. How disgraceful. Li Yong reflected on his behavior. The two then stopped searching for resources and returned to the camp to set up the traps. Facing the threat of one or more adult boars, a single trap wouldn't be enough. Even with Su Wudi and Li Yong being strong young men, it would take a long time to set up the traps. Boom! At that moment, several thunderclaps in the sky caught the attention of all the contestants. Is it going to rain again? Chu Zhe, who was about to set off with Shan Huangshui, looked up at the sky. Earlier in the morning, the sky had been clear, but now large clouds had rolled in, darkening the sky. Forget it. No going out today. Chu Zhe sighed. Earlier, he and Shen Huangshui had just made plans during breakfast, only for a downpour to disrupt them. The tropical weather was indeed unpredictable, with frequent rains. Let's take a rest today. We didn't exactly sit still yesterday. Shen Huangshui smiled and sat comfortably on a rock. I'll use today to make some small gadgets. Chu Zhe glanced at the rock and said, Then I'll organize the supplies. Shen Huangshui shrugged. Like your bay leaves. Chu Zhe hinted. Leave the bay leaves to me. Shen Huangshui looked at the corner and let out a soft exclamation. Where did yesterday's bay leaves go? Shen Huangshui tilted her head, puzzled. Ahem, it's about to rain. Chu Zhe coughed lightly, reminding her. Oh no, the bay leaves haven't been brought in yet. Shen Huangshui suddenly remembered and stood up. Yesterday's bay leaves, which had been sun-dried in the afternoon, hadn't been fully dried by evening, so they were left on a rock outside the door. Don't panic. Chu Zhe smiled mysteriously, then suddenly produced two broad leaves in his empty hands, which seemed to wrap around something. I collected them for you this morning while you were out. Chu Zhe opened the top layer of the broad leaves and said with a smile, Chu Zhe, you're even more thoughtful than I imagined. Shen Huangshui took them, ruffled through the bay leaves, and said with a grin, By the way, there are a few bamboo sticks outside that I need to bring in. Chu Zhe smiled and walked out the door. Today's projects required those bamboo sticks, and he couldn't let them get wet. Wang Yi, stop sleeping, damn it. Inside the tree hole, Shang Jun kicked the man in front of him and shouted urgently. Wang Yi's consciousness returned, and he opened his eyes to glance outside. Shang Jun, why the rush? It's only morning, right? We were planning to catch the badger in the evening. At his words, Shang Jun's anger flared. Catch your head. It's about to rain, and if you don't get up, you won't eat all day. What did you say? Wang Yi instantly woke up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Shang Jun. He had been deeply asleep and hadn't heard any sounds. But seeing Shang Jun's angry expression, it didn't seem fake. You prepare lunch, and I'll prepare breakfast. Wang Yi carefully looked at the sky outside, which was indeed different from usual. You'll do lunch, and I'll do breakfast. No discussion. Shang Jun sneered and turned to leave. He still harbored resentment over Wang Yi's mistake from yesterday. What a petty man. Still not over yesterday's incident. Wang Yi muttered to himself before stepping out of the tree hole. They decided to split up and search for food separately, ensuring neither of them would go hungry. However, they hadn't considered how long this rain would last. They still hadn't given up on their plan to catch the badger in the evening. Chapter 188. The Miserable Desert Team. It's raining again? Su Yu's face darkened, and he couldn't help but curse a few words. The strong winds from the previous night had once again blown their shelter away. Both Wang Jun's and Su Yu's shelters were affected. The two of them had spent the night being buffeted by the wind. In the morning, Su Yu felt extremely dry and uncomfortable all over his body, so he hurried to the creek for a bath. Only then did the symptoms on his body ease up a bit. He knew this was because he had been exposed to the wind for too long. Wang Jun, go find some food. Su Yu squatted on the remains of their destroyed shelter, his brows furrowed, and after a while, he spoke. What? Wang Jun was stunned. Usually, it was Su Yu who took care of finding food, while Wang Jun just freeloaded. What about you? What are you going to do? Wang Jun asked unhappily. Wang Jun, do you want to spend the day getting soaked in the rain? Su Yu didn't turn around, his gaze still fixed on what was in front of him. Fine. Wang Jun knocked his head. Was he delirious from his fever earlier? Such a simple thing. Yet he had to ask? But let's make it clear, I have no experience. If I can't find anything good, don't blame me. Wang Jun preemptively shifted the blame, even before going out. Heh, Wang Jun, I'll eat whatever food you find first. If there's not enough, you won't get any either. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. He knew exactly what Wang Jun was up to. Slacking off and trying to get out of work was practically Wang Jun's trademark. At every moment, he was looking for ways to slack off, which made Su Yu both angry and helpless. Who could blame him for ending up with such a dumb teammate? If it were anyone else, they might have already lived a comfortable life. The simplest shelter, let alone start a fire. Without Su Yu, he wouldn't last more than 3 days. Heh. Seeing Wang Jun's face as dark as water, Su Yu couldn't help but smirk. After Wang Jun left, Su Yu began to work on rebuilding the shelter. I'll never upgrade the shelter until I get rid of Wang Jun. Su Yu picked up a folding shovel and started chopping branches emotionlessly. Some of the wood from the previous shelter had cracks caused by the wind and needed to be replaced. The current environment required a more advanced shelter, but Su Yu had no choice. He was physically strong, rarely getting sick throughout the year. He believed he could outlast Wang Jun in this environment. Once Wang Jun ran into trouble, wouldn't he be free as a bird in the sky, a fish in the sea? Just bear with it a little longer, Su Yu. Su Yu muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Meanwhile, the desert team, hearing the thunder, was overjoyed. Billy, we finally have water to drink. Tom lay in the shade under a sand dune, extremely thirsty, his lips cracked and even showing some blood. It had been 10 hours since they last passed by an oasis, and the water they had boiled in their pot was long gone. In such a hot desert area, if it weren't for drinking each other's urine, they might have already died of thirst. Your urine stinks so much, damn it. Billy spat, feeling the strong smell of Tom's urine in his mouth. What can I do? Isn't this your suggestion? Tom spread his hands helplessly, though inside he was also quite speechless. He hadn't even complained about Billy's urine, yet Billy was the one complaining first. Initially, the two of them drank their own urine under the sand dune, but they were both disgusted by the taste. So the next time, Billy suggested they switch, and Tom agreed. Who knew that after the switch, the taste was even more disgusting? If they weren't afraid of dying of thirst, they would have thrown up on the spot. After forcing it down, Tom felt his stomach churning, a sour taste rising in his throat. He quickly swallowed a few more times to suppress it. Thankfully, it's raining now. Otherwise, we might have had to go through that again. Billy looked at the overcast sky and muttered, "It seems God couldn't bear to see us suffer and send us rain." Tom clasped his hands together, resting them on his chest, his eyes closed, silently praying. I remember that drones don't follow in the rain. Billy's eyes rolled, and he made a decision. Rustle, rustle. The rain fell from the sky, not too heavy but not light either. First, clean the pot. Billy quickly opened the pot lid and placed it on the sand. This smell is unbearable. He waved his hand to disperse the smell a bit, then started breathing through his mouth. Ding! The rainwater hitting the steel pot made a crisp sound. Meanwhile, Tom was still praying. Seeing that the water in the pot was about right, Billy shook it a few times and poured it out. Then, glancing at Tom, he picked up a folding shovel and left. Where is Billy going? Tom felt Billy's movement, opened his eyes, and looked over. He saw that Billy was heading in the direction he had searched in the morning. Could Billy have found something? Tom narrowed his eyes and quietly followed. This guy is quite vigilant. Too bad he's an idiot. Billy noticed Tom following behind and couldn't help but laugh. On the open sand, sneaking around and not wanting to be seen was just ridiculous. It would have been smarter to walk behind openly. Billy didn't pay any more attention to Tom and soon arrived at the previous sandpit. He carefully observed the surroundings, triple-checking that no drones were following, then used the shovel to remove the sand covering the pit. Billy, what did you find? Tom, seeing his strange behavior from a distance, finally couldn't hold back and walked over. Just as Billy removed all the sand, the contents of the pit became clear. Curious, Tom looked over. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. Billy, are you crazy? Chapter 189. Tom's Resolve. Billy, you? Tom's face turned pale, and as he looked at Billy, he found him surprisingly calm. You wouldn't really want to, would you? Tom couldn't believe it, his voice trembling. What do you think? Billy's eyes revealed a madness that Tom had never seen before. Ruthless determination to achieve his goal by any means necessary. I think we should just forget about it. After some thought, Tom said awkwardly, Forget about it? Billy let out a cold laugh, extending his right hand and pointing at Tom's shriveled stomach. Then how long do you think you can last? This? Tom had no response. Indeed, he was starving, but more importantly, his inner conviction had completely collapsed. No one could have imagined that even a single bite of food couldn't be found by the sea. When they first landed in the desert, they still had plenty of food and even ate grilled scorpions for several days. However, due to their initial indulgence, the food quickly ran out. The two of them then came up with the idea of going to the beach, and Billy led Tom there. Billy, that shark might still be around. We could try to kill it. Tom hadn't forgotten about the shark from earlier in the morning. Although he hadn't seen its full form, the thick, long fin indicated that the shark was definitely large. If they could work together to catch that shark, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next week. That sounds easy to say. Billy chuckled. So, do you have a good way to catch the shark? The method? Tom frowned. The best way to kill a shark would be to use a harpoon. With modern technology, a sharp harpoon could easily pierce through the body of one or even multiple sharks. However, not only did they not know how to throw one, but there wasn't even a single piece of wood around. It was impossible to make a harpoon, let alone a simple spear. Can't we just throw a shovel? Tom thought, but the bottom of the shovel was blunt, and trying to pierce through a shark's skin with it was like a dream. Was he going to have to fight the shark barehanded? Tom's face turned pale. Although he could swim, relying on just a shovel to deal with a shark was like trying to stop a car with his bare hands, foolhardy and reckless. Billy couldn't swim. Tom knew that. Unless they could somehow beach the shark, it would be at their mercy. But that was easier said than done. Sharks weren't exactly stupid, and there was a risk of them not only failing to lure the shark, but also getting themselves killed in the process. Tom, have you thought of a way? Billy asked deliberately, watching Tom's face turn from pale to green. I'll try. No matter what, abandon your idea. Tom glanced at the pit in the sand and replied, gritting his teeth. I can't swim, you know that. Billy said with a light tone. Don't worry, I'll do it alone. Tom gripped the shovel and, braving the light rain, walked into the sea. This guy is serious. Billy was a bit surprised. Tom and he lived inland in the United States, and Tom's swimming skills were learned in a swimming pool, not particularly proficient. Now, to face a shark alone, his courage was commendable, but Billy had an ominous feeling. Tom, you forgot to take the blood. Billy had no intention of stopping him. If possible, he wouldn't have chosen his own plan either. Mine will do. The thought of the things in the pit made Tom feel extremely disgusted. This time, he didn't remove his combat boots but walked directly into the sea with them on, halting only when the water reached his knees. Then, He used the blade of the shovel to cut his finger. In the next moment, a cut appeared on his finger, dripping dark red blood. The blood fell drop by drop into the sea, spreading out and dissolving in seconds, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Tom's originally tense mood calmed down. He had been in a misconception before. He had been thinking that the shark was still nearby, which had made him afraid to go into the sea to catch fish and had even made him look ready to die. But when he stood in the sea, he realized a problem. The last time he encountered the shark was at least an hour ago, and the speed of a shark was usually 45 kilometers per hour. That meant the previous shark might have swum dozens of kilometers away by now. Of course, there was also the possibility that the shark hadn't left yet, so Tom didn't let his guard down. Tom knew that a shark could smell blood up to a kilometer away in the sea. He just needed to wait a few minutes. If the shark didn't come, they could fish without any worries. While waiting, Tom didn't idle. He dipped his head into the sea, opening his eyes a slit to peek into the underwater world. How is this possible? Tom was stunned. In his vision, all he could see were large amounts of seaweed and coral, and not a single fish, which was simply unbelievable. Did Tom from the United States really go into the sea? I saw a shark this morning. That's why there are so few foreigners. Trying to fight a shark with just a shovel? That's like walking into a tiger's den. The audience couldn't understand it all. Doing this with ability was called bravery. Doing it without ability was called stupidity. In the audience's eyes, Tom's actions were no different from suicide. Bear, what is the U.S. contestant Tom doing? Although he had a vague guess, Xiang still asked, testing whether the shark is still there. Bear saw through me. I can answer that question. Lu Wenwen smiled and said, Bear, do you mind? It's rare that Wenwen knows, so I can save some words. Bear naturally had no objections. Since joining the show, most of the questions had been answered by him, and he was glad others could help. Chapter 190. The Amnesiac Rakugawa Okasaka. It's possible to open your eyes in seawater, Lu Wenwen began, but not for too long. Human eyelid membranes are very delicate. Prolonged contact with seawater can lead to eye infections. 1-1. I've tried many times, but I always fail. I just can't do it, Xiang said with a wry smile. There are two reasons for this. First, it's psychological. The eyes are a very sensitive organ, much like when people first try contact lenses and can't open their eyes. When the eyes sense external stimuli, they give the mind a certain hint. Under this psychological hint, the eyes follow the brain's instructions and close involuntarily. The second reason is due to nerve sensitivity. The neurons in the eyeball are hundreds of times more sensitive than those in the skin. So, if the eye senses any foreign objects in the water, it will immediately close to protect itself from harm. Lu Wenwen explained. Compared to seawater, opening your eyes in freshwater is easier, as the eyes are less likely to be irritated. Teacher He, if you want to train, I suggest starting with freshwater. 1-1. I didn't expect you to know so much about this. Xiang was surprised. I went through some intense training on a hot beach once, so I picked up a lot of useless knowledge, Lu Wenwen said with a smile. Wenwen is so cute. Indeed, my useless knowledge has increased again. I'm not laughing as happily as you guys. I feel sorry for Wenwen, training in such a place. No wonder Wenwen's skin is a healthy bronze color, so attractive. It must be from being sunburned. The person above clearly isn't a true fan. When Wenwen first debuted, her skin was delicate and rosy, white with a hint of red. Enough. Are you black fans? Wenwen has always been strong and spirited, not as delicate as you say. Wenwen's fans started chatting playfully. Wenwen, your fans really care about you, Xiang said, glancing at the comments and teasing lightly. Yes, my fans are also very cute, Lu Wenwen said with a gentle smile, which made many fans scream. Wenwen can be both strong and sweet. I told you, female fans also have a chance. Nonsense. Wenwen belongs to us, the male fans. The fans continued to chat enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Tom still stood in the sea, showing no intention of returning to shore to observe the situation. You can't catch a wolf without giving up the child. Tom understood this principle. Let's see, It's been about 2 minutes, Tom thought, calculating the time since the blood had fallen into the sea. If there were sharks nearby, they might have attacked by now. Tom squinted, looking around. Apart from occasional waves, the sea remained calm. That's good. On the shore, Billy also breathed a sigh of relief. Without the threat of sharks, they would have food. Whoosh! A faint sound mixed with the sound of the waves made Tom alert. What was that sound? As Tom looked around, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Splash! Tom's eyes suddenly widened. A visible vertical ripple appeared in the water directly in front of him. A shark fin. Tom's face turned pale. Although he had prepared for a long time, the real encounter with a shark still filled him with fear, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. No, I can't die. Tom turned and ran. The thought of fighting the shark instantly shattered. Tom ran fast, his adrenaline surging. In the blink of an eye, he stepped onto the sand. Just as Tom's foot touched the sand, a silver shark leaped out of the water near where Tom had been standing. Its gaping mouth made both Billy and Tom break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, after jumping back into the water, the shark circled the area a few times before leaving again. Billy, I think you're right. The sea is too dangerous, Tom said tremblingly, even after a while, still visibly shaken. We should have known that earlier. That shark was at least 3 meters long. We couldn't have beaten it. Billy had calmed down. No matter how strong the shark was, it couldn't come ashore, and as a non-swimmer, he had nothing to fear. Billy! Tom opened his mouth, looked up, and started drinking the rainwater. Only after drinking did he speak softly. Which part do you plan to eat? Hard to say. The death time is a bit long, so there aren't many edible parts. Billy pondered for a moment before answering. That's good. Tom felt relieved. This way, he wouldn't have to eat too much, which would be easier on his mind. While it's still raining, I'll go take care of it. You go back and keep an eye on the drones. Don't let them come over. Billy casually glanced at the drones before turning and heading toward the sandpit. At the same time, under the prolonged rain, Rikugawa Okasaka, who had been asleep, finally opened his eyes. Great, Rikugawa-kun isn't dead? Rikugawa-kun's resilience is moving. This is the spirit of Japan. Rikugawa-kun, hold on. Let the world see the strength of Japanese contestants. The Japanese audience, who had been silently watching Rikugawa Okasaka, cheered. Since the morning broadcast, they had been waiting in the live stream. After more than an hour of waiting, Rikugawa Okasaka finally woke up. Where am I? Rikugawa Okasaka's first words were these. Who am I? What? Rikugawa-kun has amnesia? Rikugawa-kun experienced too much yesterday. Under such heavy blows, amnesia might really occur. Damn it, this useless fool. With amnesia, Rikugawa-kun will be eliminated soon. What a waste of my time. Seeing Rikugawa Okasaka's reaction, the Japanese audience was furious. They had thought that after experiencing setbacks, Rikugawa Okasaka would become stronger and be reborn. To everyone's surprise, Rikugawa Okasaka had actually lost his memory. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Rikugawa Okasaka shook his head and looked around the camp. Soon, he was attracted by something near a rock. What's this? Rikugawa Okasaka picked up the object and sniffed it. It smells so good. It should be edible. Isn't that the cow dung that Takeji-kun picked up yesterday? Looks like Rikugawa-kun's sense of smell is off. Cow dung smells good. No, Rikugawa-kun, don't eat it. While the audience was still discussing, Rikugawa Okasaka picked up the cow dung and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing while muttering to himself. The taste isn't very good, though. Chapter 191. The Shadow in the Camp. Is Nichikawa-kun crazy? It seems not only has Nichikawa-kun lost his memory, but his mind is also broken. Your Majesty, please bless Nichikawa-kun. It's either success or death, Nichikawa-kun, commit seppuku. This is too embarrassing. Nichikawa Okusawa, just withdraw from the competition. Seeing this, the audience from Sakura Country couldn't stay calm. Meanwhile, the program team noticed Nichikawa Okusawa's behavior. They quickly convened an internal meeting. Through the bracelet worn on the contestants' wrists, they could monitor various physical data. One of these data points was brainwaves. The meeting was brief, and soon the program team issued an announcement. In response to the audience's suggestion that contestant Nichikawa Okusawa withdraw from the competition, the program team, after an internal meeting, has determined that the contestant's data does not meet the specified values. Therefore, the program team does not have the right to disqualify Nichikawa Okusawa. We hope the audience can understand. Here, the program team solemnly promises that if the contestant's health is in danger, the program team will immediately activate the rescue mechanism to save the contestant. The program team's announcement quickly spread across the globe. However, the audience didn't believe a single word of it. What? Not meeting the specified values. After waking up, Nichikawa Okusawa's actions, like those of a fool, were obvious even to a blind person. Of course, it was possible that Nichikawa Okusawa was pretending to be a fool, but if that was the case, his performance was too convincing, fooling all the audience and even the program team. As for the so-called rescue mechanism, with 3 contestants already dead, no one could see where the program team's rescue mechanism was. But the audience understood. This was all for the sake of the show, to attract more attention and boost ratings, even though it was inhumane. Still so hungry, where else is there to find food? In the scene, after consuming cow dung, Nichikawa Okusawa appeared unsatisfied. Disregarding the light rain, he ventured into the forest. Meanwhile, Nichikawa Okusawa's drone stayed directly under a tree, avoiding the rain. Compared to Nichikawa Okusawa, the drone was more concerned about the rain. Soon, with Nichikawa Okusawa's disappearance, the audience lost patience and left the live stream. Many viewers who had come to see the performance of the foolish contestant were left disappointed, seeing nothing. Is Nichikawa-kun in danger? I think it's possible. Nichikawa-kun is already out of his mind. If he were to run headfirst into a tree and die, I wouldn't be surprised. The program team just watched him enter the forest alone. It's inhumane. Some domestic viewers remained, expressing strong indignation at the program team's actions. However, less than 10 minutes after Nichikawa Okusawa left, a tail suddenly appeared at the edge of the camp's forest, catching everyone's attention. What is that? Why is it so thick? Those patterns on the tail seem familiar. Wait, isn't that the green anaconda that swallowed Takeda-kun in one gulp yesterday? Baka, that monster is back. Mamma mia, it's terrifying. Is Nichikawa-kun going to be eaten too? The audience from Sakura Country quickly recognized the tail's true identity. In the next moment, the tall grass was instantly flattened, and a black shadow suddenly appeared, fully exposed in front of the drone's camera. Impossible. In the Huaxia livestream, Hopkins' face changed dramatically. 14 meters long. How is this possible? Hopkins was deeply shocked. After all, the longest green anaconda ever discovered was 12 meters. This one was 2 meters longer and found on an island. It was simply unbelievable. A 14-meter green anaconda. Even Bear Grylls was moved. In front of such a creature, humans were as weak as ants. With such a creature on the island, all the contestants would be its prey, with no chance of resistance. Even Chu Zhe would be the same. Bear Grylls' mind flashed with the image of Chu Zhe battling a saltwater crocodile. Maybe this kid can bring us a miracle. Snake King. Is this the same green anaconda from yesterday? After the initial shock, Heseong remembered the tragic death of contestant Takeda Shinji and couldn't help but, with a head that was terrifyingly big. The black spot, in comparison, was barely noticeable without careful observation. The green anaconda from yesterday also had this black spot, so I'm certain it's the same one. Hopkins had already transitioned from his initial surprise to excitement. Snake King. Why did this green anaconda come here? Heseong asked, puzzled. I mentioned yesterday that the death of that young green anaconda also had something to do with Nichikawa Okusawa. Hopkins said indifferently. From swallowing Takeda Shinji yesterday to now, it's been 18 hours. The green anaconda has finished digesting and followed the scent to this place. If Nichikawa Okusawa hadn't left quickly, he might have been eaten directly. Save me. When will such a terrifying creature die? Last night, I dreamt the green anaconda ate me, and I wet the bed from fear. Now I'm paranoid. Every time I see water, I think of the green anaconda. The horrific scene from yesterday left an indelible impression on many viewers. There's one thing I need to clarify. Hopkins thought for a moment and said, as mentioned earlier, green anacondas spend most of their time in the water. Without this rain, it wouldn't have come ashore. But since the island has frequent rain throughout the year, does that mean the green anaconda can move freely? Hee-seong was a bit panicked, thinking of a terrifying possibility. Host He, you're right. Hopkins' expression was unusually serious. He had been to the tropical rainforest several times, all in an attempt to capture a young green anaconda. Unfortunately, not only did he not find a young one, but he didn't even see a green anaconda. Now, looking at the green anaconda on the screen, he felt a lingering fear. If he had really captured a young one back then, perhaps he wouldn't be in this world anymore. Chapter 192. Nature Exposed. Escape. The emerald boa slithered into the campsite, its long forked tongue flicking out. After realizing the campsite was empty, it moved to a specific spot. Isn't this where Mr. Nikawa lay last night? This is bad. Mr. Nikawa is really going to die. He's only been gone for 10 minutes, a few hundred meters. If the snake catches up, he's as good as dead. The audience from Sakura Country wailed in despair. Mr. Snake King, why is the emerald boa slithering around the campsite instead of chasing after Mr. Nikawa? Hee-seong asked curiously. In the footage, the boa had sniffed around many places, such as the ground where Nikawa had lain, the charred campfire, and the small shelter. But it showed no interest in entering the forest to track down Nikawa. If it had pursued, with its speed, it could have caught up in under 5 minutes. The reason is simple. The rain will mask Nikawa's scent, Hopkins explained. If that's the case, then how did it find the campsite in the rain? Hee-seong asked again. Rain only masks the scent of something that's temporarily present. The places the boa sniffed were all where Nikawa and Takeda had spent a long time, Hopkins explained. That makes sense, Hee-seong nodded after pondering. However, Nikawa's situation doesn't look good. Bear looked at the boa and pondered. Once targeted by the emerald boa, he's as good as dead. I suggest the production team ask if he wants to forfeit. Bear, that would violate the rules, Hopkins frowned, displeased with Bear. At this moment, Nikawa had no idea that the emerald boa from the previous night had arrived at the campsite, intent on attacking him. If the production team were to ask, it would not only expose information unknown to many contestants, but also be unfair to others, especially the late Takeda. Sigh, Bear sighed deeply. He knew full well that the production team would never take the initiative to ask. He just couldn't bear to see another contestant fall victim to the emerald boa. Moreover, given Nikawa's current mental state, even if asked, it probably wouldn't make a difference. After circling the campsite a few times, the emerald boa finally disappeared into the forest, reluctantly. It's gone. Hopkins paid close attention. It left in the same direction it came from. Bear noticed the detail. This meant the boa would return to the water, and the contestants on the island would be temporarily safe. Meanwhile, beneath a sand dune, Tom stared at the tiny figure in the distance, his heart filled with fear. May the rain pour harder. Tom prayed inwardly while lifting a steel pot to his mouth. The area was nothing but sand, not even a single blade of grass or piece of wood in sight. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to drink the rainwater collected in the steel pot. Tom was well aware that if this were in a city, he would never drink it. City rainwater was filled with chemicals and soot. Without purification, it was akin to drinking slow poison. But rain on the island was different. In places untouched by human activity, the rain was naturally pure, sweet, and refreshing. Though not entirely clean, it was far more reassuring than city rain. Did he finish so quickly? Tom suddenly saw Billy waving at him. It was the signal they had agreed upon. Tom glanced at the 2 drones operating nearby, then strode over boldly. The sandpit wasn't far, and Tom would arrive shortly. Is that blood? Before reaching the pit, Tom's eyes widened. A dark red bloodstain was visible at the edge of the sand pit, though only a small amount. Still, it filled him with anxiety. Even though the rules didn't explicitly forbid it, Tom knew such behavior was unacceptable. If exposed, even if the production team didn't punish them, they would be ostracized by the world. Tom, this meat has been out too long. Too many bacteria have grown. It can't be eaten raw. It has to be cooked. Billy squinted, looking at the sand pit. His hands and Chongfeng Yi were stained with blood. Wood is hard to find. Tom relaxed upon hearing this. So it seemed they wouldn't be eating it anytime soon. Even if we find wood, it's raining, and all the wood is wet. We can't light a fire, Billy cursed, his eyes flashing dangerously. Fuck. After swearing, he shook his hands, splattering more blood onto Tom. Billy, be careful. Tom hurriedly washed the blood off with rainwater. Throughout the process, he didn't glance at the sandpit, not even once. Tom had his own agenda. He wanted to distance himself from this as much as possible. As long as there was no evidence, they couldn't touch him. Tom, I'm really hungry. Billy suddenly licked his lips. I'm hungry too, Billy. Tom's stomach was in agony. Tom, you have quite a bit of muscle, Billy said, reaching out to touch Tom's chest. This startled Tom. Billy, what are you doing? Tom's face turned pale. Though both were about 6 feet tall, Billy was an experienced hunter with superior close combat skills. Tom was just an ordinary office worker who enjoyed going to the gym in his spare time. He didn't know any self-defense techniques. Relax, I'm not as dangerous as you think, Billy grinned cruelly before withdrawing his hand. Let's go find some fire-starting materials. If we can't find any, when I get hungry, Billy trailed off, and Tom's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even in the warm rain, he felt like he was in an ice cave. He understood what Billy meant. All right, Tom turned around, pretending to be calm as he headed toward the top of the sand dune. He was going to escape. In the previous 8 days, Tom had thought Billy was a good guy, sharing food readily. But now, facing dire straits, Billy's dangerous side had been exposed. I must escape this demon. Driven by a strong will to survive, Tom quickly climbed the sand dune. Gazing at the desert within a kilometer ahead, he stepped into it resolutely. Though this lifeless place was terrifying, it was nothing compared to the cruel, evil face of Billy. Meanwhile, Billy had no idea Tom was planning to escape. He knew Tom lacked survival knowledge and, if left alone, likely wouldn't survive a day in the desert. Still, he remained by the sand pit, and after a fierce internal struggle, he finally couldn't resist picking up a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Chapter 193. The Terrifying Spider. Damn, I'm really having a bad day. Wang Jun stumbled into the camp. Suyu had just finished securing the shelter when he heard the noise and turned to look. His eyebrows immediately shot up. Wang Jun's black Chongfeng Yi was smeared with mud in various sizes, and the stains on his Chongfeng Ku near the knees were especially prominent, suggesting he had encountered something during his search for food. What happened to you? Suyu frowned. He had only built one shelter so far, and Wang Jun's filthy appearance made him extremely disgusted. Fortunately, Wang Jun was holding some mushrooms and wild fruits, so at least he wouldn't go hungry. Don't even mention it. I'm just incredibly unlucky. Thinking about his previous encounter, Wang Jun was filled with anger. What happened? Tell me about it. Suyu plopped down at the entrance of the shelter, showing a look of interest. Wang Jun sullenly put down the food in his hands, not caring about the rain dripping on him, and sat on a stone stool in front of the campfire. After I went out, I remembered a small patch of mushrooms I had encountered before. Last time, we didn't pick them all, so I went back there. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jun looked at the mud on his clothes and finally spoke up. I remember that place. Suyu immediately recalled it. The first time they found it, they had already picked most of the mushrooms. Since it was quite a distance away, they hadn't gone back since. There was no danger there, so what happened to you? I didn't encounter any danger on the way. Wang Jun nodded and then continued. But when I got there, I saw the wild rabbit eating the mushrooms. Mushrooms are one of the rabbit's favorite foods, so it's not surprising to run into one. And encountering a rabbit is a good thing. We'll have meat to eat. As Suyu spoke, he glanced at the food on the stone, which didn't include a rabbit, and his expression turned slightly displeased. What an idiot. If it were me, I definitely could have caught it. Suyu thought to himself. The rabbit looked quite small, as if it hadn't matured yet. I thought I could catch it, so I tried. At this point, Wang Jun was so angry he clenched his teeth. What happened next? Suyu urged. I guessed right. The rabbit was small and didn't run too fast. Even so, I gave it my all and eventually caught up. Wang Jun's voice grew low, and his tone became somewhat subtle. Did you catch it? Suyu was momentarily stunned. With Wang Jun's physique and experience, how could he possibly have caught it? The little rabbit got caught on a branch, and I immediately pounced, managing to grab it just before it jumped. Wang Jun was a bit proud. After 9 days here, he had finally caught an animal. This way, he wasn't dragging Suyu down. Then where's the rabbit? Suyu pointed at the food and frowned. I chased the rabbit into an unfamiliar area. After catching it, I got lost and had to slowly retrace my steps and figure out the way back. Wang Jun sighed. If only his sense of direction and memory were better, he wouldn't have been so miserable. For a while, the rain got really heavy, so I had to take shelter under a big tree for a bit. Who would have thought? Wang Jun's face showed a hint of fear. What did you see? Suyu narrowed his eyes. He felt something was off. A huge spider dropped down from the tree. Wang Jun's breathing became rapid, and he still felt uneasy about that scene. No, it wasn't just huge. Wang Jun took a deep breath and said gravely, it was super big. From what I saw, it was at least 30 centimeters long. 30 centimeters? Are you kidding me? Suyu was also shocked. Most spiders are only a few millimeters to a few centimeters in size, and those over 10 centimeters are very rare, let alone a 30-centimeter spider. To humans, 30 centimeters might not seem like much, but in the world of spiders, such a creature is a behemoth, a monster among spiders. I don't know either. Wang Jun's voice trembled. I was so scared I lost my wits and ran for my life. The rabbit in my hand started struggling and bit me. At that moment, I didn't care about anything else and instinctively let go, and the rabbit ran off. Wang Jun clenched his fists, full of regret. If only he had managed to hold on, he could be eating delicious rabbit meat now. After that, I slipped and fell while running, and unfortunately, there was a mud pit in front, so I ended up like this. Wang Jun slammed his fist hard against the stone. Crack. Ouch. It hurts like hell. His fist hit the edge of the stone, and Wang Jun clutched his hand, unable to help but cry out in pain. Damn, this guy is getting dumber and dumber. Suyu's mouth twitched, his inner disgust growing. If he had done that move, he would have been fine. But Wang Jun's hands were soft and delicate. How could they withstand such a blow? What did the spider look like? Suyu didn't care about Wang Jun's injured hand. He was more concerned about the 30-centimeter spider. I didn't see it clearly. Wang Jun shook his head. I was so focused on running that I didn't dare look at it again. You don't know how terrifying that spider was. Not only did its dozens of centimeters long 8 legs leave a deep impression on me, but the 2 fangs in front of its mouth were also ridiculously long. Wang Jun patted his chest to alleviate his fear. I'm not joking with you. Think carefully about what the spider looked like. A spider that big, we need to know how much of a threat it poses, or else we won't be able to sleep at night. Suyu said bluntly. Besides, you can't handle such a spider, but I can. You're right. Hearing this, Wang Jun felt a bit more at ease. That spider was like a monster to him, but to Suyu, it might as well be a toy. I remember the spider's body was brownish-gray, covered in reddish-brown hair. As for the rest, I don't remember much. Wang Jun thought for a long time but couldn't recall many details. Suga, do you know what kind of spider it was? To be honest, I don't know. Suyu shook his head. Even Suyu doesn't recognize it. What kind of spider is that? A 30-centimeter spider? This place is just too absurd. Help. I'm scared of even jumping spiders. A spider that big would probably make me faint. After hearing Wang Jun's story, the audience also felt some fear. After all, Most spiders are venomous, and coupled with their 8 legs and hairy bodies, they are generally terrifying to most people. Chapter 194. Gourmet Delight? A spider 30 centimeters long? He-seong inhaled sharply. He had never heard of such a spider before. Bear, do you know? Turning to Bear for answers had become He-seong's habit. A brownish-tan body, reddish-brown fur, and a 30-centimeter-long frame. Bear muttered to himself, then looked up and said with certainty, if I'm not mistaken, this is a species unique to the tropics, the Goliath bird-eater. That name sounds a bit scary, He-seong thought, startled. The Goliath in its name naturally refers to its size, Bear explained with a smile. A body length of several tens of centimeters is like a giant among arthropods, comparable to a giant among humans. The bird-eater part means this spider can easily prey on birds, something most spiders can't do. Bear really knows a lot, He-seong sighed in admiration. I encountered one during my tropical expeditions. My reaction wasn't much better than Wang Jun's, Bear said with a wry smile, shaking his head. In the rainforest, the worst thing is encountering unfamiliar creatures. Without knowing if they're venomous or how dangerous they are, rashly attacking could get you hurt. At first, I thought this spider was highly venomous and kept my distance to observe. Only later did I learn that although the Goliath bird-eater is venomous, its venom is very weak. Even if it bites, it won't harm you. Weak venom, that's good, He-seong said with relief. This meant Su-yu and Wang Jun's safety was assured. Goliath bird-eater, Hops muttered to himself. Noticing this, He-seong immediately asked, Snake King, do you know this spider too? I know the world's largest spider, Hops nodded. As Bear said, this spider only lives in the tropics, in relatively primitive rainforests. It's rare and not often seen. I know about it because it's a natural predator of a certain snake. What? This revelation surprised everyone. Snakes were among the larger reptiles, while spiders were arthropods. The Goliath bird-eater's diet actually included snakes. Did I hear that right? Snakes are afraid of spiders? Laughable. A spider wouldn't even fill a snake's teeth. Though it sounds incredible, Snake King's expertise on snakes is unmatched. Let's hear him out. The audience buzzed with discussion. Bothrops, Hops said, knowing his words had sparked debate and feeling a bit pleased with himself. Bothrops is a snake that also lives in tropical regions. Unlike the Goliath bird-eater's weak venom, Bothrops' venom is extremely potent. If bitten and not treated promptly, it can easily lead to shock and death. Many creatures prey on Bothrops, and the Goliath bird-eater is one of them. An adult Goliath bird-eater's webbing ability is incredibly strong. Sometimes it can completely cover an entire tree. If a Bothrops accidentally gets caught, its fate is sealed. Covering an entire tree? That's basically a spider demon. Unbelievable. I get annoyed just seeing a few strands of spiderweb in a corner. If I encountered that, I'd be horrified. Anyway, what does the spider even look like? Wait, we might see it soon. At this moment, Su-yu, who had been deep in thought, suddenly brightened up. After much recollection, he seemed to recall some information. Wang Jun, was the place where you found that spider far? Su-yu suddenly asked. About a half-hour walk, Wang Jun replied, still waiting by the campfire for his mushroom soup. Though he didn't know why Su-yu asked, he answered truthfully. Half an hour, that's not bad, Su-yu said, tapping the wood behind him with a crisp sound. Wang Jun, let's go. Where to? Wang Jun was puzzled. He looked at the steel pot. The mushroom soup wasn't ready yet, and they had only eaten a few wild fruits earlier. To where you found that giant spider, Su-yu said excitedly, grabbing his entrenching tool. Su-go, are you out of your mind? Wang Jun exclaimed, wide-eyed. Who would dare provoke such a spider? Its venomous fangs could easily bite your head off, and that would be the end of you. Here's the thing, Su-yu said patiently when he saw Wang Jun's fear. I once had a seasoned hiker tell me about a delicacy the indigenous people of the tropics enjoy that he found hard to stomach. What delicacy? Wang Jun asked curiously. An 8-legged spider, Su-yu replied. You mean the giant spider I encountered is edible? Wang Jun's face lit up with surprise. But he quickly realized there are 8-legged spiders everywhere. How do you know the hiker was talking about this giant one? True, the hiker didn't know the scientific name of the spider, Suyu nodded. But the indigenous people told him it was the world's largest spider. World's largest. Thinking of the size he had seen, Wang Jun suddenly understood. That makes sense. So the spider is edible and considered a delicacy by the indigenous people. Intrigued by the thought of a delicacy, Wang Jun momentarily set aside his fear, his mouth watering. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Suyu said coldly. Let's hurry. I can't wait. Wang Jun instantly stood up and briskly walked ahead of Suyu. Such a big spider must have a lot of protein, Wang Jun thought aloud as he led the way. Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy. Each of them grabbed a few broad leaves to cover their heads and hurried through the forest. Is this the food you found? At the tree hollow, Shang Jun looked at Wang Yi in disbelief. In Wang Yi's hands were 2 small crabs, still alive and kicking, and nothing else. Is lunch just going to be crabs? Shang Jun asked angrily. I didn't expect to only catch 2 crabs after all that effort, Wang Yi replied, equally frustrated. After leaving in the morning, he first went to his stash to eat some wild fruits, then headed to the creek. After an hour there, he only managed to catch 2 crabs. The worst part was that the crabs were only as big as 2 fingers. Even if an adult man ate a dozen or 20 of them, it wouldn't be enough. You're blaming me? Aren't you the same? Wang Yi shot a glance at Shang Jun's back. There were some wood-ear mushrooms and wild vegetables, looking nutritious but in very small quantities. Without salt, the soup they made tasted no different from plain water, almost impossible to swallow. Chapter 195. Flooding the Badger Den. Don't forget, I'm only responsible for breakfast, Shang Jun said slowly and unhurriedly. I believe this is enough for the 2 of us. Damn it. Wang Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath. Indeed, Shang Jun was responsible for breakfast, while he was responsible for lunch. Although the food Shang Jun had gathered wasn't much, it was enough to make a pot of soup for breakfast. As for himself, Wang Yi, with the rain still light, why don't you go out and gather more food? Shang Jun spoke in a commanding tone, making Wang Yi clench his teeth in frustration, wanting to punch him a few times. However, due to yesterday's events, Wang Yi held back. Most importantly, he planned to check out the badger's den. But before that, the wild vegetable soup needed to be started. That way, by the time Wang Yi returned, breakfast would be ready. Since it was raining outside, Shang Jun and Wang Yi moved the campfire into the tree hollow. The tree hollow was very damp, so they weren't worried about it catching fire. After starting the fire, Wang Yi placed a steel pot filled with rainwater on the campfire. Shang Jun, keep an eye on it. Once the water boils, put the wood-ear mushrooms and wild vegetables in. Wang Yi covered the pot and instructed. You don't need to worry about that. Just take care of yourself. Shang Jun said nonchalantly. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say anything more. He picked up his army shovel and headed toward the badger den. Soon, he arrived at the familiar spot. Wang Yi first carefully used his army shovel to clear the surrounding bushes to prevent any snakes or scorpions from hiding there. The trap hasn't been triggered. Wang Yi looked at the entrance of the badger den. After the vine broke yesterday, Shang Jun had reset the trap. However, so far, the vine remained intact, and Wang Yi had no doubt that it would become even more fragile under the rain. Badgers are nocturnal animals. I need to figure out a way to drive it out of the den. Wang Yi considered himself several levels smarter than Shang Jun. Since Shang Jun could set traps, surely he could come up with a better plan. Come to think of it, the badger den gives me a familiar feeling. Wang Yi stared straight at the entrance, deep in thought. Rabbit hole. Wang Yi slapped his thigh and stood up. Rabbit holes can be smoked out to drive the rabbits out. Wang Yi was excited, feeling a brilliant idea forming in his mind. Wang Yi can do it, I didn't think of that. I underestimated him. His associative thinking is pretty good. What's the big deal? The methods for dealing with burrowing animals are similar. The audience discussed. He Xiang also understood Wang Yi's idea. Is Wang Yi planning to smoke the badger out of the den? He Xiang, don't you remember, it's raining right now. Bear Grylls chuckled. I'm so confused. Hee-seong slapped his forehead, looking a bit embarrassed. But Hee-seong, your idea isn't wrong. Bear Grylls immediately explained. Compared to rabbits, which usually have multiple entrances, badgers generally only have one or two. Therefore, the smoking method works even better for badgers. So Bear, if you were Wang Yi, what would you do? Lu Wenwen asked curiously. She wanted to know how Bear's method differed from the contestants'. First of all, Shang Jun's approach is correct, but there are many flaws in the actual setup. Bear Grylls thought for a moment and explained to the audience. In everyday life, the most common methods to catch a badger are two. The first is to set a metal trap, and the second is the snare method used by Shang Jun. Besides these, there's another less common method, making a cage trap, but it's costly to make, so most people don't use it. At this moment, the live stream was quiet. Everyone was listening to Bear Grylls' explanation in silence. This was a great opportunity to learn survival skills. Even though they weren't selected this time, there might be a second season of the show. By then, the knowledge they learned from Bear would come in handy. A metal trap, as the name suggests, is a trap made of metal that humans set at the entrance of the den. Once the badger steps on it, it quickly clamps down on its limbs. Of course, metal traps require advanced materials that aren't available in the wild, so the snare method is the only option right now. Bear Grylls paused and continued. And the snare method isn't as simple as it seems. From yesterday's failed capture in the tree hollow, the main reason is that the material used for the snare wasn't strong enough. The best material is actually steel wire. Steel wire is thin and strong, and usually, once the badger enters the snare, the more it struggles, the tighter it gets, eventually suffocating. But Bear, there's no steel wire in the wild. Hee-seong said. So I would use rope made from tree bark. Bear Grylls smiled. The one that Chu Zhe and Shin Huangxue often use? I see. Hee-seong praised. What I just mentioned was the method of setting traps. Bear Grylls continued. As for how to drive the badger out of the den, the smoking method I mentioned earlier is pretty much the only way. Bear Grylls smiled wryly. Without any high-tech assistance, relying solely on wild materials, there weren't many options. Hey, Bear, what about flooding it? Hee-seong asked a question. At that moment, on the screen, Wang Yi walked to the entrance of the badger den with his army shovel. Hee-seong, watch Wang Yi closely. He'll show you the answer. Bear Grylls didn't answer directly, but pointed to Wang Yi. Flooding the badger den. I'm such a genius. Wang Yi was very proud. Then he looked at the puddle about 10 meters away from the badger den and immediately had an idea. Luckily, it's not too far. Wang Yi used his army shovel to shovel the dirt between the puddle and the den entrance, allowing the accumulated rainwater to slowly flow toward the badger den. Chapter 196, Quicksand. One more scoop. Wang Yi lowered the soil beneath the badger's den with his shovel. Then, with anticipation, he crouched down to rest and looked at the flowing water. Under Wang Yi's efforts, the water from a puddle more than 10 meters away was steadily flowing into the badger's den. However, as time ticked by, the badger did not appear. Wang Yi couldn't help but frown. His idea should have been sound. So where was the problem? Wang Yi looked again at the puddle and suddenly understood. The rainwater in the puddle had long since drained away, and the badger's den wasn't actually at risk of being flooded. I need to accumulate water for a while. That way, the badger will definitely think it's a flood and come out to the surface. Wang Yi chuckled to himself. He immediately went to the puddle, dug deeper into the soil, and reinforced the surroundings with soil to prevent the water from overflowing. What is Wang Yi doing? Looks like playing with mud, something kids like. I think he's digging a hole. Could he be planning to take a bath? Makes sense. A natural mud bath, rich in minerals and elements beneficial for the skin. No way, no way. I think Wang Yi might be trying to build a reservoir. The confused viewers speculated among themselves. What exactly did Bear mean? Hee-seong watched Wang Yi while pondering. Bear continued to stare at the screen, smiling but saying nothing. This rain is too weak. It'll take forever to fill up. After waiting for a long time and seeing only a tiny rise in the water level, Wang Yi finally couldn't hold back. He was still thinking about the wild mushroom and vegetable soup in the tree hollow. Besides being lazy, Shang Jun was also insatiably greedy. If he didn't get back before the soup was ready, Shang Jun would probably have drunk it all. Right? Using the steel pot to collect water would be twice the effort for half the result. Wang Yi praised his own cleverness. He then gripped his shovel and walked back to the camp. As soon as he arrived, Wang Yi caught a whiff of mushrooms. He quickly stepped forward, looked into the tree hollow, and his face darkened instantly. Shang Jun was already using chopsticks to feast on the contents. Just as Wang Yi had thought, Shang Jun wouldn't wait for him. He had started eating on his own. Shang Jun, Wang Yi said angrily. You're back. Shang Jun picked up a piece of wood ear with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, glanced at Wang Yi, and calmly continued chewing. You bastard! Seeing this, Wang Yi was so angry that his teeth itched. Wait. Shang Jun frowned, looking displeased. Why did you come back empty-handed? Don't worry, I have a plan. Wang Yi quickly approached the steel pot, grabbed his chopsticks, and started eating quickly. What plan? Shang Jun was a bit surprised. Wang Yi had actually come up with an idea after going out. He had underestimated him. A plan to catch the badger. Wang Yi said as he ate. Go on. Shang Jun became serious. After all, this concerned whether they could have meat to eat. So Wang Yi recounted his idea and what he had done earlier. What? Shang Jun's face grew darker. In his opinion, Wang Yi's idea was completely ridiculous. Flooding the badger's den? Only you could come up with that. Shang Jun laughed in anger. What's wrong with it? Wang Yi still believed his idea was correct. Nonsense. Don't you remember the heavy rain from a couple of days ago? Shang Jun decided to teach this guy a lesson to show his superiority. Horrible. Wang Yi didn't dare to recall. It had been a nightmare, and he hadn't slept all night, afraid that the next moment would be swallowed by the rain. How much water do you think flowed into the badger's den that night? Shang Jun stared at Wang Yi with a look of pity and asked. This? Wang Yi had no answer. It was obvious that with such a heavy rain, the amount of water that flowed into the badger's den overnight would be unimaginable. Although he didn't know the exact amount, it was certainly several times, if not dozens of times, more than the reservoir he had dug. I guess you get it now. Shang Jun chuckled. In the rainforest, heavy rains are common, and every animal has experience dealing with them. Rainstorms are the weather that most animals fear the least. You're right. Wang Yi lowered his head, feeling his whole body flush with embarrassment. He had confidently explained this method to Shang Jun, only to realize it was fundamentally flawed. Forget about the badger in this weather. Finish your meal and find something else to eat. Shang Jun adopted an arrogant posture. Wang Yi responded and, like a mute, silently continued eating. There were hardly any wild vegetables or mushrooms left in the pot, and after a few more chopsticks, all that remained was a tasteless soup. Wang Yi frowned slightly. He knew the soup had some nutrients, but they had been drinking it for days and found it hard to swallow. Shang Jun also crossed his arms and fell silent. Both were debating whether to drink the soup. Meanwhile, Tom, the contestant from the United States, was quickly walking through a desert that stretched for over a kilometer. He didn't dare to run, as there were many quicksand patches in the desert, and one wrong step could trap him. This place is getting more and more eerie. Tom remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Although it was still just sand as before, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if something was watching him. It's really disgusting. Billy, at the edge of a sandpit, took a few bites and forced them down, feeling nauseous. I can't eat this anymore. Cooking it is the safest and tastiest option. Billy, carrying a shovel, also headed toward the sand dunes. On the other side, after walking for a long time, Tom finally saw the end of the desert. The kilometer-long desert had felt incredibly long to him, and Tom finally relaxed, eager to run forward. At that moment, he suddenly felt the sand beneath his feet start to move, and he panicked. Quicksand. Tom quickly jumped, trying to land on the sand ahead. But as soon as he jumped, his feet sank, and an excruciating pain suddenly shot through him. Tom screamed. However, before he could shout for long, he felt a powerful force slowly pulling his legs into the quicksand. God, please bless me. I have a wife and kids. I can't die. Tom prayed continuously, but his prayers were in vain. His body continued to sink from his legs to his chest. Tom's breathing became labored, but he could do nothing. In despair, he closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Soon, the 1.8-meter-tall Tom was swallowed by the quicksand, disappearing into the desolate land. Meanwhile, his teammate Billy had just stepped into the desert, unaware of what had happened. Chapter 197. Errol's Response. The Treehole Group is absolutely hilarious. Wang Yi is such a character. Su Xin and Li Yong's trap is too ingenious. I believe even a wild boar would definitely get caught. Su Yu is almost driven mad by Wang Jun. This utterly unreliable teammate is impossible to work with. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue are so comfortable. Sitting in the bamboo house during the rain is quite leisurely. The audience discussed the contestants' performances. Suddenly, the number in the upper right corner of the live broadcast began to jump. In the next moment, 197 instantly became 196. In that instant, everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Following yesterday's elimination of Shinji Takeda's death, another contestant was eliminated. What happened? Who got eliminated? I don't know. I've been paying attention to the official website of the program. There's no movement. It's strange. I searched the foreign internet. There's no news about this. Is it a Chinese contestant or a foreign contestant? The Chinese audience was very confused. Another contestant got eliminated? He Xiang, the host of the Chinese live broadcast, was also stunned. He hadn't received any news. Facing the audience's doubts, he could only keep calming them down while quickly contacting the program team to get the fastest news. At this time, the program team was also in a mess. Report: the physical data of the American contestant Tom disappeared. The system identified it as death. An employee said, his expression unusually serious. The video? The supervisor glared at him and asked sharply. The video hasn't been found yet. An employee next to him said in a low voice. Who was in charge of monitoring Tom today? The supervisor was shocked and sighed. If there was no video, then his position would definitely be at risk. Supervisor, it was Ross on duty today. Someone immediately responded. Where's Ross? The supervisor frowned and asked. Supervisor, please let me explain. Ross stepped forward. He was a young man, and facing the direct gaze of the supervisor and his colleagues, he was extremely nervous inside. Speak, Ross. Give me a reason not to fire you. The supervisor's tone turned cold. It's like this. Ross quickly recounted the events the desert group had encountered earlier. There's a desert without any living things by the sea. There's no food by the sea, and there's a shark in the sea staring menacingly. Because of the rain, the drone didn't follow? After hearing Ross's account, the supervisor was also at a loss, completely puzzled. Yes, supervisor, I strictly followed the procedures. Ross desperately defended himself. He didn't want to lose this job. You should know that life on the island is monotonous and boring, but the salary is outrageously high. This is why when the program team recruited staff, there were hundreds of thousands of applicants. How foolish. The supervisor shook his head. The procedures did say that if the drone stayed in the rain for a long time, there was a 40% chance of damage, so it was best to keep the drone away from the rain, even at the expense of letting the contestants go. But the supervisor knew that there was a small note at the end of the procedures. The small note clearly stated that if a contestant had an accident and the drone didn't follow, the monitor would be fully responsible. However, anyone who saw this rule would definitely keep the drone continuously filming the contestants. So even if the contestant died, they wouldn't need to take any responsibility. The program team naturally considered this point. The drone was small and convenient, a culmination of the world's most advanced technology. Not only was it expensive, but it was also difficult to procure. Therefore, the program team also handed over the control of the drone to the monitor. Once the drone was damaged, the monitor would be held jointly responsible. Therefore, Most monitors would choose to put the drone under a tree or in a shelter during rainy days. For them, protecting the drone's safety was more important than the contestants. The supervisor knew this clearly and didn't argue with Ross any further. So far, they only knew that Tom was dead, but how he died, they, as the program team, didn't know. If this matter was exposed, then without a doubt, they would be condemned by the whole world. The supervisor immediately reported to Director Errol. Errol had already received the news and was sitting gravely in his office. The consequences of this matter were very serious, and he was also very clear about it. Seeing the supervisor come in, he immediately asked him to report. Director, that's the situation. The supervisor bowed his head, his waist slightly bent, feeling uneasy. Although the whole thing was Ross's mistake, he, as the supervisor, had an irrefutable responsibility. Even if Errol fired him, he could only endure it silently. But after hearing this, Errol didn't panic. He put his elbows on the table, crossed his fingers against his chin, and closed his eyes to think. The supervisor didn't dare to breathe heavily next to him. Errol wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't know how many opponents he had defeated in the group to climb to the position of director step by step. It seems we can only do this, Errol muttered. The supervisor's ears perked up, his eyes widened. Was there any way to solve this matter? This matter is handled by me. You can leave. Errol looked up at the supervisor. The latter's hair stood on end. He bowed his head and immediately took a few steps back, walking out of the office. What method does the board have? The supervisor was very curious, but with his current status, he certainly wasn't qualified to know. He walked out nervously. He prepared to confirm the details with Ross again. After the supervisor left, Errol's face showed no expression, calmly picking up the phone and dialing a few numbers. Soon, the phone was connected. After a few pleasantries with the person on the other end, Errol recounted today's events. What do you mean? The person on the other end asked uncertainly. I want to see the satellite. Errol's tone was very calm. You're activating the satellite for such a trivial matter? The person was surprised. As a director, I do have the authority to view the satellite. Errol sneered inside. What a fool. For him, it was indeed a trivial matter, but for Errol, it was a big deal. I understand. Since Errol had used his director's rights, the person didn't say much more, hung up the phone, and started operating. Errol picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. It's cold. He frowned, spat out the coffee, and put the cup back on the table. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the satellite must have captured the process of Tom's death, and then all the voices in the world will also dissipate. This was Errol's plan. As a director, he knew that besides using drones to follow the contestants, the program team was also monitoring the island in real time through the group's own satellite. It was just that this matter was too significant, so it hadn't been disclosed to the outside world. Chapter 198. Making Bamboo Chairs. The satellite imagery is ready. Not long after, Errol received a video. Curious, he clicked on it. He was eager to find out why a living person would suddenly die by the sea. The video was short, only a minute long. Errol's expression changed from calm to astonishment and finally to shock. In the video, he watched helplessly as Tom was swallowed by the desert in less than 10 seconds. Is this quicksand? Errol, being knowledgeable, immediately thought of the cause. But if it's quicksand, why did Tom look so pained, as if he was suffering some kind of torment? Errol was puzzled again. However, since the video from the satellite was silent, Errol couldn't hear what Tom was shouting. Never mind, it must be quicksand. Errol clearly saw the sand constantly moving, and Tom's body gradually sinking until he disappeared. What a pity. Errol shook his head. As an American, he felt sorry for Tom's death. These days, the performances of Chu Zhe and Su Shun from China had been particularly outstanding, drawing widespread attention and discussion around the world. In contrast, the United States only had Johnson, who had some highlights, especially when he snatched the shovel from the Korean Master Park, which was quite embarrassing for Korea. Errol's expression quickly returned to normal. Tom was an American, but in essence, he had no personal connection to Errol. Errol tapped on the keyboard, sending the satellite video out. They would edit the video to cover up the traces of satellite surveillance as much as possible. Having done all this, Errol didn't notice a shadow appearing in the lower right corner of the video. That was Tom's teammate, Billy. He had now stepped into the desert, searching for anything that could be used to start a fire. Where's Tom? Billy looked out over the endless desert, sensing something was off. Logically, Tom should be in this desert, but looking around, there wasn't even a shadow of a person, let alone an ant. Could he have gone there already? Billy squinted, looking towards the farthest dune. Beyond that dune lay the desert area. There were plants and animals living there. I didn't expect his stamina to be so good. Billy praised him and then quickly moved forward. However, he had some concerns. Tom had poor sense of direction and could easily get lost in such a barren place. This was why he was preparing to go look for Tom. Holding the shovel, Billy cautiously took one step at a time towards the dune. Time passed second by second, and the dark clouds in the sky still hadn't dispersed. The rain drizzled down, covering the entire island. Inside the bamboo hut, a man and a woman were busy working. Done. Shen Huangxue put down the bamboo basket, stretching her arms involuntarily. Crack! A sound came from inside the hut, and Shen Huangxue turned to look. Chu Zhe was sitting directly on the bamboo planks, with piles of bamboo sticks in front of him. These bamboo sticks varied in size, each with 2 or more holes. Chu Zhe, take a break first. Shen Huangxue looked at Chu Zhe's hands and couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Chu Zhe was preparing to make a bamboo chair. He had been preparing the materials for the bamboo chair for a long time. Due to the limited tools available, only a shovel and some polished stones, Chu Zhe's hands had suffered quite a bit, either from being cut by sharp bamboo or scratched by stones. Shen Huangxue had quickly treated the wounds, applying dragon's blood resin, which stopped the bleeding. We're almost done. Chu Zhe smiled, picked up a bamboo tube, and drank it all in one go. Then he placed a thicker bamboo stick over the fire and bent it at both ends by applying force inward. Soon, the ends of the bamboo bent into a 90-degree angle under the high temperature. Seeing this, Chu Zhe's face lit up with joy. He repeated the process with a second bamboo stick, bending it into the same shape. Next, Chu Zhe picked up the frame. What a delicate bamboo chair. Shen Huangxue's eyes sparkled with admiration. She knew how to weave bamboo baskets, but making bamboo chairs was something she had never done. Unlike the straightforward techniques used in bamboo baskets, a seemingly simple bamboo chair concealed a lot of knowledge. Techniques like bending, drilling, and tenon joints were involved. Moreover, the precision of drilling holes in each bamboo tube was crucial. If the holes were too big, the chair would be loose. If too small, the pieces wouldn't fit. Even for Chu Zhe, it had taken a lot of time to prepare all the materials for a single bamboo chair. It's not finished yet. Chu Zhe smiled, then picked up a bamboo stick and used the shovel to cut it sharply until the bottom was pointed. After estimating the dimensions of the chair, Chu Zhe drilled a few oblique holes in the chair surface and the seat area, then inserted the previously cut bamboo sticks. Finally, it's almost done. Chu Zhe took the last bamboo stick and inserted it horizontally into the holes above the 2 oblique bamboo sticks. A perfectly crafted bamboo chair was complete. Chu Zhe, we're not here to enjoy life. Making a bamboo chair is already troublesome, and you added a backrest for no reason. Seeing the newly added backrest, Shen Huangxue couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. I've had the idea of making a bamboo chair for a long time, and today's rain just made it happen. Chu Zhe smiled faintly, explaining, we do a lot of work every day. If we don't have a backrest, what if we get lumbar strain in the future? Well, Shen Huangxue's mouth twitched. She wanted to say that if lumbar strain did occur, a backrest wouldn't make much of a difference. But out of respect for Chu Zhe, she held her tongue. It's almost noon, let's eat first. Shen Huangxue stood up and opened the bamboo door. A gust of wind mixed with rain blew in. It's so cool. Shen Huangxue couldn't help but say. The bonfire inside the bamboo hut kept burning, and even with the ventilation, the temperature inside the hut had risen quite a bit. If Shen Huangxue hadn't been busy weaving the second bamboo basket, she might have already dozed off. Chapter 199. Bear Grylls Memory Technique. I'm so full. Inside the bamboo hut, Chu-Zhe patted his belly, feeling completely satisfied. Chu-Zhe, take a break for a while. You've been working hard all morning, Shen Huangxue said with a smile as she picked up the steel pot. Chu-Zhe had not only made a bamboo chair, but also 2 bamboo umbrellas in the morning. Due to the lack of paper, he couldn't make the simplest oil paper umbrellas. Instead, he used ropes to connect bamboo strips together, reducing the thickness as much as possible and replacing the paper surface with bamboo strips. Although it wasn't very aesthetically pleasing and increased the weight, it was currently the best option available. That won't do, Chu-Zhe quickly shook his head. He had already planned what he needed to do today. In the afternoon, he still had to make a second bamboo chair and a bamboo table. In his previous life, Chu-Zhe loved challenging his limits and was also a tea enthusiast. After solving the basic issues of food and shelter, he naturally started to miss the fragrant aroma and rich taste of tea. However, for now, he could only think about it. Even with bamboo chairs, bamboo tables, and bamboo cups, the most crucial ingredient, tea, was still missing. Thank you for your hard work, Chu-Zhe. Shen Huangxue sincerely expressed her gratitude, knowing she couldn't help much. Chu-Zhe waved his hand dismissively. After finishing his meal, he needed some time to digest and regain his strength. Instead of resting, he used this time to refine the details of the bamboo chair he had just finished. Meanwhile, Shen Huangxue took the steel pot to the door and collected some rainwater to wash the pot. At the same time, Su had arrived at an unfamiliar area under Wang Jun's guidance. Remember, if you don't know the way, you must carve your own unique mark on the trees, Su said with a tone of frustration, as if disappointed in Wang Jun's lack of foresight. He had realized that Wang Jun's survival skills were surprisingly resilient, and he wouldn't die anytime soon. Therefore, instead of letting Wang Jun sit around doing nothing, Su decided to teach him some useful knowledge to help himself. Sugu, I get it. Wang Jun shrugged helplessly. But when chasing after a rabbit, who has the time to carve marks? You idiot. Su shot him a disdainful look. Carving marks on trees is the most reliable method and can provide clues for your next visit. If you're in an emergency, of course, you'll have to use other methods. Other methods? Wang Jun frowned, unable to think of any alternatives. For example, Su grabbed a handful of leaves from a nearby bush. Every few steps, you can drop a leaf or some grass. This way, you can maintain your speed while chasing prey and still keep track of your path, so you don't get lost. Wow, I learned something new, Wang Jun exclaimed. Such a simple method, and I didn't even think of it. Same here. I was racking my brain trying to figure out other methods, but this one never crossed my mind. The audience chimed in, surprised and impressed. However, this method doesn't work on windy days, Bear Grylls added. And it doesn't last long. In a tropical rainforest, a leaf decays very quickly. There are many other factors at play, and overnight, the leaves you dropped yesterday might disappear. Therefore, carving marks on trees is the most troublesome but also the most reliable method. Bear, do you do that too? Xiang asked curiously. He believed that a seasoned survival expert like Bear Grylls must have different methods than ordinary people, otherwise, his skills wouldn't stand out. Me? Bear Grylls paused for a moment, then smiled. I don't need to carve marks. Bear, aren't you afraid of getting lost? Xiang was astonished. Bear Grylls was indeed different, just as he had expected. My method is like this. Bear Grylls didn't hold back and directly explained to the audience. In the rainforest, there are many types of trees that look similar, but everyone knows that each tree has its own unique characteristics. I know that. Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up. The way the roots intertwine, the branching of the branches, or even the holes in the trunk and the moss on it. Exactly, Bear Grylls nodded. In my eyes, every tree has its own unique features. Therefore, as long as I remember the character, it's a unique memory technique that only those who have trained for a long time can master. Please don't try this at home, viewers. Bear, you're joking. You're giving me too much credit. No, not just you, but all of us, someone in the audience retorted. I have a question. Does training this technique really not lead to baldness? What kind of weird question is that? Brother, you have a unique perspective. You'll go far." The audience burst out laughing. While the effectiveness of this memory technique was undeniable, very few people could actually train themselves to achieve it. It required not only effort, but also a certain amount of innate talent. If you lack that talent, no amount of training would lead to success. As they spoke, Su Yu and Wang Jun made a new discovery. "Sugu, that spider web?" Wang Jun pointed to a tree not far away, his eyes filled with fear. The branches were covered in dense spiderwebs, and the white silk had trapped many insects. What was even more astonishing was that at the top of the web, a small bird was caught, struggling to free itself. However, the more the bird struggled, the more entangled it became. Eventually, under Wang Jun's horrified gaze, the bird stopped moving altogether. If not for the occasional chirping from its beak, it would have looked like a lifeless corpse from a distance. "That's the web of a giant bird-eating spider," Su Yu said with great interest. He had never seen such a massive spiderweb before and immediately quickened his pace to get a closer look. "Sugu, wait for me." Wang Jun was terrified but didn't dare stay behind, fearing spiders might appear nearby. He quickly followed. Chapter 200, Capturing the Spider. "It's quite sticky, though." Su Yu used a twig to touch the spider web and curiously began to study it. "Be careful, Sugu. The spider could be anywhere," Wang Jun whispered from behind a tree. He was extremely nervous, having carefully checked the area behind the tree for any signs of spiders or webs before finally feeling safe. "What's there to be afraid of?" Su Yu showed no fear, instead becoming more excited. "Since the spider's not here, that bird is ours now." Su Yu looked at the bird stuck at the top of the web and said, "Isn't the spider silk poisonous?" Wang Jun asked, a bit worried. "You idiot," Su Yu said, giving Wang Jun a look of disdain before patiently explaining. "A spider's venom glands are located on its fangs, while the silk is produced from the spinnerets in its abdomen. How could it be poisonous?" "That makes me feel better," Wang Jun said, visibly relieved. Su Yu shook his head at this. He was growing increasingly disappointed with Wang Jun. However, he had no time to dwell on Wang Jun's shortcomings. His mind was still on the bird stuck in the web. Although the silk was sticky, he had a shovel in hand. Su Yu picked up the shovel, aiming the blade at the spider silk near the bird. Swish, swish, swish. The silk was cleanly cut, and the bird, previously stuck and unable to move, fell from above. Su Yu acted quickly, placing 2 broad leaves in his palm and catching the bird with precision. The sticky silk immediately adhered the leaves tightly together. "Luckily, I was prepared," Su Yu said with a hint of pride. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have thought to use leaves to catch the bird. Without them, their hand would have been stuck with the silk, which, although harmless to the body, would have been a hassle to remove. "Wang Jun, take this and keep it safe. Don't lose it," Su Yu said, wrapping the bird completely in the silk-covered leaves and tossing it to Wang Jun. "2 layers aren't enough," Wang Jun said, immediately adding several more layers of leaves after catching it. He had an aversion to spider silk, but was actually willing to eat one. "Are those its chelicerae?" Su Yu asked, his sharp eyes spotting the 2 fangs near the spider's mouth. They seemed to be venomous. Based on his years of experience, Su Yu concluded that this spider likely had venom. "Sugu, you've got this," Wang Jun said, stepping back further as the spider approached. "No big deal," Su Yu said confidently. After all, he was a renowned survival expert in China. How could he not be able to catch a spider? "Is that a giant bird-eating spider?" Xiang gasped. Compared to the tiny spiders in China, this one was like a giant beast. "It's getting angry," Hopkins said with interest. "Why?" Xiang asked. "Giant bird-eating spiders are nocturnal," Bear Grylls explained. "However, if a prey gets caught during the day, they'll quickly come over and eat it." "But why didn't it react to the bird earlier?" Xiang asked. "Bear, maybe it's already full?" Lu Wenwen suggested. "Exactly," Bear confirmed. "If that's the case, it'll choose to rest and eat the prey later at night." "But Su Yu just damaged its web and took its food. Any animal would get angry about that." "Bear, is Su Yu going to be okay?" Lu Wenwen asked, worried. "From what we've heard, he doesn't seem to know much about giant bird-eating spiders. That's not good, Bear said frankly. What's not good about it? Xiang asked, his heart skipping a beat. Giant bird-eating spiders aren't very aggressive, but they can cause some trouble, even threatening the eyes, Bear said calmly, shocking everyone. That's serious? Everyone was surprised. If it threatened the eyes, that would be a big problem. In the jungle, such an injury would almost certainly result in withdrawal. Of course, the contestants could choose not to withdraw, but the injured eye would likely suffer irreversible damage, even leading to blindness. At the same time, the giant bird-eating spider was moving on the web, glaring at Suyu, who was close by. This spider's a bit fierce, Suyu said, taking a half-step back and holding the shovel in front of his chest. He did this to guard against the spider spitting silk or using any other attack. Soon, the giant spider reached the optimal height Suyu had estimated. Now's the time. Suyu gripped the shovel and suddenly jabbed at the web above the spider. Before the spider could react, he struck it down. In the next moment, the spider fell from the web and landed on the ground. Now all I need to do is... Suyu was about to deliver the final blow when he saw the spider's 8 legs scrambling, and in an instant, it had crawled over 2 meters away. Wang Jun, catch it! Suyu shouted urgently. The spider was heading straight toward Wang Jun. Oh no, don't come over here. Wang Jun, who was short to begin with, was terrified as the spider's long legs brought its body level with his knees. If you don't catch that spider, you're not getting any of the bird. Wang Yi shouted as he ran over. I'm going for it. Wang Jun, motivated by the promise of food, mustered up his courage and pounced on the spider. Chapter 201. The Injured Wang Jun. Damn it. Why does this guy have to run in my direction? Seeing the spider approaching, Wang Jun felt goosebumps all over his body. However, Suyu was on his way over, and as long as he could intercept the spider for a moment, Suyu would be able to catch up and handle it. Since Suyu had said the spider was edible, Wang Jun chose to believe him. That was the plan initially. But then Suyu said something that changed his mind. Can't catch the spider? No bird for you. That's impossible. Wang Jun instantly summoned an infinite amount of courage, and his gaze toward the spider no longer held fear. Since I'm afraid of spiders, I'll just stop thinking of it as a spider. In his mind, Wang Jun imagined the spider as bird meat. This not only eliminated his fear, but also made him crave it so much that he was drooling. The spider moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already at his feet. Wang Jun grabbed a few leaves, held them in his hand, and suddenly pounced on the spider. Got it! The spider was quite large, and Wang Jun easily pounced on it, using both hands to firmly hold down the giant spider. Well done, Wang Jun, Suyu said, his eyes lighting up. The guy wasn't completely useless after all. Sugu, hurry up. This thing has quite a bit of strength, and I can't hold it down much longer. Wang Jun shouted. When he actually touched the spider's body, even with the leaves in between, the discomfort he felt earlier returned. The spider began to struggle, and its 8 legs occasionally brushed against Wang Jun's body, making him instinctively dodge. Don't worry, I'm coming, Suyu said calmly. In his eyes, the spider was already like fish on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. And the spider seemed to understand its predicament. After a futile struggle, it stopped moving. Finally out of energy, huh? Wang Jun sneered when he saw this. Suyu, however, sensed something was off. After a brief stillness, the spider's hind legs suddenly reached toward its abdomen. The next moment, Wang Jun let out a loud scream. He immediately covered his right eye and rolled on the ground in agony. Wang Jun, what happened? Suyu rushed over, quickly stabbing the fleeing spider with his shovel and then running to Wang Jun's side. Ah! Wang Jun's face was contorted in extreme pain, as if he was enduring an unbearable torment. Even as he rolled around, his hands were scraped and bleeding, but he showed no reaction. Seeing this, the audience was stunned. They had watched the entire process and only saw the giant bird-eating spider stop, rub its legs, and then Wang Jun started screaming in pain. Did Wang Jun get splashed with the spider's venom? Very likely. Even though Bear explained it, I'd rather believe it's a mutant with abilities other spiders don't have. It's like a toad, which, when squeezed, can spray out harmful venom. But spiders don't have the same kind of bumps all over their backs as toads do. The audience discussed. They felt sympathy, fear, and curiosity about Wang Jun's situation. The audience is right. Spiders don't have the same kind of sebaceous glands as toads, which contain white venom that can cause various illnesses when humans are exposed to it. The secret weapon of the giant bird-eating spider is in its abdomen. If you look closely, you'll see it's covered with reddish-brown hairs, Bear explained. Those hairs seem useless at first glance, but once threatened, the giant bird-eating spider will use its hind legs to rub off the hairs on its abdomen and shoot them onto its enemy. So, Bear, what you're saying is, Xiang understood. Wang Jun was most likely hit by those CD, and judging by where he's covering, the injury seems to be in his eye, Bear observed carefully. Wang Jun, are you okay? In the footage, Suyu kept shaking the rolling Wang Jun. After some effort, Wang Jun was still in extreme pain. Suyu grabbed Wang Jun's right hand and moved it away. The next moment, he was shocked by what he saw. Wang Jun's face was flushed a deep red, his right eye was bloodshot, and it appeared there was some foreign matter embedded within. Suyu leaned in closer and could vaguely see some reddish-brown hairs densely stuck in the skin, which looked terrifying up close. What is this? Suyu had never seen anything like it before and looked at Wang Jun with uncertainty. Wang Jun, get up. In front of the global audience, Suyu certainly wouldn't ignore Wang Jun. Instead, he dragged him to the side of a tree to rest. My eye. Wang Jun's wails continued, as if his right eye was being stabbed with needles, constantly stimulating his pain receptors. Suyu then went to the spider and crouched down. A 30-centimeter-long spider was pinned to the ground by the shovel, with no chance to struggle before it died. Suyu looked around, broke off a branch, and poked the spider's body. After some searching, he finally found something unusual on its abdomen. So that's how it is, Suyu said, suddenly understanding. After the spider had briefly stopped moving, he only saw its hind legs move slightly, and then Wang Jun became like this. Luckily, Wang Jun was the one hit. Suyu felt fortunate. In the face of the spider's sudden attack, those tiny CD would be undetectable to anyone, leading to symptoms like Wang Jun's. Fortunately, it was Wang Jun who was attacked, not himself. Otherwise, even if he could recover, it would take a long time. Gotta figure out a way to save him. Looking at Wang Jun, Suyu thought to himself. He still had one of his most important secrets. If he didn't save Wang Jun, the latter would likely give up and resort to drastic measures. That was a result Suyu absolutely didn't want to see. Wang Jun, there are quite a few CD on your face. They need to be removed. Bear with it, Suyu said seriously, moving closer. Okay, go ahead, I can bear it. Wang Jun's voice trembled, showing he was enduring the pain. Wang Jun, are you not going to quit? Suyu asked suddenly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Wang Jun's face. Heh, don't think I don't know what you're up to, Wang Jun sneered, even in this situation. This surprised Suyu. Wang Jun's willpower was indeed strong. If it were him, he probably would have already quit. Suyu focused on a few CD and directly reached out, pinched them, and yanked them out. The CD weren't very deep, so removing them was easy, Suyu said, a bit surprised. Ah, it hurts. Wang Jun cried out again. Chapter 202. Removing the CD. How painful is it? Seeing Wang Jun's pained expression, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction inside, though he pretended to show concern on the surface. 100 times more painful than being pricked by a needle. Wang Jun's facial muscles twitched in agony. When you pulled earlier, you touched other CD, and the pain was unbearable. Wang Jun was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had been fished out of water. Drops of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, only to touch the CD again, causing intense pain. There's no way around it. Without tweezers, I can only use my fingers. Suyu shrugged helplessly, showing a hint of sympathy on his face. These CD must be removed completely. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. I know. These foreign objects might carry bacteria or something. Just get rid of them. Wang Jun gritted his teeth, putting on a brave front. This is so satisfying. Su Yu's heart was filled with joy. He then began to carefully pluck out the dozens of seedi from Wang Jun's face. Wang Jun's continuous screams made the audience wince. Wang Jun looks like he's been burned. Is that the giant bird-eating spider? I'll stay far away from it in the future. This is practically disfigurement. Too terrifying. I wonder if Wang Jun can recover. When Bear Grylls said the spider wasn't poisonous, I breathed a sigh of relief. But who knew there would be this kind of trick? Many viewers touched their right cheeks, feeling a lingering fear. They had a premonition that Wang Jun might be disfigured because of this. After all, Su Yu and the others currently had no medicinal herbs to treat such injuries. If it dragged on, the consequences would be severe. Bear, can Wang Jun's face be healed? Lu Wenwen couldn't bear to watch the screen and turned her gaze to Bear Grylls, asking. With modern medical technology, healing his face is more than enough. Bear confirmed, then changed the subject. But here in the rainforest, without medication, it will be very difficult. Is Wang Jun still not giving up? Xiang muttered. However, compared to his eye, Wang Jun's facial injuries seem insignificant. Bear suddenly said, although I don't understand, seeing the bloodshot veins in Wang Jun's right eye speaks volumes. Xiang stared ahead. The right eye was clearly captured on the screen. Xiang even saw the seedi. Unlike the skin on the face, the human eye is very delicate. The seedi themselves have strong adhesive properties. Once they enter the eyeball, not only are they difficult to remove, but they could also cause the retina to detach. Bear explained. Holy crap, is it that scary? A few seedi can destroy an eyeball? It's unbelievable. So Wang Jun only has the option to forfeit, unless he doesn't want his right eye. The audience was in an uproar. When Su Yu chose to catch the giant bird-eating spider, who would have thought this situation would arise? While the audience was discussing, Su Yu patiently continued to pull the seedi from Wang Jun's face. The seedi on the face are all cleared. After some time, Su Yu finally finished. After triple-checking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jun, now completely exhausted, collapsed against a tree. He had become numb to the pain, but fortunately, as the seedi decreased, the pain on his face subsided. However, the pain in his right eye persisted, and every blink was a tremendous ordeal for him. Only your right eye left. After a short rest, Su Yu stared directly at Wang Jun. The bleeding in your right eye is getting worse. Su Yu let out a soft exclamation. Initially, the eye was bloodshot, but now it was starting to fill with blood. Su Gu, there must be seedi in my eye. Please remove them quickly. Wang Jun said weakly. He was terrified, as foreign objects were stuck in his eye. He had no idea what consequences such a hasty removal might bring, but he knew that if the foreign objects weren't removed soon, he would be in unbearable pain. Leave it to me. Su Yu nodded calmly. After adjusting his own state, Su Yu moved closer to Wang Jun's face. There are 5. After carefully observing, Su Yu concluded. There are so many? Hurry and pull them out. Wang Jun's fingers dug deep into the soil. This was his way of preventing his body from twitching. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Jun as his right hand reached out. Be very careful, that's my eye. Wang Jun was terrified. If Su Yu accidentally pushed the seedi deeper, his eye would surely be blinded. In any case, you can only trust me now. Su Yu's heart sneered with disdain, but on the surface, he spoke with confidence. Seeing this, Wang Jun could only remain silent. Su Yu began to pinch the first seedi. Ah! Wang Jun let out a sudden scream, startling countless birds into flight. Su Yu took the opportunity to pull it out. Is it done? Tool. He didn't tell Wang Jun that there was still half a seedi left in his eye. Wang Jun had already been mentally broken and had just barely regained some vitality. If he found out about this, he might explode in anger and reveal Su Yu's secret on the spot. Wang Jun, let's head back to the camp to rest. It's still raining. Suyu wiped the rain from his face and looked up at the sky. According to his estimate, this rain would last at least a full day. Wang Jun nodded upon hearing this. Then, with great difficulty, he got up from beside the tree and staggered forward. This guy is done for. Suyu was overjoyed. This way, he wouldn't have to figure out how to kill Wang Jun. But Wang Jun's luck is really bad. Recalling Wang Jun's recent experiences, Suyu almost laughed out loud. And the worst part for Wang Jun was that just as he was recovering from illness and hadn't even started resting, he was covered in spider seed. Judging from his current state, whether he could even make it back to the camp was uncertain. Chapter 203. Clever. In a clearing several dozen kilometers away from Suyu, there was a crude shelter. The island's rain had been pouring down since early morning, and by noon, it showed no signs of stopping. Drip, drip. The shelter was like a sieve, with water seeping in constantly and dripping onto the straw below. Achoo! Chui Bianian sneezed, then wiped the rainwater dripping from above his head and glanced at Master Piao. This old fox. Chui Bianian curled up, cursing under his breath. It had just started drizzling in the morning when Master Piao suddenly went out. When he returned, Chui Bianian noticed he had brought back several large leaves. After they both entered the shelter, Chui Bianian realized Master Piao had covered himself with the leaves. At first, Chui Bianian found it quite amusing, but what happened next made his face turn grim. To his disbelief, the supposedly secure shelter began to leak. This was beyond his comprehension. After all, this shelter had been rebuilt after the storm, with improvements based on their previous experience. Who would have thought that their sturdy shelter couldn't even withstand a light rain? Seeing Master Piao soundly asleep, completely unaffected by the rain, Chui Bianian couldn't help but feel resentment. However, after a sleepless night, Chui Bianian soon closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. He slept until noon, and when he woke up, he felt a chill in his body and a stuffy nose. He realized he might be getting sick. Xiao Chui, are you feeling okay? Master Piao was startled awake by Chui Bianian's loud sneeze and, after a moment, asked with concern. I'm fine, Master Piao, Chui Bianian replied, forcing himself to sound energetic. But the shelter is still leaking. What should we do? Chui Bianian didn't want to get wet again, so he brought it up, hoping Master Piao would take the initiative to fix it. This Xiao Chui is so naive. Master Piao, being very shrewd, was comfortably lying in the shelter, covered with leaves, completely unaffected by the rain. Who would want to go out in the rain to fix the shelter when they could sleep soundly inside? Master Piao was unwilling in his heart, so naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. After thinking for a moment, he said, Xiao Chui, the shelter we rebuilt was originally very sturdy and could keep out the rain, but you saw that gust of wind last night. If we hadn't stayed up all night holding down the roof, it would have been blown away. Now, although the shelter is still intact, the leaves and straw we stuffed in have been blown away, and many of the logs have shifted, allowing the rain to seep in easily. Without a shovel, even I can't do much. Master Piao's words left Chui Bianian feeling disappointed. So it was because of last night's wind. Chui Bianian suddenly understood. Master Piao, without a shovel, what should we do next? Chui Bianian looked up with a pessimistic expression. Without a shovel, they couldn't even repair the shelter, let alone handle tasks like butchering animals or chopping wood. What's there to panic about? Master Piao yawned, speaking in a very calm tone. People thousands of years ago were in much worse situations than ours, and they still managed to survive. How is that the same? Chui Bianian widened his eyes. He wanted to say that people back then only lived to their 20s or 30s. If they really had to survive using ancient methods, they might not even make it to next month. Just trust me. Master Piao was full of confidence. Besides, at this point, Master Piao glanced at the drone and lowered his voice. We can always take a shovel from someone else. This is... Chui Bianian gasped. Master Piao actually had such thoughts. He recalled the scene when all the contestants had gathered on Satellite Island. Their contestants from the Korean team were about the same height as those from Japan, around 1.62 meters. Meanwhile, contestants from countries like China and Nitonia were around 1.8 meters tall. But the most extreme were the contestants from White Bear Country, towering and intimidating, with an average height of 1.85 meters. Chui Bianian even saw a contestant who was 1.9 meters tall. Their shovel had already been taken by Johnson, so it wasn't surprising that Master Piao would consider taking one from someone else. However, Chui Bianian was worried. If they left their camp to search for other contestants, it would be a long and dangerous journey. If they encountered Japanese contestants, they might be able to escape even if they couldn't win. But if they ran into contestants from White Bear Country, they might be eliminated on the spot. Chui Bianian voiced his concerns. Master Piao, however, dismissed them. You're too naive, Xiao Chui. Do you really think we'll be fighting hand-to-hand in the rainforest? Master Piao, what do you mean? Chui Bianian's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked at him. The rainforest is full of dangers, but it also provides us with many natural weapons. For example, the venom from animals. If we collect some and apply it to stones or arrows, we won't have to fear even the contestants from White Bear Country. Master Piao spoke slowly, his tone exuding a powerful aura. Chui Bianian was immediately impressed, his eyes filled with admiration. Master Piao, you're amazing. So, we still have a chance. Of course. Master Piao waved his hand, closed his eyes, and continued resting. After all, no matter what they wanted to do, they had to wait for the rain to stop first. For now, replenishing their energy was the top priority. Meanwhile, Billy gazed at the vast desert, feeling a bit lost. Where did that Tom guy go? He left not long ago. Billy had been searching for Tom for 2 hours, but hadn't seen a trace of him, not even a footprint. The wind in the desert was strong, and as soon as you left a footprint, it would be covered by the sand. This was one of the reasons why the desert was easy to get lost in. Did he get swallowed by the desert? Billy squinted, speculating in his mind. There were also some legends about the desert in the United States. However, these legends were too absurd, and Billy didn't believe them at all. Wait. Billy suddenly remembered what he had said to Tom before he left. That guy must have hidden himself? Billy sneered. If a living person deliberately hid, it was naturally impossible to find them. Tom, do you think hiding will save you from my grasp? How naive. Billy decided to stay in this desert area for a few days. He was certain that Tom was hiding somewhere in the desert. As long as he had enough patience, he would definitely catch him. Chapter 204. The Missing Person. Supervisor, we found something unusual. An employee reported on Satellite Island. What's unusual? The supervisor was sipping wine, looking relaxed. He had been panicking after Tom went missing in the morning. Fortunately, Director Errol had intervened and secured the video, solving the mystery of Tom's disappearance. Of course, the experts from the production team were still analyzing the video, trying to reconstruct the entire process of Tom's disappearance. It's like this. The employee swallowed hard and whispered a few words into the supervisor's ear. The supervisor's face changed immediately, and after glaring fiercely at his subordinate, he quickly got up and walked over to the employee responsible for monitoring the desert team. Nathan, where are Tom and Billy's drones? The supervisor asked in a deep voice. Supervisor, Billy's drone has followed them in the rain, while Tom's drone is still in standby mode under the sand dune. Suddenly questioned by the supervisor, Nathan was flustered and stammered. Quickly control Tom's drone to head to the sandpit by the sea. The supervisor shouted sharply. The sandpit? Nathan was stunned for a moment, then remembered that earlier Tom and Billy had sneaked off to a place. Perhaps the sandpit the supervisor mentioned was that location. Understood. Nathan straightened his expression, activated the drone, and controlled it to head towards the sandpit. Oh, and remember to turn off the camera, the supervisor reminded. Without knowing what was in the sandpit, it was better to be cautious. Already turned off. Hearing this, Nathan, while controlling the drone with his left hand, quickly pressed a few buttons with his right hand, shutting off several switches. All right, let me see what kind of tricks you're playing. The supervisor's expression was grave as he crossed his arms and looked at the large screen in front of him. Huh, Billy's livestream is blacked out? That's obvious. Billy must be dealing with a bodily function. Billy still thinks Tom is alive. That's really sad. Some viewers who were following Billy's livestream sighed repeatedly. Wait, look quickly. The footage from Tom's livestream is back. Is this a resurrection? Could it be that Tom isn't dead? I'm a bit scared. The drone should be waiting to be retrieved, right? Some viewers noticed that Tom's livestream had resumed, and they all exclaimed in surprise. According to the production team's rules, once a contestant is eliminated or dies, the drone should be in standby mode and not show any moving footage. So what's going on now? In an instant, a large number of viewers flooded into the livestream. They seemed to sense something and stared intently at the screen, believing they would witness something worthwhile. The sandpit is almost there, just 100 meters left. Nathan glanced at the data on the screen and said, "Imagem." The supervisor just nodded, not saying much. This put immense pressure on Nathan, but also piqued his curiosity. What could be in the sandpit that the supervisor attached such importance to? 50 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. Under Nathan's control, the drone finally reached the edge of the sandpit after a minute of flight. Rotate the camera, the supervisor immediately said. Normally, the drone would only capture the view in front, and the area directly below couldn't be filmed. Yes, Nathan responded. After pressing a few buttons, he adjusted the camera's angle. Ding, ding, ding. A camera appeared below the spherical drone, starting to film the sandpit. The moment the objects inside the sandpit were clearly displayed on the screen, everyone was stunned. This is... The supervisor's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. The subordinates behind him reacted similarly, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, the viewers in Tom's livestream were also terrified, crying and shouting, most of them likely never encountering such a scene in their lives. Ring, ring. A subordinate's phone rang, and he immediately picked it up. After a few seconds, his face changed drastically. Supervisor, it's bad. Tom's livestream hasn't been shut down, and everything being filmed is being broadcasted worldwide in real time. Nathan, what are you doing? The supervisor exploded in anger, shouting on the spot. He wished he could strangle this idiot right there. Impossible. Nathan panicked and quickly checked the position of the buttons. However, after confirming, he quickly shut off the drone's footage and hung his head, utterly dispirited. The facts proved that he had indeed pressed the wrong buttons. He had mistakenly shut down Billy's livestream instead. Nathan, I'll settle accounts with you later. Seeing Nathan's series of actions, the supervisor's nose was almost crooked with anger. It was indeed Nathan's operational mistake. What should we do now? The whole world has seen it. The supervisor pondered inwardly. This was no small matter, and even he might not be able to handle it. At this moment, a subordinate at the back carefully studied the screen and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logan, what did you find? The supervisor noticed this detail. Supervisor, I think I know who he is. Logan couldn't believe it. His eyes filled with terror. This statement immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Who is he? The supervisor asked in a deep voice. It's Owen, the helicopter pilot who went missing a few days ago. Logan said with certainty. He had interacted with Owen a few times. The man liked to tell dirty jokes but was too much of a snob. After Owen's disappearance, Logan had even joined the search team, carrying Owen's photo to search the island. The result, of course, was nothing. Who would have thought Owen's body was here? Owen, I have an impression. He was said to be Jack's accomplice. The supervisor frowned. That Jack, after being captured, was still under detention on the island. His original task of monitoring Chu's group had been taken over by others. This made the supervisor quite happy. After all, Jack had a powerful background and usually didn't pay him any heed. Now that Jack was gone, he could reign supreme again. But now, the issue at hand had to be dealt with carefully. Otherwise, he might be implicated as well. All of you, disperse and get back to work, the supervisor said and turned to leave. He needed to report the situation to the board of directors, who would surely be interested. You say Owen's body has been found? Errol stood up directly from his chair. Owen was an employee on the island, and they had been searching for him for days. Quickly retrieve the body and conduct an autopsy, Errol said in a deep voice. Let's see what Jack has to say now. Yes, Director. The supervisor responded and cautiously stole a glance at Errol. Speak your mind. Errol frowned and said, Owen's body has already been seen by the audience. The world must be in an uproar right now. The supervisor bent down, his expression even more pitiful than crying. Chapter 205. Identity Mystery. Fool. Absolute fool. Errol was furious. Owen's death was an internal matter of the production team. The production team had already issued a ban on leaking the news, and before this incident occurred, the outside world had no idea that a staff member from the United States had been murdered on Satellite Island. It's all my fault. Please punish me, Director. The supervisor knew that any attempt to Bangia would be futile, so instead of trying to justify himself, he chose to humbly admit his mistake. Even if I throw you in front of the public, can it completely quell this storm? Errol knew his subordinate's thoughts well. However, since this subordinate usually obeyed him without question, and the biggest mistake in this matter wasn't his fault, Errol didn't have the intention to fire him. Let's go. It's time to see Jack. Errol pushed the door open and left. The supervisor followed suit. At the same time, as the supervisor had expected, the whole world was in an uproar. This wasn't surprising. In Tom's live stream, a dead body suddenly appeared in the sandpit, which would shock anyone. Some timid viewers even deleted the software in anger. After all, they had come to watch a survival show, not to suddenly see a dead face. Who is that person? Too scary. Is it Tom, who went missing this morning? No way. I remember Tom's face, and it's completely different from the dead person just now. If it's not Tom, then who is it? It can't be Smith, Master Gene, or Takeda Shinji, who died earlier, right? The audience speculated. Meanwhile, some bold viewers had already captured the footage and started analyzing it online. Soon, careful netizens came up with some conclusions. Comparing the 200 contestants' profiles released by the official program, none of them matched the appearance of the dead person in the sandpit. So the dead person isn't a contestant? That's terrifying. Who could it be, then? Who died on the competition island? Could it be someone from the production team? Not long after, netizens with forensic experience also drew some conclusions from the photos. Judging from the photos, the victim's body is covered in livor mortis and has developed a macropathological appearance. If he died on land, the time of death would be at least 48 hours ago. A corpse from 2 days ago? It's chilling to think about, and the production team hasn't disclosed any information. Before the program started, the island was biologically tested multiple times, and the results showed no traces of human habitation. That means there are only 200 contestants on the island. No, now only 196, so the deceased must have drifted over from the nearby satellite island. If the body had been soaked in the sea, the macropathological appearance would have occurred faster, and the time of death would be earlier, at least more than 24 hours ago. Since the production team still hasn't made any moves, it's likely that an internal employee accidentally fell into the sea or was murdered and thrown into the sea, only to drift to the island with the current. It was undeniable that when netizens got serious, their power was terrifying. In no time, they had deduced the situation with about 80 to 90% accuracy. On the way to see Jack, Errol saw the messages on his phone and his eyelids twitched violently. These people would have been great detectives. Based on just one photo, they could speculate so much, and the most crucial part was that they were mostly right. Owen had died on the 7th night of Jack's operation. At the time, Wright had confidently said that he had thrown the body into the sea, with stones tied to it. Who would have thought that less than 2 days later, the body would appear on the island? Errol hadn't known about these details initially, but after Jack was arrested, Wright, in an attempt to clear his own guilt, spilled everything, including the promises made by the George family. Of course, Wright still didn't realize that these promises were all lies Jack had told him, and everything was a deception. This Jack, he's really a curse. After instructing the public relations department to suppress the various rumors around the world, Errol muttered angrily in his heart, Jack's actions must never be exposed. Errol murmured. That day, Chuse's speculation had already kept the production team busy, and they had barely managed to suppress the various rumors. If Jack's actions were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unprecedented pressure would follow, and whether the show could continue would be uncertain. Director, we're here. While lost in thought, they arrived at the place where Jack was being held. I'll go in alone. You wait here. Errol snapped back to reality and gave the order. Yes. The other subordinates nodded in response. Creak. Errol pushed open the heavy door and entered. Jack was in a completely sealed room, similar to a secret chamber. However, unlike a secret chamber, the room was quite spacious, with an area of over 200 square meters. Moreover, it was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and appliances. Jack was sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching a large 100-inch 3D screen on the wall. The screen was playing a horror movie, where the protagonist was being chased by a creature that was half human, half monster. Uncle Errol, what brings you here to visit me? Hearing the door open, Jack didn't even turn his head and spoke directly. Jack, today it's just the two of us. Let's have a good talk. Errol didn't ask the foolish question of how Jack knew it was him, and instead got straight to the point. That suits me fine. After being detained for over a day, Jack had thought through many things. He didn't regret his previous actions, but instead felt that his plan wasn't thorough enough. If given another chance, he would make sure to deliver a fatal blow. As for how he knew it was Errol without turning around, Jack had known Errol for a long time and was familiar with his every move. Therefore, Jack didn't need to look back. He could tell it was Errol just by the sound of his footsteps. Upon hearing his words, Errol sat down, and the two began their conversation. A few minutes later, Hey, I saw the hard drive you hid last night. At the door, one subordinate whispered, Shoo. The other one's expression changed, and he immediately gave him a warning look. What are you talking about? The supervisor frowned and asked. He had just heard something about a hard drive. Considering the health of the employees, the production team strictly prohibited such activities. Nothing. The two naturally wouldn't admit it. You. The supervisor was about to pursue the matter. Suddenly, the door opened, and Errol walked out with a stern face. Director. The supervisor forced a smile, completely unaware of how grim Errol's expression was. Waste. Errol left with just that one word. Chapter 206. Turmoil. A different kind of delicacy. After the body appeared in the live broadcast, the production team finally issued a new announcement after an hour of waiting. The announcement first expressed their surprise at the incident. Next, they admitted that the deceased was an employee of the production team and disclosed some of the deceased's identity. Then, they explained the entire situation. The deceased had gone missing 2 days earlier, and upon discovering the disappearance, they immediately began searching but found no results. Therefore, they did not announce the employee's death to the public but reported it as a missing person case. Finally, the production team promised to immediately examine the body to confirm the cause of death and provide an explanation to all viewers. The announcement immediately stirred up a storm. Although the announcement stated that the deceased had been behaving normally and had no conflicts with others, subtly implying an accidental death, the audience was far from convinced. So far, 3 contestants have died, 1 is missing, and now even an employee has died. What exactly is this show doing? Judging from the footage, the deceased doesn't seem to have many bruises and looks normal. The body is covered in livor mortis. How can you tell? I didn't read much. Don't fool me. I don't believe a living person would accidentally fall into the sea. Even if they did, they must have been drunk. Exactly, no matter what, the production team must take responsibility. The audience voiced their opinions. Some conspiracy theorists even extended it to terrorist actions, but their baseless speculations, posted online without any evidence, were like a pebble thrown into water. They caused no ripple. The production team also started taking action, using forceful measures to suppress unfavorable comments, leaving only those with shallower speculations. While the outside world was still arguing over the body, the contestants on the island continued their difficult struggle for survival. Of course, the word difficult only applied to the majority. A small group was well-fed and had no worries about shelter. Finally done. Inside the wooden hut, Chuzé put down the entrenching tool and let out a long sigh. I didn't realize it had gotten dark. Chuzé looked outside and was surprised. He had been immersed in making tables and chairs, and time had slipped away without his notice. In his memory, it seemed like it was just after lunch. Chuzé, I didn't expect you to really make it. Shun Huangxue gazed at Chuzé's hands, now marked with scars, and felt a pang of heartache. Then she turned her gaze to the inside of the hut. In one afternoon, Chuzé had made another bamboo table and chair. In addition, he had used all their remaining bamboo to create a sturdy bamboo bed. Although the floor of the bamboo hut was made of bamboo, even with straw spread over it, lying on it for a night left one feeling sore in the back in the morning. Chuzé, a man, felt this way, let alone Shan Huangxue. Therefore, Chuzé had long wanted to make a bamboo bed, and today, taking advantage of the rain, he finally made one. However, with limited bamboo, Chuzé could only make one, which he moved to a corner and covered with thick straw. Shen Huangxue lay down casually and was immediately overcome with drowsiness. Compared to sleeping on the floor, the bamboo bed was much more comfortable. Wait. Shen Huangxue suddenly thought of something. There was only one bamboo bed, and if she used it, Chuzé would have to sleep on the floor. The floor wasn't comfortable, and while it might be bearable for a short time, it would definitely hurt his back in the long run. The bamboo bed isn't that narrow. Shen Huangxue looked at the bed and estimated it was about a meter wide. If they squeezed a little, it would easily accommodate 2 people. What am I thinking? Shen Huangxue's face flushed, and she immediately lowered her head and slapped her cheeks hard. If I don't do this, Chuzé's body will. Shen Huangxue was caught in a mental struggle, her heart torn with indecision. The audience, seeing this, praised the scene. Other contestants don't even have a proper shelter, and Shan Huangxue is already sleeping on a bed. Chuzé is such a gentleman. I truly admire him. This hands-on ability is absolutely top-notch. It's amazing. Chuzé has shown superior skills compared to other contestants. If nothing unexpected happens, he's definitely taking home the prize. It's getting dark. Let's eat first. Shen Huangxue still hadn't forgotten her task and immediately stood up, holding the pot, ready to go out. Shen Huangxue, what are we having for dinner? Chuzé looked up and asked. The usual. Shen Huangxue blushed and replied. How about trying something different and delicious? Chuzé's mouth curved into a smile. Something different and delicious? Shen Huangxue was stunned. It was almost dark. What could Chuzé possibly find in the rainforest to eat? Has the rain stopped? Chuzé asked again. It has. Shen Huangxue opened the bamboo door, reached out, and moved her hand, feeling no drops of rain. Then it settled. Just bring the steel pot and follow me. Chuzé stood up, stretched a little, and walked out. What exactly is Chuzé planning to eat? Shen Huangxue was very curious. Curious, of course, wasn't just Shen Huangxue. The audience was also speculating. What is Chuzé planning to catch in the evening? I guess it's something like a badger, rabbit, or mole. I think so too. After a whole day of rain, these animals haven't eaten much. Once the rain stops, they'll definitely go out in groups to forage. In that case, the Treehole team finally gets to eat meat? This heavyweight is actually a fan of the Treehole team? Brother, you've got guts. The audience chatted while keeping their eyes fixed on Chuzé. After days of following, they knew that Chuzé's thoughts were imaginative and his actions were unpredictable. Chuzé, do we have to go far? Walking through the forest, Shen Huangxue asked. After all, it was almost dark, and going far would be risky. Just around here is fine. Chuzé carefully observed the surrounding trees. This one's no good, that one's no good. Chuzé muttered. Shen Huangxue followed behind, puzzled. She couldn't understand Chuzé's self-talk at all. This one. When they reached a certain spot, Chuzé's eyes lit up. He quickly walked to the side of a large tree, stared at it, and called out, Shun Huangxue, come and get the food. I'm coming. Shun Huangxue hurried over. Ding dong. Something was directly tossed into the steel pot, and Shun Huangxue looked down. Is this a cicada larva? Shun Huangxue recognized it instantly. Yes, it's full of protein. Chu Zhe smiled slightly. It's a rare delicacy. Chapter 207. Cicada Larvae. I almost forgot. Shun Huangxue shook her head. The cicada was a type of insect she had been familiar with since childhood. Its exuvii, the shell it sheds during metamorphosis, is a medicinal material with properties such as dispersing wind heat and clearing vision. Additionally, there is a traditional Chinese medicine called cicada flower, which is similar in efficacy to natural Cordyceps sinensis and is extremely rare. Because of this, Shun Huangxue had studied cicadas for a period of time. She was well acquainted with their life habits. However, even so, she had forgotten an important aspect. The larvae of the cicada spend 2 to 3 years underground before reaching maturity between May and August each year. After a rain, when the soil is soft, they dig their way out and climb up trees. Therefore, the best time to catch cicada larvae is right after a rain. Chu Zhe, we need to hurry and catch them. Once the larvae climb high, they will metamorphose and fly away, Shun Huangxue reminded, recalling the habits of cicadas. Let's split up and catch them. Chu Zhe nodded seriously. Shun Huangxue then headed in another direction. The two quickly began catching cicada larvae, and as they did, the sky gradually darkened. Before nightfall, they gathered at the agreed-upon spot. Both Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue were pleased as they showed off the cicada larvae they had caught. In just a short span of about 10 minutes, they had managed to catch at least 50 larvae, a bountiful harvest. Let's hurry back and roast them. They'll metamorphose soon, Shun Huangxue urged. Chu Zhe was aware of this as well, and the two quickly returned to their camp. Shun Huangxue then washed the larvae clean with water, while Chu Zhe skewered them one by one onto sticks. Soon, over a dozen sticks were filled. Chu Zhe made a few tripods over the campfire and placed the skewers on top, which quickly began to sizzle. They looked delicious. Chu Zhe licked his lips, already drooling in anticipation. He believed that in this untouched area, the nutritional value of the cicada larvae would far exceed those caught on the streets. Under the heat of the campfire, the color of the larvae quickly turned golden and then gradually darkened. That's about right. Chu Zhe quickly picked up a skewer, blew on it a few times, and took a bite. The crisp sound of crunching filled his mouth. Delicious, it's all protein. Chu Zhe praised enthusiastically. Shun Huangxue also smiled and picked up a skewer, gently blowing on it before taking a bite. It's undeniable that the nutritional value of wild cicada larvae is immeasurable, far surpassing those raised in captivity, Shun Huangxue commented. Wow, the cicada larvae look great. Of course, look at their bellies, round and full, clearly packed with protein. Haha, it's called the abdomen, not the belly. Wait, how are they eating the whole head without spitting out any bones? Insects are arthropods. Their bones are soft and edible after frying or roasting, including the head and wings. The audience was salivating, many having eaten them as children but never again as adults. This was understandable, as cicada larvae had been over-harvested by humans over time, becoming increasingly rare, much like sparrows. Seeing Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue enjoying their meal, the viewers couldn't help but wish they could pluck a few skewers to satisfy their own cravings. I'm getting hungry just watching, He Xiang said with a smile. He hadn't eaten cicada larvae in 30 years and had long forgotten what they tasted like. Director He, I saw quite a few people catching them with tools after a rain a few days ago, Lu Wanwen said, not feeling particularly tempted. Her hometown was in a remote valley, and every time she visited, the villagers would prepare this dish specially for her. They all knew she loved cicada larvae. Forget it, I'd buy them, but catching them myself would probably kill me, He Xiang chuckled. He knew a thing or two about catching them, but it was physically demanding, and at his age, he no longer had the stamina he once did. Yeah, and with so many people watching, it's hard to get any, Lu Wanwen agreed. Most people who caught them did it for fun, getting a dozen or so for personal consumption, rarely selling them. Even if someone did, they were in high demand and hard to come by. Bear, have you ever eaten them? Xiang asked. Not only have I eaten them, but they even saved my life. Bear smiled, his eyes reflecting on the past. It was during Bear's younger days, when he was inexperienced and got separated from his group while exploring a swamp. He found himself alone, surviving in the swamp. Initially, there were plenty of things to eat, but as time went on, he had consumed everything edible. Despite this, no rescue team arrived. Desperate, Bear turned his attention to a few large trees behind him, judging from their girth that they were at least 5 years old. In his dire situation, he even considered eating tree bark for the first time. But just then, it started to rain. After the rain stopped, Bear was astonished to see a large number of insects emerging at the base of the trees. Overjoyed, he devoured them all. Though he was at his wit's end, eating insects was clearly a better choice than tree bark. After replenishing his protein, Bear was finally found by the rescue team 3 days later and brought to safety. The rescue team was shocked. Bear had survived in the swamp for a full month with no equipment. Later, they were even more amazed when they heard his account. After returning, Bear spent a lot of time researching and finally identified the insects as cicada larvae, rich in nutrients. From then on, Bear would always eat some cicada larvae during his survival adventures, using them as a reminder of the lessons from his youth. So Bear has such a story. Bear was that brave when he was young? What a tough guy, surviving in a swamp for half a month. Did anyone else notice that Bear survived for 3 more days after eating the larvae? The audience buzzed with discussion after hearing Bear's tale. Bear was so strong even in his youth. No wonder he's become a world-class survival expert, Xiang praised. Director He, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go, Bear humbly replied. Bear, you're talking about the Devil's Swamp from 25 years ago, aren't you? Hopkins, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, glancing at Bear. Yes, that's the one. Bear's expression darkened. Funny enough, Bear, I was in the group at the time, just a teenager, Hopkins continued. I heard at least 12 people went missing, and only one was found. I didn't expect that person to be you. Chapter 208. The Worsening Right Eye. There's no need to bring up the past. Bei waved his hand, clearly not wanting to discuss it. I understand, so let's not talk about it, Hopus said slowly after giving the camera a meaningful look. Although they had stopped talking, others were in an uproar. What are they talking about? Xiang was very curious but could see that now was not the right time to ask, given Bei's expression. As for Hopus, asking him might be pointless. It seems Bei has some untold past, Lu Wenwen thought to herself. What is Devil's Wetland? Where is it? I've never heard of it. I've searched the entire internet and found no clues. Could it be that Hopus made a mistake? But looking at Bei's expression, it doesn't seem fake. Who cares? This is a survival show, not a Bei documentary. Why dig so deep? The audience was divided. Some, after fruitless searches, continued watching the contestants' survival efforts, while others, driven by curiosity, delved deeper, hoping to find more clues. Meanwhile, as the night enveloped the island, the contestants began eating to replenish their strength. Suyu from Huaxia was sitting by the campfire, roasting a giant tarantula and a small bird. They had caught them earlier, but due to the rain, they couldn't start a fire and had to wait hungry for the rain to stop. This decision was risky, as the island's climate could easily sustain a month-long rain. If they waited that long, they might starve to death. The best option would have been to build a rain shelter above the fire, so they could still cook even if it rained, unless it was a heavy downpour. Suyu had thought of this, but he didn't want to eat so early and deliberately rested in the shelter, not intending to cook. Only after the rain stopped did he get up to prepare dinner. Sugu, is dinner ready? Wang Jun, weary, opened his eyes and looked outside, his eyes lighting up slightly as he spoke weakly. Just a little more, it'll be ready soon, Suyu called out. My eye. Wang Jun had just opened his right eye when a sharp pain struck, causing him to immediately close it. Why is it still so painful? Wang Jun was panicking. He didn't want to experience that agony again. It was unbearable. While Wang Jun was in pain, Suyu was about to finish roasting the food. It should be about done. Suyu picked up the skewer, sniffing the meat, which emitted a delicious aroma. He was tempted to eat it all himself, but with a patient waiting, he restrained himself. Wang Jun, get up, the meat is ready. Suyu handed over half a spider and half a bird. Wang Jun opened his left eye and quickly took it, devouring it ravenously. Damn spider, you've caused me so much trouble. I'll swallow you alive. Wang Jun bit into the spider's abdomen, chewing viciously as he spoke. Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. Suyu almost burst out laughing. Clearly, Wang Jun was venting his frustration. By the way, how's his right eye? Suyu tore off a piece of bird meat, remembering that the last bristle he pulled out was only half, with the other half still stuck in Wang Jun's right eye. Delicious, this spider tastes great. Wang Jun patted his stomach, showing a satisfied smile. But he felt a bit regretful, as this meal was the most abundant since they arrived on the island, yet he still wasn't full. Wang Jun then became anxious. If the next such meal was a week away, he might starve to death. Hiss, Wang Jun's face was still red, looking like he had hives from a distance. Can't make too many expressions, it hurts like hell, Wang Jun grimaced. Any significant movement of his facial muscles would bring back the sharp pain. Sugo, take another look at my right eye. It's still very painful. Seeing Suyu finish eating, Wang Jun quickly moved his face closer and opened his tightly closed right eye. Holy shit! Suyu glanced and was startled. After an afternoon of rest, the bloodshot veins in the eye hadn't receded but had instead increased, covering the entire eye, looking terrifying. The audience watching through the screen also shuddered at the sight. I've seen this online before. In the end, the doctor extracted a several decimeter-long parasite from the eye. That's terrifying. If Wang Jun doesn't withdraw soon, he might lose his right eye. This reminds me of those bloody-eyed ghosts in horror movies. Why do they have to be female ghosts? Can't it be male ghosts? Damn, horror movies are full of female ghosts. Do you see male ghosts? While the audience was shocked, Suyu narrowed his eyes, thinking of what to say. How is it, Sugu? Seeing Suyu silent and expressionless, Wang Jun frowned and asked. The bloodshot veins in your right eye have receded quite a bit, only a quarter left. At this rate, it should heal by tomorrow, Suyu, noticing the drone's position, said softly. But it still hurts when I open it. Wang Jun was skeptical. Is that so? Let me take another look. Suyu feigned surprise, lifting Wang Jun's upper and lower eyelids to examine them carefully. There's no foreign object, don't worry, Suyu affirmed again. Guess it's due to the eye injury. It should recover in a few days, Wang Jun comforted himself. I think so too. Just rest for a few more days. Keep your right eye closed. Suyu immediately agreed. That puts my mind at ease. Wang Jun perked up and lay down on the straw, closing his eyes to sleep. What a lazy bum. Suyu's eyelids twitched at the sight. Wang Jun had already slept most of the afternoon and had just woken up, yet he was going back to sleep. Even a pig wouldn't be this lazy. Guess I have to rely on myself. Suyu grabbed his entrenching tool and left the camp. He wanted to check if the pit he dug yesterday had filled with rainwater and set up traps before sleeping. After the rain, it would be peak feeding time for animals, and if lucky, he might catch one or even several animals in the pit by morning, ensuring food for the next 1 or 2 days. Suyu quickly arrived at the pit. Almost, as the soil beside the pit collapsed, Suyu quickly stepped back. The pit doesn't have much water, but it's too soft. Animals could easily escape after falling in, Suyu thought while scanning the surroundings, looking for anything useful. Chapter 209. The Wolf Pack. Director, the body has been retrieved. Inside the office, a man in protective gear spoke respectfully. Once the autopsy results are available, present them to me immediately. Errol's expression was calm, no longer showing the anger from before. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged and turned to leave. Jack, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know your place. This time, even the George family won't be able to save you. Errol's eyes revealed a sharp glint. He had approached Jack with sincerity, but to his surprise, Jack had used the George family to threaten him. He even listed the benefits he would gain by siding with the George family. A few of those benefits were even tempting enough to make Errol, himself, consider them. If it weren't for Errol already pledging allegiance to another family, he might have been swayed. Thus, when Jack extended his offer, Errol decisively refused. Jack, in turn, had become furious, speaking disrespectfully and provoking Errol to the point of wanting to kill him on the spot. With charges of murder and attempted murder hanging over you, Jack, I wonder how you'll escape. Errol thought inwardly. He had already decided to pile several charges onto Jack, even if it meant he couldn't be convicted in the end. The mere act of making Jack's life difficult was enough for Errol. After all, like George, Errol was a member of the board of directors, though his backing wasn't as powerful as the George family's. This was one of the reasons Errol had been sent to Satellite Island to handle its myriad of tedious affairs. Shortly after, Errol left the office. He was heading to a secret location to communicate with his colleagues in the United States. As time passed, the contestants on the island finished their dinners and began to rest. The rainforest was noisier than usual due to the rain that had persisted all day. The roars of countless animals echoed across the island, making it difficult for many contestants to sleep through the night. In the darkness, Johnson walked alone through the rainforest. He had been walking all day but still hadn't found any trace of the other contestants. Johnson was furious. As long as the person who had taken his shovel didn't appear, Johnson would remain restless. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, a sound came from a distance. Johnson's hair stood on end. Are the wolves hunting? Johnson had never been to this rainforest before and had no idea what animals might appear at night. Thus, he had already prepared himself mentally and physically for battle. If any danger arose, he would be ready to fight back and escape immediately. If it's just one wolf, that would be best. But Johnson narrowed his eyes, radiating a fierce aura. Wolves were pack animals, usually numbering between a few and several dozen. Although he had only heard one wolf howl earlier, that didn't mean there weren't others nearby. A woo-a-woo. Sure enough, soon after, howls rose one after another, like nightmares in the rainforest, causing countless animals to flee. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been so terrified that their legs would have given out, rendering them unable to move. Johnson, on the other hand, broke out in a cold sweat and quickly climbed up a tree as fast as he could. Damn, judging by the sound, there are at least a dozen wolves. This isn't a joke. Johnson lay on the branch, sweat dripping continuously. Although he was strong, he could handle one or even 5 wolves. But facing an entire pack at once? That would be a death sentence, with no hope of survival. Oh, whoa. Shortly after climbing the tree, Johnson heard the howls growing louder, indicating the wolves were getting closer. Tap, tap, tap. Not long after, dozens of ghostly green lights appeared in the darkness below, moving steadily. This number. Johnson knew these weren't ghost lights but the glowing eyes of the wolves. Even he was momentarily shaken by the pack's intimidating presence, his legs trembling and cold sweat pouring down. The wolves moved quickly below, and Johnson silently prayed. As long as the pack left, he would still be the ruler of the jungle. Woo-woo. But just as the pack was about to pass under the tree where Johnson was hiding, a young wolf seemed to catch a scent, stopping to circle the base of the tree and sniffing carefully. This made Johnson's heart race. Did the wolf smell him? That shouldn't be possible. Johnson periodically smeared dirty mud all over himself to mask his scent. Additionally, he rubbed leaves and fruit juices on his clothes. He was confident he could deceive any animal. So what was the wolf looking for? Just then, the clouds parted slightly, and moonlight bathed the forest below, illuminating it. Johnson quickly looked down. That spot is... Johnson was momentarily stunned, but without much thought, his face suddenly changed, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead and streaming down his face, dripping from his chin. That's my sweat. The wolf smelled my sweat. Johnson obediently moved his head to the branch, causing the sweat to soak into it. Oh, woo. After a short search yielded no results, the wolf below let out a questioning howl, looking at the majority of the pack moving forward. After hesitating, the wolf decided to follow. The pack moved quickly, disappearing from Johnson's sight in an instant. Finally, they're gone. Johnson let out a sigh of relief, but his mind was also feeling fatigued. This was to be expected, as he had been on high alert the entire time, fearing discovery by the pack, which would have meant certain death. Although the wolves couldn't climb the tree, they could surround it and wait, and with Johnson's current physical condition, he might starve to death within 4 days. I'll wait a bit longer. Johnson remained cautious. Even after a long time passed without any sound, he didn't choose to climb down. After some more time, Johnson, irritated by the mosquitoes biting him, thought it should be about time. He had maintained the same position for over an hour, his entire body aching. He climbed down the tree and stepped onto the ground. There's nothing like the ground to make you feel secure. Johnson stretched his body and sighed. Since the pack passed by, there shouldn't be any danger ahead. I can relax. Johnson muttered to himself. Then, gripping his shovel, he headed in the direction the pack had come from. Human dodged its attack, revealed a cruel expression. Johnson could see it clearly. However, he wasn't too frightened. He had been on missions in the rainforest before and had killed many wolves. He had experience dealing with them. Once it comes closer, I'll smack it to death with my shovel. Johnson licked his lips. Earlier, he had been caught off guard by the wolf and, instead of counterattacking, had chosen to dodge. But now, things were different. After dodging, he was prepared, and his gaze toward the wolf had completely changed. You're asking for it by being a lone wolf. Johnson narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Wait, where's my entrenching tool? It was only then that Johnson realized the entrenching tool he had been holding was gone. In that instant, Johnson felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Facing the wolf's sharp teeth with his bare hands was practically the same as committing suicide. It's over there? Johnson's eyes widened. The entrenching tool lay on the ground near the wolf's feet. This is bad. Johnson was furious. He suddenly remembered that, while rolling to avoid the wolf's attack earlier, he had instinctively thrown the heavy object in his hand, the entrenching tool. Am I going to die here tonight? Johnson's mind raced, filled with a fierce unwillingness to accept defeat. Without the entrenching tool, he could still defeat the wolf, but the chances of getting injured were high. No, I can't give up. Johnson's eyes burned with fierce determination. He clenched his fists, assumed a fighting stance, and shifted his center of gravity downward. He planned to dodge the wolf's attack and then grab the entrenching tool as quickly as possible. That way, he would be safe. Oh, whoa. After a moment of confrontation, the wolf finally couldn't hold back and let out a series of low growls. Then, it darted forward. Fast, but it's not enough. Johnson sneered, stepping backward just in time to avoid the wolf's second attack. After 2 failed attacks, the wolf didn't give up. Instead, it circled around to Johnson's back, attempting to ambush him. It's useless. Johnson clicked his tongue, easily dodging the attack with a quick sidestep. He then rolled over to the entrenching tool. The wolf, seeing this, immediately pounced. Got it. Lying on the ground, Johnson didn't have time to get up. He could only lie down and hold the entrenching tool horizontally in front of his chest. The next moment, the wolf bit down on the handle of the entrenching tool. What a strong grip! Johnson felt a heavy pressure on his arm. However, his strength was no small matter. Soon, he gained the upper hand in the struggle. The wolf's head was slowly lifted, and it was clear that Johnson had the advantage. Not good. Before Johnson could celebrate, he suddenly felt his arm lighten, and a sense of unease washed over him. Sure enough, after losing the struggle, the wolf no longer held onto the handle. Instead, it noticed the fingers at the ends of the handle and bit down directly. Seeing this, Johnson quickly let go, but it was too late. The wolf's sharp teeth came straight at him, and half of Johnson's left middle finger was instantly bitten off. The excruciating pain made him scream in agony. I'll fight you to the death. Johnson's eyes turned red as he gripped the entrenching tool tightly, ignoring the blood gushing from his severed finger. The wolf froze for a moment. It was the first time it had seen a human actively attack after encountering a wolf. It was utterly foolish. Even so, the wolf was still intimidated by Johnson's fearless determination. With the half of Johnson's finger in its mouth, the wolf retreated into the darkness. My finger! Seeing that the wolf seemed to have retreated, Johnson trembled, the intense pain causing his body to shiver. No, I have to survive. Even in such a dire situation, a voice in Johnson's heart reminded him. Fortunately, I had found some plants earlier that possess hemostatic properties. Johnson pulled out a few plants from his backpack, tore them apart, and applied them directly to the wound. Johnson was in so much pain that sweat poured down his body. After applying the plants, he tore off a few more pieces of cloth and wrapped the severed finger completely. Wolf, I'll never forgive you, Johnson said through gritted teeth. He was now left with only 8 fingers. Once, during a mission in the army, he had lost a finger in an accident. Now, he had lost a second one. While Johnson was filled with hatred, he also knew that he was extremely weak and desperately needed rest. Climb the tree? Johnson looked at the tree he had just been on and shook his head. With his current condition, climbing the tree was impossible. Then, there's only... Johnson's face darkened as he smeared mud all over his body and quickly approached another tree, pushing aside the tangled weeds. The next moment, Johnson's expression improved slightly. As I thought, Johnson saw that the inside of the tree was hollow, with plenty of space to fit one person. Awoo-awoo. At that moment, the sounds of a wolf pack echoed again. Johnson quickly hid inside the tree and covered the entrance with the weeds. Soon after, the rustling sounds of movement appeared. A pair of green eyes appeared from afar, followed by more. Without exception, they were all attracted by the smell of blood. Each wolf circled around the blood, sniffing the air, as if trying to find the owner of the blood. These wolves are truly relentless. Johnson's lips were pale, and blood was already seeping from the newly wrapped wound. Fortunately, Johnson quickly stuck the wound into the mud and covered it, doing his best to mask the smell of blood. This tactic seemed to work. Out of the dozen or so wolves, only 4 approached the tree hole and sniffed around. However, in the end, they all left, possibly because the weeds blocked their path. Safe. Johnson's tense heart finally relaxed. However, this time, he had no intention of going out again. With this natural tree hole as cover and his injury, he decided to rest for the night. After all, he was alone, and if he was too badly injured, he would only face elimination. Chapter 211. Misunderstanding. Have you had enough, Chu-Zhe? Shun Huangshue asked after seeing Chu-Zhe finish the last skewer of silkworm pupae. Yes, I'm full, Chu-Zhe nodded, then shook his head. There were too many silkworm pupae, and eating them all at once is a bit overwhelming. True, so I only had about 10, Shun Huangshue said with a smile. Well, I ended up eating the rest, Chu-Zhe shrugged helplessly. They had to eat all the silkworm pupae they caught because if the larvae metamorphosed into moths, they would fly away, which would be a waste. Luckily, their dinner was just a pot of mushroom soup, and the grilled pupae complemented it quite well. It's time to rest. Chu-Zhe stood up and stretched his body. Although he didn't walk much today, he was exhausted. The prolonged intense focus on making the table and chairs had left Chu-Zhe quite fatigued. So, after eating, all he could think about was sleeping. Rest? Shun Huangshue's face turned slightly red as she hesitated. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she still found it difficult to speak up. After all, for a girl, such matters were almost unspeakable. But seeing Chu-Zhe walking toward the straw mat, she remembered their hard day and mustered her courage. She bit her lip lightly, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes filled with shyness. Chu-Zhe. Yes, Miss Shin? Chu-Zhe yawned involuntarily. I see you've been quite tired these days. You should sleep on the bamboo bed. Shun Huangshue blurted out the words quickly and then lowered her head, revealing her pale neck. What did you say? Chu-Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shun Huangshue to say that. After a moment, he regained his composure and shook his finger in front of his chest. That won't do. This bamboo bed was made specifically for you. and even if I slept on it, it would be too short for me. Besides, if I slept there, where would you sleep? With that, Chu-Zhe looked toward the corner, pretending to be indifferent, though his gaze kept sneaking back to her. I checked earlier. If you remove the back panel, you can lie down completely on it. Shen Huangxue pointed at the bamboo bed and said slowly, As for me, I'll just sleep on your straw mat. Absolutely not. Chu-Zhe shook his head and refused directly. His body had been enhanced by the potion, making him far stronger than Shen Huangxue. Not to mention, after the night he fought the jackals in the rain, his body showed no signs of illness the next day. If it were an ordinary person, they might have caught a cold after just a few seconds in the rain. Chu-Zhe, for your health, you should sleep on the bed. Shen Huangxue frowned, pouting her lips, clearly unhappy. It's a joke. This is being broadcasted. If the audience sees me sleeping on the bed while you're on the floor, they'll tear me apart. Chu-Zhe thought to himself, then coughed lightly. How about this? You sleep inside, and I'll sleep outside. Chu-Zhe immediately voiced his idea. Shen Huangxue buried her head between her knees, curling up. After a while, a few faint whispers came from within. Shen Huangxue, I didn't hear you. Chu-Zhe leaned closer and said softly. All right then. Shen Huangxue blushed and, after hesitating, nodded. That's great. Chu-Zhe exclaimed with joy. This shout instantly froze the atmosphere in the bamboo hut. He quickly looked at Shen Huangxue, only to find her glaring at him with an icy expression, clearly furious. Chu-Zhe, say that again. Shen Huangxue was both angry and surprised. In her impression, Chu-Zhe wasn't this kind of despicable rogue. At least, through these days of observation, Chu-Zhe had been nothing but kind and considerate toward her. Like the bamboo bed, Chu-Zhe could only make one, and he gave it to her instead of keeping it for himself. Ahem. Chu-Zhe realized Shen Huangxue had misunderstood and showed a look of apology. The thing is, I recently discovered a pattern. Oh? What pattern? Shen Huangxue asked curiously. Do you remember the days we stayed in the shelter in front of the bamboo hut? Chu-Zhe asked. Yes, the shelter was narrow and small, not very warm, and it felt cramped, Shen Huangxue said, her mind suddenly flashing back to the scene where she had hugged Chu-Zhe while sleeping, making her cheeks flush and her body curl up again. What's wrong with her? Chu-Zhe noticed Shen Huangxue's unusual behavior, but felt too puzzled to ask. Back then, we both slept on the same straw mat, but now we're separated. Thinking about it, it's a bit of a pity. Chu-Zhe sighed deeply. Chu-Zhe, you. Shen Huangxue widened her eyes. She couldn't believe Chu-Zhe would say such a thing, which was practically a blatant hint of something more. No, don't overthink it. Chu-Zhe quickly waved his hands. During the nights in the shelter, although we were bitten by mosquitoes, it wasn't as bad as now. Chu-Zhe shook his head helplessly. He found that the closer he was to Shen Huangxue, the fewer mosquito bites he got. But since they moved to the bamboo hut and slept separately, every night was plagued by mosquitoes. Chu-Zhe felt that in another 10 days or so, he might have developed complete immunity to the itching. Later, he found a geranium, which he moved into the bamboo hut, but its mosquito-repelling effect wasn't very noticeable. So that's what you meant. Shen Huangxue breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. You should have said that earlier instead of saying things that could be easily misunderstood. It's my fault. Chu-Zhe chuckled bitterly. He hadn't been clear enough and had inadvertently spoken his true thoughts. Tonight I'll make an exception and allow you to stay closer to me, Shen Huangxue said, feeling a bit sorry for Chu-Zhe. Underneath the black Chongfeng Yi, there must be a body covered with numerous red spots. The mosquitoes in the rainforest were indeed highly toxic. Chu-Zhe had been enduring the constant itching of his body, but he couldn't scratch. In such an environment, once he scratched and broke the skin, it could easily lead to infection, which would be far more serious than just enduring the itching. Thank you, Miss Shen, for your understanding, Chu-Zhe grinned. Now he could finally get a good night's sleep. Shall we go to sleep now? Chu-Zhe's eyelids were heavy, and he was yawning non-stop, just wanting to rest. Yes, I'm a bit tired too, Shen Huangxue said. She had spent the day weaving 2 bamboo baskets, which had strained her eyes. Then the two lay down on the bamboo bed and began to rest. Chapter 212. The plan resurfaces. This godforsaken place is way too cold at night, muttered Billy, lying alone on the desert floor. As the temperature plummeted, he had no choice but to dig a hole in the sand and bury himself in it. That's better, he sighed, gazing at the night sky. Tonight, only a few dark clouds dotted the heavens, allowing the stars to shine brightly, their light shimmering brilliantly. What's up with Tom? He still hasn't shown up, Billy thought, still preoccupied with Tom's absence. He remained convinced that Tom was hiding somewhere in the desert, refusing to emerge. Wait, it's nighttime now, Billy suddenly realized, slapping his forehead and brightening up. During the day, Tom wouldn't dare come out, but at night, he would surely leave the desert, using the cover of darkness to escape from him. Not a chance, Billy thought, digging himself out of the sand. You're my emergency rations, and there's no way you're getting away. Billy narrowed his eyes, scanning the boundary between the desert and the wilderness, clearly visible under the moonlight. Determined not to sleep tonight, Billy decided to wander along this boundary, confident that he would eventually spot Tom's trail. With that resolve, Billy confidently strode forward. Achoo! Wang Yi suddenly sneezed inside the tree hollow, spraying saliva directly onto Shang Jun's face. Huh? Did it start raining? Shang Jun, still asleep, mumbled a few words before his snoring resumed. This guy. Wang Yi covered his ears, but it was no use. The snoring, right next to him, was as loud as thunder, blasting in his ears. I'm going crazy. Wang Yi was furious. After kicking Shang Jun a few times, he still showed no reaction. Just as Wang Yi was about to kick him again, his wristband vibrated, displaying the words, "Prohibit harming teammates." Damn it, are those people blind? Who's harming whom here? Wang Yi cursed. Although he didn't fully agree with the show's rules, Wang Yi stopped his actions. However, with the deafening snoring inside the tree hollow, he couldn't stand being there for another second. He stepped outside, gazing at the bright moonlight, entranced. My family. He thought of his loved ones. Ever since arriving on the island, he had been missing home nonstop. The conditions here were too harsh, something Wang Yi had never experienced before. If it weren't for the prize money, who would come here? Wait a minute. Wang Yi suddenly noticed that the drone wasn't following him. If that's the case, Wang Yi's eyes gleamed as a perfect plan came to mind. Shang Jun, rest in peace. Wang Yi smirked, his expression sinister under the moonlight. Where was that plant again? Wang Yi began to recall. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, and he soon remembered the exact location. Tonight's moonlight is the brightest it's been since we came to the island. Maybe this is heaven's will, Wang Yi chuckled smugly. He then grabbed his shovel and ventured in leaves, stacking them to collect the juice from the stone. Shang Jun, tomorrow will be your last day, Wang Yi said, looking at the leaves in his hand, the juice glistening. At this moment, no one but Wang Yi knew the deadly nature of this substance. Time to start my plan. Wang Yi twisted his neck and walked back to the camp. After days of observation, he had discovered many of Shang Jun's habits. For example, he liked to suck his fingers after eating roasted food. Or after eating fruit, he would lick the juice off his fingers. Or after using the toilet, he liked to pick leaves from his designated tree to wipe. Wang Yi understood that to eliminate Shang Jun without a trace, he had to thoroughly understand the man. Only by knowing both himself and his enemy could he win every battle. Wang Yi planned to use Shang Jun's daily habits to kill him. This way, even if the production team came, there would be no evidence pointing to him. Wang Yi took a piece of wood, smeared most of the juice on the leaves, and then used his shovel to cut a mark underneath for easy identification. Just leave it here. Wang Yi placed the wood directly at the entrance of the shelter. Shang Jun had a habit of stacking wood together. So every time Wang Yi threw firewood into the campfire, Shang Jun would organize the woodpile several times. Now, a piece of wood was just placed at the entrance of the shelter. Wang Yi was confident that when Shang Jun woke up, he would definitely pick up the wood and put it into the woodpile. At that time, Shang Jun's hands would be covered in poison. And tomorrow's breakfast was proposed by Shang Jun himself tonight, eating wild fruits. Therefore, after eating the wild fruits, Shang Jun, who liked to lick his fingers, would surely ingest a significant amount of poison. Then, Shang Jun would be done for. Wang Yi sneered. That fool was probably still dreaming of something nice. Rest well, you won't have many days left, Wang Yi muttered. Then he crawled back into the tree hollow and blocked the entrance with a wooden door. I've been out for so long, and the snoring hasn't weakened at all. That's strange, Wang Yi sighed. He wanted to sleep outside, but he couldn't stand the mosquitoes. Although there were mosquitoes inside the tree hollow, it was still much better than outside. Once Shang Jun is gone, I'll continue catching badgers. Wang Yi, unable to sleep, began thinking about the future. If I eat sparingly, a badger can last me at least 3 days, Wang Yi thought. With one less burden, I, Wang Yi, can go even further. Wang Yi was quite confident. The tree hollow won't be so cramped anymore. I'll finally be able to stretch my legs. This was what Wang Yi most looked forward to. Every night sleeping with his legs curled up was incredibly uncomfortable. If it weren't for exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. So, Shang Jun, just rest in peace. Chapter 213. A beautiful morning. Fuck, Tom still hasn't shown up after a whole night. In the desert, Billy stomped his feet in anger. His eyes were ringed with dark circles, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had spent the entire night awake, all in an effort to catch Tom. But after this long night had passed, there was not even a shadow to be seen. Billy was already hungry to begin with, and now he was starving. Food, I need food. Billy quickly grabbed a scorpion from the ground, snapped off its head and tail, and popped it directly into his mouth, crunching loudly. This isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Billy felt like he could eat 10 turkeys right now. Oh right, I still have that thing. Billy thought of the sandpit. It's been another night. It must be even more rotten. The meat should be full of bacteria. I guess I'll pass. After some consideration, Billy finally abandoned the idea. Besides the above reasons, he no longer wanted to go through this lifeless desert again. Although he had already made a round trip, an inexplicable anxiety kept surfacing in his mind, as if his body was instinctively repelling the desert. Oh well, Billy decided to stop searching for Tom. As long as Tom was alive, he would definitely return to the place where they landed, where they could find some food. With that thought, Billy stepped forward under the glow of the red sun, heading in the direction he came from. What a comfortable feeling. Inside the bamboo hut, feeling the heat of the sun, Chu Zhe gradually regained consciousness. Recalling last night, Chu Zhe was satisfied. Last night, he had clung tightly to Shan Huangxue, which resulted in fewer mosquitoes. This allowed him to sleep very soundly. The fatigue from yesterday was completely gone, and now Chu Zhe felt his body brimming with boundless energy. Time to get up and gather some firewood. Chu Zhe opened his eyes, ready to get up, but found his right arm firmly pinned and unable to move. Turning his head, a stunning face appeared before him. Her delicate features, flawless skin, rosy lips, straight and slightly upturned nose, and long eyelashes. Every detail made Chu Zhe's heart skip a beat. This little girl. Chu Zhe swallowed hard, and then a fragrant scent entered his nose. He knew this was the scent of night jasmine. Chu Zhe's mind was immediately in turmoil. If I take the opportunity to kiss her, she probably won't notice, right? Chu Zhe, this is live broadcasting. You must resist. Crossing that line would be disastrous. It's fine, it's fine. Even if the audience gets angry, it's not my problem. Trust me, just kiss her. No, absolutely not. The production team has rules. No immoral behavior towards contestants, or you'll lose your qualification. Don't you want to compete anymore? The two voices kept arguing in Chu Zhe's mind, making his head ache. I'm a gentleman. I must resist. After a fierce internal debate, Chu Zhe decided to look away. That works. After closing his eyes, the restless feeling in his heart dissipated significantly, and his body was once again under his control. But before he could relax, Shan Huangxue suddenly let out a soft moan and hugged Chu Zhe's right arm even tighter. Wait, this is... Chu Zhe gasped. He could clearly feel a softness pressing against his right arm, and the extinguished flame instantly rose several meters high. Chuzhe quickly cleared his mind, erasing those suggestive thoughts. Meanwhile, the audience was in an uproar. Those who wanted to see the sleeping face of the moon fairy in the morning were immediately enraged. A damn man was being hugged by the moon fairy, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. It looked like they were a couple. I can't take it anymore, brothers. I'm turning against Chuzhe. SSS. What good deeds did Chuzhe do in his previous life to deserve such an opportunity? I heard the moon fairy has a unique fragrance. I wonder if it's true. Let me smell her, just for a second. Last time she hugged someone, it was me. Need a peach tree? While the audience was heartbroken, they also started chatting nonsense. What do you think, teacher he? Watching the scene on the screen, Lu Wenwen smiled and said, "It's truly enviable." Hexiang couldn't help but blurt out the truth. No, cough cough. As soon as he said it, Hexiang came to his senses and immediately started coughing to ease the awkwardness. Ha ha ha. Teacher he is also a man of passion. Laughing to death. Teacher he is already in his 40s, and he still has such thoughts. TSK. I thought teacher he was a gentleman, but he's actually so reserved. Seeing Hexiang's red face, the audience burst out laughing. After all, it was the first time they had seen Hexiang so embarrassed. This also showed how strong Shan Huangshue's charm was, even making Hexiang fall for her. Teacher he, don't set a bad example for our young people in China. Lu Wenwen covered her mouth and giggled. Mr. He, Shan Huangshue is also one of the top beauties in the West. Don't worry, I like her too. Seeing his awkwardness, Bear Grylls spoke up. What about you, Snake King? Of course, she's not bad. Hop snorted and still admitted it. As a Westerner, he spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush. That's right, even Westerners think she's beautiful. Teacher he doesn't need to be shy. Shocked. I always thought Bear Grylls was. The one above is going too far. Bear Grylls is married. It's not his fault for thinking that. After all, Bear Grylls has been a bit suggestive in the show. Indeed, most of his partners are men. The audience quickly shifted the topic from Chuzhe to Bear Grylls. If Chuzhe knew, he would definitely want to thank them. On the bamboo bed, Shan Huangshue also gradually woke up. She wasn't directly hit by the sunlight inside, but was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. The feeling of the bamboo bed is so wonderful, Shan Huangshue murmured. It was then that she felt her hands seemed to be holding something. Judging from the texture, it seemed to be a chongfeng yi, a type of rugged outdoor jacket. Chuzhe. Shan Huangshue's face turned red, and her eyes opened a little slit as she secretly glanced at Chuzhe. Ha. Chuzhe was lying on his back, his chest rising and falling in sync with his breathing, clearly still deep in sleep. Thank goodness this guy didn't wake up. Shan Huangshue was relieved. Then, she skillfully and gently pulled her hands out of Chuzhe's right arm and tiptoed to the ground. This scene feels familiar. Shan Huangshue smiled faintly. She was no longer as embarrassed and flustered as the previous times, but instead quickly adjusted her emotions to greet the new day. Chapter 214. Broken wristband? Such a naive girl. As Shan Huangshue pushed open the bamboo door and walked out, Chuzhe opened one eye and his lips curled into a faint smile. This method was foolproof. More importantly, Shan Huangshue always genuinely believed he was asleep. This way, those extremely awkward situations never arose. All right, what should I do today? As Chuzhe stretched, he pondered inwardly. Judging by the weather, the sky was clear and cloudless, perfect for sleeping or going on a picnic. However, with many things yet to begin, it was clearly not the time for such activities. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed overhead. Chuzhe instantly woke up and sat up straight. The sound of helicopter rotors? Chuzhe's heart skipped a beat. This meant another contestant would be eliminated, possibly even dead. Chuzhe, did you see that? Shan Huangshue rushed in from outside in a hurry. Yes, you guessed right. It's the program's helicopter. Chu Zhe said gravely. I wonder who got eliminated. Shin Huangxue expressed her concern. If it's a foreign contestant, it doesn't matter. I just hope our Chinese contestants stay safe and don't get eliminated. We should focus on ourselves. Worrying about other contestants won't help. Chu Zhe smiled and said, True enough. The worry in Shan Huangshue's brow instantly dissipated as she carried the steel pot and went out again. The sound of the helicopter rotors overhead soon faded away completely. Chu Zhe stood up, walked to the door, and gazed at the distant sky. It flew over early in the morning, probably because something happened last night. Meanwhile, around the world, viewers suddenly noticed the number in the top right corner of the livestream jump. 196, changed to 195. What's going on? Why was someone suddenly eliminated? Who was eliminated? Does anyone know? Who the hell knows? Just check each live stream to find out. The viewers were shocked and quickly went to the program's official website to wait for news. There weren't many live streams, so the viewers quickly found one that seemed unusual. Who is Yin Chengming? I don't know. I only know he's a contestant from Korea. This name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. Isn't he Kim's teammate? Kim is the one from Korea who got electrocuted by an electric eel, right? Yes, that's him. I remember Yin Chengming chose to continue surviving. I didn't expect him to be eliminated after just a few days. But there's no sign of Yin Chengming in the live stream. What's going on? The viewers were extremely puzzled. Rewinding half an hour earlier, on the satellite island. Director, the Korean contestant Yin Chengming is dead? A monitor said, looking down. How is that possible? When did he die? The director widened his eyes and stepped back involuntarily. According to the wristband data, Yin Chengming stopped having a pulse at 12:15 a.m. last night. The monitor replied. You're only reporting this now at 7 in the morning? The director pointed at the person in front of him, his anger flaring up. His subordinates were too negligent. They only discovered the contestant's death nearly 7 hours after it happened. If this continued, he might as well book a ticket home. Director, the wristband's data only transmitted just now. I suspect the wristband malfunctioned, the monitor explained, his voice full of doubt. Is that even possible? The director was stunned for a moment, then his face showed a hint of relief. This way, the responsibility wouldn't fall on him. Thinking of this, the director headed to Errol's office. A few minutes later, a helicopter took off and flew toward the island. According to the wristband's location, we'll arrive in about 10 minutes, the pilot said, his tone urgent. There were 4 people in the back, 3 of whom wore protective suits and looked fully armed, clearly there to handle the body. The last person, dressed in a suit, had a grim expression and seemed uneasy. He was the director, sent by Errol to investigate the matter. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I should try to stay calm, the director sighed, then looked down. The endless greenery below helped ease his anxious mood. As the helicopter moved quickly, the director suddenly spotted a bright green bamboo house standing out against a white rocky area. So this is the bamboo house built by Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue. The director recognized it at a glance. After all, so far, only Chu Zhe's team had successfully built a bamboo house. Some other groups had found bamboo forests and were in the process of building, but their efficiency was far from Chu Zhe's. It would take at least 5 or 6 days to complete. The bamboo house quickly disappeared from view, and the director no longer paid attention. Soon, the helicopter arrived at the location indicated by the wristband. We'll go down first. The director will be the last, one of them said, picking up a submachine gun with a serious expression. I understand. The training content is etched in my mind. The director nodded, then looked at the submachine gun with some envy. He knew it was a real gun. 1 bullet would be enough to end him. But he wasn't afraid. The submachine gun was for self-defense. After all, with the uncertainty of how Yin Chengming died, it was better to be safe and bring real weapons. Soon, after the 3 armed men went down, the director also descended from the helicopter. Where is Yin Chengming? The director looked around, then glanced at the GPS in his hand, feeling puzzled. The wristband fits perfectly around the contestant's wrist. Without our unlocking, the contestant can't remove it themselves. That means the wristband's location is definitely where Yin Qingming died. As the director muttered to himself, he refined the position again and walked forward. The three heavily armed guards formed a triangular formation, protecting him. Here we are. This is the spot. The director frowned and looked at the tree ahead. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. A black corner of clothing peeked out from the bushes behind the tree. The director signaled, and the guard in front stepped forward, pulled it out, and revealed a Chongfeng Yi with several holes, stained with large amounts of dark red blood. What on earth did he encounter? The director was terrified. Even the Chongfeng Yi was torn apart. Perhaps Yin Qingming's body had already been destroyed. Where is the wristband? The director searched in vain, then pressed a button. Soon, a clear melody sounded around them. The director immediately perked up. Found it. Chapter 215. No body to be found. It's actually here. The supervisor crouched on the ground, murmuring, then put on gloves and pulled a bracelet from beneath the soil. This is... The supervisor examined the bracelet closely, his brow furrowing. The once pure white surface of the bracelet was now smeared with bloodstains. Due to the passage of time, the blood had dried, turning a deep, dark red. So where is Yin Qingming? The supervisor looked at the ground in front of him. Surrounded by towering trees, the light couldn't penetrate, making the area below unusually dim. The supervisor had to get closer to the ground for a thorough search. The other three guards also split up to search. The smell of blood is too strong. The supervisor sniffed the soil, a pungent stench of blood hitting his nostrils. Even though he wasn't an expert in bloodstain analysis, he could tell that a large amount of blood must have seeped into the soil for the scent to remain so strong even after several hours. These footprints. The supervisor made another discovery. The footprints, densely packed on the blood-soaked soil, were clearly visible. After observing them, he noticed that most of the footprints were chaotic, overlapping multiple times, indicating that a significant number of beasts had roamed here. Supervisor, look at this. At that moment, one of the guards brought over a shoe. The supervisor turned to look, his expression tightening. This is a combat boot. The surface of the combat boot had several deep scratches and bite marks. If that's the case, the supervisor thought of the bloodstains and footprints he had found earlier, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Supervisor, we didn't find the body. Neither did I. The other two guards returned after failing to find anything. No need to look further. The supervisor looked gravely at the forest ahead, filled with apprehension. If I'm not mistaken, contestant Yin Qingming has been eaten by wild beasts. What? The guards tensed, immediately aiming their assault rifles outward. This is beyond our ability to handle. The supervisor stood up and said, let's head back first and have the forensic team come over. That's the only option. The guards looked at each other and nodded. Given the clues found so far, it was highly likely that Yin Qingming's body had been devoured, leaving only the bracelet buried in the soil. Let's go. The supervisor bent down and placed a small device on the ground before turning to leave. The device he placed was for positioning, as the bracelet used for tracking had been taken by him. This place is too dangerous. Satellite Island is much safer. Despite his calm exterior, the supervisor was panicking inside. As they walked back, his eyes constantly scanned both sides, fearing a wild beast might suddenly leap out. Fortunately, his luck held, and the four of them returned safely. The helicopter was still waiting in the air, and they climbed aboard one by one, returning to Satellite Island. You're saying the body was eaten by wild beasts? Errol raised his eyebrows. This was not good. Last time, Takeda Shinji was swallowed whole by a green anaconda, leaving no trace of a body. Although the production team compensated his family handsomely, they still expressed dissatisfaction. It wasn't surprising. They couldn't even see Takeda Shinji's ashes, as if he had vanished into thin air. However, the production team wasn't easy to deal with. After some maneuvering, Takeda Shinji's family stopped making trouble. But that time, there was a live broadcast of Takeda Shinji being swallowed. So even without a body, it was easier to explain. This time, In Chungming's sudden death had no warning, and the drone that had always followed him had malfunctioned for some reason, continuously playing the same footage. With In Chungming's body missing, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. According to the information, In Chungming had ties to the Korean Heaven and Earth Society, which made Errol's head ache. In Chungming alone wasn't terrifying, but the strength of the Korean Heaven and Earth Society was astonishing. It could be considered the #1 cult organization in Korea, with many government officials and social elites as members. Send the bracelet for inspection as quickly as possible, Errol instructed. Yes. The supervisor lowered his head. What about the drone? Errol asked again. The drone? This? The supervisor was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Director, I didn't retrieve it, but there's a reason for that. The supervisor wanted to explain. Errol, however, didn't want to hear it, waving his hand. I'll have the next team retrieve the drone. You must make sure the bracelet's investigation is thorough. Understood. The supervisor responded and quickly left the office. A few minutes later, another helicopter flew toward the island. This time, it carried professional forensic and investigation personnel. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe was enjoying a hearty breakfast. I feel like the quality of the salt has improved. After finishing the soup in the pot in one go, Chu Zhe licked his lips. That means your salt extraction technique is getting better and better, Chu Zhe. Shen Huangshue smiled. Whir. The sound of the helicopter's rotors filled the air once more. A second helicopter? Chu Zhe frowned, puzzled. Could it be that another contestant has been eliminated? There was no wind or rain last night, yet so many people were eliminated. The jungle is indeed full of dangers. Shen Huangshue was quite surprised. Perhaps something extremely dangerous happened. Chu Zhe thought for a moment and said, like contracting a serious illness or getting injured, attacked by wild beasts, or unable to endure hunger. In such an environment, bacteria and microorganisms multiply quickly, so getting sick is normal. Shen Huangshue nodded. Chu Zhe, what's the plan for today? As the helicopter flew past, she immediately asked, we'll go to the spot where we found the muntjac and search for new traces. If we find any, we'll prepare to capture it. Chu Zhe thought for a moment and said, a male muntjac, that's hard to catch, isn't it? Shen Huangshue expressed her concern, but Chu Zhe waved his hand. Human wisdom is limitless. Leave it to me. All right. Shen Huangshue smiled, feeling much more at ease. Let's go. The early bird catches the worm. Chu Zhe grinned, picking up the engineer's shovel by the door and heading out. Shen Huangshue also grabbed one and followed closely behind. At the same time, inside the tree hollow, Shang Jun yawned and opened his eyes. This is the most peaceful night I've had in recent days. Shang Jun felt full of energy, though his stomach was a bit empty, making him uncomfortable. Wang Yi is still asleep. What a pig. Glancing at Wang Yi across from him, he thought disdainfully. Chapter 216. Did the plan succeed? What should we have for breakfast? Shang Jun stretched his body slightly. Spending the entire night cramped in a narrow tree hollow had left him feeling uncomfortable. He's finally awake. Inside the tree hollow, Wang Yi's lips curled into a smirk, and his eyes opened just a slit. He watched Shang Jun outside, stretching his body, and felt a faint sense of anticipation. In fact, after arranging everything last night, Wang Yi had gone back to sleep. However, with something on his mind, he naturally couldn't sleep for long. He had woken up as soon as the sky began to brighten, but to avoid raising suspicions later, he had kept his eyes tightly shut, pretending to be deep asleep. He waited for a long time before Shang Jun finally woke up and stepped out of the tree hollow. Shang Jun suddenly noticed a piece of firewood lying on the ground near the campfire. He wasn't surprised. After all, every day, branches and firewood would be blown away by the wind and scattered everywhere. He just felt a bit uneasy. Every time this happened, he would always take the initiative to clean up the firewood and arrange it neatly, and this time was no exception. He bent down, ready to pick up the piece of firewood on the ground. So dirty? Shang Jun noticed that most of the surface of the firewood was covered in dust, looking dirty and grimy. He wondered why it had turned out this way. He's about to pick it up. Wang Yi, noticing Shang Jun's movements out of the corner of his eye, began to get excited. As long as he picked it up, Shang Jun would definitely not survive the day. He would become the ultimate victor. Plop! The sound of the firewood being tossed onto the firewood pile. Wang Yi's spirits lifted, and he immediately pretended to just wake up, stepping out. Good morning, Shang Jun. Perhaps due to the joy in his heart, Wang Yi actually greeted him. Shang Jun was momentarily stunned. Ever since the fight, their relationship had hit rock bottom. They were now completely focused on themselves, not bothering to do anything unnecessary, like greeting each other. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Or is he trying to make up? Shang Jun speculated inwardly. Shit, I slipped up? Seeing Shang Jun's confused expression, Wang Yi's lips twitched, and he thought, this is bad. His abnormal behavior now might not seem like much, but if Shang Jun were to die, it would become his biggest weakness. Wang Yi, what are we having for breakfast? After some thought, Shang Jun decided to ignore it. This guy actually dared to ignore me. Wang Yi was furious. Although it had been an unintentional slip of the tongue, the feeling of being ignored still made him extremely uncomfortable. It seems there's nothing to eat. The mushrooms we dug up yesterday are all gone. Wang Yi frowned and let out a long sigh, as if he were also quite worried. Then we'll have to eat wild fruits. Shang Jun had no choice but to say. In the absence of food, wild fruits were their lifeline. Finally, it's here. Wang Yi's heart raced with excitement. When Shang Jun asked about breakfast, he naturally couldn't say they would eat wild fruits. Instead, he deliberately said there was nothing to eat, prompting Shang Jun to suggest it himself. That way, if Shang Jun died, it would have nothing to do with him. Wang Yi, go pick some wild fruits first. After we eat, we'll continue hunting badgers. Shang Jun instructed Wang Yi. Although Wang Yi was unhappy, he didn't object and turned to leave. Not long after, he returned with a dozen wild fruits slung over his back. Wild fruits were only for sustenance and couldn't be eaten in excess. Otherwise, they would surely cause stomach trouble, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, each of them only needed to eat 5 or 6 wild fruits in the morning. Another one of these slightly sour fruits. Wang Yi placed the backpack on a rock, and Shang Jun walked over, picking one up and complaining. Damn it, I worked hard to pick these fruits, and he's still complaining. Wang Yi suppressed his anger, his face expressionless, as he took out 3 fruits from the bottom. Throughout the entire process of Shang Jun reaching into the backpack with his right hand to take out the wild fruits, Wang Yi's gaze was fixed on him. In fact, he had just been about to take out his own share from the backpack when Shang Jun couldn't wait to reach in. His hands were covered in poison, so Wang Yi couldn't afford to be careless. Even after watching the entire process, Wang Yi still didn't feel like eating those wild fruits. But since he usually ate breakfast, not doing so today would seem particularly unusual. Wang Yi had no choice but to take out a few wild fruits from the bottom, which were definitely not contaminated, and then forced himself to take a bite. Am I okay? While paying attention to his own body, Wang Yi's gaze also kept an eye on Shang Jun out of the corner of his eye. Shang Jun held the wild fruit, casually wiped it, and quickly devoured it in 3 bites. My mouth is so bland. Shang Jun reluctantly ate the wild fruit, his mind wandering to the badger. We must catch it today. Shang Jun was full of energy. Hey, Wang Yi, why are you only eating 3? Shang Jun noticed that after eating 3, Wang Yi closed his eyes and began to meditate, which made him puzzled. Normally, Wang Yi would snatch the wild fruits, but now he was acting strangely. Could it be that he's not feeling well? Thinking of this possibility, Shang Jun felt a bit happy. He hadn't forgotten that Wang Yi had once tried to poison him using waxberries. Therefore, if Wang Yi had any problems with his health, Shang Jun would be the first to cheer. He decided he had to teach Wang Yi a lesson, at least making him look bad in front of countless viewers. This guy, just die already. Wang Yi's face darkened, but he remained silent. This surprised Shang Jun. If it had been Wang Yi's usual temper, he would have started arguing with him by now. Today, Wang Yi was acting a bit strange. Although Sheng Jun was a man, his thoughts were very delicate. No matter how well Wang Yi acted, it didn't work. In the end, he still made Sheng Jun feel something was off. The rope at the entrance was blown away by yesterday's storm. It's a pity. Sheng Jun looked at the entrance of the den. He noticed several claw marks on it. After careful observation, he was overjoyed. There are actually 2 badgers. Chapter 217. The Weekend Johnson. Alright, now it's foolproof. Sheng Jun tied the vines to the tree, stood up, and looked down at the badger den below, a satisfied smile on his face. After discovering that there was more than one badger inside the den, he immediately made some adjustments to the trap. First, he had Wang Yi dig up more earthworms, while he found several sturdy vines. He twisted 2 vines together to create a stronger rope. After the previous failure, Sheng Jun had learned his lesson. 1 vine wasn't enough, so he used 2. And he made 3 ropes in total. Using Wang Yi's method of tying slipknots, he placed all 3 nooses at the entrance of the badger den. This way, even if the badger managed to tear off the first noose, there were 2 more waiting for it. By then, Sheng Jun, who had been waiting nearby, would be at the entrance, ready to grab the badger. This was Sheng Jun's perfect plan, and he had already decided that he would stay at the badger den the entire time. Wang Yi was unreliable, and Sheng Jun was afraid he might mess things up. Here are the earthworms. Is this enough? Wang Yi arrived just in time, holding a pile of wriggling earthworms. Should be enough. Sheng Jun glanced at them and nodded. Wait here. Earthworms would burrow into the ground as soon as they touched it. So to use them as bait, something needed to be placed between them and the ground. Sheng Jun gathered a lot of broad leaves and laid 5 layers on the ground, then placed the earthworms on top. Seeing the earthworms moving around on the leaves, Sheng Jun covered them with 2 more leaves and pressed them down with stones. Sheng Jun, the badgers won't be able to see the earthworms like this. Seeing the earthworms pressed under 4 stones, Wang Yi couldn't help but ask in confusion. Animals that live in caves have long since lost their eyesight. Their sense of smell is what's most sensitive. Sheng Jun's lips twitched as he explained. Even if you surrounded the earthworms with stones, or even tied them up tightly with rope, the badgers would still be able to find them. And with their sharp claws, they can easily tear through these broad leaves. I see. Wang Yi suddenly understood. He wasn't particularly interested in animals, so he knew far less than Sheng Jun. Then let's go back to sleep. Wang Yi hadn't slept well the previous night. Badgers usually came out to forage in the evening, and it was currently morning, so they had at least 8 or 9 hours to spare. With so much time, Wang Yi naturally wanted to sleep as he had done before. Eating and sleeping were his dreams when he first arrived. Since the former wasn't possible, the latter was still achievable. Sleep? Are you a pig? Sheng Jun scolded. You. Wang Yi's face flashed with anger, but then he quickly calmed down. Sheng Jun had already eaten the poisonous wild fruit, and according to the time, he didn't have long to live. What did it matter if he acted up for a little while? Wang Yi wouldn't waste his energy arguing with a dying man. Wang Yi is acting really strange today. Sheng Jun felt something was off, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out the reason. Well, he's like this now, which is actually good for me. Sheng Jun thought to himself. Wang Yi, let's go explore the northern area. We're running out of wild fruit around here. If we don't find more supplies soon, we won't even have breakfast. Sheng Jun said. You're right, let's do it today. Wang Yi suppressed his drowsiness, covered his mouth as he yawned, and agreed. The two then walked side by side toward the north. Meanwhile, inside a tree hollow, Johnson was pale and huddled inside. He hadn't slept all night. His left middle finger was severed, and as the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Johnson was in excruciating pain. Even after a night, his fingers still throbbed with intense pain. At times, Johnson even wished he could cut off his left hand to rid himself of the agony. Fortunately, Johnson had gone through the hellish training of a special forces soldier, which was why he was still conscious. If it were anyone else, they might have already gone insane or fainted. As the sky brightened, the viewers also noticed Johnson's condition. Johnson was fine last evening, but now he looks like he's on the verge of death. Did you notice? Johnson isn't resting in a tree, but hiding in a tree hollow. So you're saying Johnson encountered some danger? Look at the dense weeds at the entrance of the tree hollow. No surprise there. At first, the viewers only saw Johnson's upper body, but as the camera panned out, everyone was stunned. Johnson's left middle finger was tightly wrapped in cloth, and there was a large patch of blood on the ground. Judging by the color, it had been there for a long time and had dried up. What happened to Johnson? Why is there so much blood? His left middle finger is missing a section. What exactly happened? Even Johnson is injured? This island is too dangerous. Is this the top contender from the United States? Pathetic. Their strength is nothing special. Exactly, daring to steal our Korean shovel. This is the consequence. Viewers from all over the world began to discuss. Those from Japan and Korea were particularly gleeful. Their countries had lost several contestants, and now it was finally the United States' turn. Although Tom from the United States had died earlier, there was no body to be seen, so they couldn't feel that great sense of satisfaction. But this time, the strongest contestant from the United States, Johnson, had lost a finger, and it was clear he wouldn't survive much longer. In such an environment, physical injuries weren't the most terrifying. What was truly frightening was the infection that could lead to various complications, some of which could even be life-threatening. Water. Although Johnson had applied some herbs to the wound the previous night, he had still lost a lot of blood. Now, he desperately needed to replenish his fluids, but he was extremely weak. After a night of battling the pain, Johnson had exhausted most of his strength, and he wasn't much stronger than Wang Jun when he was sick. Thankfully, I prepared in advance. Johnson mustered his energy, licked his dry lips, and stood up. Johnson's face turned pale. When he accidentally moved his middle finger, a sharp pain instantly shot through his nerves. Food is still enough for now. I should rest for a bit. As Johnson thought about his future plans, he used his right hand to push aside the weeds and crawled out of the tree hollow. Then he walked over to a nearby short tree, and when he saw what was on it, he eagerly reached out with his right hand. Last night, after the wolf pack left, he had endured the pain and used vines and broadleaves to create a simple device for collecting morning dew. After a morning of collecting, there was indeed a decent amount of dew accumulated in the leaves. Chapter 218. The Godfather's Thoughts. Johnson picked up the water, uncaring whether it contained parasites, and drank it all in one go. Delicious sweet, he said. Johnson had been thirsty all night, and this small amount was far from enough to quench his thirst. But he knew that with his current physical condition, seeking water was out of the question. At the very least, he needed to wait until the pain in his middle finger subsided before he could muster the energy for a long walk. Otherwise, in a state of numbness from the pain, even if a snake were right in front of him, Johnson would likely overlook it. Thinking of this, Johnson crawled back into the tree hollow. Opening his backpack, he found some wild fruits and smoked meat inside. Not enough water, but some fruit will do, he thought. Johnson had no intention of conserving food. What was originally enough for 4 meals, he consumed half in one sitting. His body desperately needed nutrients, and if he didn't eat more, his body wouldn't recover quickly. Then, he would easily stumble and be eliminated. Johnson's goal was to survive for 400 days. Even with a finger severed, it did not shake his resolve in the slightest. Quick, check what's wrong with Johnson. On Satellite Island, the supervisor was on the verge of tears. What was going on? A normal night without wind or rain had turned into such a mess. Now, the whole world was waiting for the production team to provide an explanation. If he, as the supervisor, didn't handle it well, he could kiss his job goodbye. Supervisor, look, someone said. With the leader nearby, the observers worked quickly and soon found something unusual. Johnson climbed the tree. The supervisor sensed something ominous. Although it was night and he couldn't see Johnson's face clearly, the fact that Johnson suddenly climbed the tree meant he must have encountered something serious. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, eerie wolf howls rang out from the video. Everyone present was startled. So Johnson encountered a wolf pack, the supervisor realized. But with Johnson's cunning, once he's up the tree, the wolves can't touch him. So how did he get injured? The supervisor furrowed his brows and continued watching. From climbing the tree to being ambushed by a lone wolf after coming down, the entire process was very brief. The supervisor quickly finished watching the whole sequence. After obtaining approval from his superiors, he immediately uploaded the edited video to the official website. In an instant, the audience was shocked. Even a wolf pack on the island made it one of the most dangerous places. After all, whether it was the black bears or tigers that had appeared before, although they were powerful predators, a person could still run away. Even the later appearance of the green anaconda was the same. A green anaconda over 10 meters long was terrifying, but it had a fatal flaw. It couldn't stay on land for long. But a wolf pack, acting in a group. A single wolf's combat power was already formidable, let alone the combined strength of over a dozen wolves in the video. Even if a person could kill a tiger, facing an attack from a wolf pack, they would be torn to shreds in mere moments. This was why Johnson chose to avoid them. His choice was correct, even if his luck was a bit poor. After the wolf pack left, he waited on the tree for quite some time. Yet he was still ambushed by a lone wolf, which resulted in the complete severance of his middle finger. At this moment, the forensic examiner who had gone to inspect the scene returned to Satellite Island. Receiving him was Maka, under Errol's command. "Dr. Mack, what are the results?" Maka asked. "The general situation is clear, but some details need further study back at the lab," a man in protective clothing said, removing his mask. "So, what animal killed Yin Qingming?" Maka was only concerned about this question. "A wolf pack," Dr. Mack said decisively. "Mack, are you sure?" Maka was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Just moments ago, the supervisor had reported that Johnson had encountered a wolf pack last night. It turned out the wolf pack had also come across Yin Qingming. Thinking of Yin Qingming's profile, Maka understood. Unlike Johnson, who had experience and knew how to avoid wolf packs, Yin Qingming was not as knowledgeable. From the first set of on-site data brought back by the supervisor, Yin Qingming had been attacked on the ground near the tree. There were several clearly visible bloodstains on the tree roots. It was obvious that Yin Qingming had tried to climb the tree. The photo of the tree Maka had seen was very thick and difficult to climb. Even Johnson might not have been able to climb it, let alone Yin Qingming. The truth is out, Maka thought after learning the result. He immediately went to report to Errol. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Assembly of South Korea, "Leader, our disciple Yin Qingming died mysteriously on the island, and more than an hour has passed. Yet the production team has not provided any explanation." Yin Qingming's parents knelt in front of a man dressed in strange attire, grief-stricken. The entire Yin family of 3 were disciples of the Heavenly Assembly. Over the years, for the sake of the Heavenly Assembly, they had invested all their savings. What they received were only the so-called advanced blessings and supreme blessings from the leader. Although all 3 of them believed that the only change they experienced was becoming poorer, they remained devout. In South Korea, the Heavenly Assembly was the largest cult organization and the only one recognized by the government. According to incomplete statistics, 1/3 of the South Korean population were members of the Heavenly Assembly. This was why even the production team was somewhat wary. Of course, Errol's concern was that the Heavenly Assembly could influence government decisions. Although their production team had enough backing, if they were attacked by the South Korean government, it would bring them a lot of trouble. "The gods know, and the Godfather will take the place of the gods to redeem you and bring Yin Qingming's soul back," the Godfather said, turning around with a cold tone. Yin Qingming's parents were used to it and, with a hint of excitement on their faces, backed out. "Godfather, do we really need to contact that production team?" someone asked softly by his side. "Of course. Our loyal disciple is dead. If I don't extract a few pounds of flesh from them, how can I console the masses of disciples?" the Godfather sneered. In South Korea, he could be said to be all-powerful. He was also aware of the popular survival show, as many of his disciples discussed it during their worship sessions, but he had no interest in it. However, there was one thing that caught his attention. He knew the production team was very wealthy, to the point of being comparable to a nation. Therefore, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to infiltrate the production team and extract some money. But due to the production team's completely sealed satellite island, he couldn't send anyone to infiltrate. This matter had been put on hold. But now, things were different. With Yin Chengming's death, the Godfather immediately decided to take a big cut. Using the South Korean government to exert pressure, the production team would undoubtedly cave. Chapter 219. The Figure by the Stream. Shortly after, the Heavenly Assembly of the Pickle Nation issued a condemnation notice against the program team. The notice first recounted that Yin Chengming was a devout believer, had no bad habits in daily life, treated relatives and friends with great kindness, and participated in the program because he had no savings and had no other choice. Next, the Heavenly Assembly expressed its dissatisfaction with the program and listed dozens of shortcomings in detail. Then, the Heavenly Assembly expressed disappointment with the performance of the program team and strongly criticized them. Finally, the Heavenly Assembly believed that the program team should take full responsibility for what happened to Yin Chengming, provide compensation to his family, and pay a hefty sum for the mental distress caused to the Heavenly Assembly. They called it the loss of a devout believer, claiming that their hundreds of thousands of followers were in tears, and it remains so even now. The notice from the Heavenly Assembly appeared on Errol's computer almost immediately. Errol, looking at the notice of just over 1,000 words, grew increasingly grim as he read, but by the end, he laughed out loud. This leader of the Heavenly Assembly is really courting death, trying to fleece us like sheep? Errol said, laughing in anger. Mocha beside him also showed a mocking expression and nodded in agreement. Indeed, even a cult organization with hundreds of thousands of followers had such limited vision. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, overestimating themselves. Did they really think that having a firm grip on things in the Pickle Nation would allow them to demand exorbitant sums from them? True, the program team's backers were not short of money. Not only could they easily afford the billions the Heavenly Assembly was asking for, but even tens or hundreds of billions would not be a problem. However, the Heavenly Assembly's dream of communicating with them directly without involving the government was just that, a dream. Ding! At this moment, a small spherical device on the table vibrated, and a figure was projected into the air. Errol. A deep voice spoke. Your Excellency the Chairman, why are you here? Errol's expression changed, and he spoke respectfully. This matter will be handled by the group. You don't need to get involved, the chairman said indifferently. That's even better, Your Excellency the Chairman, Errol replied without any objections, showing obvious relief. As soon as the words were spoken, the figure disappeared, and the spherical device turned off again. Errol's face showed a faint smile. He knew that this matter was over. Now, he needed to focus all his energy on the program. It was only the 10th day, and already there were various problems, making him feel overwhelmed. Errol stood up and walked toward the most important monitoring hall. He decided to personally supervise these lazy individuals. Chu Zhe, look here, Shen Huangxue whispered, pointing to a pile of feces in front of them in the jungle. She and Chu Zhe had arrived at the location where the muntjac was spotted. As expected, after a brief search, they found fresh feces. It was currently morning, and the feces were very fresh. This indicated that the muntjac might have been foraging here in the early morning. We'll start the capture operation early tomorrow, Chu Zhe said, excited and ready to take action. Unfortunately, muntjac are usually nocturnal. No matter how eager he was, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Although muntjac might come out in the evening, the distance from the campsite made it risky. If they waited here in the evening without success, it would be nightfall by the time they returned to the campsite, which was very dangerous. Moreover, if the muntjac escaped, it would be even more difficult for Chu Zhe to do anything in the dark. Therefore, it was more prudent to act early in the morning. Even if they missed the first attempt, there would still be a chance to make up for it. Meanwhile, by a small stream, a figure lay on the ground. His Chongfeng Yi was tattered, his feet were bare, and his soles were blackened, covered in something unknown. How did Hikawa Gosaku end up like this? I remember he lost his memory and walked alone in the jungle, encountering no real danger along the way. But now he's sleeping by the stream. He's gone mad. Yes, many predators come to the stream to drink at night. If they find Hikawa Gosaku, he's as good as gone. But looking at him, he seems unharmed, as if he hasn't suffered any injuries. Many viewers from the Sakura Nation were watching Hikawa Gosaku. They showed great sympathy for their own contestant who had endured so much. They had been supporting Hikawa Gosaku all along, with some even directly sending tens of thousands of dollars in gifts. At the same time, the Chinese live broadcast room was also paying attention. This was not surprising, as it was currently 9 o'clock, and most contestants were either having breakfast or exploring the jungle, so there were no particularly noteworthy scenes. And Hikawa Gosaku. Currently, Hikawa Gosaku was a minor celebrity worldwide. Some people noticed that after losing his memory, Hikawa Gosaku seemed to be surviving better than before. It's too dangerous. Hikawa Gosaku has chosen to rest by the stream. Dear viewers, please do not imitate this, Hiseong reminded. Mr. He, you overestimate us. How could we imitate that? We don't have the conditions. I'd love to sleep by the stream in front of my village, but within 10 minutes, my grandfather would definitely beat me with a broom. So true. When I was a kid, I fell asleep playing in the mud and almost got swept away by the water. Luckily, my dad found me, or I might have become the clothes of the moon fairy. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? The audience chatted merrily. Bear, what are those black clumps on Hikawa Gosaku's body? Hiseong asked curiously. Without a doubt, they are the feces of herbivorous animals, Bear concluded after observing for a while. Feces of herbivorous animals? Hiseong and Lu Wonwon were both stunned. It's the time when herbivorous animals come out at night, and the stream is their active area. Hikawa Gosaku lying still here. It's normal for some animals to defecate on him, Bear explained. However, one should be careful, as animal feces carry many parasites. If Hikawa Gosaku doesn't wake up and clean the feces off his body and take a shower, there's a high chance that parasites will enter his body and grow, and by then, it won't just be a matter of illness. It could be even more serious, even fatal. That's scary? Hiseong gasped. Wild animals are full of parasites, inside and out, while domesticated animals are relatively safer, Bear said with a smile. Then, Hiseong was about to speak. In the footage, Hikawa Gosaku woke up. He twitched and suddenly sat up on the ground. Delicious. Chapter 220. Ferns. Strange, where's my feast? Hikawa Kuzaburu looked around in confusion. Apart from the constant chirping of birds, all that could be heard was the sound of a murmuring stream. The scenery was no different, with nothing but water and trees, not a trace of the promised gourmet meal. So it was just a dream. Hikawa Kuzaburu hung his head in disappointment. Why does it smell so bad? He sniffed and noticed clumps of black stuff on his body, which made him quite angry. Guess I can't sleep here anymore, Hikawa Kuzaburu said, recalling the events of the previous night. After finding some food, he had grown unbearably thirsty and had rushed to the stream, plunging his head into the water and gulping down several mouthfuls. He knew it would be best to boil the water, but under the circumstances, he had no intention of boiling anything. Moreover, he thought he would be fine. But to his utter surprise, soon after drinking the water, his stomach began to hurt violently. Hikawa Kuzaburu had no choice but to relieve himself nearby. After quite some time, his stomach finally returned to normal. By then, he was completely exhausted, too tired to even walk. So he simply fell asleep by the stream and woke up only in the morning. I wonder if these are edible? Hikawa Kuzaburu picked up a clump of excrement from his jacket, brought it to his mouth, and stuck out his tongue to taste it. Bitter and stinky, definitely not as good as cow dung. Forget it. He threw the excrement away, stood up, and cleaned his clothes. What a tough guy. He actually licked it. He said if it were cow dung, he would have eaten it. That's outrageous, dude. Are people from Sakura country that into this? I saw him eat cow dung last time. Who would have thought he wouldn't let go of other kinds of excrement either? The curry country is impressed. The audience was in awe. After all, They had never seen anyone who enjoyed eating excrement. Last time Hikawa Kuzaburo ate cow dung. It could be explained by his recent memory loss and disorientation, but now, from his self-talk, it was clear that his consciousness seemed to have returned to normal, yet he still tasted the excrement, which suggested that Hikawa Kuzaburo might genuinely enjoy this kind of thing. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of wonders. The Chinese audience was truly impressed. There are actually people who can rival the curry country in this aspect. Is there nothing else to eat? After a night of diarrhea, Hikawa Kuzaburo was extremely hungry. Right, there are fish in the stream. Without hesitation, Hikawa Kuzaburo stripped naked and jumped into the stream. Immediately, the live broadcast footage was manually censored with a mosaic. Catching fish is not that simple, especially in such a pristine wilderness where the fish are extremely agile. Hikawa Kuzaburo, already weak, struggled for a long time without catching a single fish. Baka! Hikawa Kuzaburo was so angry that he almost spat blood. Earlier, he had managed to grab the tail of a fish, but due to the slimy coating on his body, the fish slipped out of his grasp. Forget it, I'll eat something else. Hikawa Kuzaburo gave up, got dressed, and walked to the edge of the forest. I might as well go to that place from yesterday. Hikawa Kuzaburo remembered a spot from the previous day where there were still some natural foods left. He turned around and headed there. Soon after he left, a huge black shadow appeared downstream from where he had been. Splash! The shadow emerged from the stream, revealing its massive body. If the drone were here, everyone would recognize it. This was the green anaconda that had swallowed Takezawa Shinji in one gulp. The green anaconda. However, as society progressed and rural areas became more affluent, a variety of foods emerged, and Shang Jun had never tasted fern since. I only know shepherd's purse. Wang Yi honestly admitted. It's hard to explain, but anyway, we have lunch. Shang Jun didn't bother to explain. Seeing the large patch of ferns in front of him, he was overjoyed. Wang Yi, come and pick the ferns. Shang Jun bent down and started picking. Although Wang Yi didn't recognize ferns, seeing Shang Jun's excited expression, he also felt a bit of anticipation. In his opinion, shepherd's purse was already very tasty, so what would ferns, which were even more delicious, taste like? Thinking of this, Wang Yi hurriedly joined Shang Jun in picking ferns. Oh no! Suddenly, Wang Yi remembered that Shang Jun's hands were still covered in poison, and his heart sank. If the poison entered his body through the ferns, wouldn't he be doomed? If we boil them in hot water for a long time, it should be fine, right? Wang Yi thought to himself. However, this was just his own idea, and Wang Yi valued his life very much. After thinking for a long time, he decided that it would be safer not to eat them. Although he would be very hungry, it was better than dying. Something's not right. Wang Yi turned to look at Shang Jun. He found that the latter's face was flushed, showing no signs of poisoning. What's going on? Wang Yi was confused. Every morning, Shang Jun touched the wood and used that hand to wipe the wild fruits and eat them. The whole process was clear to Wang Yi, but the fact was that Shang Jun showed no abnormalities from beginning to end, as if he were immune to the poison. This can't be. Wang Yi's face turned pale. Had his plan failed again? Wang Yi, why are you looking at me? Shang Jun noticed Wang Yi's gaze and said unhappily. Nothing. I was just wondering how delicious the ferns are. Wang Yi forced a smile on his face and replied. Wait, what are you picking? Shang Jun looked at the ferns in Wang Yi's hand and his face darkened. Picking ferns. Wang Yi was stunned. Idiot, the edible part of ferns are the unopened tender stems and leaves. Why did you pick the open leaves? Shang Jun pointed at the area below the leaves and, dissatisfied, exclaimed. You didn't make it clear before, and now you're blaming me? Wang Yi muttered. Why are you blaming me when you didn't explain it clearly? He casually tossed the fiddlehead ferns he had picked into the bushes and started picking again. Chapter 221. Strange Pulse. So many bracken ferns, enough for several meals, Shang Jun said happily as they walked. After a period of picking, their backpacks were filled with bracken ferns. Even if they ate them every meal, it would last them for several days. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening, Wang Yi thought. though he was also happy. He was still pondering his plan. Where had he gone wrong? Up until now, Shang Jun showed no signs of abnormality. We're back at the campsite. The two eagerly returned to the campsite. Shang Jun was already salivating in anticipation. Wang Yi, go wash the bracken ferns and bring back a pot of water, Shang Jun ordered Wang Yi imperiously. Wang Yi's gaze, however, was fixed on the pile of firewood. He noticed that the top piece of firewood was covered in dust, starkly contrasting with the others. He walked over and glanced at the bottom of the firewood with his peripheral vision. As expected, he found a faint scratch at the bottom. This was a mark he had made the previous night to identify this piece of firewood. Since the firewood was taken up, where did the problem lie? Wang Yi couldn't understand. Suddenly, Wang Yi noticed that the very bottom of the firewood had a spot not covered in dust. It dawned on him that last night, in an attempt to save time, he hadn't coated the part he touched with his right hand. This had left a patch of the firewood surface untainted by poison. So that's how it is. Wang Yi regretted deeply. Even in a survival situation, a normal person would generally only touch the cleanest part of the wood, and Shang Jun was no exception. Shang Jun had gripped that small untainted area, completely avoiding the dust-covered toxic part, causing Wang Yi's plan to fail from the very beginning. All morning, Wang Yi had been waiting in vain. Realizing this, Wang Yi was so angry he felt like spitting blood. For the second time, his plan had failed. Fortunately, Shang Jun had been oblivious to his plan from start to finish. Even now, Shang Jun hadn't suspected anything. He just thought Wang Yi seemed a bit off today. Wang Yi. Seeing him unresponsive, standing like a wooden stake, Shang Jun expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh, I'll go now. Wang Yi snapped back to reality, grabbed his backpack and steel pot, and left the campsite. Wang Yi is getting more and more suspicious today, Shang Jun thought, becoming more vigilant. However, he didn't know that Wang Yi's plan had already failed, and his vigilance was now pointless. I'll have to think long-term, Wang Yi thought as he walked. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue were exploring a new part of the jungle. This area was within the territory of the male muntjac. To ensure everything went smoothly, they needed to familiarize themselves with the terrain in advance. Ding! Suddenly, a sound from the system echoed in Chu Zhe's mind, giving him a jolt. Congratulations, host! Your popularity has reached 10 million, earning you a chance to draw a prize. Draw? Chu Zhe didn't hesitate. Soon, 3 light spheres appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host! You've won an intermediate cooking experience pack. Congratulations, host! You've won an intermediate tracking experience pack. Congratulations, host! You've won an intermediate diving experience pack. Feeling the influx of knowledge into his mind, Chu Zhe was excited. These 3 abilities were all things he needed. He could cook, but only to the level of making something edible. He could find clues, but he didn't know how to track. He could swim, but he couldn't dive without equipment. It's worth mentioning that diving was one of Chu Zhe's favorite extreme sports. However, diving without equipment was too dangerous, and Chu Zhe's swimming skills weren't great, so he had given it up. This time, Chu Zhe knew that although he had only obtained an intermediate diving skill, his diving ability might already be better than most professional divers in the world. To say nothing of the fact that his climbing skills had already shown significant improvement. Chu Zhe? While he was lost in thought, a clear and melodious voice brought Chu Zhe back to reality. Shen Huangxue looked at the man behind her with confusion. Chu Zhe had been walking fine in front, but suddenly, his body seemed to freeze in place. Even when Shen Huangxue placed her hand in front of his eyes, he showed no reaction. In Shen Huangxue's perception, Chu Zhe seemed to have turned into a statue. Oh, sorry, I was spacing out, Chu Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Shen Huangxue also noticed something unusual. Chu Zhe's behavior was quite familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. After a brief recollection, she remembered at least 2 occasions where Chu Zhe had stood still like this. Especially the first time, Shen Huangxue remembered vividly. Chu Zhe had collapsed by a tree and regained consciousness after a few minutes. At that time, Shen Huangxue had even taken his pulse but found no abnormalities. His pulse had shown he was in exceptionally good health. So what about this time? Shun Huangshue's expression turned serious. Chu Zhe, extend your right hand. I won't have any problems. Chu Zhe knew what she was thinking and extended his hand with a look of helplessness. Shun Huangshue pressed 3 fingers on his pulse, closing her eyes to feel its strong and vigorous beating. That's strange. Shun Huangshue raised her eyebrows, showing a hint of disbelief. What is it? Chu Zhe, despite being confident in his body, still felt a bit uneasy. After all, there were many diseases in the world that couldn't be cured, and he didn't know if his enhanced body could withstand the invasion of illness. Your pulse is stronger than when I last took it, Shun Huangshue said while deep in thought. Isn't that a good thing? Chu Zhe asked, puzzled. The problem is that a person's pulse is generally fixed under different conditions. Shun Huangshue shook her head and then nodded. The last pulse was already in the very healthy category, and this time it's still the same, but the pulse has completely changed. In all my years of practicing medicine and feeling the pulses of thousands of people, Chu Zhe, you're the first like this. Anyway, my body is very healthy, Chu Zhe laughed dryly. The place Shun Huangshue was puzzled about, Chu Zhe himself was well aware of. It was all because of that bottle of enhancement serum, which needed a week to be fully absorbed. This was a gradual process for the body, and the pulse would change along with the body's transformation. This also proved that Shun Huangshue's level of traditional Chinese medicine was extremely high, as the pulse is something that seems ethereal and is entirely based on the doctor's perception. Chu Zhe was also surprised that Shun Huangshue could sense the changes in the pulse. You're right, but I really want to know the reason, Shun Huangshue said, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Chu Zhe. The intense gaze made Chu Zhe feel a bit uneasy, as if she was trying to see through him and find the answer she wanted. Chapter 222, Rosemary and Sage. The reason? Even I'm not sure myself. Chu Zhe quickly shook his head, trying to dissuade her. But when Shun Huangshue heard his words, she wasn't surprised. Instead, she glanced at him. After some thought, her eyes lit up and she said, Chu Zhe, changes in the pulse can pose certain risks to the body. Don't think that your current pulse indicates good health. If it keeps changing, one day it might. Shun Huangshue didn't finish her sentence directly but started by talking about the dangers of pulse changes. All right, Miss Shin, just say what you have to say. Chu Zhe didn't want to hear such ominous words. I have an idea. I don't know if you'll agree to it. Shun Huangshue's lips curved into a smile. Go ahead. I'll do my best. Chu Zhe didn't make any promises. After all, who knows what kind of method this girl might come up with to find the cause. If she treated him like a guinea pig, that would be a disaster. Don't worry, it's simple. Just take your pulse 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. I want to observe the changes in your pulse, Shun Huangshue explained her method. As long as Chu Zhe's pulse was still changing, she was confident that she could detect it through these daily pulse checks. Then, by unraveling the clues bit by bit, she believed she would eventually find the cause. Did the moon fairy say Chu Zhe's pulse is abnormal? Hey, buddy upstairs, are your ears not working? It's that he has no pulse, okay? Enough already. She just said his pulse is healthy but showing unusual changes. My grandfather is an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and he also thinks there's something wrong with Chu Zhe's pulse. The audience chimed in with their discussions after hearing the conversation between the two. Mr. Bear, this? He Xiang asked, looking confused. Mr. He, I don't understand traditional Chinese medicine at all. This is beyond me. Mr. Bear chuckled wryly. Sorry about that, Mr. Bear. He Xiang felt a bit embarrassed. Used to consulting Mr. Bear, he had forgotten that the latter was a Westerner and had no knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, let alone the more profound art of pulse diagnosis. Wanwan, what about you? He Xiang turned his gaze to Lu Wanwan. From their recent interactions, Lu Wanwan was not only skilled in martial arts, but also had some expertise in bloodstain analysis. Perhaps she had some understanding of pulse diagnosis as well. After all, both pulse diagnosis and martial arts were part of traditional Chinese culture. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. He, Lu Wanwan said with a one-eye shake of her head. When I was practicing martial arts as a child, my family once invited a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to teach me. But at the time, I was only interested in martial arts and had no interest in traditional Chinese medicine or pulse diagnosis. As a result, I only studied for less than a week before the practitioner left. Ha ha ha, so that's Wenwen's background. Wow, what kind of family is this? Teaching martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine as a child? That's incredible. It's a shame. If Wenwen had stuck with it, she might have become the second moon fairy, the second genius in traditional Chinese medicine in China. True. But then again, both traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts require long-term study. If Wenwen had tried to learn both at the same time, she might not have achieved what she has now. Well said. You can't divide your focus. To excel in any field, you need to be dedicated. The fans discussed among themselves. Alright, since none of our guests are familiar with this, let's move on to another topic. Xiang smiled, ready to change the subject. Seeing this, Hopkins felt displeased. Although he himself didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, Xiang hadn't even considered asking him. To him, it was a great insult. Mr. Bear. Hopkins didn't speak up. He knew that the Chinese audience didn't like him much at the moment. If he said anything inappropriate, he might be drowned in a flood of criticism. But just because he didn't speak didn't mean the matter would be forgotten. He silently took note of it and began to resent Mr. Bear. If it weren't for Mr. Bear's fame, he, as the Western Snake King, wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hopkins and Mr. Bear had a superficial relationship, and he had no intention of getting closer to him. The cunning Hopkins started plotting how to deal with Mr. Bear. As long as Mr. Bear wasn't in the live stream, he would take his place and become the most watched guest on the show. Zhe, this plant looks familiar. In the screen, Shen Huangshue pointed curiously at the plant in front of her and asked, Wait, why am I asking Zhe? He definitely wouldn't know. Shen Huangshue thought to herself with a chuckle after speaking. Isn't this rosemary? Zhe approached and waved his hand slightly, immediately catching a whiff of a refreshing scent. Yes, that's it. No wonder it looked familiar. It's rosemary. Shen Huangshue clapped her hands, realizing rosemary, due to its specific growing conditions, was something she had never cultivated and rarely seen. So it was understandable that she didn't recognize it at first glance. Great, my medicinal herb collection has expanded. Shen Huangshue's eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with excitement. Although rosemary was used less frequently, it had remarkable effects on certain ailments. Moreover, its most important use was as a spice, Zhe said slowly. Miss Shun, you can't turn it all into medicine. For us now, spices are more important, Zhe added. Zhe, you know quite a lot. Shen Huangshue looked at him in surprise. Of course, Zhe waved his hand casually, then continued walking forward. There weren't many rosemary plants, and Shen Huangshue could quickly harvest them, so he didn't need to help. Huh. Zhe hadn't gone far when he casually glanced and spotted a large number of purple plants. What the it's sage? Zhe widened his eyes. He didn't expect to find so many useful plants in this area. They had only been searching for a short while and had already discovered rosemary and sage. Zhe immediately called Shen Huangshue, who was busy picking rosemary. Sage is a great find. It can be used as medicine or eaten directly, and its stems and flowers can also be used to make tea. Shen Huangshue listed the uses of sage with familiarity. However, Zhe added, although sage can be eaten, it should not be consumed regularly, as it can accumulate toxins in the body. Zhe, you're amazing. How do you know all this? Shen Huangshue was inwardly shocked. What she was about to say had been preempted by Zhe. That wasn't the main point. The most incredible part was that Zhe even knew about the trace toxins in sage. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 223. Zhe cooking? I learned all this from books before coming on the show. Zhe continued to use the same excuse to brush off the question. Shen Huangshue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Goodness, every time she asked, Zhe's answer never changed. If that's not a lie, then who would believe it? However, Shen Huangshue was already used to it and didn't mind. She smiled faintly and turned away, continuing to pick rosemary. Zhe, on the other hand, bent down to pick the few remaining sage plants. After some time, both their bamboo baskets were filled with a good amount of rosemary and sage. We've made a great harvest, Shen Huangshue said with joy. Let's keep looking, maybe we'll find something else, Chu Zhe said with a smile. They continued searching the area, but after a long time, they found nothing this time. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangshue weren't bothered by it. This trip not only confirmed the territory of the roe deer, but also harvested 2 types of herbs. Most importantly, rosemary was also a spice that could be used in cooking. This was the most exciting thing for Chu Zhe. Finally back. When they returned to the campsite, without even looking at the sundial, they knew it was close to noon. I'll cook, Shen Huangshue said, not putting down her basket but instead picking up the steel pot. Miss Shun, let me do it this time, Chu Zhe volunteered. You? Can you do it? Shen Huangshue looked at him with suspicion. So far, Chu Zhe had demonstrated many abilities, but when it came to cooking, he seemed completely clueless. For someone surviving in the wild, eating was even more important than sleeping. You could skip sleep, but you couldn't skip meals. If the food wasn't good, it could easily affect the rest of the survival journey. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangshue were no exception. In fact, Shen Huangshue was quite confident in her cooking skills. Having been independent since childhood, she learned to cook at the age of 5. By 9, she had mastered 2 cuisines. However, since focusing on traditional Chinese medicine later on, she rarely cooked, so her skills hadn't improved much over the past decade. Even so, Shen Huangshue believed her cooking could outshine many others. After all, being well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she also understood the principles of health and nutrition, having a good grasp of most foods. For example, the smoked venison they currently had. Venison was rich in nutrients, containing protein, fat, minerals, sugar, and certain vitamins, all easily absorbed by the body. But venison was also relatively difficult to cook. Cooked too briefly, it wouldn't be fully done. Cooked too long, the nutrients would be severely lost. Only the right amount of cooking could ensure it was fully cooked while retaining most of the nutrients for the body to absorb. And this was something Shen Huangshue, who had grown up hunting with her grandfather, found no difficulty in. As for Chu Zhe, although he hadn't shown any cooking skills, Shen Huangshue had seen his profile. Chu Zhe's daily meals were either from the unit cafeteria or ordered via takeout. Even his friends said they had never seen Chu Zhe cook. This was why Shen Huangshue had been cooking since they arrived on the island. Not only did Shen Huangshue not believe it, but the audience also doubted it. Did I hear that right? Chu Zhe just said he'll cook? You didn't hear wrong. Chu Zhe, who's always been a glutton, is actually offering to cook. Can his food even be eaten? I don't know if it can be eaten, but I'm sure Miss Shun won't be able to stomach it. Is Chu Zhe getting cocky? He's probably going to make a pot of inedible mess. The audience laughed merrily. Chu Zhe was strong in combat, good at rock climbing, and had terrifying archery skills. That was true, but cooking was a whole different matter. Cooking seemed simple, but it was actually quite complex. Making a meal that was just edible was easy, but making a delicious one was hard. Both the coordination of various seasonings and the control of cooking heat required considerable skill. And Chu Zhe? He had always been the one eating in front of the camera, never giving any guidance or opinions on the food. So many viewers believed that Chu Zhe actually couldn't cook at all. So why did Chu Zhe suddenly change his tune and volunteer to cook? Soon, some viewers figured it out. Excitedly, they typed out their thoughts and posted them online. In Chu Zhe's view, Shen Huangshue's pride is her cooking. If Chu Zhe can make food better than Shen Huangshue, it would greatly increase his favor in her eyes. This statement received a lot of agreement. Wow, so that's Chu Zhe's plan. It does make sense, but for it to work, Chu Zhe has to make better food than Miss Shen. You're so naive. We have a second spice now. Right. Rosemary. Chu Zhe's got a good plan. The audience discussed passionately, trying to deduce all of Chu Zhe's thoughts from his expressions. 1-1. What do you think of Chu Zhe's cooking skills? He Xiang didn't ask the foolish question of whether Chu Zhe could cook, but directly inquired about his cooking skills. Chu Zhe's cooking skills. Lu Wenwen's mouth twitched. How would she know about that? Well, I think Chu Zhe's food will at least be edible. Lu Wenwen didn't dare to overpraise. The profile had all the information about Chu Zhe. Although Chu Zhe's performance had been quite different from the profile, it didn't affect the accuracy of the information. After all, most other contestants' performances matched their profiles perfectly, so Lu Wenwen still relied on the profile. In a survival show, cooking was a crucial task. Therefore, the production team had specially categorized the contestants' cooking skills when collecting their information. Among the 200 contestants, 10 had been chefs before, and several others were also rated as S level. Shen Huangxue, Johnson, and Su Yu were rated A level. Chu Zhe, Wang Jun, and Wang Yi were rated E level. What did this mean? It meant they were complete beginners. In plain terms, they had no cooking experience at all. Lu Wenwen had clearly seen Chu Zhe's E level rating. But due to Chu Zhe's outstanding performance earlier, Lu Wenwen had a misconception. Even if Chu Zhe couldn't cook, his skills would probably reach at least B level, which was considered good. That's ridiculous. Hopkins immediately refuted, disagreeing with Lu Wenwen. A person who's never cooked before, whether his food can be eaten is a question, let alone the taste. Here comes the Snake King again. I wonder how Chu Zhe got on his bad side. Yeah, he's been targeting Chu Zhe the whole time. It's unbelievable. The audience whispered among themselves. Chapter 224, 2 dishes. You still don't believe me? Seeing the audience's doubts, Hop snorted coldly. In the next moment, he stood up directly from his chair. Then he turned around and pointed at the chair, shouting loudly, "If Chu Zhe's cooking reaches the A-level standard, I'll eat this chair right here and now." Damn, scamming food and drink? No need for that. Eating a chair is too much. Freshly made rice is obviously more delicious. What a beast. Waiting for the Snake King to eat the chair. The audience became excited upon hearing this. In an instant, countless voices cheering for Chu Zhe rose and fell. Are you sure you're going to cook? After regaining her composure, Shen Huangxue asked again in an incredulous tone. Of course. You've worked hard today, and I'm preparing to reward you. Chu Zhe said decisively. I'm looking forward to it. This time, Shen Huangxue felt at ease. She had seen a strong sense of confidence in Chu Zhe's eyes. Knowing Chu Zhe's temperament, Shen Huangxue no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. However, she didn't put down the steel pot. You rest then. I'll go alone. Chu Zhe said, puzzled, looking at the steel pot in her arms. Today, both rosemary and sage need to be processed promptly, or their medicinal properties will easily dissipate. Shen Huangxue replied with a smile. All right, let's go together then. Chu Zhe nodded, shouldering the bamboo basket filled with sage. He and Shen Huangxue headed to the stream. It's a good thing I came. Otherwise, you'd be washing these until afternoon. At the stream, Shen Huangxue teased. Indeed, these should last quite a while. Chu Zhe nodded and then asked. These herbs aren't usually used, but it's better to be prepared. They become especially important in critical moments. Shen Huangxue thought for a moment and explained. By the way, these are for seasoning, while the rest will be made into medicine. As she spoke, Shen Huangxue brought a small pile of rosemary to Chu Zhe's side, leaving a larger pile for herself. Use them sparingly. Chu Zhe chuckled. However, he didn't object. Shen Huangxue was right. Although her actions seemed strange in this situation, they were actually a precaution. If they waited until needed, it would be too late. By the time they found them, they might already be useless. Under their joint efforts, the herbs were quickly washed and had already been billions in debt. But what few knew was that, despite his love for food, Chu Zhe had never cooked a meal in his life. Even during his most destitute times, he had never even boiled a packet of instant noodles. Now, with the system's basic cooking experience pack, Chu Zhe not only instantly learned how to cook, but also gained many unique methods. Chu Zhe, the rest is up to you. Back at the campsite, Shen Huangxue picked up her bamboo basket and headed toward the stone area. It was noon, and she wanted to take advantage of the strongest sunlight to dry the herbs in the basket. Don't worry. Chu Zhe took out a few pieces of smoked venison from the corner. Too bad it's not fresh. Chu Zhe shook his head regretfully. If the venison were fresh, he could have made dozens of dishes. But now, With smoked venison, the options were significantly reduced. 2 dishes, 1 roasted venison, 1 venison soup. After much thought, Chu Zhe decided on the menu. Once decided, Chu Zhe immediately got to work. First, he took out 2 larger pieces of venison and cut them into 3 equal parts using a stone knife. He didn't use the army shovel. The shovel was sharp, but since it was made of metal, it would affect the flavor of the meat. After cutting, Chu Zhe picked up a bamboo skewer and threaded the 2 pieces of venison horizontally. The second and third skewers were done the same way. Then he placed the 3 skewers over the fire. Chu Zhe pulled out a few pieces of wood to reduce the intensity of the flames. Next, he piled the burning wood outside the door on an open space and surrounded it with other firewood to form a fire pit. Time to cook. Just as Chu Zhe was about to start, he suddenly remembered something. He turned and left. Shen Huangxue, who was drying sage nearby, looked at him curiously but didn't say anything. Whatever Chu Zhe does has a purpose, it's never in vain. Shen Huangxue thought to herself. Soon, Chu Zhe returned with a few plants in his hands. Since she was far away, Shen Huangxue couldn't see clearly what he was holding. Mysterious. Shen Huangxue muttered. That's it. Chu Zhe smiled, looking at the ingredients in front of him, including the wild vegetables he had just picked and washed. Then he started to cook. He put the venison into the pot, added the freshly picked wild vegetables and sage, and covered the pot with a lid. Chu Zhe sat leisurely on a stone, tapping his fingers on the stone, focusing all his attention on the steel pot. A good chef must be able to perfectly control the cooking process. Even a second too early or too late could change the flavor of the dish. It's about time. After a while, Chu Zhe stopped tapping his fingers, using this method to judge the cooking time. Add this. Chu Zhe lifted the lid, and a burst of aroma filled the air. After just 1 sniff, he added the crushed rosemary. The flavor was pretty good just now, Chu Zhe thought. Since the rosemary hadn't been dried yet, Chu Zhe added it first to maximize its aroma. Shortly after, Chu Zhe added the final bay leaves and covered the pot again. Almost forgot. Just as Chu Zhe was about to sit down, he slapped his forehead and went to the fire pit near the bamboo hut, sprinkling rosemary and bay leaves over the venison. Crackle! The fire made a crisp sound. In the next moment, an unprecedented aroma swept through the air. Chu Zhe closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the brief moment of tranquility. He knew it was a success. Chapter 225, Taste Test. This side is almost done too. Chu Zhe placed 3 skewers on a clean broad leaf beside him. Then he walked out of the bamboo hut, opened the pot lid, and a mix of different aromas instantly burst forth. From a distance, Shen Huangxue suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing scent. Not particularly hungry before, she now felt her appetite surge, and her stomach growled, clearly reminding her it was time to eat. How can Chu Zhe's cooking smell so good? As she swallowed her saliva, she thought to herself. While she was busy, she was also curious about how Chu Zhe was preparing the meal. So she kept sneaking glances at him. But throughout, Shen Huangxue didn't notice anything unusual, except for the few wild vegetables Chu Zhe had brought back after going out for a few minutes. I've made venison soup nearly 10 times, but how come I can't achieve this kind of aroma? Shen Huangxue was a bit puzzled. The ingredients Chu Zhe used were almost identical to hers, except for the rosemary. Could adding 1 more spice really elevate the aroma of the dish this much? Shen Huangxue wondered, her hands still moving. Dinner's ready, Miss Shen, Chu Zhe called out when the soup was done. Just a little longer, I'm almost finished, Shen Huangxue said, speeding up her movements. Need any help? Chu Zhe asked. No, this is my job, Shen Huangxue replied with a gentle smile, then lowered her head to spread out the remaining herbs. Done. In less than 2 minutes, Shen Huangxue finished her task. Standing up, she walked into the bamboo hut and carried out a bamboo bucket. The bucket wasn't very big, now filled halfway with clean water, and had a bamboo ladle on top. This was something Chu Zhe had specially made for them to use for daily hand washing and cleaning to maintain personal hygiene. After carefully washing her hands, Shen Huangxue walked over to Chu Zhe. By then, Chu Zhe had already placed the steel pot on the bamboo table. There were also 3 skewers beside it. It's worth mentioning that to prevent the bamboo table from getting scorched by the steel pot, Chu Zhe had placed a thick bamboo mat under the pot to protect the table. Perfect timing. Let's start with the skewers, Chu Zhe said, sitting comfortably in his bamboo chair. Seeing Shan Huangxue approach, he picked up a skewer and handed it to her. Thank you, Shan Huangxue politely replied, then sat down in the chair. She gently sniffed the skewer in her hand. This aroma is incredible. Shan Huangxue's eyes lit up. Even without tasting it, just the scent wafting from the venison was enough to tell her the flavor would be excellent. Go ahead and try it, Chu Zhe said confidently. But beneath his confident exterior, Chu Zhe's heart was a bit uneasy. After all, this was the first time he had ever cooked, both in this life and his previous one. And since he hadn't tasted it himself, he wasn't sure how it would turn out. Following the principle of ladies first, Chu Zhe let Shan Huangxue try it first. If it tasted good, then he could relax. But if it was terrible, things could get awkward. How is it? Chu Zhe asked, narrowing his eyes and watching Shan Huangxue closely. Under his gaze, she opened her cherry lips and took a small bite. Mm. After chewing a few times, the aroma exploded in her mouth at every moment, making her swallow and then unable to resist eating the other half. This taste. Shan Huangxue's brows furrowed. I knew it. How could Chu Zhe possibly know how to cook? Scared me for a moment. I thought Chu Zhe was bluffing. If you don't have the skill, don't take on the job. Doing this will greatly lower Chu Zhe's image in the audience's eyes. Feels bad for my moon fairy, having to suffer through such terrible food. Yeah, look at that frown. Come into my arms for some comfort. Dream on. Upstairs. How many dishes did you eat to get this drunk? Seeing this scene, the audience burst into laughter. Of course, they couldn't smell the aroma of Chu Zhe's cooking through the screen, so they could only gauge it from Shan Huangxue's expression. As expected, after taking a bite, Shan Huangxue frowned. What did this mean? Clearly, Chu Zhe's skewers were so bad that Shan Huangxue couldn't bear to eat them. Chu Zhe, you really? Lu Wenwen's heart tightened, her right hand gripping her sleeve with a hint of nervousness. Chu Zhe was her most favored contestant, and she couldn't let anything go wrong. Although at the moment, whether Chu Zhe had cooking skills or not didn't seem to matter much for this team. But Lu Wenwen believed that Chu Zhe must have this skill. In wilderness survival, food is the most important. If Chu Zhe didn't learn to cook and relied solely on his teammates, one day, if something happened to his teammates, Chu Zhe might also fail because of it. No, this might be. Bear Grylls narrowed his eyes at the screen, as if he had noticed something. Hops, on the other hand, sneered coldly. As expected, Chu Zhe couldn't cook. Looks like I can use this angle, Hops thought. Although his previous plan had failed, he didn't give up. These days, he was still thinking of plans. But since he couldn't contact Jack for now, he had to put it on hold. He knew something had happened to Jack, but he was well aware of Jack's background. He believed that Jack would eventually get out of his predicament, and he himself was very safe. By then, Jack, who would be even more resentful of Chu Zhe, would definitely cooperate with him again to deal with Chu Zhe. Using public opinion this time might not be bad. Hops remembered the previous incident with Zhu Baobao. Although that public opinion was quickly suppressed, it still dealt a certain blow to Chu Zhe's reputation. So seeing this scene, he once again had an idea. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe, who had been paying attention to Shan Huangxue's expression, felt something was amiss. How is it? Although he saw Shan Huangxue take another bite, her brows were still furrowed, as if she was dissatisfied with something. This made Chu Zhe a bit disappointed. Could there be something he hadn't done well? The taste is excellent. Shan Huangxue raised her thumb, her eyes smiling, looking very charming. Then why were you frowning? While Chu Zhe felt relieved, he was also a bit curious. It was just my disappointment. Why can't I make this taste with the same ingredients? Shan Huangxue shook her head, laughing out loud. So that's what the moon fairy was thinking. Damn, I was fooled too. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the easier it is to deceive people. Wait, Don't you guys think the Moon Fairy might be saving face for Chuzé? Of course not. The Moon Fairy has always been straightforward, rarely beating around the bush. You're obviously a fake fan. In that case, does Chuzé really know how to cook? The audience had a good laugh. They had misunderstood. From Shan Huangshue's words, it was clear. He was a good man who cooked and cleaned. Over his 20 years of marriage, he had honed his cooking skills to a high level. In his opinion, without the combination of scallions, ginger, and garlic, even with 2 spices, the taste wouldn't be great. Bear, what do you think? Xiang asked. I trust Shan Huangshue's judgment. Chuzé's cooking skills might really be at a very high level. Bear was unmatched in reading people's expressions. From the subtle expressions, it was clear that Shan Huangshue was not putting on an act. Her reactions were entirely genuine. This meant that Chuzé was not exaggerating and truly possessed astonishing cooking skills. How did Chuzé learn to cook like this? Next to them, Lu Wanwan, holding Chuzé's information, repeatedly studied it and then posed a question. Just smelling it is so amazing. The taste must be... Shin Huangshue first picked up a piece of venison. She noticed that the blackened surface of the smoked venison had disappeared, revealing its reddish-pink texture. And from the way the meat swayed as she picked it up, it was clear that the meat was tender and well-cooked. Soon, Shen Huangshue put a small piece of venison into her mouth. In the next moment, she froze. This venison! As soon as it entered her mouth, the venison melted, and the juices burst out instantly. In that moment, Shen Huangshue was stunned by the sudden burst of flavor. What kind of expression is that? Chuzé muttered. Shen Huangshue seemed to freeze, her face showing no change in expression, making Chuzé's heart rise again. However, he had also smelled the aroma earlier, and Chuzé believed that even if the taste was a bit off, it shouldn't be inedible. This dish. Shen Huangshue came back to her senses and was about to speak when she suddenly saw the thick soup in the pot. She then picked up a spoon and took a sip. This is too delicious, Shen Huangshue exclaimed. If this weren't the wilderness, I'd suspect you added MSG. Hearing this, Chuzé's face showed a hint of a smile. Indeed, his second dish had also succeeded. And the venison in the soup, I can only say. Shen Huangshue licked her lips, her eyes misty, as if recalling the taste just now. The intense flavor explosion left an unforgettable impression on her. Even calling it a delicious dish doesn't do it justice. Perhaps this is something that only exists in the heavens, rarely experienced in a lifetime. Shen Huangshue praised without reservation. There's no way it's that good. It's just passable. Being praised like this, Chuzé felt a bit embarrassed and immediately became modest. How good must it be to get such a high-level evaluation from the Moon Fairy? It must be much more fragrant than our usual meals, right? What's going on with Chuzé? Where did he learn all these life skills? Damn it! Who's really in the wilderness here? Why am I stuck eating instant noodles? I'm even worse. I eat steamed buns every day. The audience members discussed among themselves. Bear, Snake King 1-1, let's go to the food street after the show. Xiang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Seeing Shan Huangshue's intoxicated expression, he suddenly wanted to eat some delicious food. For someone of his age, the food street, which he might visit only once a year, was the best choice. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the food street in Beijing yet. Lu Wenwen said with a smile. She wasn't from Beijing and had previously come to the city only for competitions, so she never had the chance to visit the food street. Therefore, she agreed with Xiang's suggestion. It's a good opportunity for me to experience the culinary feast of the capital of China. Bear also had no objections. He had long admired Chinese cuisine. When abroad, he often ate at Chinese restaurants. He especially loved mapo tofu. The instant, numbing, and spicy sensation was irresistible to him. Alright, I'm tired of eating hotel dinners lately. Hops also showed interest, though he kept a straight face and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Then it's settled. Xiang smiled, his mind already planning for tonight. Meanwhile, after Shan Huangshue had tasted everything, Chuzé finally started eating. Not bad, not bad. Chuze nodded while eating, and as he nodded, he marveled at the system's power. In just a few minutes, it had turned Chuze, a culinary novice, into a cooking expert. Chuze, did the rosemary really have such a good effect? Shun Huangshue asked curiously. No, you also added sage. Even with those two, it shouldn't have produced such a wonderful effect. That's true. Chuze nodded. Then, Shun Huangshue looked at Chuze. So, I picked some shepherd's purse and added it to the dish. Chuze explained with a smile while using his chopsticks to pick up a wild vegetable. I thought it looked so familiar. It's shepherd's purse. Shun Huangshue suddenly realized. Although shepherd's purse is a type of wild vegetable, its role in traditional Chinese medicine is indispensable. It has effects such as stopping bleeding, improving vision, treating hemorrhoids, and regulating menstruation. At the time, Chuze was far away, and she couldn't see clearly. Moreover, the shepherd's purse in the pot had been torn apart by Chuze, making it unrecognizable. Shepherd's purse is delicious and nutritious, rich in protein, calcium, and as many as 11 amino acids, so when used in soup, it greatly enhances the original broth's flavor. Chuze explained. I see. Shun Huangshue listened attentively. However, how did you learn to cook, Chuze? Shun Huangshue asked curiously. Cooking skills aren't like previous survival knowledge that can be learned just by watching. It requires a lot of practice. She was eager to know what excuse Chuze would give this time. Well, it's like this. Chuze scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Whenever you cook, I always pay attention, and after more than 10 times, I've learned quite a bit. So for this meal, I wanted to try it out, and the results turned out pretty well. What? You learned just by watching me cook? Shun Huangshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart filled with astonishment. Is this what they call a genius? Chapter 227. Trouble for the Tree Hole Group. It was noon, and basically all the contestants from various groups were eating lunch. The Tree Hole Group was no exception. However, they seemed to be facing some trouble. What did you say? Shang Jun widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. There's a fox over there? Yes, by the stream we usually go to. It almost spotted me. Wang Yi was still shaken. Although foxes are small carnivores and theoretically do not pose a threat to humans, he had no hunting experience and harbored an inexplicable fear of all carnivorous animals. There are many types of carnivores, but they all share one thing in common. Their teeth are exceptionally sharp. Even foxes are no exception. Wang Yi was well aware of this, so after seeing the fox, he immediately returned to the camp to avoid being bitten. That's strange. I remember foxes are nocturnal animals. Why would one appear during the day? Shang Jun was puzzled. Shang Jun, what should we do now? Wang Yi was still carrying a bag full of fiddleheads. Are you an idiot? Shang Jun was extremely annoyed, and his tone was far from friendly. This stream is so long. Even if there's a fox blocking the way at our usual spot, what about the other areas? Can't you wash the vegetables at another spot? And you just came back like that. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Shang Jun was blunt. Damn, this guy's really pushing it. Wang Yi's face turned cold. Anyone criticized like this wouldn't have a good expression, especially when it was being broadcasted to the whole world. It sounds easy for you to say, Shang Jun. Wang Yi had thought of this, of course. He didn't rush to wash the vegetables at another spot by the stream for a reason. Our usual water source is basically safe, and there's also a small gravel beach. But other spots either have the stream running through them, making it hard to stand and get water, or are densely wooded, dark, and eerie. Who knows what kind of risks are hidden there? Wang Yi was a cautious person who never took any risks. The fact that he ran away after encountering a scorpion was a clear example. What he says makes sense. Shang Jun's eyes rolled around. Getting water from a new place meant taking on new risks. Most animals have fixed habitats. If they accidentally intruded, it could easily lead to danger, even threatening their lives. In that case, Shang Jun snorted coldly. It's just a fox, isn't it? Kill it. Shang Jun was starving and had been longing to eat some delicious fiddleheads. Now, a fox was blocking his way, and he couldn't stand it. Lead the way. Sheng Jun said with Ba Qi. What's gotten into this guy? Wang Yi looked at Sheng Jun in surprise. The Sheng Jun he knew was more or less like himself. What happened today? Could it be that he's desperate? While muttering to himself, Wang Yi began walking towards the direction of the fox. Sheng Jun picked up a shovel and followed. Although he hadn't encountered a fox before, he knew one thing. Foxes were weak and didn't pose a threat to him. That's why he didn't hesitate. If it were a wolf, he might have already wet his pants. The law of the jungle is merciless. The strong prey on the weak. Another fox. Xiang noticed the conversation of the treehole group and chuckled. Foxes had already appeared in the camera shots of several groups. However, only a few groups managed to catch them, while others, no matter how hard they tried, failed. Bear, what exactly is Sheng Jun wondering about? Xiang asked. Normally, foxes are nocturnal. Bear explained. But it's also possible for foxes to come out during the day to find food. It only happens when they don't get enough food at night. So, it means they didn't get enough to eat at night? Xiang asked. Yes. Bear nodded. I've read some data before. In more remote areas, foxes are more likely to forage during the day. But there's plenty of food in the rainforest, right? Why would this fox? Xiang raised a doubt. That's a good question. Bear narrowed his eyes and thought for a few seconds before slowly saying, in my opinion, it's possible that a new predator has appeared in the territory of the treehole group. So, the foxes dare not forage at night, fearing being eaten by the predator, and thus change their habits to forage during the day. A new predator? When this was said, the audience gasped. What did this mean? The treehole group was in danger, but they were still unaware, living in the defenseless treehole. If one day the predator discovered the two of them, the result was obvious. Death or elimination. Hops had an expression of interest. For him, the more urgent the situation, the more interested and excited he became. Everyone, don't think too much. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere become heavy, Bear smiled. Of course, it's also possible that the fox simply didn't get enough to eat at night and came out during the day to forage. Generally, on an island that has not been stepped on by humans, all territories have long been divided. A territory will not see major changes for months or even years. I believe the treehole group won't be so unlucky. Although Bear expressed an optimistic attitude towards the situation of the treehole group, the audience still did not believe it. After all, they knew that there were several large carnivores on the island, and even a green anaconda over 10 meters long had appeared. Even if another beast appeared in the territory of the treehole group, they wouldn't be surprised. Where is it? The two members of the treehole group soon approached the stream. Seeing nothing in front, Sheng Jun couldn't help but ask in confusion. That's strange. It was right there before. Wang Yi stood on tiptoe, looking for a long time, but saw nothing. Did you make a mistake? Sheng Jun frowned, his tone somewhat displeased. No, the fox must have left. Wang Yi thought of a reason. From the time I saw it until now, quite a while has passed. The fox might have finished eating by now. It's possible. Sheng Jun nodded. Then he bent down and parted the bushes beside him. Sheng Jun, what are you doing? Wang Yi asked curiously. Nonsense. If the fox was foraging here, it would definitely leave traces. Sheng Jun searched carefully while explaining. Unlike Wang Yi, from the traps in front of the badger den, he had gradually integrated the wilderness survival knowledge he had memorized into practice. You're right. I'll look too. Wang Yi agreed and started searching on the other side. Chapter 228. The Joy of the Treehole Team. Found it. Wang Yi discovered a small pool of blood beneath a bush, along with some black fur. Let me see, Sheng Jun said, squinting as he walked over. Looks like that fox was eating here, Sheng Jun declared confidently. Duh, I could tell that without you saying it, Wang Yi muttered, crouching down to pick up a white bone fragment. The bone was still sticky with some pink meat, soft and tender to the touch, clearly fresh. The fox must have just finished eating. Damn it! Sheng Jun clenched his teeth and punched a tree. If we had come earlier, both the fox and its prey would have been ours. True, Wang Yi replied softly, feeling a pang of regret. If he had known, he would have risked everything to catch the fox, or at least steal its prey. But now, with the fox gone, all that remained was a fleeting dream. Wait! Shang Jun's eyes narrowed as he noticed some bloodstains on a nearby leaf. If the fox left from here, how could there still be blood here? Shang Jun quickly pushed aside the bush and peered inside. The dim interior of the bush was illuminated by the sunlight, revealing more bloodstains on several leaves. Wang Yi, come over here, Shang Jun said before diving in. What did you see? Wait for me. Wang Yi hurriedly followed. After walking through the dark thicket for a while, the two emerged into an unfamiliar area. Shang Jun, you? Wang Yi was about to speak when Shang Jun put a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shuh! Look over there. What is that?" "Where?" Wang Yi, seeing Shang Jun's serious expression, crouched down and moved closer. Holy crap, isn't that? Through the gaps in the leaves, Wang Yi spotted a fiery red fox, its eyes closed, seemingly resting. What a stroke of luck! Wang Yi was ecstatic. No one would have expected the fox, which they thought had left, to be hiding here, and now it was asleep, making it a sure catch. Shang Jun, what's the plan? Wang Yi realized that Shang Jun had a bit of cunning. Faced with an easy target like this fox, he wouldn't rush in alone. Cooperation was clearly the safer option. First, look at what's beside the fox, Shang Jun whispered, squinting. Beside it? Wang Yi followed his gaze and his eyes widened. In the shadow beside the fox lay a white animal corpse. From his angle, it looked like a rabbit. We're in for a big haul. Wang Yi's heart raced with excitement. Today was their lucky day. They had found plenty of ferns in the morning and now a fox at noon. Most importantly, there was a rabbit corpse beside the fox. While Wang Yi had never eaten fox meat, he could guess it wouldn't taste as good as rabbit. Idiot, we don't know how much of the rabbit the fox has eaten. If most of it is gone, we can't eat it, Shang Jun whispered, reminding him. When do we make our move? Wang Yi was anxious, afraid the fox might escape. Wait a bit longer, Shang Jun said. He knew foxes were cunning and had to observe for a while to determine if it was truly asleep or just feigning it. Keep an eye out for any snakes or other animals, Shang Jun said, his gaze fixed on the fox. Wang Yi nodded and scanned the surroundings. Huh, He Xiang murmured in confusion. Bear, why is there a rabbit corpse next to the fox if it's already full? He Xiang couldn't understand. The remnants Wang Yi had found earlier clearly showed the fox had already eaten, yet there was a rabbit corpse beside it. For a fox that was already full, this was excess food, which was highly unusual. In the jungle, animals that died would quickly rot, and foxes preferred fresh food. This rabbit would be inedible by the time the fox got hungry again, so He Xiang was puzzled. This is called killing behavior, Bear quickly explained. It refers to a strange behavior of some predatory animals during hunting. Normally, animals hunt to satisfy their food needs, but killers are different. They often kill far more prey than they can eat at once. Similar to foxes, examples include lions, polar bears, and leopards. Bear's explanation made it all clear. Isn't that like going to a restaurant and ordering a ton of food, only to waste it? Exactly, it's essentially a waste of food. So even in nature, some animals don't value their food. I think I get it. It's like when I was a kid. I'd buy snacks and, even though I could only eat one bag a year, I'd open them all and eat a bit of each. By the next day, they'd taste bad. Haha, buddy, that's just being greedy, not wasting. The audience discussed the topic, while Shang Jun, after waiting for a while, finally made a decision. The fox hasn't moved, it's still resting. We can make our move now, Shang Jun said gravely. I'll go around from the left, you go from the right. If we ambush it from both sides, there's no way that fox can escape, even if it had wings. Got it, Wang Yi nodded. At this moment, he put aside their personal grudges and focused on catching the fox first. Fox pelts were valuable. Wang Yi licked his lips and smiled. Don't make any noise. Shang Jun reminded him just before they parted. Foxes have sharp ears. If it gets spooked... Don't worry, I know, Wang Yi said confidently, patting his chest. Seeing this, Shang Jun gripped his shovel and quietly moved to the left, while Wang Yi, holding a stick he had found on the way, move to the right. Looks like it's going to work, Heseong said happily. Was the tree hole team finally going to catch their prey? Not so fast, Bear shook his head. What do you mean, Bear? Heseong's heart skipped a beat. Was another twist about to happen? Foxes usually live in dens and rarely choose to rest in the open. After all, there are many top predators in nature that prey on foxes, Bear explained. So, Bear, are you saying this fox isn't actually resting? Lu Wenwen asked in surprise. Yes, Bear confirmed. If I'm not mistaken, the fox is hunting. How is that possible? The audience was shocked. Chapter 229. One hit, one kill. Is the fox hunting? It's clearly sleeping. Yeah, it hasn't moved a step in such a long time. How could it be hunting? But Bear's judgment is usually spot on. I want to choose to believe him. Me too. I trust Bear. We'll find out soon enough if we keep watching. Some viewers chose to believe Bear, while others questioned his statement. Bear, the fox has been motionless for over 10 minutes now. To me, it doesn't seem like it's hunting. Heseong asked, puzzled. Don't rush. Be patient. The answer will come soon. Bear said calmly. I can't see anything but Bear. Hops frowned slightly, deep in thought. He had caught many foxes before, but he didn't know much about the species. Although he, like many viewers, was skeptical, he also deeply trusted Bear's words. After all, Bear's skills and knowledge were beyond doubt. If he didn't know something, few people in the world would. He's getting closer. Shang Jun slowly approached the fox, his gaze fixed on it. He stepped carefully, always choosing the path with the least leaves to minimize noise. I wonder how Wang Yi is doing over there. Sweat dripped from Shang Jun's face, but he didn't care. As long as he could catch the fox, it would all be worth it. Still sleeping. Sleep on. By the time you wake up, your head will already be off. On the other side, Wang Yi had reached the closest point to the fox on the right. From his angle, he could clearly see the rabbit's corpse by the tree. Earlier, from a distance, he hadn't been able to see it clearly, but now that he did, Wang Yi grew even more excited. That rabbit is so fat. Wang Yi's thoughts wandered to various rabbit dishes, and his mouth watered, the droplets falling onto his Chungfeng Yi. Wait, when do we act? Only after reaching the optimal position did Wang Yi realize that Shang Jun had only mentioned a pincer attack but hadn't specified the timing. He has a shovel. I'll wait until he moves in first. Wang Yi only had a stick in his hand, which didn't pose much of a threat to the fox. To be honest, despite his excitement, he still felt a bit scared. Although the chances were slim, what if the fox bit him? Whether it was his leg or arm, the consequences would be severe. Thinking of this, Wang Yi became even more alert. Wang Yi is in position. Shang Jun squinted and saw a figure flash through the bushes directly opposite. Although he didn't see the face clearly, it was definitely Wang Yi. That guy isn't going to charge in on his own, is he? Shang Jun cursed inwardly. After they separated, he realized he hadn't discussed the specifics of the capture with Wang Yi. In fact, Shang Jun had already planned it out. The fox was trapped between a tree and a stream, while he and Wang Yi stood on the remaining two sides. In other words, the fox had no way to escape. Wang Yi, don't act on your own. Just block the fox's escape route. Shang Jun muttered. All right, time to act. Shang Jun gripped the shovel tightly, his palms sweating. It was his first time facing a carnivore, even if it was just a small one with low threat to humans. One hit, one kill. No chance for the fox to escape. Shang Jun swallowed, trying to calm his nerves. Better act quickly before something changes. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Shang Jun held his breath and cautiously approached the fox. At the same time, something unusual happened in the bushes opposite the fox. A small head suddenly popped out of a hole only a dozen centimeters wide. Here it comes. Bear perked up. What? Heseong and Lu Wenwen looked at each other, seeing nothing. In the upper right corner, there's a field mouse. Bear pointed to the screen. They both looked over. There really is a mouse. Heseong exclaimed in surprise. The field mouse's fur, being brown-gray, blended perfectly with the dark underbrush. If Bear hadn't pointed out the exact location, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Bear, is the fox waiting for this field mouse? Combining Bear's earlier words, Lu Wenwen immediately said, correct. It's clear that the fox's killing behavior is still ongoing. Perhaps this is the thrill of being a predator. Bear nodded and said, so the treehole team is done for. Isekai closed his eyes, not wanting to see what was about to happen. Shang Jun confidently approached the fox, unaware that it wasn't asleep but was instead waiting for its prey. No, they can still get the rabbit. Bear smiled and said, that's right. Lu Wenwen also felt a bit happy. Even if the treehole team was weak, they were still two adult men. The fox would definitely choose to flee rather than attack, meaning the rabbit under the tree would be theirs. The fox is about to move. Bear's expression grew serious. Did I see something? Why does it feel like the fox's ears twitched? Shang Jun was stunned. Just now, he noticed the fox's ears, which had been like a statue, twitch slightly. This startled him and made him doubt his own eyes. Huh. As a precaution, Shang Jun waited another 10 seconds, but the fox still didn't move. Guess I'm just seeing things from the heat. Shang Jun let out a sigh of relief, then wiped and shook off the sweat. The next move was crucial. He couldn't afford any mistakes due to hallucinations. 10 more meters. Shang Jun moved stealthily closer. Meanwhile, the field mouse, after poking its head out and revealing its bright little eyes, suddenly darted back into its hole. This left the fox stunned. The prey it had been waiting for so long had suddenly retreated. What happened? The fox didn't understand, but it didn't want to wait any longer. After all, daytime was its resting time, not for hunting. The fox thought and prepared to return to its den to sleep. Almost there. Shang Jun was now only 5 meters away from the fox. His hands, gripping the shovel, trembled. Die! 2 steps later, with the fox within reach, Shang Jun swung the shovel down with all his strength. If all went well, the shovel would crush the fox's head, leaving no chance of survival. A smug smile appeared on Shang Jun's lips. Seeing this, Wang Yi clenched his fists in excitement. At that moment, the viewers also felt that Shang Jun had, with a roll, it had avoided the shovel's attack. Shang Jun didn't make any noise, and it was a sneak attack from behind. Logically, it shouldn't have been detected. Wang Yi also couldn't understand. Wang Yi, come out quickly. Seeing this, Shang Jun didn't panic, but called out to his teammate. Coming. Wang Yi emerged from the other side, holding a wooden stick. Surrender, fox. Shang Jun sneered. Don't struggle. You have no chance. Wang Yi calmly blocked the fox's escape route. Their words made it seem as if they were facing a human, not a fox. This time, the treehole team might have a chance, right? The fox has nowhere to run. After 10 days, I'm so touched. The treehole team is a model of perseverance. The audience discussed. Bear, is this a success now? Isekai patted his chest and asked. After Shang Jun's fatal blow missed, he had been nervous. But now, the situation seemed clear again. The fox was cornered, with no way out. You're thinking too simply. Before Bear could answer, Hopkins scoffed. Foxes are incredibly cunning, and their survival skills far exceed your imagination. What do you mean? Isekai asked. Bear, you explain? Hopkins didn't bother to explain. Snake King, you don't know this? Lu Wenwen deliberately said. She was extremely annoyed by Hopkins' interruption, and although Bear hadn't said anything, she felt she had to do something. How could I not know? Hopkins' eyes widened, and he immediately sat up from his reclining chair. This was a matter of his reputation, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Sigh. Bear sighed inwardly but didn't speak. Did you notice the big tree behind the fox? Hopkins pointed at the screen. Yes, but it doesn't seem any different. Isekai scratched his head. The rainforest was full of trees, and this one wasn't noticeable, even a bit short. That's where the fox will escape. Hopkins said confidently. You mean? Isekai was quite surprised. It was the first time he had heard of this. Meanwhile, on the screen, Shang Jun's shovel came down again. This time, it's definitely a success. Wang Yi stood beside him, holding a wooden stick in an attacking stance, making the fox hesitate and not dare to escape. Oh woo! The fox backed up to the tree, baring its teeth. At the moment the shovel descended, it turned its rear toward Shang Jun. A yellowish gas was released, quickly spreading. What the hell is this? Why is it so stinky? Shang Jun's eyes widened, and he dared not breathe. He plunged the shovel into the ground and frantically retreated backward. It's 100 times worse than Shang Jun's poop. Wang Yi took a whiff and almost vomited his breakfast from the day before. The two quickly retreated into the bushes, feeling better thanks to the leaves' purifying effect. Hey, where's the fox? Wang Yi suddenly noticed that the fox, which had been under the tree, had disappeared as if evaporated. Up there. Shang Jun still held his breath, not knowing why he could still feel the stench. He had heard a sound from above and looked up to see the fox leaping on the branches. We can't catch it. Wang Yi also spotted the fox but was powerless. Although he could climb trees, the fox was too fast, jumping from one tree to another, making it impossible to catch. At least the rabbit is still here. Wang Yi looked at the wild rabbit under the tree and felt excited. Rabbit soup must be great. Wang Yi swallowed, walked over, and picked it up. It's not light at all, like a freebie. Wang Yi was secretly delighted. Shang Jun, let's handle this quickly. Wang Yi called out. Wang Yi, smell if I still have that stench on me. Shang Jun stood up and walked over to Wang Yi. Oh my god, brother, go take a bath. Wang Yi just sniffed and turned pale, rushing to the tree to vomit. Damn, I vomited out last night's dinner. Wang Yi wiped his mouth carelessly, looking displeased. What bad luck. Shang Jun had never been so disgusted with himself, his body emitting an unbearable stench. Bear, I only knew that weasels could release stinky gas. Can foxes do that too? He Xiang asked. Of course. Foxes have an anal gland that, when in danger, releases a stench that can suffocate any animal. Bear smiled and explained. Learn something new. Both foxes and weasels have stink attacks. Is this where the term fox stink comes from? My friend has a fox at home. Now I'm glad it didn't spray me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to show my face. The audience was amazed. You handle the rabbit. I'll take a bath. When they reached the stream, Shang Jun said, Okay. Wang Yi responded and put down his backpack. There were still a bunch of ferns inside that hadn't been dealt with. By the way, remember to cut off the parts the fox bit. Shang Jun, while undressing, reminded. I know that. Foxes carry a lot of viruses. Wang Yi responded discontentedly. Shang Jun was treating him like a newbie. Remember to turn off the camera. Shang Jun just said that and jumped into the water. Damn it, Shang Jun, go to the downstream to wash. The stench will mix into the rabbit meat if you do it upstream. Wang Yi noticed the water flow and realized, immediately shouting, the downstream is full of rabbit blood. How can I wash? Shang Jun retorted. This? Wang Yi had no reply. Don't worry, the stench won't dissolve in water. It won't affect the rabbit meat. Shang Jun said while scrubbing. No way, I'm going to the other side. Seeing Shang Jun's location, Wang Yi picked up his backpack and went to the other side of the stream. This way, at least Shang Jun's bathwater wouldn't flow directly to his current position. Soon, Wang Yi finished dissecting and started cleaning the rabbit meat. Why can't it be washed off? From afar, Shang Jun shouted. After washing for a long time, the stench on his body turned into a pungent smell, making the odor even worse. Chapter 231. Leeches. This guy is unclean now. Wang Yi covered his nose with one hand and fanned the air in front of his face with the other, trying to disperse the smell. What on earth did that fox spray? How can it smell like this? After washing for quite a while, Shang Jun still couldn't get rid of the smell. No, I have to wash it off. Shang Jun was a cleanliness freak. Having an unknown gas clinging to his body was more unbearable than killing him. Moreover, who knew if that fox would escape and bring a pack of foxes, tracking him down by his scent? They might be able to handle 1 or 2 foxes unscathed, but if there were more, they were likely to get injured. In that case, Shang Jun directly submerged his body in the cold stream. It was quite comfortable under the high temperature, but Shang Jun had no intention of enjoying it. He felt itching and even pain in dozens of places on his body. With a casual grab, a black creature about 7 or 8 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide appeared in front of him. The black creature wriggled its body, desperately trying to burrow into his palm. Leeches! Shang Jun was startled and quickly threw it away. Wang Yi, stop washing, stop washing. Shang Jun stood up and walked towards the stream bank. Hearing the commotion, Wang Yi turned his head and his pupils constricted. Dozens of black creatures were attached to various parts of Shang Jun's body. From a distance, it looked terrifying. Shang Jun, you? Wang Yi pointed at his body, his mouth wide open. Shang Jun obviously knew what Wang Yi was astonished about. He walked to the bank with a gloomy face. These damn blood-sucking pests. While cursing, Shang Jun plucked off the leeches one by one and threw them into the water. Don't throw them. It was then that Wang Yi remembered something. Leeches are actually good stuff. What kind of joke is that? Shang Jun's mouth twitched, looking at him in disbelief. Besides sucking blood, can leeches be eaten? You're right, leeches can be eaten. Wang Yi nodded seriously. What did you say? Shang Jun widened his eyes, then plucked a leech from his leg and examined it. This thing just sucked my blood, and you want me to eat it? Besides, there are plenty of other things to eat here. Why would I eat leeches? Shang Jun looked disgusted. Damn, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Wang Yi's mouth twitched a few times. The leeches were filled with Shang Jun's blood, and he had no intention of eating them. No, can't waste them. After some hesitation, Wang Yi finally decided to eat them. Leeches contain a lot of protein and essential amino acids, especially when you're sick. Eating them can boost your immune system. Wang Yi listed the benefits of leeches like an expert. How do you know so much? Feeling Wang Yi's confident tone, Shang Jun began to believe him. But he was still surprised by Wang Yi's knowledge. After all, as a southerner, he usually avoided leeches and had no chance to learn about them. Wang Yi, a northerner, seemed to know them in great detail, as if he had studied them specifically. I read a book before leaving about which obscure animals in the world can be eaten. Leeches were in it. Wang Yi explained. Since you say so, I won't throw them away. Saying that, Shang Jun plucked the leeches one by one and wrapped them in several layers of broad leaves to prevent them from escaping. Wang Yi, hurry up and handle them. We've eaten enough for lunch. After confirming there were no more leeches on his body, Shang Jun put on his clothes. You should handle the bracken ferns too. Wang Yi complained. The shovel is too blunt. This rabbit is hard to handle. You're really slow. Shang Jun frowned. How long has this guy been washing? And he's still dealing with the rabbit. Forget it. I'll handle the bracken ferns. To get lunch ready sooner, Shang Jun went over to Wang Yi and bent down to start processing. Ugh, this stench. Smelling the odor on Shang Jun, Wang Yi kept gagging. Can't he even smell it himself? Wang Yi was impressed. Shang Jun was truly a talent. This? Shang Jun scratched his head. It seems we can't sleep. Not only that, one night might be okay, but if you stay in the tree hole for several nights in a row, the smell will definitely permeate the whole tree hole. Wang Yi exaggerated the consequences. You're right. Shang Jun's face turned serious. The tree hole was their shelter for survival. Therefore, they were very concerned about the hygiene in the tree hole. If there was a strong odor, they would have to abandon the tree hole and find a new shelter. Then I'll build a shelter this afternoon and stay there for a few nights. Shang Jun agreed. Great, finally can live alone. Wang Yi seemed excited, and his processing speed increased. In just a few minutes, he finished handling the remaining rabbit meat. Shang Jun, I'm done. Wang Yi put the rabbit meat into the backpack. I'm about done too. Shang Jun quickly picked the last few bracken ferns and put them in the bag. Let's go back and have a feast. Shang Jun said happily, his steps lightening. Here comes the food. Wang Yi followed, drooling. The two quickly returned to the camp. Wang Yi, your cooking skills are no good. Let me do it. At the camp, Shang Jun didn't sit back and enjoy this time, but directly took over the cooking. After 10 days of observation, Shang Jun knew Wang Yi's cooking skills were far inferior to his own. If it was just cooking wild vegetables or mushrooms, it was passable. But if he were to cook, it would be a waste of good food. Perfect. Wang Yi wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he deliberately lowered his cooking skills to make Shang Jun underestimate him, laying the groundwork for future plans. Chapter 232. The Tragic Experience of He Xiang. Rabbit meat, fiddlehead ferns, so delicious. While cooking, Shang Jun hummed a little tune with joy. This smell. I just hope it doesn't get into the food. Wang Yi, sitting on a rock nearby, frowned. He had stuffed leaves into his nostrils, trying to purify the unpleasant odor in the air. By the way, Wang Yi, how do we deal with the leeches? Shang Jun noticed the leeches wriggling at the bottom of the backpack, sucking blood from the rabbit meat. Well, I think boiling them should be enough. Wang Yi replied uncertainly. With the tone of your voice, I'm not too sure about that. Shang Jun said suspiciously. Boiling them is definitely fine. Wang Yi's tone became a bit firmer as he repeated himself. All right then. Shang Jun thought for a moment. Leeches were so small that stringing them up to roast didn't seem practical, so boiling them seemed to be the only option. Leeches. In the Huaxia livestream room, He Xiang carefully recalled his impression of this creature. Soon, his face looked a bit pale, but he quickly regained his composure. Lu Wenwen noticed and asked with a smile. It seems our Mr. He has some bad memories related to leeches. Indeed. He Xiang sighed. As everyone knows, I'm from the south and have always loved running around in the rice paddies since I was a child. The knee-deep water in the rice paddies is filled with countless leeches. If you don't wear rain boots, you'll soon be covered in them. Back then, not knowing anything about leeches, I ran barefoot into the paddy field and was quickly tripped by a stone in the water. My whole body fell into the water, and when my parents pulled me out, I was completely soaked. Are you okay, Mr. He? Lu Wenwen asked. At that time, I was unharmed, not even bleeding. He Xiang let out a bitter laugh. Even I thought nothing had happened, but that night I developed a high fever. My temperature shot up to 39 degrees, and my parents immediately took me to the city hospital. So serious. What exactly happened? Lu Wenwen exclaimed in surprise. Just a fall in the rice paddy had led to such a severe consequence. The audience was also curious, sending messages in the chat. Mr. He is so unlucky. A fall caused an illness. Could it be a curse? The audience shared their opinions. Bear Grylls and Hops heard this and began to ponder. Seeing this, He Xiang smiled and continued. After a series of examinations in the hospital, the cause of my illness was finally found. The cause? Lu Wenwen asked. Parasitic infection. As He Xiang said this, his eyes seemed to drift, as if lost in memory. So that's it. Bear Grylls and Hops nodded, clearly understanding the reason. Parasitic infection? Did you drink dirty water? Very likely. The water in the rice paddies is stagnant. Who knows how many bacteria and parasites are in it? I wonder if Mr. He has any lasting effects? The audience discussed. No, that's not it. Lu Wenwen suddenly remembered. What He Xiang mentioned should be related to leeches. But so far, He Xiang hadn't mentioned anything about leeches. Parasitic infection. Lu Wenwen repeated these 5 words, and her eyes lit up. I know. Wenwen, go ahead. He Xiang's eyes showed approval. When Mr. He fell into the rice paddy, he swallowed a leech, right? Lu Wenwen said uncertainly. Wenwen is right. He Xiang affirmed. What? Swallowed a leech directly? A real tough guy. No wonder the illness was so serious. This is unbelievable, Mr. He. I have to bow down to you. The audience was extremely shocked. The doctor said that leeches contain a lot of parasites and bacteria, and entering the human body can induce various illnesses. He Xiang shook his head, feeling very helpless. Later, other symptoms indeed appeared, but fortunately, with timely treatment in the hospital, I was discharged after half a month and didn't leave any lasting effects. Since then, I've had a slight fear of leeches. I understand. Lu Wenwen realized. Anyone who experienced such a thing wouldn't have a good impression of leeches. So leeches are dangerous. Seeing Shang-jun pick up the leeches on the screen, Lu Wenwen thought, this is not good. Bear, how should leeches be eaten safely in daily life? In daily life, frying leeches is the safest way, as it can kill all the bacteria and parasites inside. Bear Grylls immediately replied, if you're in the wild and don't have the conditions for frying, it's best to roast them over a fire or boil them in water for a longer time. Otherwise, eating them could lead to... Bear didn't finish, but everyone understood the implication. Their eyes all turned to Shang-jun and Wang Yi. This is bad, they're planning to boil them. If the time is too short, those two are done for. Bear didn't mention one thing. The leeches in this tropical rainforest carry even more bacteria and parasites, making them even more dangerous. Could it be that the Treehole team is going to be eliminated like this? The audience was worried. To be honest, the Treehole team had grown from initially knowing nothing to where they were now. Many viewers were deeply moved. If they were eliminated because of eating leeches, it would be truly regrettable. Wang Yi, did you clean these leeches? Shang-jun frowned. After putting several leeches into the pot, a layer of blood foam floated on the surface of the water in the steel pot. Nonsense, of course I cleaned them. Those are all your blood. Wang Yi's mouth twitched, showing some disgust. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shang-jun's forehead veins bulged. He was almost furious. This clearly meant the water in the pot couldn't be used anymore. Hurry up and come back. Seeing that the blood foam wasn't increasing, Shang-jun fished out the leeches and directly poured out the entire pot of water. Eating is so troublesome. It's better if I do it. Wang Yi muttered, turning and heading towards the creek. Fortunately, their camp wasn't far from the creek. Soon, Wang Yi returned with a pot full of water. Too slow. As Shang-jun took the steel pot, he complained, too slow. If you think it's slow, why don't you go fetch it yourself? Wang Yi wasn't someone with a good temper and immediately retorted, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Shang-jun clicked his tongue, and after the water boiled, he put the previously boiled leeches back into the pot. Although there's a little blood foam, it's not a big problem. Seeing the situation in the pot, Shang-jun also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when he heard Wang Yi say that leeches could boost immunity, he was tempted. These days, he always felt unwell, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Now that he had leeches, he didn't ask for much, just hoping they could protect him from getting sick. Chapter 233. Worsening Condition. It's ready to go in the pot. Shang-jun placed the rabbit meat and fiddlehead ferns into the pot one after another. Oh right, in this? Shang-jun slapped his forehead and pulled out 2 mushrooms from his pocket. He had picked them on his way back. Almost forgot, they haven't been washed. Just as he was about to toss them into the pot, Shang-jun paused. Luckily, there's still a bit of water left. Shang-jun picked up a wooden bucket beside him, which still had 1/3 of its water. He poured some water over the mushrooms, gave them a quick rinse, and then threw them into the pot. All right, now we just wait for it to boil. Shang-jun sat on a rock, full of anticipation. Beside him, Wang Yi eagerly stared at the steaming steel pot, his mouth watering. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Jun, get up and eat. After preparing lunch, Suyu kicked the shelter where Wang Jun was staying. It was already noon, yet Wang Jun still hadn't come out, staying in the shelter all morning. This puzzled Suyu. Normally, Wang Jun would have come out early in the morning, complaining of hunger and waiting for someone else to do the work. Huh. Suyu kicked the shelter several times, but there was no response from inside. Is Wang Jun in trouble? Suyu secretly rejoiced, though he pretended to be worried on the surface. Wang Jun, if you don't come out, I'm coming in. Suyu shouted anxiously. After a while, all he heard was dead silence. Wang Jun, what's wrong with you? Suyu kicked open the wooden door of the shelter and bent down to enter. Upon seeing the scene inside, his eyes widened in shock. Wang Jun lay on the straw with his eyes closed, his face pale. If it weren't for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he was dead. However, what truly shocked Suyu was the dense cluster of red spots on half of Wang Jun's face. and a clear red mark visible on his right eyelid. No wonder I heard some strange cries last night. It must have been Wang Jun. After Wang Jun's last fever, Suyu had built a new shelter, and they had been sleeping separately. Just the night before, Suyu had faintly heard what sounded like ghostly wailing, but he hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was a dream. In his mind, no animal could produce such sounds. While Suyu pondered, he called out, "Wang Jun, wake up. How are you feeling? Do you need me to call the production team?" Viewers were equally shocked by the scene. What happened to Wang Jun? He looks like a ghost. It's terrifying. Didn't you hear? Yesterday, Wang Jun's right eye was pricked by the bristles of the world's largest spider. Ouch, that must have hurt like hell. But still, Suyu is such a great teammate. Despite how Wang Jun treats him, he's still taking care of him and showing concern. In the live broadcast from China, Bear, Wang Jun's condition doesn't look good. What's going on? Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. I think it's because Wang Jun's right eye was pierced by the bristles yesterday, leading to an infection inside the eye, Bear replied immediately, recognizing the cause. Such injuries were not uncommon in his years of wilderness survival. Every time someone suffered such an injury, they inevitably chose to withdraw. The reason was simple. Although the condition seemed minor, it could lead to severe consequences. If Wang Jun doesn't withdraw soon, he'll likely lose his right eye, Bear said gravely, his tone serious. Lose his right eye? Everyone gasped in shock. That was terrifying. Bear, are the consequences really that serious? Xiang found it hard to believe. Yes, Bear nodded. The giant bird-eating spider itself carries a lot of bacteria, and the bristles on its abdomen are covered in filth. Once they penetrate the eye, if not removed in time, it's easy to cause an infection. But Bear, so you should have removed all the bristles from Wang Jun's body yesterday, Xiang said, puzzled. Not to mention whether all the bristles were completely removed, Bear explained. Once the bristles pierce the eye, it basically leads to an infection, allowing bacteria to multiply. Furthermore, Wang Jun hasn't undergone a proper examination, so we don't know if there are still bristles inside his eye. The bristles are extremely tiny, and even with the naked eye, they're hard to spot. No matter how carefully Suyu handled it, he couldn't have cleaned it completely. So, does this mean Wang Jun only has one choice, to withdraw? Xiang was shocked. If he wants to save his eye, then yes, Bear confirmed. Hey, Wang Jun, wake up. Suyu kept shaking him. Sugu, my eye still hurts, Wang Jun said, struggling to open his left eye, his right eyelid trembling as it opened. Ah! In that instant, his right eye seemed to be stimulated, and the eyelid immediately closed. This situation is... Suyu narrowed his eyes, noticing what had just happened. As the right eyelid opened briefly, a blood-red right eyeball was revealed. Although it was only for a split second, Suyu saw it clearly. Perfect! Suyu almost jumped for joy. This guy's almost done for. Suyu suppressed his excitement and walked over to Wang Jun, pretending to be concerned. How did this happen? Suyu feigned surprise. Wang Jun, I think your condition is very serious. This can't go on. You should ask for help. Suyu suggested. Ask for help? Hearing this, Wang Jun seemed to regain some energy. No way. Wang Jun flatly refused. I've been through so much. How could I give up now? At this, an unknown strength surged from deep within Wang Jun, and he struggled to sit up. Wang Jun, be careful. Suyu, pretending to be worried, tried to help him up. I don't need it. Wang Jun pushed Suyu's hands away and slowly crawled out of the shelter on his knees. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Although Wang Jun was weak, his mind was sharp. He knew Suyu wished for his death, but the more Suyu wanted this, the more Wang Jun had to use him to achieve his own goals. Wang Jun leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, if you do your job well, even if I'm eliminated, I won't expose your secrets. But Wang Jun's tone changed, becoming even lower. If you have ulterior motives and force me to be eliminated, I'll make sure you're ruined. Wang Jun. Suyu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. He had always been the one to scheme against others, and he had never expected to be outmaneuvered by an ordinary person. "Don't worry, as long as you're still my teammate, I won't have any bad intentions," Suyu replied coldly. Chapter 234. Wang Jun's Treatment Method. "Excellent, that's exactly what I wanted to hear." Wang Jun's face showed a hint of pride. "Brother Su, bring me some hot water first. I need to wash my eyes." But his pride didn't last long. Wang Jun had to face the reality that his right eye had worsened. Although he didn't have a mirror and couldn't see the current state of his right eye, a gentle touch with his right hand revealed the truth. His right eye had swollen significantly, like a pigeon egg placed on his face. When Wang Jun crawled out, his entire face was exposed. Everyone was shocked. The dense red spots on Wang Jun's face, combined with the swollen right eye, made him look almost disfigured, ugly to the extreme. "That's too tragic. If I were like this, I might have already committed suicide." "The red spots on his face are from where the bristles pricked him yesterday, right? They should heal, right? Didn't Bear Grylls say?" The bristles were covered in bacteria, and the infection in his right eye was caused by them. The same goes for his face. It's clearly infected. Face infection? Wouldn't that mean half his face would fester? The audience was both incredulous and wary of the giant bird-eating spider. "The water is here." Suyu walked over with a wooden cup, his face expressionless. "Good." Wang Jun took the full cup of water and tasted it first. Not too hot. Finding the temperature suitable, Wang Jun directly submerged his right eye in the hot water. "Damn, it hurts." The contact between the wound and the hot water immediately made Wang Jun scream in pain. "Serves you right." Suyu crossed his arms and watched with amusement. "Those bristles yesterday definitely had something wrong with them. I need to sterilize them with hot water, and I must endure it." Wang Jun gripped the wooden cup with his right hand while his left hand dug fiercely into the dirt. No one could fully understand the pain he was experiencing. Already half of his face red, Wang Jun's expression twisted in agony, scaring many young viewers. "Mom, this person is so scary. Monster. I want to watch Chu Zhe. Mr. He, please change the broadcast. It's scarier than ghosts." Some viewers couldn't handle the visual shock. Seeing the audience's comments, He Xiang let out a bitter laugh. Although Wang Jun is currently terrifying to look at, he is still a contestant from China. Right now, he's going through the most painful period of his life. We should encourage him. Mr. He is right. Lu Wenwen agreed wholeheartedly. As a representative of China, Wang Jun's performance, while not outstanding, is still commendable. If we continue to support him and wish him well, perhaps he can grow as quickly as the Treehole team. After hearing this, Bear Grylls nodded lightly. Was this the unity and tolerance of the Chinese people? He felt a bit envious. If such a useless person were a Western contestant, he would have been scolded to death by now. In Western ideology, only the capable are recognized, while ordinary people are despised. This was one of the reasons why Bear Grylls strived to reach the top. The water temperature is dropping. On the screen, Wang Jun lifted his head. In the next moment, even he was startled. The originally clear hot water in the wooden cup had turned red, looking particularly eerie in the dim light. This must be the blood from my right eye. Wang Jun squinted, and after the initial shock, he felt a surge of joy. This meant his treatment method was working. Brother Su, clean it up and bring more. Wang Jun ordered without hesitation. Come to think of it, his right eye does seem to have shrunk a bit. As Suyu took the wooden cup, he thought to himself, could it be that he's really healing? Suyu's face darkened, and his previously cheerful mood immediately plummeted to the bottom. No, as long as that thorn is still in his eyeball, he'll never heal. Thinking of the half-thorn from yesterday, Suyu calmed down and moved faster. After efficiently cleaning the blood-stained wooden cup, he filled it with hot water again and handed it over. Wang Jun repeated the same process. After 3 repetitions, Wang Jun leaned against the tree trunk, looking relaxed. The swelling has indeed subsided significantly. I'm truly a genius. Wang Jun secretly gloated. He believed that if it were anyone else, they might have given up and quit the competition, but not him. Instead, he had found a glimmer of hope. Wang Jun, The food is cold, Suyu said, handing Wang Jun 2 skewers. What's this? Wang Jun looked at the skewers in surprise. There were several blackened things on the skewers, and he had no idea what kind of creatures they were. Grasshoppers. You can eat them. Suyu frowned and explained. Grasshoppers? How did they turn out like this? Wang Jun asked with dissatisfaction. It's all because of you. Suyu couldn't help but say. When the skewers were almost ready, I went to look for you and found you still sleeping. With everything that happened afterward, the skewers got burned. I guess that makes sense. Wang Jun stopped complaining and took a bite of the blackened grasshopper. A strong burnt taste immediately filled his mouth. This is too disgusting. Wang Jun spat it out. What the hell is this? Who can eat this? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jun saw Suyu beside him, unflinchingly taking bite after bite of the burnt grasshoppers, chewing and then swallowing. Eat it or don't. Your choice. Suyu raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, Are your taste buds normal? Wang Jun looked at the grasshopper in his hand and then at Suyu, his face filled with disbelief. If you can't eat it, it's because you're not hungry. When you're hungry, you can eat anything, no matter how disgusting it is. Suyu didn't feel particularly special. After years of survival experience, he had developed his own survival methods. In past survival situations, he had encountered food even more disgusting than this, but Suyu had eaten it without flinching. Because he knew that no matter how the food tasted, once it entered his stomach, it would turn into nutrients, replenishing his body's energy. Suyu is right. My mom always says, if you're not eating, it's because you're not hungry. Sigh. I just threw away half a pig's trotter during lunch. Now I feel like I shouldn't have wasted the food. Indeed. Didn't you see how hungry Hirakawa Goba from the Sakura country was that he even ate cow dung with relish? The audience discussed heatedly. Meanwhile, in China, an article titled The Past of Wang Jun, the son of a deadbeat, went viral. It detailed Wang Jun's family background and his personal past experiences. The author had clearly put in a lot of effort, providing evidence for each point to prevent uninformed netizens from attacking him. One of the most crucial pieces of information caught everyone's attention. Wang Jun's mother, Sun Liqing, owes 200 million yuan but lives a luxurious life, completely unaffected by the debt. What's more, Sun Liqing also keeps a few toy boys, one of whom is even Wang Jun's classmate. Chapter 235. Wang Jun's Past. What? So Wang Jun isn't from a normal family. Indeed, we've all been deceived. Oh my god, turns out he's the child of a deadbeat. 200 million. Even if I worked without eating or drinking, it would take me 200 years to earn that. Seeing the article, netizens were stunned. On Wang Jun's personal profile, it clearly stated real estate sales, and under parents, it said divorced parents, lives with mother. At the time, everyone thought Wang Jun was a child from a single-parent family, lonely and pitiful, which garnered a lot of sympathy. But now, the article exposed everything about Wang Jun to the public. Wang Jun's mother was named Sun Liqing, who once owned a real estate company. Although a woman, she managed the company meticulously. Everything was going smoothly, and if it continued, the assets might have increased to billions. However, an accidental opportunity led Sun Liqing to the largest gambling city in the West. There, Sun Liqing, who had worked all her life, first felt the excitement and thrill of her soul. From then on, she couldn't stop. In just 1 week, Sun Liqing lost 500 million. At the time, the company was still quite large, and with Sun Liqing's covert operations, the debt was repaid. However, this wiped out most of the company's cash. It also laid the groundwork for the company's later bankruptcy. Having lost 500 million, Sun Liqing was obviously not convinced. A seed of gambling deeply rooted itself in her heart. Whenever she had time, Sun Liqing would fly to the western gambling city, hoping to recoup her previous losses. The results were obvious. Most of the time, Sun Liqing lost everything. With no cash left, Sun Liqing began to mortgage the company's land and properties, leading to the company's bankruptcy. More importantly, before the company went bankrupt, it owed several hundred million in debts, all consequences of Sun Liqing's gambling. After the company's bankruptcy and the auction of Sun Liqing's personal assets, a significant amount of money was repaid. However, even so, Sun Liqing still had 200 million that she couldn't repay and hadn't paid a single cent in 3 years. She was consequently listed as a dishonest person by the state, one of the deadbeats. At the time, Wang Jun, who had already graduated from university, was influenced by his mother and entered the real estate industry. Although Sun Liqing no longer worked in real estate, she still had some connections. With his mother's help, Wang Jun entered a large and powerful real estate company as a salesperson. In this company, he performed excellently and accumulated a decent amount of money. Many leaders also had high hopes for him and wanted to promote Wang Jun. But perhaps influenced by Sun Liqing, Wang Jun's mind wasn't on the right path. Although Wang Jun was very active and easy to talk to at work, he would immediately transform into a game addict at home, playing online games all night. In just 1 year, Wang Jun spent tens of millions on an online game. With his salary and savings, it was obviously not enough. So Wang Jun turned his eyes to the properties he was responsible for. Quick-witted, Wang Jun soon found a way to make money by illegally profiting tens of millions through multiple sales of the same property. However, the deceived homeowners weren't fools and reported the matter to the company. To maintain its image, the company first used its funds to repay the homeowners and then concocted an explanation. Finally, they had a friendly talk with Wang Jun. As long as Wang Jun could repay the money he had defrauded, the company wouldn't send him to jail. Naturally, Wang Jun agreed to this demand. But with tens of millions in debt, how could Wang Jun possibly repay it? It was at this moment that he discovered this show and was attracted by its generous rewards, signing up without hesitation. Meanwhile, his mother, Sun Liqing, lived in a luxurious mansion, drove expensive cars, and kept several young men as companions, one of whom was even Wang Jun's classmate. Her life was quite comfortable. As for her expenses, Sun Liqing had secretly transferred a large amount of money to her foreign accounts during her time running the company. And according to the facts, Wang Jun was aware of Sun Liqing's foreign accounts. The strongest evidence was that after Wang Jun graduated from university, Sun Liqing, already a deadbeat, directly spent several million to buy Wang Jun a supercar. I can't believe Wang Jun is such a person. I misjudged you. Defrauding homebuyers, and Wang Jun didn't even go to jail. That's absurd. Which real estate company is this, to let a fraudster off so easily? Wait, there's a flaw. If his mother had so much money, why would Wang Jun go to such lengths to participate in a survival show? That part doesn't make sense. This article stirred up 1,000 waves, sparking heated discussions among netizens in China. A person with 200 million in debt lived better than most people. A rich young master ended up participating in a competition. Soon, someone claiming to be Wang Jun's friend posted online, attracting even more attention. After reading it, netizens finally understood. Wow, there's more to this story. Fantastic, fantastic. It could be made into a script. This mother and son are truly extraordinary. The post completely clarified the doubts of the netizens. Originally, after the company discovered Wang Jun's fraud of tens of millions, Wang Jun immediately thought of his wealthy mother, Sun Liqing. But Sun Liqing flatly refused, saying she had no extra money to repay the debt. Desperate, Wang Jun naturally wasn't willing to give up and had a big argument with Sun Liqing. In the end, it seems the mother and son reached some agreement, and Wang Jun left. Shortly after the article was published, Sun Liqing, with her 200 million debt over several years, caught the government's attention. The government immediately dispatched an investigation team to investigate Sun Liqing. They also rectified the local courts in action. Achoo! Eating grasshoppers, Wang Jun didn't know that everything about him had been exposed. Just now, he felt his nose itching and couldn't help but sneeze. This guy isn't getting a cold again, is he? Suyu silently took a few steps back, held his breath, and thought to himself. My right eye has improved a lot, so? Wang Jun said, scratching his right cheek. Sugu, why is it so itchy here? Can you see anything unusual? Wang Jun asked. To be honest with you. At this point, Suyu decided to tell the truth, as lying would be useless. Your right cheek is full of red spots, and it looks like it's starting to get infected. How could this be? Wang Jun was shocked. He immediately ran to the steel pot, lifted the lid, and a burst of hot steam escaped. After the steam dissipated, Wang Jun saw the current state of his once handsome face. Chapter 236. An unexpected joy for Wang Jun? My face. My face. Wang Jun's face showed panic, and he stepped back, his right hand trembling as he touched his right cheek. Although he was listless and lacked any practical skills, there was one thing he prided himself on. That was his self-proclaimed handsome face. Back when Wang Jun was still a rich second generation, he had no idea how many girls he had charmed with this face. Of course, anyone with clear eyes who had seen Wang Jun would know that those girls didn't fall for his face, but for the money. Such is the materialistic society of today. Unfortunately, Wang Jun had maintained his self-image of being incredibly handsome up until now. Seeing that half of his face was nearly disfigured, Wang Jun couldn't accept the blow and fainted within half a minute, his eyes rolling back and collapsing to the ground. Wang Jun. Suyu saw this and quickly went over, lifting Wang Jun's back with one hand, while pinching his philtrum with the other. What happened to me? Soon, Wang Jun woke up. His head was foggy, and he completely forgot what had just happened. Oh, you just looked at your face, couldn't take it, and fainted, Suyu said directly, not intending to hide the harsh reality. I remember now my face. Wang Jun lay on the ground, feeling utterly hopeless, staring blankly at the sky. No, I can't. Wang Jun seemed to think of something and immediately got up. Water. I need to wash it with water. Wang Jun ran to the steel pot, stuck his hand in, and scooped water to splash on his face. If I clean it. As for Wang Jun, he had gone out alone on the stormy night, survived the night, but caught a severe cold. Just as his cold was recovering, he was hit by the giant bird spider's bristles. And judging by the current situation, the danger of being hit by those bristles was much higher. Sugu, I want meat for dinner tonight. Wang Jun turned his gaze to Suyu. All right, I'll go check that trap. If luck is on our side, maybe I can catch something. Suyu had been wanting to leave. With Wang Jun's state, staying in the camp meant being at his beck and call. Make sure to catch something. Wang Jun's voice was low, carrying an air of command. I'll do my best, Suyu replied cautiously, not daring to guarantee anything, and then left. All right, I'll just rest, Wang Jun said, feeling the scorching sun and retreating to the shade, sitting on a rock. Lunch was like not eating at all. Damn it, Wang Jun muttered, feeling the gentle breeze and closing his eyes in enjoyment. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable, though his stomach was uneasy. No, I can't fall asleep. Wang Jun stood up, opened his left eye, and looked around. Where can I find something to eat? Wang Jun frowned, thinking. I'll check the area nearby. Wang Jun was familiar with the surroundings of the camp and immediately headed in a direction. Not even a wild vegetable in sight. There were a few here just a few days ago. Wang Jun was furious. Do I really have to starve this afternoon? Wang Jun was miserable. And this damn sun, it's scorching. Wang Jun looked up, and the blinding light nearly blinded his left eye. It would be nice if it was cloudy every day, Wang Jun muttered discontentedly, about to lower his head. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Then, after widening a few degrees, his face filled with wild delight. It seems heaven hasn't abandoned me, Wang Jun shouted. He had spotted a bird's nest in the tree above. The nest had over a dozen bird eggs, clearly visible under the sunlight. This was undoubtedly the most meaningful discovery Wang Jun had made in the past 10 days. Didn't expect Wang Jun to have such good luck. Over a dozen bird eggs, enough for 2 people to have a hearty meal. Will things really go that way? Wang Jun and Suyu aren't exactly on the same page. True, given Wang Jun's character, he's likely to keep it all for himself. The audience debated among themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Jun examined the tree holding the bird's nest, pondering. The tree isn't tall. I should be able to climb it with my current condition. If I ask Suyu to do it, I'll save some effort, but I'll have to share the eggs. With over a dozen eggs, if I eat sparingly, I can have 4 meals. I absolutely can't share with Suyu. After brief consideration, Wang Jun decided to climb the tree and get the eggs himself. I need a backpack. Wang Jun first returned to the camp to get a backpack and then went back. Let's start. Wang Jun wasn't very skilled at climbing trees, but had some experience. Although he was injured, they were all on his face. His body was still in good health. It's been a long time since I last climbed. It's really tiring. Wang Jun hugged the trunk and moved up step by step. A few minutes later, Wang Jun finally reached the canopy. In the canopy was a bird's nest, containing the eggs he had been longing for. 14 eggs. Wang Jun carefully placed each egg into his backpack. Oops, I used up a lot of energy climbing up. After slinging the backpack back on, Wang Jun didn't rush to descend but sat on the branch to rest. His legs trembled whenever he tried to exert force, making Wang Jun dare not climb down immediately. This was normal, as Wang Jun hadn't done any strenuous exercise in a long time, and his body was quite out of shape. Sitting on the tree is comfortable. Wang Jun looked at the scenery below and felt delighted. 14 eggs, I'll eat 2 first to fill my stomach, then 3 each meal, that way I can have 4 meals. Wang Jun calculated how to distribute the eggs. Ouch! Suddenly, he heard a sound that made his hair stand on end. He instinctively turned his head. Holy crap! A bright red tongue appeared right in front of him, so close that Wang Jun could even smell a foul stench. Oh my god! Wang Jun was so terrified that he forgot he was sitting on a branch, and his legs moved, causing him to jump down. In the next moment, a shrill scream echoed from below. Chapter 237. Fractured left leg. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, startling countless birds into flight, circling in the sky. What's going on? Suyu, sitting on a tree a kilometer away, saw the unusual sight in the sky and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be a large predatory bird? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. For birds, no matter how strong the land predators were, they posed little threat. But predatory birds were a different story. Every predatory bird was a top predator of birds, and also a ruler of the sky. Whenever a predatory bird appeared, countless birds would flee for their lives. But Suyu looked at the circling birds again, puzzled. If it were a large predatory bird, they wouldn't be circling like this. It feels more like they're scared by some creature in the rainforest. Suyu narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of foreboding. If it's just scaring the birds, a roar from a beast would be enough. Thinking of this, Suyu's heart sank. Could a beast be approaching? No good, Wang Jun. Suyu glanced at the drone behind him, ready to head back, but then changed his mind. What kind of karma did Wang Jun accumulate in his previous life? This is just absurd. Leaving aside everything else, if we were to rank the most unfortunate contestants, Wang Jun would clearly be number 1. No one would dare claim second place. The audience gasped. Wang Jun's right eye and half his face were still infected, and now his left leg was broken. A single word, miserable, couldn't fully describe his state. This time, Wang Jun will have to give up, right? He Xiang's eyes twitched as he watched Wang Jun's plight. Even he felt a bit uncomfortable. Wang Jun, it's not worth it. Life is more important than money. Lu Wenwen shook her head. With Wang Jun in this condition, no matter how much he persisted, it wouldn't help. It had only been 10 days, and the show's rules stated that contestants needed to survive at least a month to win the prize. Even though Wang Jun's right eye and half his face looked terrifying before, they didn't affect his movement much. But now, it seemed his left leg was broken. If he did, in Hop's view, those contestants were better off dead than Wang Jun. Wang Jun was experiencing a slow death, every moment in torment, feeling unbearable pain. Suyu, come save me. Wang Jun's voice grew weaker. The pain from his broken left leg didn't diminish with time, but intensified. When it reached a certain point, Wang Jun's nerves could no longer take it, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The snake coiled around the tree cautiously watched the human below. The earlier terrifying scream had made it hesitate, and after much deliberation, it decided to leave. As Wang Jun fainted, Wang Yi and Shang Jun happily devoured the meat in the pot. 10 days, finally a bite of meat. Wang Yi was so moved he almost cried. Nonsense. While Shang Jun was also excited, his reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Wang Yi's. We ate a chicken a few days ago. Damn. Wang Yi's face darkened. Of course, he knew about the chicken they had eaten. That chicken was picked up after the storm. The problem was, if you hadn't mentioned that chicken, I wouldn't be so angry. Wang Yi still couldn't understand why the stream smelled foul when they dissected the chicken. After eating the chicken, we spent the whole night running to the toilet, completely exhausted. Wang Yi, stop talking about it. Shang Jun lowered his head, recalling that memory, his face full of discomfort. Every time I think about it, my butt feels like it's on fire. I've never had to go like that in my life. Why bring this up while eating? Wang Yi waved his hand, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of rabbit meat. Indeed. Shang Jun wasn't about to be outdone, and also stuffed a piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Shang Jun, how much meat did you use this time? While eating, Wang Yi asked. About half left, Shang Jun replied after checking his backpack. A whole rabbit isn't enough, and I don't think half is enough either. Wang Yi sighed. Didn't you say there are still quite a few leeches? Shang Jun said, picking up a piece of leech from the pot and bringing it to his mouth. Wang Yi, are you sure this stuff is edible? Shang Jun swallowed hard, feeling a bit nauseous. The leeches, even after being cooked, were still black, with clear stripes. Their appearance wasn't great, but Shang Jun could endure it, just close his eyes and eat. But the moment he saw the leeches, he remembered they had sucked his blood. That made him feel queasy. It's very tasty. Wang Yi casually picked one up and ate it. Shang Jun watched the former's expression closely the entire time. Wang Yi, who had been smiling, suddenly froze after chewing. An unprecedented fishy taste filled his mouth, mixed with an indescribable bitterness. If Wang Yi had to describe it, he would definitely say it was the worst food he had ever eaten. Wang Yi, what's wrong? How does the leech taste? Shang Jun, who was beside him, asked with concern. Chapter 238. A shocking plan to hunt the world. It tastes great, absolutely delicious. Wang Yi forced a smile onto his face. Really? Shang Jun looked at him suspiciously. Why did Wang Yi's expression seem so pained for a moment? If you're not going to eat it, I'll finish it all. Wang Yi picked up another forkful without a hint of emotion and stuffed it into his mouth. Could it really be that good? Shang Jun glanced at the leeches in front of him. Seeing Wang Yi eat a second one without hesitation, he finally couldn't resist and took a bite himself. What the hell? After just one bite, Shang Jun's face turned green, and he leaned to the side, spitting the leech out. What the hell is this? Why is it so disgusting? Shang Jun cursed as he spat. Wang Yi, you said this disgusting stuff is delicious? Are you lying to me? You think it's disgusting, but I think it's tasty. Everyone's taste buds are different. It's normal. Wang Yi said, then ate another leech. This guy's taste is so weird. How come I never noticed before? Shang Jun's mouth twitched. Since Wang Yi kept eating the leeches and his expression didn't seem fake, as if he really didn't think it was disgusting, Shang Jun didn't know what else to say. If you think leeches are so good, then they're all yours. Shang Jun's eyes darted around, and he chuckled, then picked up a piece of rabbit meat. This guy. Wang Yi's eye twitched. In truth, he also thought it was disgusting. He was only pretending it was good to trick Shang Jun. Besides, if he finished all the leeches, wouldn't Shang Jun just eat all the rabbit meat? Leeches are a great source of nutrients, but eating too much isn't good for your health. I'll stick to rabbit meat, Wang Yi said, picking up some rabbit meat. No, you've already eaten a lot of rabbit meat. I don't like leeches either. If you don't eat them, won't they go to waste? Shang Jun moved his arm, and his chopsticks blocked Wang Yi's path as he tried to pick up the rabbit meat. Don't forget, leeches can boost your immune system. Are you sure you don't want to eat them? Wang Yi threw out a trump card. This? Shang Jun hesitated for a moment. He did want to improve his physical condition, but the main problem was that leeches tasted so damn disgusting. Disgusting to the point where he couldn't even swallow them. Fine, I'll eat a few. Shang Jun picked up a piece, pinched his nose, and ate it with a look of utter despair. It looked like he was going to his execution. I'm dying laughing. Wang Yi was cracking up inside, watching Shang Jun's constipated expression. Just a moment ago, he had remembered that leeches feed on blood, so their bodies must be extremely fishy. Without descented ingredients like ginger, garlic, or green onions, they would be impossible to swallow. Damn, just one piece almost made me throw up all the rabbit meat I ate earlier. Shang Jun quickly drank a few sips of water after swallowing. You know the saying, good medicine tastes bitter. Wang Yi quickly ate a piece of rabbit meat and said, what a load of crap. Shang Jun's mouth twitched. Leeches aren't medicine. How can you compare them? In fact, Shang Jun didn't know that leeches have been used in traditional Chinese medicine for centuries. They are effective for treating injuries, strokes, and paralysis. Chu Zhe, what are we doing here? In a forest, leaves were pushed aside, revealing two figures. They were Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue, who had left after lunch. I had a plan during lunch. Chu Zhe smiled and said, what plan? Shan Huangxue frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Chu Zhe wasn't the type to settle for the status quo. He was a risk-taker. As Chu Zhe had said, only by taking risks could they gain more. At Shan Huangxue's question, Chu Zhe's lips curled into a smile. The saltwater crocodile hunting plan. What did you say? Shan Huangxue couldn't believe her ears. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The moment those words came out, not only was Shan Huangxue shocked, but the audience and the guests following Chu Zhe's group were also stunned. What did Chu Zhe just say? Can someone repeat it? He said he wants to hunt saltwater crocodiles? Is he crazy? This lunatic. Last time we clearly saw those saltwater crocodiles. Some were 4 meters, some 5, and even a 6-meter crocodile king. Chu Zhe, if you want to die, don't drag our moon fairy down with you. Exactly, moon fairy. Don't listen to this lunatic. Go back to the camp. The audience was shocked, and many thought Chu Zhe had lost his mind. What is Chu Zhe thinking? Hunting saltwater crocodiles now? He Xiang's mouth gaped open, his eyes filled with confusion. Overconfident. Hops almost laughed out loud. Hunting saltwater crocodiles in the ocean was nothing short of suicide. Chu Zhe must be bored and looking for a way to die. Chu Zhe, you should give up. Those are saltwater crocodiles. They're not something humans can handle. Lu Wenwen looked worried. No, I think Chu Zhe isn't acting without reason. Bear Grylls stared at Chu Zhe's face for a moment and said, what? Could Chu Zhe really? Hops was startled. Bear Grylls, why do you say that? Lu Wenwen quickly asked. I just saw a strong sense of confidence on his face. The kind of confidence that says he won't fail. Bear Grylls let out a wry smile. What nonsense. Hop scoffed. So that's what it was. Chu Zhe was definitely going to fail. In his opinion, Chu Zhe was narrow-minded and had no idea how terrifying saltwater crocodiles were. Although Chu Zhe had faced them before and escaped unscathed, that seemed to be one of the reasons he was challenging them again. Just wait. Chu Zhe will be eaten soon. Hops picked up his teacup, took a sip, and leaned back, relaxed. The most annoying contestant was finally going to die. He wouldn't have to take any more risks interfering with the show. I said we're going to hunt saltwater crocodiles. Compared to everyone else's shock, Chu Zhe repeated himself calmly, as if he had no idea how controversial his words were. No, Chu Zhe, wait, let me think this through. Shan Huangxue felt her head buzzing, completely confused. For her, the saltwater crocodile colony by the sea was the most dangerous creature they had encountered so far, even more dangerous than black bears. In her mind, she had already classified the area as a forbidden zone. She never expected Chu Zhe to want to hunt saltwater crocodiles. Crazy. Shan Huangxue's mind also flashed with these 2 words. But unlike the others, she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she carefully observed Chu Zhe. This girl doesn't trust me. Chu Zhe found it amusing. Under Shan Huangxue's gaze, he stood calmly, exuding an air of confidence. All right, let's go. For some reason, the usually cautious Shan Huangxue surprisingly agreed. The two then headed toward the beach. Chapter 239. Volunteering. A gentle breeze swept through the jungle. Shen Huangxue caught a whiff of the long-missed salty sea air. We're almost to the beach, she said. Chu Zhe, what's your specific plan? Throughout the journey, Chu Zhe hadn't discussed the details of his plan with her, leaving her both anxious and curious. The plan, Chu Zhe said, glancing at the nearing end of the forest. Before that, we need bait. Bait? Shen Huangshue's eyes widened slightly. Didn't you prepare any? Of course not, Chu Zhe replied matter-of-factly. Crocodiles only eat fresh prey. Where would I get such bait? That makes sense, Shen Huangxue chuckled sheepishly. She had placed too much expectation on Chu Zhe, assuming he had everything arranged. So, how do we get the bait? She asked again, realizing this was the most critical question. Saltwater crocodiles required fresh meat, and a significant amount at that. This meant they needed to catch a reptile or mammal. But where would they find one so easily? After 10 days on the island, several groups hadn't even caught a single animal. The Treehole group, for instance, had only managed to acquire wild chickens and rabbits by chance. Moreover, most of the island's animals were nocturnal, rarely seen during the day. Even though both Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue were skilled hunters, without encountering any animals, their skills were useless. Shen Huangxue shared this concern. Chu Zhe, finding bait is inherently random. If we don't find anything by this afternoon, you're right to worry, Chu Zhe admitted without denying it. But sometimes, luck can't be stopped. He smiled faintly. Luck? Shen Huangxue tilted her head, not understanding his meaning. Look, Chu Zhe pointed at a spot behind Shen Huangxue. She turned to see. There's nothing there, she said, puzzled. But her expression quickly changed. Wait, that's... About 30 meters behind them, a snake was coiled around a tree branch. Its earthy yellow color blended with the tree, making it hard to spot at first glance. What a coincidence, Shen Huangxue exclaimed in surprise. Just as they were worrying about bait, a snake appeared, and from the way it was coiled, it seemed to be over 2 meters long, a rare delicacy for a saltwater crocodile. No, this isn't a coincidence, Chu Zhe said, narrowing his eyes at the motionless snake. Oh, Shen Huangxue was slightly surprised. Wait until I catch it and we'll know, Chu Zhe said with a smile, rolling up his sleeves. Wait, a sharp voice interrupted. Shen Huangxue, you? Chu Zhe looked at her, puzzled. Let me do it, she said calmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. All right, be careful. If you can't, let me handle it, Chu Zhe agreed, offering a word of caution. Don't worry, I won't be any worse than you at catching snakes, Shen Huangxue said confidently as she walked over. Especially one that's just resting. What is this girl thinking? Chu Zhe shook his head in exasperation. Almost forgot. Shen Huangxue noticed the countless vines around and picked a few, tying them together. Quite sturdy, she said, testing the vine, which didn't budge, looking exceptionally strong. Now, watch me, Shen Huangxue said, holding the rope and moving closer to the tree where the snake was. I hope she'll be all right, Chu Zhe thought, worried but not wanting to get too close and make Shen Huangxue feel he didn't trust her. He kept his distance, watching. Concern wasn't just on Chu Zhe's mind. Countless viewers in the live stream were also anxious. The Moon Fairy is about to show her might. Bro, that's the wrong choice of words. It's more like the Moon Fairy is about to reveal her skills. But that snake is so long. Is the Moon Fairy really okay? You're a new fan, aren't you? The Moon Fairy's snake-catching skills are top-notch. Don't worry about a 2-meter snake. Even a 5-meter one is no match. That's so strong. Love it. As the saying goes, whoever walks by the river will get their shoes wet. The Moon Fairy should still be careful. The audience was both excited and worried about what was about to unfold. The Chinese live stream was also closely monitoring the situation. Snake King, what kind of snake is that? Xiang pointed at the screen. A brown tree snake, one of the most common in the tropics, Huopu Si, the Western Snake King, identified it at a glance. Is it poisonous? How dangerous is it? Xiang pressed. It's venomous, but the poison is weak, not much of a threat to humans, Huopu Si explained. Like most snakes, it doesn't usually attack humans unless in danger. That's good. Lu Wenwen and He Xiang relaxed. To them, Shen Huangxue was not just a contestant on Survival 400 Days, but also a top talent in traditional Chinese medicine, beloved by the younger generation in China. Rumor had it that after the show, she would become the chief spokesperson for Chinese medicine, tasked with promoting and spreading traditional Chinese culture. Therefore, while they looked forward to Chu Zhe's progress, they hoped Shen Huangxue would avoid dangerous situations and stay unharmed. As the outside world focused their attention, Shen Huangxue reached the base of the tree. The height is just right. No need to climb. She measured the distance and found she could reach it by standing on her tiptoes. Now, I just need to wake it up. Shen Huangxue stepped back a few paces. She didn't choose to use a shovel to cut the snake off. There were two reasons. One, the snake was tightly coiled around the tree, making it hard to remove. Two, the plan was still uncertain, and killing the snake prematurely could cause its body to decay quickly in the heat, rendering it useless as bait. A branch will do. Shen Huangxue put the rope in her pocket, snapped off a branch, and poked the resting snake directly. In the next moment, the snake's eyes opened, and it moved, lunging straight toward Shen Huangxue. Chapter 240. The Past of Shen Huangxue. No. Be careful, Fairy Yu. Danger. That snake is too fast. Fairy Yu, get out of the way. Witnessing this scene, the audience was filled with terror and prayed fervently. Shen Huangxue was too reckless. He Xiang sensed something was amiss. Why did she wake the brown tree snake? It would have been risk-free to kill it directly. He Xiang is right. I don't understand either. Lu Wenwen agreed while staring at the screen. The reason is simple. In the wild, live prey is always more valuable than dead ones. Hops revealed the truth in one sentence. Bear Grylls nodded in agreement beside him. Meanwhile, Shen Huangxue faced the snake's attack without the slightest panic, her expression calm. These snakes have very different attack trajectories. With her rich experience, Shen Huangxue stood firm. Soon, the snake's fangs were inches away, as if it would bite her face in the next second. In this critical moment, Shen Huangxue twisted her body and, with precise and swift movements, grabbed the snake's 7 inches with her right hand while her left hand gripped the wriggling tail. Instantly, a snake was caught barehanded by Shen Huangxue. The snake, unwilling to be captured, twisted its body frantically in a desperate attempt to escape. At the same time, the snake's head stretched backward and opened its mouth, attempting to bite her right hand. However, when the snake's head was just a few centimeters away from her hand, it stopped. It couldn't extend even a single centimeter further. Stop struggling. It's only wasting your energy. Shen Huangxue held the tail under her armpit, took out a vine rope from her pocket with her left hand, and skillfully tied up the snake. All done. Shen Huangxue slung the snake over her shoulder and walked towards Chu Zhe with composure. Holy cow! Fairy Yu is amazing. So strong. I was sweating just watching. But Fairy Yu remained calm and caught the snake barehanded. A true heroine, Fairy Yu is a role model for all women. Sigh. If I married Fairy Yu, I'd probably be the one getting bullied. Everyone, come and see this guy talking nonsense. How much did he drink? Yeah, don't just drink. Eat some antibiotics too. Antibiotics with alcohol. Say goodbye anytime. Who wouldn't love a versatile and talented Fairy Yu? The audience's admiration for Shen Huangxue deepened, and gifts flooded the live stream. In just a few minutes, over 1 million in donations poured in. Although Sister Shen has abandoned martial arts for many years, her eyesight and technique haven't deteriorated. Lu Wenwen sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, Master was the former head of the Tai Chi sect in China. In the last century, he won the title of Alliance Leader at the Huashan Swordplay Tournament. Lu Wenwen dropped a bombshell, shocking everyone. The title of Alliance Leader at the Huashan Swordplay Tournament, according to leaked information online, is an honor that can only be obtained by defeating all others. Without absolute strength, it's impossible to achieve. Wait, the recent Huashan Swordplay tournaments seem to have gone downhill. with some fake Thunder 5-chain whips winning the title? I've heard about that too. How authoritative is this Huashan swordplay tournament? Does it really represent the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts? I have the same question. The Thunder 5-chain whips, who just won the title, were immediately defeated by a second-rate boxer with one punch. It's a mockery of martial arts. Some viewers raised their doubts. Lu Wenwen didn't show any surprise upon seeing this, but instead thought for a moment before speaking. In the last century, the annual Huashan swordplay tournament was the most prestigious martial arts event in China, attracting countless top masters to exchange skills. At this point, Lu Wenwen paused and continued. To put it bluntly, even as the current world martial arts champion, if I were to participate in that era's Huashan swordplay tournament, I might not even get past the first round. How is that possible? Sister Wenwen's martial arts are incredible. I'm stunned just watching. To think she says she wouldn't even pass the first round. Martial artists from that era were so powerful, truly admirable. Sister Wenwen, don't underestimate yourself. In my heart, you're the strongest. The audience discussed heatedly. Wenwen, if what you say is true, then your master must have been unimaginably strong. Xiang was deeply shocked. My reprimand her, but let her be. For years later, Sister Shun, as expected, left the Tai Chi sect to focus on becoming a medicinal apprentice. So that's how it was. Xiang finally understood. The Tai Chi sect, I'm in. Me too. Becoming Sister Wenwen and Fairy Yu's junior brother would definitely be a dream come true. First come, first served. The Tai Chi sect, here I come. The audience's eyes lit up. In an instant, the search index for the Tai Chi sect online surged by hundreds of millions, exposing this hidden sect to the world. Chapter 241. Preparations before the plan. Catching a snake bare-handed. Well done, Miss Shin. As he watched Shin Huangxue approach, Chu Zhe clapped his hands and couldn't help but praise her. That's not even the best of what I can do, Shin Huangxue said with a calm smile, then tossed the snake she had been carrying over her shoulder. Let's head over then. After placing the snake into the bamboo basket, Chu Zhe's expression turned serious as he spoke. Shin Huangxue also put away her smile. She knew that in the upcoming battle, she likely wouldn't be able to assist much and would have to rely entirely on Chu Zhe. In the moment she was lost in thought, Chu Zhe's back was already moving further away from her. Shin Huangxue quickly grabbed the shovel by her side and followed. She had already prepared herself mentally. If Chu Zhe encountered danger, she, with the shovel in hand, would be his only savior. Chu Zhe, what did you mean earlier when you said the bait wasn't a coincidence? Shin Huangxue asked curiously. To be honest with you, Chu Zhe said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The first time I came here, I noticed several of these brown tree snakes in the area. What? I didn't notice that at all, Shin Huangxue said, her brows furrowing. She immediately reflected on herself, realizing that if it weren't for Chu Zhe's discovery, she might have been ambushed by a snake without even realizing it. Moreover, the name brown tree snake was unfamiliar to her, indicating it was likely a species not found in China. If that's the case, why didn't you catch them? Shin Huangxue asked. I considered that there was plenty of food at the time, and since we had already caught one snake, there was no need to catch more, Chu Zhe explained. You're right, that was a good consideration, Shin Huangxue said, reminded by his words. She recalled how they had been ambushed by a venomous snake on their way back from the beach, and if it weren't for Chu Zhe's quick action, she would have been injured. I didn't think about it that deeply, I just didn't want to waste food, Chu Zhe said with a laugh. If they had captured all the brown tree snakes they had found at the time, they could have done it. However, Chu Zhe was already tired of eating smoked meat every day. Catching too many snakes would mean they wouldn't be able to finish them, and they would have to be smoked again. The thought of that made Chu Zhe feel a bit repulsed. After resting yesterday, both my mental and physical states are at their best, so I've decided to capture a saltwater crocodile, and the bait will naturally be those brown tree snakes I let go that day, Chu Zhe said. Although it seems like a coincidence, I can't help but feel like this was all part of your plan, Shin Huangxue said, glancing at Chu Zhe with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It was just a coincidence, Chu Zhe shook his head. But Chuzhe, what is your plan now? Shen Huangxue asked, bringing up the question she was most concerned about. Only by understanding the specific plan would she know when she could help Chuzhe. Entrapment through bait, Chuzhe said succinctly, summarizing the core of the plan. Huh. Shen Huangxue was completely confused, not understanding his words at all. Here's the thing, Chuzhe began to explain. Generally speaking, a saltwater crocodile group consists of one male, several females, and their young. Shen Huangxue nodded. But the saltwater crocodile group we're facing is completely different. On the surface, there are at least 5 adult male crocodiles, in addition to over a dozen female crocodiles, Chuzhe analyzed. That is indeed unusual, Shen Huangxue agreed. Do you remember that 6-meter saltwater crocodile? Chuzhe asked. I remember it vividly, Shen Huangxue said, her mind recalling the dark shadow of the 6-meter-long creature. In front of the saltwater crocodile, humans seemed extremely small. Based on my deduction, that one should be the saltwater crocodile king. Only then would there be multiple male crocodiles in the territory, Chuzhe explained. That's correct, Bear Grylls affirmed. Chuzhe's analysis is quite accurate. Bear, why are you so sure that the 6-meter crocodile is the leader? Xiang asked, puzzled. Isn't it because it's the longest one? In nature, larger animals generally have stronger combat abilities, Bear explained. Of course, this is usually the case. In reality, there are countless instances where smaller animals have killed much larger counterparts and become the new leaders. So, this saltwater crocodile, Xiang still didn't understand. Do you remember this photo? Bear instructed the staff to project an image from his phone onto the live stream. The photo showed Chuzhe retreating, with a saltwater crocodile lying on the ground nearby, exposing its belly. In the distance, over a dozen saltwater crocodiles were staring menacingly at Chuzhe from the sea. I know this, Lu Wenwen immediately said. It was the day after the storm. Chuzhe had just obtained a shovel and went to the beach to clean off the blood. Unexpectedly, he attracted the attack of a saltwater crocodile. Chuzhe used the shovel to flip the crocodile onto its back, but at that moment, the crocodile group arrived, forcing them to retreat. It was quite a pity, Lu Wenwen said, her face showing a hint of regret. If the crocodile group hadn't arrived, Chuzhe would have definitely killed that crocodile. It would have been a shocking event. Wenwen's memory is excellent, spot on, Bear praised. So, what did Chuzhe do next? What did Chuzhe do next? Lu Wenwen paused, her memory suddenly blanking out. She had no recollection of what happened next. Bear, I remember now, Xiang said at this moment. Chuzhe then began to provoke the crocodile group, and eventually, a few of them couldn't resist and tried to come ashore. It scared me half to death, Xiang said, recalling the scene vividly. He had never seen such a situation before, and the sight of those crocodiles was etched in his memory. What happened after that? Bear pressed. After that, I remember one of the crocodiles roared, and the others. Xiang trailed off, his eyes widening as realization dawned on him. Xiang, it seems you figured it out, Bear said with a smile. Yes, the one that roared and called back the other male crocodiles was this 6-meter-long crocodile, Xiang said excitedly. And in nature, the hierarchy within a species is extremely strict. Only the leader has the authority to command the males. Teacher, that's impressive, Lu Wenwen said in surprise, looking at Xiang. Teacher had actually thought it through and got it right. Wenwen, be careful. From now on, you'll be listening to me for the commentary, Xiang said, his confidence slightly inflated. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it, Lu Wenwen agreed. Meanwhile, on the screen, as the two were talking, they finally reached the beach. Miss Shun, let's go to the cliff. Chuzhe changed direction and headed towards the cliff. Understood. Shen Huangxue followed closely behind. She knew Chuzhe wanted to observe the crocodile group from that vantage point. Hashtag chapter 242. The plan begins. Miss Shun, be careful. Chuzhe reminded her. Ahead lay a cliff. Below the cliff, in the sea, lived a large group of saltwater crocodiles. At Chuzhe's reminder, Shen Huangxue cautiously grabbed the protruding rocks, leaned forward, and peered down. In the next moment, she gasped. Below the cliff, the sea was filled with a dense crowd of saltwater crocodiles, black and ominous, making her heart race. It looks like there are at least a dozen of them. Even Shen Huangxue, who was usually composed, couldn't help but feel uneasy at this sight. Even an elephant would be torn to pieces in an instant if it fell down there. Chu Zhe, are you sure about this? Shen Huangxue was deeply concerned. Miss Shen, what are you thinking? Chu Zhe chuckled lightly. I'm not going to jump down and wrestle with the crocodiles. You mean you want to lure the crocodiles ashore? Shen Huangxue immediately understood. Exactly. In the ocean, saltwater crocodiles are the apex predators. Even sharks can't match them. But on land, their combat effectiveness drops significantly and they become less agile. The only real threat would be the larger ones. Chu Zhe explained. So what now? After glancing below, Shen Huangxue asked. We wait a bit longer. I need to observe more. Chu Zhe's voice grew low, and then he narrowed his eyes, speaking deliberately. And most importantly, the key one hasn't shown up yet. The saltwater crocodile king. Shen Huangxue's heart skipped a beat as she scanned the area carefully. Indeed, she couldn't see the largest crocodile. The two continued to observe from above the cliff, and the number of crocodiles below grew. Damn, did we see this many last time? There were only a dozen before, now there are over 20. Look at the fish in their mouths, they must have been out hunting. If I went down there, I wouldn't even be enough to feed one crocodile. Seeing the large group of crocodiles, the audience was in an uproar. Is Chu Zhe really going to be okay? Lu Wenwen felt her scalp tingle. She still felt a lingering fear towards these creatures that had survived for millions of years. Whether it was a tiger, rhinoceros, or even an elephant, once bitten, they would be doomed. Bear, what do you think Chu Zhe's chances are? He Xiang asked. Chances, huh? Bear Grylls smiled calmly. First, you need to understand saltwater crocodiles. Please, Bear, explain. He Xiang immediately responded. Most of the information about saltwater crocodiles has already been covered last time, so I won't repeat it. Bear began. Here, I want to inform the audience about the bite force of saltwater crocodiles. An adult male saltwater crocodile can have a bite force of 1,900 kilograms. 1,900 kilograms of bite force? He Xiang scratched his head. While it sounded impressive, he didn't have a clear concept of it. The audience felt the same. Understanding their confusion, Bear quickly explained. A lion or tiger has a bite force of about 500 kilograms. A saltwater crocodile's bite force is 4 times that. As soon as he finished, the audience was stunned. While they were unfamiliar with saltwater crocodiles, they were well acquainted with tigers and lions. In their minds, tigers and lions had an incredibly strong bite force, and the crocodile's bite force was 4 times that. So does that mean Chu Zhe has no chance? He Xiang worriedly asked. Not necessarily. Bear's tone remained relaxed. Saltwater crocodiles are the kings of the ocean, but on land, they're not as formidable. Chu Zhe is clearly planning to use this to his advantage. If he can lure them ashore, with his skills, he can definitely handle them. Hearing this, Lu Wenwen felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, after a long wait, Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue finally spotted the 6-meter-long saltwater crocodile king. It's here. Shen Huangxue said gravely. I see it. Chu Zhe's eyes locked onto the crocodile king, deep in thought. Chu Zhe. Shen Huangxue was about to ask something when she noticed Chu Zhe's serious expression, glowing under the sunlight with a unique charm. I never realized how handsome he looks when he's serious, Shen Huangxue thought to herself. But now was clearly not the time to discuss this. She was about to ask Chu Zhe about their next move when suddenly, Shen Huangxue, let's go. Chu Zhe instantly sprang to his feet, grabbing his shovel and turning around. It's time to act. Seeing this, Shen Huangxue's expression turned serious, and she silently followed. Earlier, he had been calling her Miss Shen, but just now, he called her by her full name, Shen Huangxue. Clearly, Chu Zhe was serious now. A few minutes later, the two were hidden in the forest near the beach. Is it really that simple? For some reason, Shan Huangshue's eyes widened in disbelief. It really is that simple. Chu Zhe chuckled. Won't something go wrong? Shan Huangshue frowned, feeling something was off. Don't worry, it'll definitely work. Chu Zhe waved his hand, speaking with ease. Shan Huangshue nodded in response. Only Chu Zhe knew the true risks he was taking. Now, it all depends on this brown tree snake. Chu Zhe set down the bamboo basket, which contained the snake Shan Huangshue had just caught, now coiled up inside. Seeing Chu Zhe's hand reaching towards it, the snake's head lunged forward, fangs bared, trying to bite. Chu Zhe was prepared, quickly dodging with his right hand and grabbing the snake's neck, pulling it out. This vine won't do. Luckily, I brought rope. Chu Zhe handed the rope to Shan Huangshue. Tie the snake tightly, make sure it can't escape. Chu Zhe instructed. I didn't expect you to bring this. Shan Huangshue looked curiously at the rope in her hand. It was made from tree bark, extremely durable. Tying up snakes was Shan Huangshue's specialty. In less than a minute, a 2-meter-long snake was tightly bound, unable to move even if thrown to the ground, only able to flick its tongue in frustration. Don't worry, you're going to a very warm place soon, Chu Zhe said, picking up the snake with one hand and holding the shovel with the other, heading towards the beach. Chu Zhe, be careful, Shan Huangshue prayed. To avoid being spotted by the crocodiles, she had to stay hidden. But she was ready, prepared to rescue Chu Zhe at any moment. Snake, today it all depends on you. Don't let me down. Chu Zhe stepped into the seawater, placing the snake down. The rope should be long enough. Chu Zhe first extended one end to the beach, tying it to the shovel, then took out a stone knife and lightly sliced the snake. In the next moment, a stream of blood gushed out, instantly staining the surrounding water. Chapter 243. The saltwater crocodile appears. I can't get caught up in this. Seeing the sea water turn red, Chu Zhe quickly retreated to the beach and lay down in the sand, quietly waiting. Shan Huangshue behind him also grew tense. She knew that once blood entered the sea, it would soon attract many saltwater crocodiles, and the situation would become extremely dangerous, with Chu Zhe also falling into a predicament. She thought back to what Chu Zhe had said earlier and still found it hard to believe. Just a few minutes ago, the two were still in the jungle. Chu Zhe, is your plan so secretive? You haven't told me anything. Shan Huangshue was a bit annoyed. Can I tell you now? My dear. Chu Zhe smiled and said, this is what I was thinking. Saltwater crocodiles are generally divided into several groups: juveniles, subadults, adults, and larger adults. Due to their different hunting abilities, the food they consume also varies. Juveniles mainly prey on insects, amphibians, crustaceans, small reptiles, and fish, while adult crocodiles hunt larger animals, primarily mud crabs, turtles, monitor lizards, and water birds. Larger adults may even prey on water buffalo, wild boars, and sharks in the sea. And this snake, only 2 meters long. At this point, Chu Zhe paused and continued. Chu Zhe, I get it. Shan Huangshue exclaimed in surprise. You mean this snake isn't attractive enough for adults, but is too large for juveniles, so only subadults will be attracted? Exactly. Chu Zhe nodded. However, Chu Zhe also had his concerns. The size of adult female saltwater crocodiles generally ranges between 2.5 to 3 meters, similar to subadult males. Therefore, an unexpected situation is that besides subadult males, adult females may also appear. But there's only one snake as bait. Shan Huangshue was both surprised and speechless. In nature, the law of the jungle applies within the species as well. Chu Zhe gave a mischievous smile. There's only one piece of food, and we're about to see some action. Could it be? Shan Huangshue fully understood Chu Zhe's intentions. But all of this was just Chu Zhe's imagination. Would things really unfold as he envisioned? Looking at Chu Zhe lying in the sand, Shan Huangshue tightened her grip on the engineer's shovel. It's starting. The snake is already bleeding to attract the saltwater crocodiles. Damn, even now I'm still in shock. Chu Zhe is truly a beast. Soon, many saltwater crocodiles will arrive. Guys, remember to wear diapers so you don't wet yourselves. The viewers were both excited and fearful. The drone's footage was very clear, with a sharp angle that gave a very realistic feel, as if they were facing the situation alongside Chuzhe. I just hope fewer saltwater crocodiles come. Lu Wenwen prayed. Chuzhe, if you succeed this time, you'll truly become famous worldwide. He Xiang had high expectations for Chuzhe. Kid, you won't last long. Challenging saltwater crocodiles with your strength is nothing but a pipe dream. Hop sneered inwardly. I believe you have a reason for this, Chuzhe. Bear Grylls thought silently. At this moment, Chuzhe's plan to hunt saltwater crocodiles had spread across the world through widespread discussion among the audience. The already top-ranked Chuzhe's livestream saw its popularity double, reaching an astonishing 200 million viewers. Compared to the trust from Chinese viewers, foreign audiences were extremely skeptical. They simply couldn't believe that a Chinese contestant like Chuzhe could achieve such a feat. What a joke! Chuzhe isn't thinking about survival but provoking saltwater crocodiles. Even our American Johnson doesn't dare to say he's confident. What makes Chuzhe think he can? Too bad for that Chinese female contestant. She's so beautiful but has such an arrogant teammate. Great! Chuzhe is finally going to meet his end. My country, the United States, is number one. They focused intently on the screen, eager to see Chuzhe's downfall. Of course, many others were anticipating the sight of a bloody scene. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Chuzhe and Shun Huangshue waited for the saltwater crocodiles to appear. Judging by the time, it should be about right. Chuzhe threw sand over his head to help him observe without being noticed. Splash! A faint sound mixed with the sound of waves. Chuzhe's expression grew serious. He knew the saltwater crocodile had arrived. Shin Huangshue, further behind, hadn't heard the sound. This wasn't surprising. Her hearing was sharp, but the sound of the waves was loud enough to easily cover other sounds. Huh. Shin Huangshue noticed Chuzhe lightly gripping the engineer's shovel beside him and became alert. Chuzhe was more cautious than herself, and if he was taking action, he must have discovered something. She immediately focused on the distant sea surface, narrowing her eyes. As expected, danger would soon arrive. Indeed, half a minute later, Shun Huangshue saw a pair of eyes emerge from the sea. Then, several more pairs of eyes appeared nearby, all looking in the direction of the snake. Seeing this, everyone's hearts tightened. The saltwater crocodiles had finally arrived. Shun Huangshue's face turned pale. Just the number of eyes visible on the sea surface indicated there were already 7 saltwater crocodiles. This didn't include those still lurking underwater, waiting for an opportunity. Great! Tonight's dinner will be grilled crocodile. Chuzhe showed no sign of panic. As a former daredevil racer, he had already cultivated a strong heart. The more dangerous the situation, the more excited he became. Before coming, Chuzhe had mentally simulated all possible scenarios and thought of corresponding solutions. Although it seemed Chuzhe was in extreme Chapter 244, Internal Strife. The saltwater crocodile that appeared earlier is lying motionless on the beach. Isn't that strange? Shin Huangshue noticed something unusual. Nian Nian was only a dozen meters away from the snake, yet the first saltwater crocodile to appear showed no intention of eating it. Instead, it stayed in place, as if waiting for something. No, that is... Shin Huangshue noticed that 2 more saltwater crocodiles had appeared at the end. They were shorter than the earlier ones, but their skin color was much darker. Adult saltwater crocodiles. Shun Huangshue's expression grew serious. Huh. Hearing Shun Huangshue's words, He Xiang felt puzzled. He stared at the crocodiles for a few moments before shaking his head helplessly. What's the matter, He Xiang? Bear Grylls noticed his behavior and asked immediately. Bear, it seems Chuzhe and Shin Huangshue can tell the difference between male and female crocodiles, but I can't tell at all. He Xiang said with a bitter smile. Oh, it's that. Bear Grylls chuckled and shook his head. It's very difficult to tell the gender of a crocodile from the front. Even I can't tell. How is that possible? Lu Wenwen was shocked. If even Bear Grylls couldn't tell, how did Chuzhe and Shin Huangshue know? Do you remember what Chuzhe said earlier? Bear Grylls reminded them. Which sentence? He Xiang asked doubtfully. What kind of saltwater crocodiles would the bait attract? Bear Grylls replied. Subadult males and adult females. Heseong clearly remembered. But even so, I still can't tell. Heseong stared at the several crocodiles on the screen, full of doubt. They all looked exactly the same. Let me explain. Bear Grylls said with a smile. Saltwater crocodiles at different stages of development have significant differences in appearance, but if you don't pay attention, you won't notice them. Young saltwater crocodiles have dark brown skin with black, spotted stripes on their tails. Juvenile crocodiles have darker skin, and the tip of their tails is gray. Subadults are in between, so to distinguish subadults from adults, just look at the tail and skin color. Indeed, the last two crocodiles have darker colors and gray at the tip of their tails. Heseong zoomed in on the screen and finally noticed the difference. I was wondering earlier, but I didn't expect the reason to be so simple. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue really know a lot. Even this they can distinguish. No wonder they call her the Moon Fairy. She's too strong. But here's the question. With so many saltwater crocodiles appearing, what is Chu Zhe going to do? Yeah, he can't just rush in. That would be no different from looking for death. In my opinion, it's better to run away quickly. As long as you keep the green hills, you won't worry about no firewood. Isn't it nice to live safely in the bamboo hut? The audience was in an uproar. Some were worried about Chu Zhe, while others suggested he run away quickly. Although in their eyes, Chu Zhe was their love rival, this did not make them deny Chu Zhe's abilities. Among the current contestants, Chu Zhe was outstanding, the brightest one. Therefore, they didn't want Chu Zhe to get into trouble, but rather, they looked forward to seeing him survive with Shan Huangxue, and they would enjoy it. Meanwhile, as the two adult female saltwater crocodiles came out, no other crocodiles appeared for the time being. Chu Zhe counted. There were a total of 8 on the field. 6 subadult males, 2 adult females. Time to fish. Chu Zhe was about to pull the rope to drag the snake when he noticed the atmosphere in front was not quite right. In Chu Zhe's astonished gaze, the 2 adult females separated, and the 6 subadults also crawled to both sides. Something's not right. Chu Zhe let out a soft exclamation. He felt the atmosphere seemed to have frozen, and a vague guess emerged in his mind. Could there be internal strife? Chu Zhe thought, his lips curling into a smile. If that were the case, he would be happy to watch. Then he could just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. But will things really be that simple? Chu Zhe continued to watch. The 2 darker-colored females were clearly not on good terms. Facing the fresh snake 10 meters away, they turned to each other and issued low growls. The other subadults saw this and also looked at the opposite side, starting to threaten. Just for a snake, they're fighting? Shen Huangxue found it incredible. In her opinion, the waters where the saltwater crocodiles lived were rich in food resources. This was just a snake, yet it seemed to be enough to make the 2 females fight. Holy crap, what kind of luck does Chu Zhe have? Saltwater crocodiles fighting. Chu Zhe laughing out loud. I'm convinced. Was this also part of Chu Zhe's plan? The audience was extremely shocked. Grr. After a round of growling, the 2 females showed no intention of backing down, and the subadults got closer and closer, eventually biting each other directly. Soon, bloodstains appeared on the beach, dyeing the sea red. No way, they're really fighting. Shen Huangxue widened her eyes. Good, keep going. Chu Zhe was all smiles, almost wanting to jump up on the spot. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. The fighting saltwater crocodiles stopped. One of the females hesitated for a moment before retreating into the sea, disappearing gradually. The 3 subadults next to her also disappeared into the sea. As a result, only 3 subadults and 1 adult female remained on the beach. Looks like it was the call of the Crocodile King, but the goal has been achieved, for is acceptable. Chu Zhe thought inwardly. It was time for him to make his move. He pulled the rope, dragging the snake closer. The adult female, who had been eyeing the snake's meat, also noticed the movement of the snake. After growling once, the 3 subadults and the adult female crawled towards the snake. The direction they were heading was the sandy beach without water. Chu Zhe is going to succeed. really luring the saltwater crocodiles onto land. Good. Chu Zhe's plan is feasible. Saltwater crocodiles are much weaker on land. Not necessarily, there are 4 crocodiles. If Chu Zhe gets bitten by accident, there's no chance of escape. The audience was excited, but also worried. What a pity. If they had kept fighting, 1 or 2 might have died. He Xiang slapped his thigh, full of regret. Indeed, this is a saltwater. However, this time, under the allure of the snake, the adult female was salivating, and her biological instinct told her that it was a very delicious prey. Chu Zhe. Shun Huangshua's palms were sweating, with the 4 saltwater crocodiles nearby, their 3-meter-plus bodies making her tense all over. A little further, just a little further. Chu Zhe, with sand on his head, focused intently on the position of the crocodiles. At this moment, the crocodiles were already 15 meters away from the water. However, Chu Zhe still felt it wasn't enough. His ideal distance was around 25 meters. Of course, if it could be even further, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Chu Zhe knew that crocodiles couldn't be lured indefinitely away from the water. They were highly alert on land. Indeed, the leading adult female's pace gradually slowed down and eventually stopped. The subadults behind her also stayed in place, as if waiting for a command. This is bad. Chu Zhe frowned. By his estimation, the female was 17 meters from the shore. This distance was 8 meters shorter than he had anticipated. Let's try again. Chu Zhe didn't stop pulling. The snake continued to writhe. Grr. Seeing the snake move further away, the crocodile hesitated for a moment before taking a few steps forward. The 3 subadults beside it also growled softly. The adult female then stopped and took a step back. Can't drag this out any longer. They're preparing to retreat? Chu Zhe took a deep breath. Although the situation wasn't exactly as he had envisioned, the moment of action had arrived, leaving no room for hesitation. Don't go. Chu Zhe suddenly emerged from the sand pile, the sand cascading off to reveal his original black Chongfeng Yi. In that instant, Chu Zhe attracted everyone's attention. The 8 eyes of the 4 crocodiles all landed on him. Their cold, ruthless gazes excited Chu Zhe. Holy crap, Chu Zhe. Is he really crazy? I always thought he was joking, but he actually dared to charge out. Those are 4 saltwater crocodiles. Chu Zhe is done for. The audience was shocked. Chu Zhe, it's all up to you now. He Xiang clenched his fists, his heartbeat nearly stopping. Even through the screen, he couldn't help but feel terrified. He knew that a saltwater crocodile's stomach could easily digest a 1-meter-8 human, let alone the fact that there were 4 of them gathered together. Chu Zhe, the whole world is watching you. You can't lose. Lu Wenwen prayed for him. You reckless kid. Your end is here. Hope is sneered. Why do I feel like Chu Zhe can break through the encirclement? Bear Grylls was somewhat surprised. In the moment Chu Zhe stood up, he seemed like a giant. Chu Zhe, the only one present, Shun Huangshua, almost shouted out. She was very conflicted, wanting to help Chu Zhe but also afraid he would be killed on the spot. I can't close my eyes. I'm the only one who can aid Chu Zhe. Shun Huangshua stepped out of the forest and moved towards Chu Zhe. At this moment, seeing a human suddenly appear, the crocodiles paused for a moment before one of them directly pounced. Subadult, want to test my strength? Chu Zhe glanced at the crocodile attacking from the right. The agile saltwater crocodile in the ocean was nothing more than a slow, clumsy snail on land. The subadult on the right, as it approached Chu Zhe, opened its mouth, which was over 20 centimeters long, revealing dozens of sharp teeth, looking quite dangerous. However, such an attack was nothing to Chu Zhe. After all, he had even managed to dodge a jackal's surprise attack in the dark. He suddenly leaped, jumping over 2 meters high, not only dodging the subadult's attack, but also landing a direct kick on its back. Roar! The subadult was pressed to the ground by Chu Zhe's heavy kick, its limbs struggling and splashing sand everywhere. This is too cool. My stars are popping out. Alas, I have no culture. A single holy crap suffices. Is this Chu Zhe's true strength? Playing with saltwater crocodiles in the palm of his hand, The audience was stunned. Did you notice Chu Zhe's height just now? Although Lu Wanwan was also shocked by Chu Zhe's performance, she was more interested in the height of his jump. Yes, Wanwan. I think it was around 2 meters. Bear Grylls nodded. He had also noticed this. This is impossible. Hopus hadn't paid attention to the height, but he knew Chu Zhe had jumped without a run-up. A standing jump of 2 meters high, that's impossible. Hopus simply didn't believe it. The world record for a standing jump is 1 meter 90. How could Chu Zhe jump 2 meters? Hopus voiced his doubts. However, the situation on the screen soon changed. No one paid attention to the jump anymore. All eyes were focused on Chu Zhe. Roar. Seeing their companion pinned down by the human and unable to move, the remaining 2 subadults roared. Come on. Chu Zhe directly extended his finger and gestured with a hook. Wow, Chu Zhe, he's still provoking them. Why do I feel like this move is familiar? Ha ha ha, I remember now. Last time Chu Zhe taunted before retreating, and he used the exact same move. Seeing this, the audience laughed. The originally tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. Chu Zhe is provoking them. Is that okay? Xiang's heart skipped a beat. The crocodiles were already furious. Chu Zhe's actions would only make them even crazier. Of course, there won't be any problem. Bear Grylls understood Chu Zhe's intentions. As everyone knows, when humans go berserk, they lose their reason, but animals are even more terrifying. They will charge recklessly towards their enemy, ignoring their own injuries until the enemy is dead. That's why in nature, it's common for both animals to die in a frenzy. So, going berserk is very scary, right? Lu Wenwen frowned and asked. On the contrary, for other animals, it might be scary, but for humans. At this point, Bear Grylls smiled. It might make them even more vulnerable. Chapter 246. Unexpected Turn of Events. Mr. Bei, could you explain in detail? Xiang didn't quite understand. I get it now. Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up. She had grasped the idea. Wenwen, share your thoughts. Mr. Bei gave her an approving glance before speaking. Mr. Bei, I believe that when animals lose their minds and charge at their enemies, their weaknesses become exposed, significantly increasing the likelihood of falling into human traps. Lu Wenwen explained. After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Mr. Bei. Wenwen is correct. That's exactly the reason. Mr. Bei nodded, and then pointed at Chu Zhe on the screen. Chu Zhe is currently in a predicament surrounded on 3 sides. Each saltwater crocodile is constantly observing him, trying to find a weakness to deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, if Chu Zhe doesn't provoke them, the situation will become even more dangerous. I see now. Mr. Bei, what you're saying makes perfect sense. Xiang finally understood that Chu Zhe wasn't just randomly provoking them but was seeking a glimmer of hope in his predicament. Roar. Although the saltwater crocodiles didn't understand what Chu Zhe was doing, they could sense his disdain and provocation. In an instant, the 2 subadults could no longer hold back. They lunged forward simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Come at me. Chu Zhe noticed that the distance on the left was slightly shorter. Glancing at the struggling saltwater crocodile beneath him, he quickly formed a plan. Soon, as expected, the subadult on the left lunged first, aiming for Chu Zhe. You think too much, little crocodile. Chu Zhe thrust his shovel downward, piercing the left front leg of the crocodile beneath him and driving it deep into the sand. Then, noticing the subadult on the right approaching, he jumped again, landing directly on the shovel. In the next moment, the subadult on the left clamped down on the shovel handle, pressing down on the other subadult. The one on the right missed its target and also landed on the second subadult. Seeing this, Chu Zhe stepped back, leisurely jumping down and standing on the bodies of the 3 saltwater crocodiles. In that instant, everyone was utterly shocked. Can someone tell me what just happened? I really want to know too. Was it really that easy for Chu Zhe to subdue 3 fierce saltwater crocodiles? It's like absurd, opening the door for more absurd. Absurd to the extreme. I'm truly in awe. Is Chu Zhe even human? After the initial shock, the audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Baka, how can there be such a strong contestant from Huaxia? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chu Zhe from Huaxia is that powerful? Incredible. The contestants from Huaxia are terrifying. They effortlessly took down 3 saltwater crocodiles. Foreign viewers were equally astonished. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia live broadcast room, He Xiang's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Hey, Mr. He, are you okay? Lu Wenwen quickly snapped out of it, studying Chu Zhe's movements in her mind while trying to bring He Xiang back to his senses. Oh, sorry, viewers. I was just too shocked. I never expected that saltwater crocodiles would be nothing in front of Chu Zhe, so effortlessly subdued. Even the usually composed He Xiang couldn't help but curse in his excitement. It was understandable. He was just too overwhelmed. I get it, Mr. He. I was on the toilet, and when I saw Chu Zhe's move, I almost pinched off. I was eating and almost choked to death. You guys stop. I was cutting my hair, and Chu Zhe's action startled me so much that I accidentally shaved half my head off. Dude, that's rough. I suggest you wear a wig. No, I'm the barber. It wasn't my hair that got cut. I've already been beaten up and am heading to the hospital. What a talent, huh? The audience was ecstatic. Chu Zhe's performance made them proud. But there's still one saltwater crocodile left. Chu Zhe can't let his guard down. Lu Wenwen cautioned. 1-1, you're overthinking it. Chu Zhe easily defeated 3 subadults. What's one adult female? Look, her length isn't even as long as the subadults. He Xiang said nonchalantly. No, Mr. He, that's not the case. Mr. Bei narrowed his eyes. Subadults are much weaker in combat than adults, with severely lacking battle experience. That's why Chu Zhe could so easily subdue the 3 subadults. Mr. Bei explained. And that adult female, despite being shorter, is far superior in terms of combat power, experience, and ferocity compared to those subadults. Not to exaggerate, but one adult female could easily take on 2 subadults. How could that be? He Xiang's relaxed mood was once again tense. Lu Wenwen also fell silent, her gaze fixed on Chu Zhe. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe stood triumphantly on the bodies of the 3 saltwater crocodiles. The last adult female continued to threaten him. I can't understand, can't understand. Chu Zhe dug into his ear, flicking out the earwax, and then twisted his neck. If you want to save them, come quickly. Otherwise, stop your useless raging. Chu Zhe said calmly. This guy. Shen Huangxue was also stunned by Chu Zhe's performance, but quickly snapped back to reality. After all, there was still one adult female to deal with. They couldn't afford to be careless. Just as Shen Huangxue was wondering how Chu Zhe would handle the last one, he started talking to the crocodile in front of him. If not for her sharp hearing, she might have thought Chu Zhe had fallen asleep. Roar. After a brief standoff, the adult female's gaze grew even more ferocious. Finally making a move? Chu Zhe's lips curled into a smile. Saltwater crocodiles? Still easy pickings. With 4 of them in hand, he'd have enough crocodile meat to last for months. However, just as the adult female was about to attack, a series of roars came from the waves. The sound caused the adult female to freeze momentarily before her gaze returned to calm. After giving Chu Zhe a final look, she began to retreat. What's going on? What was that sound? Chu Zhe raised an eyebrow, looking toward the sea about 60 meters away. Soon, a dark mass appeared, gradually emerging from the water. No way. Chu Zhe's eyes widened, unable to help but curse. Is this really necessary? Shen Huangxue's mind went blank, her face turning pale. In that instant, everyone was stunned.